Yesterday, several young people disappeared from the village. Only the Qin family was left, while the others still had people. Strangely, even Wang Lao-er's mother didn't try to seek justice for her son, not even a word. The other families were the same. Early this morning, Bai Xiangtian ordered Bai Xiangyuan and Shuedeng to gather everyone in the village, including the newly arrived Yan Qirui's family and the families who moved in yesterday. Bai Xiangyuan asked Bai Wei and Shuedeng to count the people again, since yesterday he had been strict with his son, telling him to follow Shuedeng and listen to his commands. Before the apocalypse, Shuedeng was the village accountant. He was usually low-key, not showing off, mainly keeping his accounts in order and tending to his own 10-acre vegetable plot. I thought he was just an ordinary young man who worked hard and listened to others. But when the apocalypse came, his performance surprised everyone. At first, Bai Xiangtian was clearing out zombies, and Shuedeng was the first to leave his house, holding a knife and following behind him, copying his actions. Not to mention anything else, but his courage and character alone were enough for Bai Wei to learn from. Don't be discouraged just because Shuedeng is a year younger than you and is following behind you. Bai Xiangyuan looked at his son and felt both disappointed and helpless. If you keep hiding at home doing nothing like before, you won't just lose face, you'll lose your life. Seeing his son's useless attitude, he was almost tempted to slap him. This isn't like before, when we could all survive. Your mom and I are still able to work and support you. When we're gone, we'll leave you some money. But now, does money still matter? How long can your mom and I support you? We have 2 more children. Do you want them to rely on Wen-Ting forever? Your uncle may dislike you, but he's still your uncle. As long as you're willing to humble yourself and work hard, he'll teach you. Just like when Shuedeng followed Bai Xiangtian to kill zombies, he was eager to teach him how to hold a knife, how to cut zombies efficiently, how to save effort. Teaching carefully and thoroughly. He was like this even to outsiders, so how could he not be even more patient with his nephew? Bai Wei wanted to say something, but seeing his father's dark, almost ink-like face, he opened his mouth but said nothing. He hung his head and went to stand beside Shuedeng. Bai Xiangtian cast a faint glance at him, but ignored him. He explained some rules to Bai Xiangyuan and Shuedeng about the villagers. Everyone must obey unconditionally, or don't blame him for being harsh. Especially regarding pets like cats and dogs. If they don't want to keep them, they shouldn't hurt or kill them. They could exchange them for supplies. He didn't specify what to exchange, but it would be better if they offered something in return. If they found mutated animals. As soon as he mentioned this, the scene suddenly fell silent. Bai Xiangtian and the others noticed everyone was looking behind him, so he turned around and his face instantly stiffened. That little troublemaker. He saw Chi-Chi riding Xiaoheng. Originally, it was hard to tell which dog was Xiaoheng and which was Xiaoha. But one black dog had a small patch of white fur on its forehead, while the other was completely black, with no mixed colors at all. Under Chi-Chi's repeated reminders, they identified the one with white fur as Xiaoheng and the pure black one as Xiaoha. At this moment, Chi-Chi is wearing a blue apron and riding on little Heng. Xiao Wu. Bai Xiangtian has never seen a small dog ride on a big dog before. Watching it sit proudly on the big dog's back, it looks quite impressive, if only it weren't wearing long underwear around its neck. Grandpa, you keep the meeting going. I'll take a walk around. Little Heng, let's go. Bai Xiangtian's mouth twitched. He didn't want to scold his grandson, so he simply reminded him, finish your walk and come back home, understand? Got it. Yesterday, Shuedeng saw these 2 mutated dogs. Unlike others who were afraid, he was actually envious, with his eyes shining green. He also has a dog, but so far it remains unchanged and doesn't seem special. After Chi-Chi left, the meeting continued as usual, but it only lasted 15 minutes before dispersing. The main points needed to be explained clearly. There was no need for unnecessary chatter. People who understand knew what to do, and those who didn't could just follow along. In short, they decided to bring Yunxi village under their control. Just hearing this was enough for everyone. In the early days of the apocalypse, they owed their survival to Bai Xiangtian. Bai Xiangyuan had to admit that his words, even 100 times, were less effective than his cousin's single sentence. Xiangtian, is what you said true? Are we going to enclose the land in front of us with walls too? The speaker was an elderly woman over 70. Older people understand better the importance of food in chaotic times. So, hearing Bai Xiangtian say they would enclose not only their village but also all the fields to the south, she thought there was nothing more important. Bai Xiangtian nodded. Exactly. So, while there are no zombies around, everyone should finish gathering their grain, then quickly plow and fertilize their land. Decide what to plant next season, see what seeds you have and plant them now. Don't wait until you run out of food and are starving. It's only been a month since the apocalypse started. Everyone has stored food at home. Aside from not having meat, no one is hungry. But what if the supplies run out? Being prepared at all times is never wrong. The newcomers, go collect the land you're living on. Shuedeng will take you there later. As for the unclaimed land, which is already mature, Bai Xiangtian and Shuedeng agreed that he would gather some young people tomorrow to harvest it in sections and store everything in a designated place afterward. While building the village wall, they could pay the workers with some grains. Once everything was arranged, he turned to go home. But halfway there, he turned back and circled most of the village to find that boy. Grandpa, I found a hen, and there's a nest of eggs here. In the yard of a house on the east side of the village, Chi-Chi was holding a white-spotted hen and carrying a basket of eggs. All the houses nearby were gone. After so much time, bloodstains on the cement ground were still visible. The main room's east room and kitchen were messy, probably ransacked several times. Bai Xiangyuan remembered that the old lady of that house raised many roosters and hens so her great-grandson could eat eggs, but they had obviously been taken away long ago. But this hen? He asked Chi-Chi. Where did you find her? Over there. Chi-Chi pointed to the shed where the electric bike was parked. Inside, there was a wooden enclosure filled with various glass and plastic bottles, clearly a scrap area. So, the white-spotted hen was hiding inside? He was surprised and asked, How did you find her there? I didn't search for her. Chi-Chi blinked her clear black eyes. I just asked at the door if anyone was around, and then she made a clucking sound. Xiangyuan. He looked at the plump hen in his grandson's arms and couldn't help but swallow. This hen was very obedient, silent the whole time. He took the basket of eggs from his grandson's hands and patted his head, saying, Let's go home. Then I'll take this hen back too, and keep her with the ones raised by Grandma. Take her back. The one you found is definitely yours. That was a lucky escape. Whoever saw her would claim her. Grandma Bai also raised about 10 chickens, and thanks to those chickens, they could still get eggs at home. They needed to hatch some chicks soon to increase their flock. Whether for eggs or meat, their current numbers were far from enough. Not only chickens, but they also had sheep and pigs. But finding chickens in the village was easy. The other two were hard to find, especially now, since not every family kept 2 sheep and a pig like in the past. Now, most farms specialized in raising sheep and pigs, and free-range animals were rare. In Yunshi village, they didn't have any. He knew which village raised sheep, but he wasn't sure if his family still did. Maybe it was a father and daughter. On the way back from the city, Bai Li was thinking about where to find a few sheep. She didn't care much about meat, but Chi-Chi loved it. She knew her son hadn't eaten any these days, and was already craving it. Today, she bought about 10 boxes of ham sausages from the supermarket, but they contained too much starch and additives, and she wasn't sure what kind of meat was used, so she didn't want Chi-Chi to eat too much. There are 2 big sheep farms in Joja village. I've bought you lamb legs from them before. Chi-Chi loves their lamb meat, she said. They returned home at 3 in the afternoon. Bai Xiangtian turned to look toward Joja village, feeling restless. Maybe we should go see if there are any sheep there? Bai Li's eyes lit up. Let's go now. Invite Xiaoyang too, he's quick. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda were unloading goods. When they heard Bai Li mention catching sheep, they put down what they were doing and decided to go along. Zhang Xiaoda stayed behind, because they might need to bring sheep back. They took their family's van, which Bai Xiangtian usually used to deliver fruit, especially high-quality cherries. Zhoujia village isn't far from Yunxi village. They passed through here on their way to Pingcheng, but after leaving the main road, they still had to drive south for 3 more kilometers. As they approached, Bai Li suddenly remembered something and asked, "Is Zhou Hui's family living here?" Jiang Mingling nodded. "Yes, I used to stay at his house when I followed Zhou Lei." He wasn't sure if his old classmate had returned. Unexpectedly, before they even reached the village entrance, they saw 2 sheep in the fields outside the village. One was grazing, and the other was alert, looking at them. "That sheep looks mutated," Bai Li said confidently. "How can you tell?" "By its eyes. They look more human-like, shining with intelligence." Jiang Mingling slowed the car and looked into the sheep's eyes. Under their gaze, the sheep suddenly bleated, swung its hindquarters to the left, lowered its head, and aimed its 2 horns at them. Bai Yang quietly opened the car door, quickly jumped out from the back seat, and ran forward so fast that only a blur was visible. This was the first time Bai Li saw her brother use his speed-based supernatural power. She was stunned, eyes wide with surprise. This kid, he's impressive. Noticing someone approaching, the sheep, already in a fighting stance, suddenly pawed the ground twice, then charged straight at Bai Yang with its head lowered. Unfortunately, its speed was still too slow. At this moment, Bai Yang had already reached its side, dodging a headbutt that was about to be delivered. Then, with a long leg, he mounted onto its back and wrapped his arms around its neck. Meanwhile, Bai Li also got off the car. 2 vines shot swiftly toward another small sheep that was still grazing with its head down, and in an instant, they tied it up. "Big sister, big sister." Just as Bai Li finished tying up the sheep and was about to pull it over, Bai Yang, who was riding on the sheep, suddenly lost control. The sheep jumped and shook its head violently, trying hard to shake off the human on its back. "It's so strong, sister, help me quickly." Bai Li pulled the small sheep to the front of the car with effort, then tore the vines and stuffed the tightly bound sheep into the vehicle. In just a moment, a taller goat, unable to shake off the human riding it, ran towards the nearest household from the field. That fool. Bai Xiangtian and Jiang Mingling, sitting in the car, had no intention of helping. They watched helplessly as the goat carried Bai Yang and rammed into the house's courtyard wall. With a loud bang, Bai Yang let go and rolled off the goat's back. The goat, hit so hard, staggered and fell to the ground. Then, it tilted its head to the side. Whether it was stunned or unconscious, no one knew. Bai Xiangtian looked at the fallen goat with a complicated expression and asked his daughter, "Are you sure that goats' eyes show intelligence?" Jiang Minglang's lips curled slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh. 2 minutes later, the goat that had knocked itself out was lying inside their van. The household near the field was the one that previously kept sheep. But actually it was a sheep pen with 2 small buildings nearby built specifically for sheep care. Their house was in the 5th row inside the village. Right now, there was no one in the yard and no sheep either. This meant that they probably only had these 2 sheep left. Of course, it's also possible that other sheep had been moved into the house. This young one is a ewe, 1 male and 1 female, just right. Do you still want to go to the village and take a look? They brought some fruit, mainly to exchange for sheep. Now, they saved some trouble. Bai Xiangtian looked toward Zhou's village and sighed. It's so quiet. Who knows how many people are still inside? Quietness isn't necessarily a good thing. It could mean no one is alive, or that the living are not working, which might just lead to death. After all, the wheat here is also ripe. You can see a tomato field enclosed with a fence, with tomatoes that are red and green, all about the size of a fist. It's a pity no one has picked them yet. Let's pick some green tomatoes. I want to cook green tomato stir-fry. Okay, I'll go pick them, Bai Xiangtian said, and was about to get out of the car, then turned to ask Jiang Mingling, "Didn't you say your classmate lives here? Want to go see him? Since we're here, let's take a look. Xiao Yang and I will go pick vegetables. You 2 go quickly and come back soon." Jiang Mingling drove Bai Li into Zhou's village, from the north to the south, to the 5th house on the 4th row. They parked the car at the door, didn't get out, just rolled down the window and showed their faces. Behind the 2nd floor window, someone quietly muttered a common phrase, then the window opened, revealing a tired yet excited face. He looked at Jiang Minglang with red eyes, then turned and hurried down the stairs. Jiang Minglang and Bai Li came from the north, entering the village from behind. Not far past the village, there was a main road leading to Pingjiang Bridge. That night, they came down from Pingjiang Bridge along that road. When they said goodbye to Zhou Hui, the village was very dark, but luckily there were no zombies and many doors were shut tight, with curtains drawn on the second-floor windows. It was quite safe. Late at night, they didn't go to Zhou Lei's house. But if he returned, Zhou Hui would definitely tell him. Now, just 2 days later, Jiang Minglang didn't go forward. He noticed that at the southernmost part of their village, a row of wooden fences and wire mesh had been set up. Minglang. Zhou Lei quickly ran down from the second floor, opened the gate at the yard entrance, and looked at his old friend with excitement. He almost gave him a hug. Have you just gotten home? Jiang Minglang smelled the stench on his friend. It's not just that he hadn't showered for a long time, but also the dried black blood on him and other messy things. In short, the smell was complicated. He frowned. With your skills, why are you only just now back? What have you been doing? In high school, Zhou Lei also wanted to take the military academy exam with him, or at least the police academy. But unfortunately, during the physical exam, he had some health issues and didn't pass. After graduating from college, he met 2 police friends in the city where he worked. Usually, he would go training with them, and his physical strength was much better than average. Although the world was chaotic after the end of the world, he was alone, strong, and healthy. He thought he could protect himself and should have returned home long ago. It's hard to explain. I'll tell you more when I have time. Zhou Lei wiped his face tiredly and greeted Bai Li in the car. His mood had now stabilized, and he asked the two, "Did you come specifically to see me? To see your big face? It's not so big now. What are you guys doing? Are there still sheep in your village?" Jiang Mingling thought about it. The ones caught in the car were a male and a female. They wouldn't kill them for breeding, so it's best to find 2 more. Hearing this, Zhou Lei paused and looked at his friend with a complicated expression, sighing. It's hard enough for others to get a meal, and you're out looking for sheep everywhere? But he couldn't blame him. He had that skill. Not only could he protect his wife and children, but he also made sure they had good food and comfort. Back when they were dating, he even advised Jiang Mingling to leave. It wasn't that Bai Li wasn't good enough, but that Jiang's family was difficult to deal with. So Jiang Mingling should find someone from outside, far away from here. But it was impossible. Bai Li had taken Jiang Mingling home, and he accepted her. Why couldn't he meet someone like that? Why wasn't anyone taking him in? Wait a moment, I'll ask my dad. Zhou Lei turned around just as his dad came out of the house. Uncle, I am Mingling. You're this kid. I can still recognize you as Mingling. Zhou's father smiled warmly and looked at the tall Jiang Mingling with admiration. Bai Li got out of the car and handed over a bag of fruit. From our orchard, try some. Zhou Lei was surprised. Your orchard is still there? Before Bai Li could say anything, Jiang Mingling looked at him with disdain. Since you're back, can you take a good look around? On the way here, there's a small peach orchard to the east, and all the peaches are ripe, but no one is picking them. It was already June. Although the temperature was a bit unusual, the fruits and crops were still growing quietly according to the season. It had some impact, but not much. Zhou Lei scratched his head awkwardly. I got home yesterday at 5 in the afternoon. I just fell asleep after lying on the bed. When you guys arrived, I had just woken up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come out smelling so bad to see them both. Jiang Mingling no longer teased her and spoke seriously. Zhou Hui has already returned. Later, you two can discuss what to do next. We are building a wall around the village and most of the crops have been harvested, but it seems you haven't moved anything here. When he said this, even Zhou's father was surprised for some reason.
Who knows what will happen next?
Why would they still have the mood to harvest wheat? Jiang Mingling felt helpless. Actually, it's not entirely their fault. Most people share this mindset now. Everyone doesn't know what will happen next, how to proceed, whether anyone will come to take charge, or if they can still live here. Everything is uncertain, and everyone feels lost. In such a situation, no one dares to go outside. Even those who do go out have no mood to work in the fields. Bailey thought, what's the use of being afraid? It won't change anything. Moreover, for people like us, to survive well, we can only rely on ourselves. No matter what, managing our small piece of land and stockpiling food is key. Otherwise, we might end up with nothing to eat, and we can't expect others to help us. Or wait for the country to restore order and provide for us in old age. Thinking about it, it's obvious that such a situation is unlikely now. She actually admires her father quite a bit. Even when she and Chi-Chi weren't back and she worried all night, it didn't stop him from harvesting crops and picking fruits. He checked the situation while doing what he needed to do. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, from the moment the car arrived to Zhou speaking, only about 6 or 7 minutes had gone by. Next door was Zhou Hui's house, a 2-story small building just like Zhou. Bailey faintly heard a child's innocent voice, "Mom, I see Aunt Bai." It seemed to be Xiaoyu. Bailey turned her head and saw Zheng Sujie leaning out of her car window, looking this way. She smiled with a hint of surprise, waved her hand, but didn't shout loudly, only quietly called her name. Soon, Zheng Sujie, with Jin Feng and Jin Yu, ran over from their house.
Bailey, on Bai.
The 2 children called together. Then they asked, "Where's Chi-Chi?" "Chi-Chi is at home." Bailey patted their little heads and took a bag of fruit out of the car. Seeing their excited expressions, she smiled. Jiang Mingliang had already gone with Zhou Lei's father to the family with sheep. He didn't let Zhou Lei follow and told him to go wash up because the smell was really unbearable. "How is your family?" "They're fine. My father-in-law and mother-in-law weren't hurt." Zheng Sujie sighed and said, "Luckily, we met you on the road that day, or our whole family might not have made it back. When we arrived home, my in-laws were very anxious. If the Pingjiang Bridge hadn't been blocked, they would have gone out looking for us. My dad is the same. How about your family? Did you go back to see them?" Zheng Sujie's family is also from Pingcheng, a county nearby, a bit far from here. She shook her head, her tone a little flat. "No, Zhou Hui's leg isn't healed yet. I plan to wait until he's better before going. She has 3 sisters. She is in the middle. Before marriage, she was often ignored at home, and after marriage, it was even worse. Even if she didn't call her parents for half a year, they wouldn't think to call her first. Or they would remember she hadn't contacted them in a long time, but were too lazy to call. After having children, her feelings for her brothers Jin Feng and Jin Yu, and for her sister's children, are different. She felt sad inside but thought, after all, they are her parents. Even if they ignored her, they raised her, didn't they? At the start of the apocalypse, she was quite worried about her parents, but a few days ago, when she returned to her in-laws' house and saw her mother-in-law crying while holding her and then holding the children and crying again, she suddenly felt at ease. Because she realized that whether she went to university or started working after graduation, no matter how long she was away, her parents' attitude toward her was always indifferent. They never prepared her bed early or bought her favorite dishes. Whenever she returned home, they made her comfortable and let her enjoy that one special meal she longed for. Life is short. Why waste time and energy worrying about people who don't care about you? So, she didn't mind anymore. She didn't want to visit them. Let them do as they pleased. After a casual chat, Zheng Sujie suddenly said, "Bai Li, what if I take over those abandoned lands?" Bai Li looked at her in surprise. Zheng Sujie hesitated and said, "Isn't that inspired by your wild vegetable foraging? If no one takes care of it, it would be a shame to let it rot in the ground." "Exactly," Bai Li nodded. "If your village has no one in charge and no one manages the land, I think you could take all the ripe crops, including the wheat." Zheng Sujie's eyes lit up.
"See?
I told you my idea would work." Zhou Hui was worried about danger and wanted to wait until his leg healed before going to collect the sheep. "It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. When am I supposed to wait until?" "Wait for what?" As they spoke, Zhou Hui hobbled out of the yard with a cane. He looked around but didn't see Jiang Mingling. Curious, he asked, "Where's Brother Lang?" "I just heard his voice. He went with Uncle to visit Uncle Third's house to see the sheep." Half of the families in Zhoujia village have the surname Zhou. Even those who have left the village are still related by blood. The family raising sheep is Uncle Third, who is 5 generations removed from Zhou Hui's family. After walking together for a while, Zhou Hui learned about Bai Li's personality. With her and Jiang Minglang's skills, it was not strange that they wanted to eat sheep meat. Unfortunately, his father said that Uncle Third's sheep were almost gone, and most of what remained were young lambs. Since the end of the world, the big sheep had all run away. They ran away? Bai Li thought about the 2 big sheep caught in the car. She opened the door and showed Zhou Hui and his wife. These were caught in the field. Are they from Uncle Third's family? Who cares whose they are? If you caught them, they're yours, Bai Li said. Zhou Hui waved his hand to signal her to close the door and whispered, "It's just Uncle Third and Aunt Third at home. When they have sheep, they can't protect them all. I hope you can take all the small sheep from their place. Leaving the sheep would only cause trouble, maybe even danger." He asked Bai Li, "Can you take all of them? There should be about 7 or 8 lambs."
Bai Li nudda.
"Yes, we can. Just 7 or 8 lambs. They could handle that." It was a good chance for Chi-Chi to help out, to cut grass and feed the sheep. That would be his job now. Zhou Hui hurriedly said, "I'll go call my dad and ask him to talk to Uncle Third. They really can't keep these sheep." Zhoujia village was in the best location before the end of the world. It sat between Peng City and Hejiang Bridge, making travel easy. There were big roads in front and behind, connecting everywhere. But after the end of the world, it was the opposite. Not only the survivors in their village, but also people passing through Peng City and Hejiang Bridge would be alarmed if they heard sheep calling from the village. If they caught the sheep and there was no limit, it could lead to violence or worse. In the past 2 days, Zhou Hui hadn't been idle. He often hobbled out with his cane to check the north and south roads, watching for people, zombies, and animals. People are generally friendly, but everyone is in a hurry. Some people are looking toward their village from a distance, probably because they noticed many villagers nearby, so they didn't come closer. The zombies mostly came from the south, likely from the Pingjiang Bridge area. So, the villagers worked together to build a row of fences and wire mesh in the south part of the village to block the zombies from coming in. The good thing is, because the village is close to the main road, sometimes people or cars pass by, which helps scare the zombies away. The reason why so many people in their village survived is related to their location. His father said that, besides those who turned into zombies at home, many others ran away because the noise from passing cars on the road attracted the zombies and drove them away. In the end, only about 140 households remained in Zhoujia village. However, the village committee members and leaders are all gone, leaving the village without a leader, like a scattered group. Zhou Hui really wants to move his family to Yunqi village. His brother has just returned, and because of his good relationship with Lang Ge, he believes his brother also wants to go. Unfortunately, his parents and uncle are reluctant to leave their home. They don't want to leave unless it's absolutely necessary. Oh well, he'll just focus on healing his leg first. 20 minutes later, Jiang Minglang returned. He told Bai Li to get in the car and headed straight to Uncle Zhou San's house, who raises sheep. "I've already negotiated with him. He's willing to give us his 7 lambs, 1 male and 1 female big sheep, and we'll take everything." "What does he want in return?" 50 jin of rice, 50 jin of flour, plus 5 bags of salt and 2 barrels of cooking oil. I agreed to it. They haven't started exchanging goods yet, so it's hard to say if it's a good deal or not. But it doesn't really matter. Getting what they want and having what others need is enough. Of course, they didn't bring these items today, but because Zhou's father and his brother guaranteed, Uncle Zhou San allowed them to take the sheep first. The van is quite big, but fitting 11 sheep, 9 now, plus the 2 they caught earlier, fills the van completely. It looks like Bai Yang and her dad will have to sit in the back holding the sheep. They agreed to come back tomorrow to deliver supplies. Jiang Minglang and the others said goodbye to Zhou Lei and Zhou Hui's families and drove away from Zhoujia village. Outside the village, Bai Xiangtian and Bai Yang were already waiting by the roadside, boredly counting the ants on the ground. Seeing the car coming, Bai Yang patted her and asked Bai Li, "Why did it take so long?" While speaking, he reached out and opened the back door. Meh's small white sheep without a leash bleated as soon as the door opened and rushed outside, right into Bai Yang's arms, who caught it easily. When Bai Li returned to the pear orchard, Chi-Chi was catching bugs in the vegetable garden with a plastic bottle. Xiao Wu was wagging his tail at the edge of the field, opening his mouth and watching happily. Because Grandpa said that eggs laid by chickens that eat bugs taste better, he was asked to catch bugs for the chickens. The old hen he brought back was his responsibility to care for. Chi-Chi was even happier because Grandma said they would pick eggs tonight, and the hens wanted to sit on nests and hatch chicks. Thinking about the little yellow chicks that would soon hatch, and that he could watch them come out of the eggs made him very happy. When he heard his mother calling him and the lamb bleating, his eyes lit up. He immediately ran out of the vegetable garden, rushing over excitedly. "Mom, is there a little sheep?" Bai Li turned around. When her son reached her, she saw the plastic bottle in his hand, filled with green worms wriggling together, making her scalp tingle. "Take it away, quickly get rid of that." She had been afraid of worms since she was a child and still couldn't change that now. She pulled Jiang Mingling in front of her to block him and turned to run toward the house. "What's so scary about worms?"
Ouch.
He looked up at his dad, unhappy. "Why did you hit me? I didn't mean to scare Mom. It was her own fault." "Go cut some grass for the little sheep before it gets dark," her father said. After saying this, Jiang Mingling paused. He remembered when he was a child, his grandmother bought 2 lambs every year and tied them in the yard. He would go to cut grass with a basket after school and feed the lambs until they grew big. The money from selling them at the end of the year was saved for him. At first, both lambs could be sold, and the money was indeed saved. But later, only one could be sold because his uncle and third uncle always found reasons to take one lamb away to kill and share or eat themselves. He remembered his grandmother was both sad and helpless. She patted his head and said, "Mingling, I'm sorry. I didn't teach you well, and you suffered because of me." He was very angry at first, but because of her words, he stopped being angry. He didn't want to make his grandmother sad. The elderly woman was kind and honest her whole life, but none of her 3 sons were like her. When Jiang Mingling was young, he didn't understand, but as he grew older and overheard others talking about his grandfather, whom he had never met, he realized that his 3 uncles resembled him. He felt lucky that his grandmother raised him, glad that his grandfather had passed away a year before he was born, and thankful that those 2 men never tried to take him back. Now, he was even happier that he had cut ties with them early on. "There's a piece of wasteland on the far west side. I can just take them there to eat," said Chi-Chi. Before he finished speaking, a loud bang came from the van, causing the vehicle to shake. Excited, Chi-Chi ran over to Bai Xiangtian, who was carefully taking the little sheep off the truck, and asked Grandpa, "How many sheep did you catch today?" The noise was really loud. Thinking that these sheep would belong to him in the future, he suddenly felt like a shepherd boy. He was even happier. This little white sheep is so cute. Its wool is so soft." Which sheep bumped into the truck earlier? "Uncle, can you carry it over to me?" "Sure, here you go."
Keep going.
Bai Yang grabbed the goat's horns and struggled to pull it out of the truck. Before the sheep could stand steadily, he picked up Chi-Chi and placed him on the sheep's back, letting him lie down and hold the sheep's neck. Then he patted the sheep's rear. Mehi thought the big sheep would carry Chi-Chi and run around wildly, but surprisingly, it just stood still. Not only did it stay still, but its legs were trembling.
Hey.
Is it scared of a new place? Bai Yang didn't think so. When he turned his head, he understood. Those 2 guardians, Ha-Ha and Haba, were glaring at the sheep, especially Xiaohe. Bai Yang always felt that Xiaohe looked at the sheep with a very unfriendly gaze. Until Chi-Chi got off the sheep's back, Xiaohe's amber eyes shifted from hostility to indifference, and it stopped looking at the sheep. "Go call Uncle Dong over. We're going to build a sheep pen," he said. The weather wasn't very good, and he didn't know when it would rain. Since it was still daytime, he decided to call 2 more people to help build a pen in the corner of their backyard. It would be finished quickly. While they were busy building the sheep pen, Jiang Mingling went to check the progress of the wall. In just one day, the entire eastern row was already built, using the cement bricks they brought. These bricks were very strong against compression and freezing, making them perfect for building the wall. Considering that some of the orchard's trees were quite tall, they decided to make the wall 5 meters high. As a result, the foundation and width are different from before. Fortunately, Xia Yonghua is quite skilled in this area. When he previously helped Zhang Xiaoda check the terrain, he had already considered all aspects and made calculations. So Jiang Minglang just looked on, not understanding much. He politely greeted Xia Yonghua, who was busy working, and Zhang Xiaoda was assisting nearby. Some tasks even needed his earth skills. With him around, the work could be done more efficiently. Seeing how well he got along with Xia Yonghua, Jiang Minglang thought, I haven't convinced my wife yet, but I've already won over my father-in-law. When did this kid get so clever? They worked until 10 p.m., and Bai Xiangtian finally told everyone to go home and rest. They had worked all night last night, took a 2-hour break at noon, and had been working continuously since then. Xia Yonghua looked up at the sky, which was dark and starless, feeling a bit worried. But he also knew that with just about 10 of them, they couldn't work day and night forever. They lacked medical supplies and medicine, and if anyone got too tired, it would be a problem. Fortunately, during the day, everyone received rice, flour, fruits, and vegetables, and they all looked happy and cheerful. The despair and helplessness from the end of the world were gone for now. Bai Xiangtian patted him on the shoulder, saying, You can't rush good things. Everything has to be done step by step. If it rains, we'll take a few days off, no problem. Today, his daughter and son-in-law brought back 3 large trucks of supplies from the city. The food was stored in the freezer, and the rest was carefully packed into 2 rooms, which were completely filled. Just filling 2 rooms wasn't enough for Bai Li. There were still many items in the supermarket. She planned to go back early tomorrow morning with Jiang Minglang to bring more. Of course, others might go after they leave, like the gang members they fought today. Their group was probably not just a few people. They might be hiding somewhere in a neighborhood, ruling their own territory. But Bai Li guessed there were probably no more than 50 people, maybe fewer, or they wouldn't have left a good spot untouched just to come and take what they wanted for free. Their plan was pretty clever, but unfortunately, they picked the wrong target. After Qing Xian returned, she ate a bowl of noodles and then went to sleep. She hadn't woken up yet. At dinner, Bai Li went to her room, gently checked her nose for breathing, and confirmed she was still alive. Then she quietly left and closed the door. Her house isn't small, so Qing Xian and Zhang Xiaoda naturally live there. Before bed, Bai Li and Jiang Minglang took a flashlight and checked the area from east to west. The entrance no longer needs Zhang Xiaoda's mud wall because 2 heavy iron gates have been installed. This was thanks to Xia Yonghua, who brought the gates. Bai Li placed a vine on the main gate, and after walking around, they went back to sleep. During dinner, Chi-Chi was still excited about sleeping with his parents tonight, but now he was softly snoring on his grandfather's bed. The little one had been busy all day and was truly tired now. Bai Li went in and kissed his face. Jiang Minglang patted his head. His strong face looked at his son's eyes with such tenderness that it seemed like tears might fall. Maybe because he never received fatherly love himself, he wasn't overly indulgent with Chi-Chi, but he wasn't a strict father either. His love and affection for him were always clear.
He felt the same about his wife.
Last night, he loved her twice but couldn't fully express his feelings. Today, he would continue. In the middle of the night, the sky was as dark as ink, with no light at all. Heavy clouds from the north suddenly appeared. When they reached Pingcheng, a flash of light streaked across the sky, followed by a loud. A dark shadow shot out from the clouds at high speed heading south. If anyone in the city was still awake, they would be terrified to see zombies crowded at the famous fountain square, all looking up with blank expressions, eyes fixed on the sky. In Bai's pet room, Feng Bao, who usually disliked being disturbed at night, suddenly opened his eyes. His small head tilted, and his black eyes looked up at the sky through the window. When he saw a quick flash of dark shadow, he froze for a moment, then blinked. Another flash of light appeared, accompanied by a cracking sound and loud rumbling. Light sleepers woke up, sat up in bed, and looked outside with confusion and fear. Lightning flashed repeatedly, and thunder roared, but the rain never fell until the sky started to brighten. Those with good eyesight would notice it wasn't that the rain hadn't come, it was that the dark clouds were chasing the shadow from north to south. When they reached Pingcheng, the clouds couldn't hold back any longer, and heavy rain poured down fiercely. On the Pingjiang Bridge, people crossing were in chaos, but some clever individuals climbed onto another lane and found slightly better cars among the abandoned vehicles to hide inside. Those who didn't manage to hide got soaked in the heavy rain, making them run even faster. Eventually, everyone crowded together, unable to cross the bridge. When morning came, everyone coming down from the bridge looked exhausted and lifeless. Zhoujia village is not far from Pingjiang Bridge. Zhou Lei and Zhou Hui, two brothers, didn't sleep until around 11 o'clock. Both were awakened almost at the same time by thunder. From their second-floor window, they couldn't see the bridge clearly, but could see the heavy rain pouring on that side. Zhou Hui's heart beat faster. He felt something bad was about to happen. "Brother, I have a bad feeling about this. Just in case, let's pack some things into the car so we can leave at any moment. What do you think?"
Zhou Hui said.
Zhou Lei didn't have the same feeling, but knew he was right. He nodded and said, "Okay, let's pack the essentials, food and drinks, and see how things look in the morning." After that, he went downstairs, woke his parents, and told them to hurry and load things into the car. Then he climbed over the wall to his uncle's house and gave the same instructions. Later, he told Zhou Hui to go back to sleep while he sat on the second floor, staring intently toward the bridge. The rain was clearly falling only on that side. The area around them was dry. The heavy rain lasted for 2 hours before finally stopping. As dawn approached, Zhou Lei, exhausted and blinking heavily, suddenly stood up sharply. He looked toward the southwest end of Pingjiang Bridge with wide eyes, clenched his fists trembling. Turning around, he woke Zhou Hui, who was still sleeping. "Xiao Hui, it's bad. There are many zombies gathering over the bridge. We can't hold them off here. We need to leave quickly," Zhou Lei said. Zhou Hui shivered, sat up with his cane, and said, "Brother, just call out to the others. Those willing to leave can go. Those who don't wanna, we can't do anything about it." "I understand," Zhou Lei replied. He then went downstairs, told his parents to prepare to leave, and ran from house to house calling the villagers. It was tricky because he couldn't knock loudly or shout loudly. Fortunately, after the disaster, everyone was more alert. When they heard him knocking, they immediately came out. Some people were so frightened they hurriedly packed their things and ran away. But most people are unwilling to leave. If there are cars but no gasoline, how can they go? Rely on walking? Doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate, Zhou Lei called out to Zhou Lei and then didn't care anymore, quickly returning to his home. 2 cars drove out of Zhoujia village, one after the other, heading north toward Yunxi village. By then, most of the zombies had already come down from the bridge. Some rushed toward Pengcheng City, while others followed the road east, directly toward Zhoujia village. When Zhou Lei and his brother's cars reached the entrance of Yunxi village, a group of zombies had already gathered at the entrance of Zhoujia village. Barking dogs attracted the zombies' attention, and they all howled and rushed over. The large number made people's scalps tingle. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui and his brother were stunned as they approached the road to Yunxi village. "How is there a wall?" Zhou Hui thought for a moment and understood. It must be the work of the brother who followed Brother Lang. He's from the earth element, and with a wave of his hand, he can create a wall. He's very powerful. After saying that, he remembered something and added with a smile, "But Bai Li is even more impressive." Last night, his cousin told him that Bai Li's special ability was wood element. At first, Zhou Lei didn't believe it, but when Zhou Hui said she had used vines to pierce through more than 10 people's necks at once, he couldn't help but gasp. Wow, people shouldn't be judged by appearances. She usually looked gentle and weak. Before marriage, her father and second uncle spoiled her, and after marriage, Mingling also pampered her. He always thought Bai Li was useless, but it turned out she was a tough person. Zhou Hui now admired Bai Li the most. To him, the word tough person was a compliment. "Let's crash through."
We can't stay here, he said.
The earth wall looked fragile, but when they hit it, Zhou Lei's car front was flattened. Now, they no longer cared about their cars. Saving their lives was more important. Then they crossed Yunxi village and headed straight to the Bai Guiyuan intersection. Wow, such a tall wall? Zhou Lei was surprised, opening his mouth wide. He had been to Bai Guiyuan more than once and knew what it looked like before. Now, seeing the tall new wall, he admired it even more. Shao Jie, go knock on the door, Zhou Lei said. He thought the knocking was real and wondered how loudly they had to knock for people inside to hear, since they were so far apart. However, Zheng Sujie simply reached out and pulled down a vine hanging on the door, then softly spoke to the vine. Bai Li, many zombies are coming down from Pingjiang Bridge. Our village definitely can't hold them off. We're coming to seek your help. Zhou Lei turned to his younger brother. Are you sure this will bring Bai Li here? Zhou Hui smiled and nodded toward the vines. See for yourself. Zhou Lei looked back, and his eyes widened in surprise because the vine seemed alive. It moved on its own, quickly grew longer, and then climbed up to the top of the large iron gate. Zheng Sujie returned to the car, smiling. Bai Li will be here soon. Zhou Lei pointed at the vine. Did this thing reply to you?
It did.
What did it say? Didn't I just say? She'll come over soon. Zhou Lei was silent. He doubted his sister-in-law was making things up, but he had no proof. Zheng Sujie didn't think she was lying. She pulled the vine, and it responded to her. That meant Bai Li knew they were here. So, she would definitely come soon. Bai Li saw them standing at the gate but couldn't hear what they said because of the distance. But it didn't matter whether she heard them or not. She had come over before dawn, which probably meant something was wrong. Bai Li moved, and Jiang Mingling woke up. He didn't open his eyes but pulled her closer and whispered, "It's still early. Zhou Lei and Zhou Hui are here." Jiang Mingling opened his eyes and looked outside. There was a slit between the curtains, left from last night's thunderstorm when he woke up. Through that slit, the outside was dim, and it looked like night unless you looked carefully. He heard faint footsteps downstairs. Though quiet, Bai Li and Jiang Mingling, with sharp hearing, knew it was the elderly couple waking up on their biological clocks. Yes, it was already 5:30 a.m. Jiang Mingling reached for his watch on the bedside table, pressed the night vision light, and saw the time. 5:32. Go back to sleep. I'll check it out. I'll go too. Both families are here. Something must have happened at Zhou's village. They quickly got up, dressed in matching black sportswear, went downstairs, told the old couple, and then took the off-road vehicle parked at the backyard gate toward the entrance. They didn't need to drive just to pick someone up, but they anticipated things might be complicated and decided to go see what was happening. Sure enough, after hearing what the Zhou brothers said, Jiang Mingling frowned. A zombie wave? It's probably more than just that. Last night's lightning and thunder felt strange. He was standing by the window and had a feeling something was going to happen. Later, he found out the heavy rain didn't fall on Pengcheng but on Pingcheng, and he felt relieved. But Pingjiang Bridge is very close to Pingcheng. If something happens there, Pengcheng will definitely be affected. Jiang Mingling turned his head toward Pingcheng. The rain had stopped long ago, but the sky there still looked darker and more oppressive than here. Compared to the zombies coming from Pingjiang Bridge, Pingcheng probably already has big trouble. He guessed right. During last night's heavy rain, the zombies in Pingcheng seemed to be on stimulants. They were more agile than usual and could find survivors accurately. Temporary camps were broken through, doors and windows smashed, screams, bites, cries for help, and desperate tears filled the night in Pingcheng. Now the rain has stopped, but the sky is still cloudy. Pingcheng has already become a dead city, more dead than Kangching before. Go with Uncle Dong and look for my dad. There are plenty of empty houses in the village. Pick 2 next to each other. The small wooden hut near the orchard's entrance was known to Qindong, who was an early riser. Before Bai Li and Jiang Mingling arrived, Qindong, hearing the whimpering of the Daliang and Erlang, already knew someone was at the gate. He grabbed a knife to check, but then saw Bai Li and her husband driving over. When the gate opened, Qindong recognized Zhou Lei. He was Jiang Mingling's classmate, He had seen him before. Jiang Mingling patted Zhou Lei's shoulder. Go inside and settle down first. We'll go take a look. Be careful, Zhou Hui said. I looked through the telescope. It's not very clear, but it's a dark mass. I can't see the edges at all. This was Zhou Hui speaking. He and Bai Li had just come back from Pingjiang Bridge. They knew exactly what had happened there. It felt unreal that so many zombies were coming over the bridge at once. It was strange. The bridge was crowded with cars, making it hard to walk, and zombies were the same. So, why did so many suddenly come all at once? Bai Li turned to get into the car but suddenly heard a sound, and something landed on her shoulder. She looked back at Feng Bao, surprised. Why are you up so early today? Are you coming with us? All right, then I'll take you with me. Everyone. Zhou Lei opened his mouth wide, looking at the scene in shock. He thought to himself, Bai Li not only evolved a wood-type ability but also can speak bird language? Amazing! Jiang Minglang's car quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The Zhou family was soon settled with by Xiangtian's help. Although Zhou Lei's parents and his second uncle and aunt still hesitated to leave their home, they understood that family is important, but life is more important. Fortunately, Yunqi village is not far from Zhoujia village. Once this wave of zombies passes, it will be easier for them to return. Meanwhile, Bai Li and Jiang Minglang deliberately took the same route the Zhou family used, which is also the closest road to Pingjiang Bridge. Perhaps the Zhou family left early, so the journey was very quiet, with no zombies in sight until they nearly reached Zhoujia village. They circled from the north to the south along a certain road. In one area, the darkness before dawn was lit by firelight, with thick smoke billowing. As they got closer, they could hear the crackling of burning wood and smell the burnt meat. This was because the zombies, hearing the noise, rushed recklessly into the fire. The fire was on a pile of firewood, including straw and timber. Pengcheng's weather is very dry, and it hasn't rained recently, so such a fire pile is easy to ignite. But one zombie after another charged into the fire, causing the flames to weaken gradually and the smoke to become thicker. Jiang Minglang parked the car on the road south of Zhoujia village. The two saw that besides the zombies around the fire, many others were smashing into the gates of some houses, with constant banging sounds, mixed with barking dogs. So far, besides the two mutated cats and dogs, they hadn't seen any others. Bai Li still couldn't understand why this was happening. Could mutations be regional? This east-west road directly leads to Pingjiang Bridge. Besides the zombies entering Zhoujia village, there are many on the road. Looking west, the view stretched endlessly. As Zhou Hui said, it's really a zombie tide. Why are there so many coming over the bridge? Let's go check it out. If it's too dangerous, we'll block the bridge. Jiang Minglang didn't change his route, and even turned on the music inside the car, with the windows slightly open on both the driver and passenger sides. Suddenly, two throwing knives shot out from the car. As the vehicle moved forward, they whistled through the air, piercing the foreheads of zombies one after another, easily taking their lives. On the other side, two vines shot out from the passenger window. Before the fallen zombie bodies were fully collected, the vines quickly wrapped around one and pulled it away, tossing it into the ditch by the roadside. Sometimes they also encountered one or two zombies approaching, which they pulled down together. One person killed, the other entangled, quickly clearing a path on this zombie-filled road. They worked very well together. Because of the music in the car, the zombies in Zhoujia village all rushed toward the road, so soon, a long line of zombies followed behind the vehicle. When they were a little farther from Zhoujia village, Jiang Minglang turned off the music. Even though he helped lure most of the village zombies out, many gates had already been broken open by the time they arrived. As for what was happening inside, look at the bridge. What do you see? Thanks to her special ability, Bai Li's eyesight had improved a lot, even curing her nearsightedness. Now, from about 1,000 meters away, she could vaguely see a row of objects perched on the strong beams of Pingjiang Bridge. They were dark and unclear. Strangely, as their car got closer to the bridge, those objects suddenly flew into the sky and disappeared in an instant. They could fly? Bailey turned her head to look at Feng Bao, who was standing on her shoulder. The little bird's small eyes were also glancing around outside, seeming even more curious than her. Then Feng Bao jumped onto her right shoulder, flapped its wings at the window, and looked at her again. It seemed to be saying, "Open the window. I want to go out." Bailey refused. "You don't even know what that is. Why go out? They're in a group, and you're just one.
Can you handle it?"
Although the little bird had a special skill, covering its surface with a transparent protective film, whose hardness was still uncertain, she didn't trust it to go out alone. She poked its chubby belly with her finger, showing disdain.
"Look at how fat you are."
"I don't know if you can fly 2 miles. If you get surrounded, you'll only get beaten up."
"Ah, what?"
Still not convinced?
"Ah."
"Shut up and stay put." Her instincts told her those black things were dangerous. She didn't want Feng Bao to take risks outside. Jiang Minglang, driving, glanced curiously at his bird and asked his wife, "Can it really gather a large number of birds?" "Of course, don't underestimate how useful he can be in a critical moment, Feng Bao," he said. This time, Feng Bao didn't respond, only glared at her with small eyes. Seeing this, Bai Li couldn't help but laugh. "You show off, huh? Think you're pretty capable?" The car was driving through a zombie-filled area, yet the couple still had the mood to tease a parrot. Bai Li's cheerful smile caught the eye of a man in a 20-story building in the distance, who was holding binoculars. He was momentarily distracted. He kept his eyes fixed on Bai Li. As she joked and calmly used 2 vines to entangle the zombies, her movements smooth and effortless, he felt a surge of excitement. A wood-type ability user, and she's so skilled? He didn't put down his binoculars but said to the person beside him, "Ning-en, you're also a wood type. Look at that woman over there." Hearing this, Ning-en, who is also a wood type, quickly picked up his binoculars and looked in the direction the man pointed. When he saw 2 flexible vines dancing and wrapping around zombies one after another, he stared in shock.
"How?
How did she do that?" He was also a wood type, but so far, he could only make peonies bloom. He couldn't do anything else. Not even other flowers, only peonies. Don't ask him why, he didn't know either. Brother Song said it might be because he liked growing peonies, but he also liked cacti. Why couldn't cacti be cultivated like that? He had already made up his mind about wood-type abilities. They were pretty useless. Besides making a few peonies for him to admire, they couldn't do much. But now he suddenly realized he was too quick to judge. Why does this woman's wood-type ability look so cool? "No, Brother Song, I want to ask her how she does it and see if she can teach me," Ning-en said. After putting down his binoculars, he turned to run outside. But he only made it a few steps before turning back, grabbing a pot of snow-white flowers from a table and rushing down the stairs. Mu Song called out helplessly, "Don't go alone. Call Allo and the others." He also wanted to go with Ning-en, but he was injured. Last night, when their brothers escaped from pinching in the rain, he was scratched on his left arm by something dark and mysterious while trying to save a brother. The wound was burning fiercely now, and he wasn't sure if he might get infected and turn into a zombie. "Originally, I told my brothers to stay on the 8th floor, while I was alone on the 10th. If I got infected and turned into a zombie, I wanted my brothers to give me a quick end and then burn my body. But Ningen insisted on staying here with me and even brought a pot of white peonies. Was this a pre-made funeral wreath for me? Luckily, I almost kicked this lifelong brother out. Now he has taken the wreath, or rather, the peony." Thinking of this, Mu Song couldn't help but laugh. "I wonder if the woman will respond when she sees the wreath I gave her. No, the peony." Bai Li and Jiang Mingling gradually approached the bridge. I don't know if the reason the black creatures flew away earlier is why no zombies are coming from under the bridge now. The ones that have come down have been dealt with by the 2 of them. At this moment, they saw 4 people coming out of the tallest building on the west side. 4 of them were skillfully cutting zombies with knives, while one person was holding a pot of flowers, bright white flowers blooming strongly. "Night glow white?" Bailey looked at the flowers in surprise and shouted.
"What?"
Jiang Mingling didn't understand flowers. He just thought the white flowers were a bit too bright. Especially seeing a man in the middle holding a pot of flowers, it looked strange. Bai Li pointed to the white peony in the man's arms and explained, he's holding a peony called Night Glow White, which usually blooms in winter. After hearing this, Bai Li understood. This man is probably of the wood element, or someone around him is. Otherwise, the flowers wouldn't be blooming so well. But she didn't expect that the man holding the flowers would want to give them to her. Jiang Minglang's face darkened when he heard this.
What?
Do we know you? They approached to check the situation. They waited until those 4 people got closer, mainly to ask what happened at Pingjiang Bridge last night. From their appearance, they either stayed in the building near the bridge or just crossed it not long ago. They probably know some information about what happened there. Bai Li and Jiang Minglang fought their way from east to west, killing countless zombies. The dead bodies piled up by the roadside or in the ditches. By the time they reached below Pingjiang Bridge, they were already a bit tired. It's not that they are overly kind, but they worry that if these zombies aren't eliminated, they might someday reach Yunqi village. They parked the car under the bridge, sat inside to rest, and continued to kill the scattered zombies that lunged at the car. Bai Li looked coldly at the 5 people approaching while killing zombies. Actually, 4 of them were fighting zombies, and the one in the middle holding a flower didn't seem to know what he was doing. In the zombie pile, there was a brightly colored white flower held by a strange person. It seemed like this person was a bit mentally off. However, at least 2 of the other 4 had special powers, because when surrounded by many zombies, they could kick down a group with one kick. As they got closer to the car, the young man holding the flower smiled brightly at Bai Li, which made Jiang Mingling frown. Who is this fool? He turned to his wife and asked, what's going on with this guy? Bai Li also looked confused, but she was somewhat interested in the white glow flower he was holding. She liked gardening, but she didn't have much patience, so her house was full of pothoes because they were easy to care for. Hello, my name is Ningen. Can I get to know you? Under the protection of his 4 companions, Ningen walked to the car, grinning at Bai Li, then held up the white peony and said plainly, this peony is grown by me. Isn't it beautiful? Want to accept it as a gift? Women like flowers, and a beautiful peony like this is rare. It's a good gift for a first meeting. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill run down his spine. Ningen shivered and realized that the person in the driver's seat was looking at him coldly. He was just here to learn, with no other intentions. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I have no other meaning. I just want to ask how this beautiful lady controls her wood powers so coolly. Jiang Mingling wanted to say, can't you figure out how she controls it yourself? But before he could speak, Bai Li placed her hand on his back and winked at him. Bai Li turned to Ning Un and said, there's no secret. Just practice more. Practice? Ning Un still looked confused. How do I practice? Just grow green pothoes and control it to move as you want. But he couldn't grow pothoes. Ning Un scratched his head and asked a difficult question. If it's a peony, can I make it fight like your pothoes? Bai Li? Are you joking? She looked at Ning Un as if he were an idiot. Then he took a deep breath and decided to skip that topic. He asked, were you guys here before, or did you come from Pingcheng last night? Ning Un quickly replied, we escaped from Pingcheng last night. Sigh, you don't know how strange that heavy rain was in the middle of the night. Those zombies became smarter than usual and could smell and find people. It's not a big deal, really. It's been over a month, and we've gotten used to killing these things. The strange part is some black stuff started appearing like bigger bats, and suddenly they would swoop down and bite. Our brother Song got bitten by one. His wound is a bit infected now, and we don't know what will happen next. He spoke very quickly, so his companions nearby, who were fighting zombies, didn't have time to stop him. But they still called out helplessly, Ning Un, do you know him? And you just told everything about yourself? Ning Un didn't seem to notice the warning and kept talking. Let me tell you, after that rain last night, Pingcheng is now a dead city. Everyone who could escape already did. Those who couldn't,
I dare say they all died.
Died? Bai Li and Jiang Minglang looked at each other, both surprised. Pingcheng is much bigger than Pengcheng, so there should be more survivors. But now, this city, which is only slightly smaller than a second-tier city, has become a dead city? Just because of that rain? After Ningen finished, Seeing that they didn't speak, he didn't feel awkward and asked curiously, I see you came from the east. Do you live over there? Are there many survivors in Pengcheng now? Bai Li only answered the last question. We just got back not long ago. We don't know how many survivors there are. Just got back? Where did you come from? Jiang Minglang didn't want his wife to keep talking and started to back away to leave. Hey, hua hua hua, I really gave you the flowers I brought. When looked at closely, Bai Li felt the peony was too flashy and didn't want it anymore. But she still asked Ning An out of curiosity, aren't you only good at making peonies bloom? Ning An's face stiffened, then looked surprised. How do you know? Before Bai Li could answer, his eyes widened in shock. You're not only good at making green vines bloom, right? Bai Li didn't reply, but gave him a look that clearly meant. Ning An stood quietly holding his peony, still in the same spot until the car drove far away and disappeared from sight. He didn't move. Why are you still standing here all alone when no one is around? One of his friends asked, feeling a bit helpless about him. He replied, even if I can only make flowers bloom, it's better than having no special powers like me.
Exactly.
Maybe making flowers bloom is just temporary. Later, I might be able to make other things grow. When that happens, don't forget to grow a tomato first. I haven't eaten one in a long time. I've even forgotten what a tomato tastes like. All right, let's go back quickly. We should see how Brother Song is doing and find a new place to settle down. When Bai Li and Jiang Mingling passed by Zhou's village, they turned to visit Uncle Zhou's house. They wanted to check if everything was safe since they had promised to deliver grain for sheep today. The gate was shut tight, but there was blood at the entrance, and they heard faint crying coming from inside the yard. They looked at each other, then got out of the car and went to the gate. Through in the door, they saw Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhou kneeling in the yard, with what looked like a dog lying on the ground in front of him. Jiang Mingling gently knocked on the door. Uncle Zhou and his wife, holding knives, quickly turned around and looked toward the door, their faces full of suspicion. Uncle Zhou, it's me, Jiang Mingling. Since they had seen each other yesterday, Uncle Zhou recognized his voice. He let out a sigh of relief and turned to tell Aunt Zhou, it's Xiaolei's classmate from yesterday. He tried to come over to open the door, but perhaps because he had been kneeling for too long and stood up too quickly, he staggered and almost fell. Aunt Zhou hurriedly helped him. I'm fine. Uncle Zhou opened the door. Bai Li's eyes immediately fell on the brownish-yellow dog in the yard. Its neck was bitten through, and there was a large hole in its belly, with intestines spilling out. Looking further, they saw Uncle Zhou and his wife with red eyes. Aunt Zhou's eyelids were swollen, and tears were streaming down her face right in front of them. We've had it for 10 years. Uncle Zhou sighed heavily, calming himself before asking Jiang Mingling, Xiao Jiang, why are you here now? Luckily, he arrived just in time. An hour earlier, it could have been much more dangerous. Jiang Mingling spoke straightforwardly. Uncle, Zhou Lei and Zhou Hui have gone to Yunqi village. Do you want to go there too? They can give him grain to buy sheep, but the problem is, can the old couple hold out? He doesn't want to give him grain now, and then be used as a threat later.
But
our children haven't come back yet. Uncle Zhou looked hesitant. Zhou Lei and Zhou Hui had already gone home, and maybe his son was on his way back too. He and his wife didn't want to leave their home. Besides feeling reluctant, they were mainly waiting for their son. The return of those two nephews gave him hope. He believed his son would also come back safely. Uncle, we need to think about whether our son is still alive first. Zhoujia village is too dangerous now. It's no longer safe to live there. This was what Zhou Lei had said earlier this morning, but Uncle Zhou hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and said, all right, we're leaving. I'll leave a note for my son at home. Wife, go pack some things. Jiang Mingling and Bai Li didn't wait for them. Their family had 2 tricycles, 1 foot pedal and 1 electric. The electric tricycle only had 2 battery bars left, but it was still enough to reach Yunqi village. Back at Baigua Garden, Jiang Mingling finished breakfast and called Zhang Xiaoda to head straight to Pingzheng Bridge. After hearing about Pingcheng, the bridge had to be blocked. Leaving it open might invite more zombies or other dangers later. To Jiang Mingling's surprise, When they arrived at Pingjiang Bridge, people were already busy blocking it. And he recognized some of them. What surprised him even more was that Bai Mutin and his companions had lifted a car and stacked it on top of another. He raised an eyebrow. Did that person have two special abilities? But thinking about Bai Mutin's ability to only make flowers bloom, he couldn't help but laugh. In the middle of Pingjiang Bridge, these people used the traffic-jammed cars to build a wall. "Hey, brother, are you here to block the bridge too?" Seeing Jiang Minglang, Ning En's eyes lit up as he greeted him warmly. "We're almost done. Check if there's anything else to add? Looks good. Just add one more wall." Zhang Xiaoda quickly built a row of dirt walls along the edge of the car wall. Double protection. That should be enough now. That brother's earth ability is really strong. Ningen nodded in admiration, then patted his companion and said with a smirk, "Same earth element, but look at you. You can only make small dirt clumps. Why are you so bad at it?" His companion immediately frowned and retorted, "My dirt clod can at least be used as a weapon. What about your peony?"
Can you eat it? If you want to eat it, you can.
Jiang Minglang interrupted their playful banter and asked Ningen, "How is your friend who was bitten by that dark creature now?"
Huh.
"You mean Sangha? He's still the same. The wound feels hot, but it's not getting worse. He's doing fine. It looks like he won't turn into a zombie." Ning An's companion. "People who don't understand might think you want Sangha to become a zombie. What a big mouth." A group of people came down from the bridge. Seeing Jiang Minglang and the others about to leave, Ningen stepped forward and said, "Brothers, we're new here. Can you give us some advice on where to live? Where is a good place to live?" This question is so basic. Jiang Minglang replied calmly, "Anywhere without people is fine." Then he turned and walked away. In the car, Zhang Xiaoda looked puzzled and said, "Brother, you seem to really dislike him." It's not just a feeling. He thinks his brother truly dislikes this person. Meanwhile, Ningen and his companions, walking back, were angry and said, "Is this person's caution too strong? We don't even know each other, and he's got a cold face. Asking him a question and getting this attitude? Anywhere without people, I didn't know that was possible." His companion was very helpless. "First of all, he doesn't even know you. And about your question, how do you expect him to answer? It's the end of the world. Where is suitable to live? Nothing is suitable. Nonsense. I dare say their place is definitely good for living. Didn't you see? Everyone there is clean and tidy, unlike us, all dusty and dirty. What does that mean? It means they have water-based abilities. Do we not have them? But water abilities, no matter how powerful, only produce enough water to drink. How could they have extra for bathing or washing their faces? No. So, their place must have a water source that can be drunk and used." At this moment, Ning En and others, who had never stayed in a rural area, hadn't thought of the pressure well, or rather, they didn't know that the water pumped from underground could be drinkable and usable. Of course, Bai Li and the others also didn't realize that not every underground water source is drinkable. Previously, I mentioned that Pengcheng is a well-known agricultural city. Here, whether it's wheat, rice, fruit trees, or various vegetables, they are the most abundant in the province. As a result, pollution is minimal. Therefore, the underground water in Pengcheng is drinkable, but that doesn't mean water in other cities is safe. For example, nearby Pengcheng cannot do the same. Due to water source issues, Ningen thinks it's necessary to check Jiang Minglang's address. However, it's obvious that this person is not someone to be messed with, and Ningen doesn't have the courage to provoke such a man. He just wants to find a place nearby with a water source to live. Ningen told his two brothers to watch over Sangha, then called two others to get in the car and head east to see if they could find the two people who had just left. Luckily, after about half an hour of driving around, they saw that familiar silver SUV on a rural road surrounded by fields. They carefully followed it, feeling like they had entered the city, and finally stopped in a small alley behind a shopping mall. Why did they come here? Ningen looked surprised at the car parked in the alley, then glanced up at the mall, feeling something was off. It didn't seem like they would live here. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out. Their car shook, and before they could react, about 10 people suddenly appeared from nowhere and surrounded their vehicle. Get out of the car. Hurry up. Tell me, was Guang Ge killed by you guys? The two of them parked the car. Jiang Minglang went inside first, while Zhang Xiaoda sat in the car without moving. He lowered the seat and leaned back halfway. Looking through the rear windshield, it seemed like no one was inside the car. What a joke. They've been following them all the way. If they couldn't spot them, he and his brother would have already retired. About 10 minutes later, the car behind cautiously turned at the intersection across the alley and stopped. But before they could stay for 3 minutes, Zhang Xiaoda heard a familiar gunshot. He didn't move but quickly figured out that the tire of the car following them had been shot and burst. Hiss. The third-party people had started to act. Yes, earlier on their way here, they noticed someone spying on them from the tall buildings nearby. They were sure that yesterday, those buildings were empty. They still followed their original plan, driving the car to the back entrance of the shopping mall. Jiang Minglang went upstairs alone to pick up shoes from the shoe store, while Zhang Xiaoda waited below, ready for action. What he didn't expect was that the people spying on them and the ones following them ended up fighting each other. About 10 people surrounded Ning, An, and their car. Then, 7 of them rushed into the alley toward Zhang Xiaoda's car. Seeing the number of people on their side was obviously more, Zhang Xiaoda's expression turned strange. As they approached the car, he opened the door and stepped out. When the group saw someone coming out of the car and hurried over, they paused, surprised to see someone inside. But they quickly raised their knives and sticks, aiming at Zhang Xiaoda. He raised an eyebrow. He hadn't trained in a while. Today, he didn't use his special abilities or weapons, just his bare hands to play with them. But he never expected that the group rushing at him, eager to hurt him, wouldn't last 2 minutes. It was over before they even warmed up. Zhang Xiaoda felt bored. He looked up at the intersection across the street. The 3 people in the car had already gotten out, but no fight had started yet. The other side had more than 10 people, and one of them was holding a gun. This reminded him of the bald man they had killed yesterday. He also had a gun. For someone like Zhang Xiaoda, who often handled guns, it was easy to tell where their guns came from. The police station. Or they might have taken them from police officers turned zombies. Their weapons were probably not many. Otherwise, more people would carry guns. But it was also pretty stupid for them to be shooting now. They came along the road and clearly noticed that today's Pengcheng was different from yesterday. But now, because he quickly knocked out a group of people, both sides are turning to look at him. He saw 2 familiar faces, that of Ning An, a young man with a wooden appearance, and his companion. Why is it him? Why is he following us? He didn't expect it to be Ning An, since they seemed decent, at least different from this group. Zhang Xiaoda stepped toward the intersection, but after a few steps, he heard a commotion. The 2 groups facing each other turned their heads at the same time, and their expressions changed. Then, an unexpected scene happened. The man who had aimed his gun at Ning An's group suddenly turned his gun toward Zhang Xiaoda and pulled the trigger.
Wow.
Zhang Xiaoda's pupils shrank. He waved a large piece of dirt the size of a watermelon toward the bullet.
Bang!
The bullet hit the dirt, exploding it into pieces scattered everywhere.
Ah!
Suddenly, a scream sounded. Ning An at some point had a knife in his hand. Before the others could react, he swiftly slashed, cutting off the arm of the man who had been aiming his gun at Zhang Xiaoda. Then, Ning An turned to Zhang Xiaoda and smiled. Brother, I'm here to avenge you. Zhang Xiaoda raised an eyebrow. This talkative guy was a good person, willing to be their scapegoat and still wanting to help him. Okay, this guy could be trusted. That scream seemed to guide the zombies' attention. In an instant, they rushed over. Ning An's group cleverly dodged back into the car just as the zombies lunged forward. Meanwhile, the 10 or so people turned around and ran. Zhang Xiaoda stood in front, creating a wall with his body, confidently watching the zombies pass by. Maybe that scream was enough to excite the zombies, and it took 5 minutes for the horde to run past. After they had gone, Jiang Mingling came out of the mall carrying 2 big bags of shoes. He nonchalantly opened the trunk, put the shoes inside, then ran a few more times, stuffing clothes into the car until the back seat was full, then stopped. Ning and got out of the car again. Jiang Mingling frowned and said unhappily, "Why are you following us?" "Brother, we don't mean any harm, really." Ningen scratched his head awkwardly. "We just want to find a water source and settle down." Jiang Mingling looked confused. "Any rural place with a well is fine. You can find a place and stay anywhere." "Water well?" Ningen looked confused. "Are you saying your water source is a well? Otherwise, what do you think it is? Can the water from the well here be drank?" Jiang Mingling paused, then looked at Ning and asked, "Can't the water from the underground well in Pingqing be drunk?"
No.
Ning replied firmly, "Since the end of the world, we've been in Pingqing." Brother Song, our leader, went to nearby villages and found that the water from those water wells is muddy and can't be drunk. After he finished, Jiang Mingling was silent. Not only him, Ningen was also quiet. 2 minutes later, Jiang Mingling and Zhang Xiaoda left. Ningen's car had a flat tire, so they had to find another vehicle. "Brother, it can't be that only the underground water in Pengcheng is drinkable and other places water isn't, right?" Although Jiang Mingling wasn't sure, he felt that even if other places had drinkable water sources, they probably wouldn't be many. He even secretly suspected that maybe only the water around Pengcheng is safe to drink. This was really bad news. Because the zombies in the city were clearly more numerous, they took many detours on the way back. When they returned to Baigua Garden, they didn't see his wife or son. Zhang Xiaoda also didn't see Xiaomin. When asked, they said the three of them and a dog had gone out. They haven't gone far, just to the town's courier station. Courier station? Jiang Mingling couldn't help but laugh and cry. Luckily, the town they once studied in was quite close, about 10 minutes by electric bike. But Bailey wasn't just going to the town to pick up packages. There was an agricultural station where she mainly went to help Bai Xiangtian collect seeds. At this moment, all the seeds had been loaded into a van. Xiaomin and Chi-Chi were happily unpacking packages, throwing everything they opened into snakeskin bags to take back, no matter what it was. Bailey stood on the empty street, looking at the desolate, fallen surroundings, feeling a wave of sadness. She still remembered that when she was a child, every time she came to the town, an old lady would always sit at the door of a hardware store, smiling and waving, calling her Liji, "Come here. Grandma has some tasty treats for you." She had long forgotten what that woman looked like, but she would never forget the cheerful old lady. Unfortunately, Grandma has been gone for almost 20 years, and so has Uncle. I wonder if that woman feels regret and guilt after hearing about the car accident involving Uncle and Grandma on their way to see her. "Mom, come help quickly. There's too much. Sister Xiaomin, and I can't finish unpacking." Chi-Chi's shout wakes Bailey from her memories. She turns and walks into the delivery station, picks up a craft knife, and helps unpack boxes with the two of them. Half an hour later, they finish unpacking at this delivery station, load the items into the truck, and go to another one. After checking all the delivery stations in town and collecting a few missed items from 2 supermarkets, they fill the van completely. The three of them clap their hands, ready to go back. Before getting in the car, Chi-Chi stops to urinate behind a tree. Bailey stands nearby. Her ears are sharp, and since the town is now deserted, the silence is eerie. She easily hears a car rushing toward them. Xiaowu, who is also urinating with Chi-Chi, immediately lowers his hind leg, turns to face the approaching car, and makes a threatening growl. Vines in Bailey's hand twist like green snakes around her arm as she coldly watches the white car get closer. Chi-Chi pulls up his pants, quickly jumps into the van with his short knife. Suddenly, someone calls his name, Chi-Chi. Before the door is fully closed, Chi-Chi curiously sticks his head out and sees a face he doesn't recognize at all. He doesn't respond but quickly shuts the door. Old Jiang, sitting inside the car, looks a little annoyed but keeps a calm face. When he reaches Bailey, he asks through the open window, "When did you come back?" And Mingli? Bailey finds this person strange and unnecessary, yet he speaks to her in a familiar tone. Has he forgotten? Before the apocalypse, they never even spoke once. Why is he greeting her now? She glances at old Jiang, ignores him, gets into the car, and drives away. "Mom, who is that person?" After the car leaves the town and the white car disappears from sight, Chi-Chi asks Bailey curiously, do you know him?
No.
So, he's just a crazy person. Bailey glances at her son through the rearview mirror, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Summerman noticed that Bailey was very annoyed with the person just now and wisely didn't ask about it. When they returned to the white fruit garden, Bailey didn't mention meeting her father in town and quickly forgot about it. Because of the heavy rain last night, they became more active in building walls and harvesting crops. Bai Xiangtian even called over bricklayers from Yunqi village to work with the local workers, dividing them into two teams, one here and one in Yunqi village to build walls. At the same time, Xue Deng organized the women in the village to dig sweet potatoes and harvest wheat. There were many fields of unharvested wheat because more people had died than survived, so the land was left untouched. When they returned from town in the morning, Bailey also saw 2 acres of early corn, though she didn't know whose farm it was. She knew that the village owning that land was now abandoned. So in the afternoon, she changed clothes, rode her tricycle, and took Xing Xiyun and Summerman to pick corn. Although her father had rented a lot of land, he never let Bailey do any work, so her speed annoyed Xing Xiyun all afternoon. In the end, Xing Xiyun and Summerman did the picking while Bailey moved the corn to the cart. After working hard all afternoon, they finally picked half an acre. Fresh corn stored in the cold storage can last a long time. Bailey planned to harvest all the corn from these 2 acres. The next day, 2 more people joined, Zheng Sujia and Yan Zhuhui's sister, Yan Zhu. The early cornfield was unowned. Whoever picked it could keep it. Bailey found that Yan Zhu was very clever. She didn't pick much corn, just enough for her family to eat for a while. After she returned home and put away the corn, she called her mother, her aunt, and her sister-in-law to harvest a nearby acre of early rice. Her family was from outside the area, and her maternal grandmother's land was limited. When they checked yesterday, others had already harvested a lot of it. They cut all the remaining wheat, but her aunt said it wouldn't produce much flour. So, they needed other ways to store grain. Actually, it was quite easy. If they weren't lazy, they could harvest everything in the fields. Zhou Lei, after being scolded by Jiang Mingling, also started doing this. There was so much food and vegetables in the fields, they couldn't just pretend there was nothing to eat. Thus, Yunqi village was filled with a lively, bustling atmosphere, very different from the end-of-world scenes. Everyone woke up early, either working in their own fields or in the nearby unowned but mature crops, trying to harvest everything they could see. They were full of enthusiasm and working with great energy. Fortunately, luck was on our side. Aside from the lightning and thunder that night, the sun surprisingly came out again. After a week, the wall around Baigua Garden was fully built, and most of Yunqi village was also enclosed, leaving only the last third unfinished. However, the fields in Yunqi village hadn't been fenced yet because it was a big job and there weren't enough bricks and cement. In the end, for safety, Zhang Xiaoda was asked to build a dirt wall around the area. I'm not sure if it was because Jiang Mingling pushed him too hard, but Zhang Xiaoda felt like he had improved. His dirt wall had become much stronger. Xiao Wu also became better than before. As the weather warmed up, Jiang Mingling wanted to prevent the zombie corpses from causing bigger problems. He asked Chi-Chi to take Xiao Wu and the 3 of them around Yunqi village to burn the zombies. After finishing here, they moved on to burn the zombies near the Pingjiang Bridge. Just like how Jiang Mingling pushed Zhang Xiaoda, he also pushed Xiao Wu. Eventually, Xiao Wu managed to produce a big fireball about the size of a watermelon. Another week passed, and the wall around Yunqi village was finally completed. It was made with the same cement bricks as Baigua Garden, but it was about 3 meters high. Unfortunately, the cement brick factory had shut down, so these were all the remaining stock from the factory. Luckily, Xia Yonghua was familiar with the factories in Pengcheng that produced building materials, and he acted early. If he had waited a few more days, someone else might have taken the supplies. Some people had already realized the importance of building walls and started to do the same, like the person who used to only grow peonies from wood. That group of people chose to settle in Yanglu village, which is east of Yunqi village, separated by a field. Yanglu village is small, with only about 200 households. The houses are new and tidy, All two-story buildings with blue bricks and green tiles, looking very nice. Most importantly, after the apocalypse, most of the people who died or ran away from this village, so there are no survivors left. After checking in Pingcheng for 2 days, Ningen and his group decided to settle in Yonglu village, making it a neighbor to Yunxi village. They really know how to pick a place. Whether coming from Pingjiang Bridge or from Pingcheng City, Yunxi village blocks the way to Yonglu village. Zhang Xiaoda thought Ningen, that little pretty boy, wasted his good feelings. At first, he really thought he was a good person, but it turned out he was so sneaky. They chose a small place to hide behind, just watching what others did, and even hired their workers to help build the wall. Luckily, Uncle Bai didn't agree. Most importantly, everyone was unwilling because my sister-in-law took us to the fields outside Yunxi village to harvest crops from abandoned and mature lands. We all hurried to stockpile food, trying not to waste even a little, and collected everything we could. Recently, Bai Li became interested in searching for ripe wheat and early rice in the fields. However, she is not really suited for working. She often takes Uncle Air, Aunt Air, and Chung Si into the fields while they cut wheat or rice, and she just wanders around. She calls it patrol, because when many people are working in the fields, it tends to attract a small group of zombies from somewhere. So, someone needs to guard nearby while working. That's one reason. Another reason is that Bai Li always feels uneasy inside, but she doesn't know why. Her unease doesn't come from the zombies. Every time she goes out, she brings Feng Bao, which makes Grandpa Bai very unhappy. Feng Bao only chews sunflower seeds, so he asks, "Why are you taking him out?" Without Feng Bao, Grandpa Bai spends his time helping Grandma cook or messing with Iron Egg. Recently, little Teddy has been eating and drinking well. We don't know if his internal injuries have healed, but his brown curly body has clearly gotten fatter, with a round belly, and he's not very agile when walking. Grandpa Bai saw this and thought it was not good. After feeding him, he forces him to go for a walk in the orchard. After the walk, worried he might be hungry, he gives him a little more to eat. When Bai Li finally notices and sees Iron Egg again, she finds he's turned into Fat Egg. His head hasn't changed, but his body has doubled in size, round like a ball, making his tiny horns on his forehead look very funny. Bai Li doesn't know what to say. In the end, she sighs and decides to just go along happily with Grandpa. Soon, it's the end of June, and 2 months have passed since the apocalypse began. Because of the low temperatures in early May, by June, it had warmed up a bit, but wasn't very hot. Temperatures just over 20 degrees Celsius are perfect for everyone, comfortable with a hint of coolness. After busy farming, when we rest, we can't help but feel grateful. It would be so nice if it stayed like this forever. Although it is the end of the world, the village is surrounded by a strong wall with a thick iron gate at the entrance. During the day, people work hard, returning to primitive labor, and they are very tired every day. But at night, they feel safe. However, their sense of security didn't last long. In the last 2 days of June, the temperature suddenly rose above 30 degrees Celsius, and the weather changed abruptly. One moment, the sun was shining brightly. The next, the sky was filled with dark clouds. Bai Li stood under the eaves of the gate at the crossroads, looked up at the suddenly darkened sky, and frowned. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Sister Bai, has Brother Jiang gone out and not come back yet? Ningen came today to exchange rice for various daily supplies he found in the city. The group of grown men didn't do farm work at all. Although they were good fighters, they couldn't handle sickles. So, they could only trade things they found for food with Bai Li. Bai Li handed 2 bags of rice to Ning and asked back, "Has Mu Song woken up?" Earlier, Mu Song had been bitten by the dark creatures that appeared in Pingcheng. His wound was hot at first, and Mu Song thought he would change. But surprisingly, he recovered in a few days. He was quite relieved that he had survived. But for some reason, the day before yesterday, Mu Song suddenly fainted, and the wound on his arm, which had healed, turned black. Since Pingcheng was very close to Pingcheng, Bai Li was worried that those strange dark creatures might come over. She was very concerned about Mu Song's injury. She wanted to know what would happen after someone was bitten by those dark creatures. "Not yet. I'm worried to death," Ningen said honestly. Ning-an was really anxious because, while Song-go was sleeping, they didn't even have a lighter. Fortunately, with Song-ji's fire abilities, they could save some lighter fluid. Suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, followed by a loud thunder. Bai Li's face changed, and Ning-an quickly grabbed the rice and jumped onto his bicycle. Goodbye, Sister Bai. You should go back quickly. Remember, if it rains, don't get caught in the rain. Actually, Ning-an and the others were more afraid of thunder than Bai Li. They had experienced a nightmare-like rainstorm in Pingcheng, and they were very scared that a heavy rain might happen again, causing the same disaster. But unlike before, they were now far from the city center, so they didn't have to worry about zombies and those dark creatures attacking together. Most importantly, they had reinforced a building and the surrounding wall. If it rained heavily, everyone would stay inside one building and be ready for anything. Ning-an is very talkative, and he naturally told Bai Li and others their strategy for dealing with the heavy rain. At this moment, thunder roared. Bai Xiang and his wife, who were weeding in the vegetable field, quickly ran back to the house. Bai Xiang Tian and Qindong, who were tidying the orchard, also carried their baskets and slowly headed back. Everyone, go back to the village. Stop working. Hurry home.
Fast, fast, fast.
Xue Deng held a loudspeaker and shouted loudly and repeatedly at the villagers working in the fields at the village entrance. Hurry up! Hurry up! The rain is dangerous. I've warned everyone before. Close doors and windows after it rains. Close doors and windows. Hurry up! The main gate must be closed. Because Zhang Xiaoda had built a dirt wall around the fields of Yunqi village, whether harvesting or fertilizing, it seemed very safe. So some people walked slowly and didn't take Xue Deng's words seriously. This made Xue Deng very angry, especially since he had been shouting until his throat was sore. Bai Wei took over his loudspeaker and shouted a couple more times. When dark clouds gathered overhead and thunder rumbled again, he grabbed Xue Deng and pulled him into the village. Don't wait anymore. No more waiting. Everyone, it's too frustrating. You go back first. There are still about 10 people. I'll wait a little longer. Bai Wei looked up at the completely dark sky, swallowed hard, and said nervously, Xue Deng, you better hurry. I feel like there's something in the sky. After speaking, Bai Wei turned and ran home. As a timid person, he had managed to survive so far by being cautious and obedient. Bai Li said the rain was dangerous, so it definitely was. Why stay outside when you can stay at home? Hearing Bai Wei say there was something in the sky, Xue Deng couldn't help but look up. Just then, another flash of lightning lit up half the sky. He saw clearly a dark shadow darting out from the black clouds at a very fast speed and then disappearing again. Xue Deng's eyes widened in shock, and his hand holding the loudspeaker trembled. But he was not Bai Wei, he was braver. He quickly closed the 2 large iron gates, leaving only a small side door open, and raised his knife in front of him. He silently waved to the villagers who were still calmly walking toward him. Hurry up.
Run.
Hey, Xue Deng, the rain hasn't even started yet. What are you afraid of? A villager around 40 years old was still joking with him, smiling. You're now an official, but your courage has gotten smaller? Officials. If I didn't want to stay in the village and not move, and if Uncle Xiang Tian hadn't asked me to take care of things, would I really care about you all? He muttered angrily while nervously glancing at the sky again. Just as he looked up, a loud scream came from the nearby fields. Ah! Xue Deng's eyes widened suddenly. The middle-aged man, who had been joking with him, quickly turned around. Both of them saw a dark shadow pounce on a villager coming out of the ground. Then it flapped its wings and flew quickly into the sky. The woman who had screamed earlier was lying on the ground, motionless. Everyone who hadn't entered the village was standing there in shock, watching this scene. Finally, Xue Deng was the first to react. He shouted anxiously, getting quickly, standing there foolishly, waiting for death. The few people near the door were startled by his shout. They hurriedly shook their legs and scrambled into the gate. Bai Li hadn't gone back yet. She was still standing under the eaves at the entrance, frowning as she looked toward the direction where the screams from Yunqi village kept coming. Why aren't they listening? Vines covered the eaves and the surrounding walls, pointing toward the sky, ready for action. Jiang Minglang, Chi-Chi, and Xiao Wu hadn't returned yet. She was waiting for them to come in before closing the gate. Zombies, even if buried, still pose hidden dangers, so the best way is to burn them. But Xiao Wu's fire breathing was limited, so each time they waited until it couldn't breathe fire anymore, then the three of them would go gather some supplies. After Xiao Wu rested enough, they would look for the bodies, let Xiao Wu breathe fire again, and then come back. It wasn't because they were overly eager, they just wanted to clear all the zombies in Pengcheng. They lived here, and if they didn't eliminate the dangers brought by the corpses, they couldn't live peacefully. Fire abilities were rare. So far, besides Xiao Wu, Bai Li hadn't seen anyone else with such powers. Chi-Chi's water ability was known only to their family. The children were too young to be exposed. Big sister, my sister-in-law, and Chi-Chi haven't come back yet? Bai Yang had just arrived when he heard a scream from Yunqi village again. He frowned. Why haven't these people come home yet? Thinking for a moment, he said to Bai Li, I'm faster. I'll go check on Brother Yan and Brother Zhou. Bai Li shook her head, no need. With this weather, it's our first time seeing something like this. We don't know what's hiding in the clouds. You should go home first and take care of your grandparents and second uncle and aunt. Although your dad, Ching Siyun, and Zhang Xiaoda are at home, Bai Li still doesn't want Bai Yang to take risks. It's better to wait and see the situation first. She thinks that Mu Song, who can be trusted to lead Ning An and others, must be capable. But since even he was injured, it shows that the black creature isn't simple. Okay, be careful. Bai Yang knows his sister's skills and believes she can protect him without any problem. Little Ha, you two should go back now. The two dogs are very responsible, guarding the door diligently every day. But today, because the situation is uncertain, Bai Li wants them to go home temporarily.
Boom.
After another flash of lightning and thunder, heavy rain pours down. Bai Li sniffed and sensed a strange smell in the air. She had never seen acid rain before, so she wasn't sure if that's what it was. But the smell was really unpleasant. She leaned under the eaves to avoid getting splashed by the rain. At this moment, the three elders Bai Li was worried about were on their way back from Pengcheng City. It's not that Jiang Minglang wanted to take his son on an adventure. The weather changed too quickly, from cloudy skies to heavy rain in less than 15 minutes. Wow, such heavy rain. Dad, should we find a place to stop and wait for it to get lighter? No need. If we don't go back, your mom will worry. Hearing that, Chi-Chi stopped talking. But soon, the two grandpas realized that the road they had cleared earlier was now filled with shadows of people in the rain. Chi-Chi's eyes widened. Dad.
Don't talk, son.
The road ahead was hard to pass, so Jiang Minglang turned off the car lights and slowed down, looking seriously at the shadow in front. At first, they stood still on the road, but after a while, they started moving slowly, then suddenly ran quickly. But they weren't running toward them. Instead, they headed toward a neighborhood with a metal gate. In the heavy rain, the engine noise of the car was faint. Jiang Minglang continued slowly, and when they got close to the neighborhood with the gate, he was surprised to see the zombies hitting the gate wildly, with great strength. In less than 2 minutes, the gate was smashed open, and the zombies flooded inside. At that moment, a flash of lightning lit up the sky. Jiang Minglang looked out and saw the villa community, where Xia Min's family lived. Earlier, Zhang Xiaoda had killed a few security guards. It's unknown if the others left later, but when they went into the city to find supplies, they passed through here. Compared to nearby neighborhoods, this place had the most residents.
But now,
a car sped past the entrance of the community, and Jiang Minglang heard several screams. At the same time, a dark shadow shot down from the sky like lightning, heading straight for his windshield. Bang! Chi-Chi wasn't paying attention in front. He was leaning on the back seat window, trying hard to see the zombies rushing into the community through the heavy rain. Suddenly, there was a loud crash that startled him. Sit still, fasten your seatbelt, and put Xiao down, Jiang Minglang whispered to his son. Instead of braking suddenly from the shock, he kept driving slowly. The black shadow didn't hit the windshield directly. It was blocked by a piece of iron advertising board that had fallen onto the roadside. The board then pressed the shadow against the wall of a nearby building. This was thanks to Jiang Minglang's years of fighting experience. Whenever he arrived somewhere, he instinctively looked around with his eyes and ears. Even in the heavy rain, he could spot useful objects nearby. But Jiang Minglang didn't stop to check what was under the advertising board. He wasn't sure if it was dead or alive, so he decided to leave it covered. Since the apocalypse, besides zombies, mutated creatures could also appear unexpectedly. He wouldn't be arrogant enough to think he was invincible. He still had his son in the car. The car continued to move forward carefully and slowly. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the advertising board in the rainstorm, unmoving. He shifted his gaze back to the road, staying alert to his surroundings. The rain grew heavier, and the windshield wipers couldn't keep up. Looking at the raindrops hitting the glass, Jiang Minglang suddenly had an idea. "Son, try to see if you can control the rainwater," he said. "Control the rainwater?" Chi-Chi looked at his father blankly. "Dad, do you want me to control water in the air like Mom controls vines?" He scratched his head. "But those vines were made by Mom's powers. They're her vines. But the rainwater isn't something I created. How can I control it?" Jiang Mingliang gently explained to his son, "But the metal controlled by Dad has nothing to do with him. Chi-Chi, different abilities mean different methods. Your water ability is different from wood and metal types, so it's natural that the methods are different. Besides water, you probably want to have other powers too, right?" Chi-Chi nodded quickly. "I want to be as strong as Dad and Mom." "So, try it now. Look at the rain outside, and see if you can control it. Just try. If you can't, it's okay." Chi-Chi blinked, recalling Uncle Su's earth ability and Xiao Wu's fire ability. Both of them had become stronger under their dad's training. He remembered Uncle Su saying that their dad was the best instructor around, so his words must be right. Chi-Chi nodded seriously. "I'll try." Then, according to his dad's instructions, Chi-Chi stared at the raindrops hitting the windshield, thinking, "Move aside, move aside, move aside." Jiang Mingliang didn't expect his son to succeed immediately, but hoped that besides water control, he could develop an attack ability too. So, the first step was to try controlling the rain. While explaining to his son, his attention was still outside. The sky was dark with thick clouds, as if night had fallen. During the heavy rain, groups of shouting figures occasionally appeared. He didn't attack recklessly. He would avoid if possible, only fighting if necessary. Fortunately, those zombies seemed to be moving purposefully through the rain and didn't pay attention to the father and son passing by in the car. Lightning occasionally revealed dark shapes with wings flashing past. Jiang Mingliang observed several times and finally came to a strange conclusion. They looked a lot like bats. But they were very large, like a wash basin at home. All black except for a pair of eyes glowing with a strange red light. Another flash of lightning confirmed it. He was sure. They were bats. Mutant bats. He was very familiar with these creatures, having been invited before to train other troops in a mountainous area. At night, bats flew everywhere. So many, it was unbelievable. Fortunately, these bats didn't attack people. They just looked disgusting. But those were normal bats. Now, the mutated ones were a different story. He knew there were at least 2 pairs of red eyes watching their car from the sky. Although they hadn't attacked yet, he suspected they were looking for a chance. Maybe they saw him take the first shot with the metal sign and realized he was a strong opponent, so they hesitated and didn't dive suddenly. Mutant animals are generally smarter than before, which he noticed from the dogs and birds at home. So now, once animals mutate, they can't be treated like normal animals from before the end of the world. Because it's not just their bodies that change, but their minds too. Jiang Minglang slightly opened the window on his side, and rain started hitting his face. He remained calm and pressed a thin, sharp dagger against the window. Chi-Chi turned to look at his dad, staring at the rain slipping through the gap, and his dark eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Jiang Minglang silently glanced at his son in the rearview mirror, a slight smile on his lips. "Very good, my son." The window was still slightly open, but no more rain splashed on his face. It all flowed down the glass outside. Another lightning strike lit up the sky, and a larger, silent, fast-moving bat swooped down. At the same time, the dagger pressed against the glass shot out through the gap. Just as the mutant bat reached the car, the dagger pierced through it. The rain seemed to be pushed aside by a large hand, forming a clear path in the middle, and the windshield suddenly cleared. The wipers easily swept across. But then, with a soft pop, the dagger went through the bat's body, blood splattering. The bat's body paused in front of the windshield, then dropped onto the hood with a bang, rolling off as the car moved forward. The dagger spun in the rain, washed clean of blood, and flew back into the car. Stunned huff. Chi-Chi let out a long breath, wiping sweat from his forehead. Though his body still ached a bit, he was mostly excited. "I did it, Dad. I really did it." Jiang Minglang smiled. "Yes, you did. My son is amazing. Now eat something and rest. When you're not tired, you can practice again." He couldn't train Chi-Chi the same way he trained Zhang Xiaoda. This was his own child. He is still young, and his body is still developing. Whether he is releasing or controlling water, he needs to do so carefully and not exhaust himself completely. In just a short moment, even when he only controlled the water briefly, Chi-Chi was already sweating heavily. Although he was excited, when he heard his father say it was time to rest, he lay down beside him and fell asleep in less than a minute. Fortunately, after killing a mutated bat, no more attacks came from the sky, which greatly eased Jiang Minglang's burden. He only needed to deal with the zombies that occasionally appeared. An hour later, Jiang Minglang finally drove out of Peng City, winding through the streets. Another hour later, he turned onto the road leading to Yunxi village. The gate was already closed, but Bailey was standing at the entrance. Numerous vines whipped and flailed like snakes, hitting the bats that swooped down from the sky. A layer of them had already fallen on the ground in front of her. Jiang Minglang turned on the high beams. The bats gathered in the air scattered instantly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Bailey was stunned, looked up at the two daggers above her head, and spun around to rush toward the last shadow running away. She stepped back twice, then with a loud bang, a bat's body fell to the ground. She then turned around, opened the gate, and after Jiang Minglang drove in, quickly closed and locked it. When she opened the passenger door to get in the car, Jiang Minglang hurriedly used a towel to wipe the water that had accidentally fallen on her head. He couldn't help but scold. "Why were you waiting at the door? I wouldn't let myself or my son get into trouble." Bailey had been wearing a hat the whole time, so her head wasn't really wet. She turned her head to look at her sleeping son and said, "Not just to wait for you, but also to see what this thing really is. Do you know what it is now?" "Yes, a mutated bat." "Are all the bodies on the ground yours?" "Not really. I didn't kill many." Feng Bao called a flock of crows, and I don't know what they were thinking. Maybe they thought all black things were them, so they fought fiercely. I was just watching at first. She looked regretful. I never knew crows could fight so fiercely, but unfortunately, there weren't many. Over 10 of them died. Seeing that it was getting out of hand, I told Feng Bao to take the rest away, and I handled it myself. So, the bodies on the ground included both bats and crows. Because Feng Bao was the one who called them, Bailey felt heartbroken when the first one died. But these creatures fought recklessly and didn't listen to advice. If she hadn't held onto Feng Bao to scold him, they wouldn't have left. Bailey estimates that only 5 or 6 crows are left now. If she doesn't chase them away, they might all be wiped out. Did you say Feng Bao called them? Oh, I forgot to tell you earlier. Our Feng Bao is now called the Bird King. He's very powerful. This surprised Jiang Minglang a lot. The colorful parrot, almost as fat as a free-range chicken, has such abilities. They keep a bird and a dog at home. One is the Bird King, and the other is fire type. It's truly. Jiang Minglang didn't know what to say. These mutated bats look really disgusting. When the rain stops, I want to see how they mutated. After saying that, Bai Li changed the subject and looked serious. Many people in Yunxi village probably died today. When the rain stops, we should go see. Jiang Minglang was confused. Didn't we tell them to stay at home? How come? Before he finished, he understood. Some people probably didn't take the rain and our warnings seriously. thinking that the village was safe because it was surrounded by walls. Really? So foolish. Seeing Jiang Minglang and Qiqi return, everyone immediately relaxed. Only Zhang Xiaodao was indifferent, whispering, "He's Jiang Minglang. How could he be in trouble?" Because Bai Li was outside with a lively crowd and Feng Bao had called a flock of crows, not a single bat was in the Bai family villa. Half an hour later, the dark clouds dispersed, the sky brightened, and the heavy rain finally stopped. Zhang Xiaodao took Bai Yang to clean up the bat carcasses at the gate. Bai Xiangtian and Chen Dong went to check the orchard and vegetable fields. The peaches hadn't all been picked, but with today's strong wind and rain, many probably fell. Bai Li and Jiang Minglang went to Yunqi village. The small road from Bai's house to the village was left intact mainly for workers' access, so a gate was installed here. They walked through the narrow path and soon heard crying and shouting, even some curses. Bai Li frowned slightly. She heard someone cursing Xue Deng. "Xue Deng, have you lost your conscience? He's your great-uncle, your real uncle. You watched him get bitten without helping and then shut the door. Huh. They've gained favor with Bai's family and become officials. They don't care if they're family or not. Xue Deng, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't end this." I was about to go over, but Bai Li turned around and headed to the yard where crying and shouting could be heard. At the gate, she suddenly kicked open the iron door with a loud bang. The noisy sounds inside immediately stopped, and everyone turned to look at her. Bai Li looked around coldly, finally fixing her gaze on the man crouching on the ground with his head in his hands. His clothes were messy, his face swollen, and one eye was purple. Bai Li frowned and asked sharply, "Who hit Xue Deng?" No one answered. They all looked at her quietly, and some even took a step back. Bai Li sneered, "Weren't you just shouting at Xue Deng loudly? What happened now? Cat got your tongue?" After a few seconds, a middle-aged woman with yellowish hair stepped forward and glared at Bai Li, her neck stiff. "This is our Xue family's matter. It has nothing to do with you." Bai Li sneered coldly and ignored her. She turned to Xue Deng and shouted, "Get up." Although Xue Deng was 2 years older than Bai Li, he had been beaten by her when they were kids. It was almost automatic. When Bai Li yelled, he immediately stood straight. "I heard you," with a loudspeaker at the door during the thunderstorm, calling everyone into the village. "Did your fourth uncle come in then?" Xue Deng shook his head.
No, he was still working calmly at that time.
"So, does his death have anything to do with you?" Xue Deng shook his head again. "By the time I closed the gate, he had already been bitten." The middle-aged woman couldn't help but shout sharply, "Then why didn't you save him when he was bitten?" "That's your fourth uncle. Your own uncle." Xue Deng pressed his lips together and kept silent. Bai Li looked at him and asked, "Why don't you answer your aunt?" "Xue Deng, if you can't handle today's matter well, you might as well quit as team leader and leave Yunqi village with your aunt's family." Xue Deng suddenly looked up at Bai Li. The moment their eyes met, he couldn't help but shiver. "The new rules in Yunqi village, they don't care. You don't care either?" Xue Deng shook his head. "No, I care." "Then follow the rules. Call over Uncle Bai and Bai Wei. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules, beat them and throw them out. Save yourself from dying and blaming others later." Although Bai Wei was a coward and not very capable, he was a tough guy in the village. Especially when dealing with women like Xue Deng's aunt, he had plenty of ways. Xue Deng's wife, Chun He, was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears kept flowing. The fourth uncle's family was too unreasonable. After fourth uncle was bitten and died, they didn't bother to find the body after the rain stopped. Instead, they rushed straight to her house to cause trouble, making it seem like fourth uncle was killed by Xue Deng. She had repeatedly warned them, but they didn't listen. Who could she blame? Chun He felt uneasy, so when Bai Li spoke, she quickly told her son to go to the secretary's house to call Bai Wei. Thinking that the rain had just stopped and it might not be safe outside, she stopped her son and ran out herself. Bai Wei soon followed Chun He to Xue Deng's house. Bai Li glanced at the long knife in his hand, feeling something was off. He probably saw Bai Yang always carrying a knife, so he also brought one. "Nice knife." Jiang Minglang, who was usually sensitive about these things, only took a quick look and then whispered to his wife, "His knife is quite old. It might be an antique. Have you seen one like it?"
An antique?
Bailey looked down again at the long knife. The black handle and the brass-colored sheath gave a sense of age and solidity. It looked like a weapon from many years ago. The Bai family used to have many good things. Although most were handed over or lost in those times, some were still kept. But her grandfather was not interested in family heirlooms. Since her great-grandfather was the eldest son, he never cared about the ancestral house or heirlooms, nor did he mention them. Noticing Bai Li's eyes lingering on the knife, Bai Wei couldn't help but smirk proudly. He thought this was passed down in the Bai family but only to boys, not girls. So, even if she liked it, it was useless. But then he remembered. This was the end of the world. Who cared about ancestors? Otherwise, his father wouldn't have let him take out this knife. So, if Bai Li wanted to it, she could slap him to death. She wouldn't be able to compete with her. Thinking of this, Bai Wei quickly hugged the knife to his chest. Pretending to be quick, he kicked the nearest cousin of Xue Deng, knocking him to the ground. This made Aunt Xue, who was crying and pounding her thigh, suddenly stop. She looked up with tears and snot all over her face at Bai Wei. If you want to cry, go home and cry. During the thunderstorm, I and Xue Deng risked our lives, taking turns shouting at the village entrance. Do you hear us? Can you hear us? Now, who do you blame if you die? Bai Wei suddenly drew his knife, stepped forward, and held it against Aunt Xue's son's neck. He shouted at Aunt Xue, "Stop cursing. If you curse one more time, I will cut him dead right now." The knife just barely touched his son's neck, and immediately blood appeared. Aunt Xue was so frightened, she lost her senses. She didn't care about anything else and shook her head desperately. No, 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 I won't curse anymore. I won't. She kept saying no, but couldn't finish her sentence. Her eyes fixed on her son's bleeding neck, her teeth trembling. If the man was gone, and her son was also gone, how could she live? Even her daughter-in-law and daughter looked pale with fear, not daring to make a sound. Jiang Minglang and Bai Li exchanged a glance, then smiled and turned to leave. Bai Li softly said as they walked away, "Once this is settled, you two will still be the deputy and main team leaders." Deputy and main team leaders? Bai Wei was stunned. He knew the main team leader was Xue Deng, but the deputy team leader. His eyes suddenly lit up. Was it him?
Huh.
Did he get a rank? Uncle. As they left, Bai Li met by Xiang Yuan, who had just arrived at the door of Xue Deng's house. She nodded lightly to him, and the couple turned to go to Zhou's house. Although they initially promised the villagers they would do their best to protect them within their ability, it was just their best, not guaranteed. That's why they helped build the walls around Yunxi village and the southern fields. Wasn't that enough? What more do they want to protect? The villagers didn't understand? They understood perfectly. That's why they didn't dare to trouble the Bai family. They only bullied their own people. In the end, it was because the person who died was Xue Deng's own uncle. Watching his own uncle being bitten to death and not doing anything, who's to blame? But after Bai Wei arrived, Aunt Xue's family dared not speak further. Zhou Lei and Zhou Hui's houses were right next to Yan Qirui's. All three families were safe and unharmed. Even when Bai Li and Jiang Minglang went over, they were carefully checking the base of the walls and every corner, worried that something might have slipped in during the rain earlier. Now, the danger wasn't just from zombies, but also from those unknown mutated animals. For example, when lightning strikes and thunder roars, bats fly in the sky. This made the people, who had just started to feel safe again, panic once more. But even in panic, they still had to face the situation. After all, who wants to die just to stay alive? Bai Li looked at the Zhou and Yan families, thinking that this was the normal attitude and state of mind in facing the end of the world. This is really messed up. How did we end up with an apocalyptic situation? Zhou Lei, with a cigarette in his mouth and a sharp sickle in his hand, kept checking the bat he had killed in the heavy rain. Before the end of the world, his family's cat was pregnant, and now it had just given birth to kittens a few days ago. Normally, cats are natural enemies of bats, and bats should be afraid of cats. But these mutated bats did the opposite. They charged into his house to catch the cats. Zhou Lei used his sickle to cut one of them down. In the past month in Yunxi village, he had been either working in the fields, looking for supplies in the city, or helping repair the walls. His already strong body had become even more muscular. That huge bat, almost as big as an eagle, was split in half by his sickle. Blood splattered all over the yard, looking disgusting. Bats are already scary-looking, and these mutated ones were even more terrifying, completely black, with bulging eyes, huge mouths, and rows of sharp teeth that made people shiver. Zhou Lei tapped on the bat's fangs with his sickle, feeling how incredibly hard they were. He couldn't help but let out a hiss and asked Jiang Minglang, who was standing in front of him, "What kind of creature is this?" Zhou Lei used to work in a city in the northeast. After the apocalypse, he traveled from the north back home, and he hadn't encountered many mutated animals. It was very different from cities like Sucheng. He remembered Zhou Hui mentioning a hairless cat before, and he thought it was an exaggeration. Now, looking at this bat, no wonder everyone was panicked. These creatures left no room for humans to survive. "You're asking me? It's not like I know everything," Zhou Lei replied, who hadn't experienced the end of the world for the first time. "Burn it. Looking at it any longer will give you nightmares tonight," he said, turning to grab straw and matches. Just then, Zhou Hui came into the yard from outside. His leg was almost fully healed now. He could walk normally, but he couldn't run or exert too much force. "Langa," Jiang Mingling turned to greet him. As they were talking, Zhou Lei suddenly shouted loudly, "Xiao Bai." Jiang Mingling turned around and suddenly widened his eyes. A tiny, pure white kitten about the size of a palm suddenly appeared and was lying on the ground, greedily eating bat meat. Zhou Lei's body hair stood on end as he rushed over, grabbed the kitten, and held it in his arms. He said, "What are you doing? Do you know what this is? Spit it out, you're going to choke." He was so worried he almost wanted to pry open the kitten's mouth and pull out the meat. At the same time, he felt very sad. White was so small, just the right age for nursing. How could it be eating such disgusting bat meat? But it was too late. The little thing, though tiny, ate very quickly. As a piece of meat was about to be swallowed, Zhou Lei tried to pull it away, but the kitten gulped it down in one bite.
Did you
not chew it before swallowing? Such a silly cat. Zhou Hui looked at the kitten in shock and asked after a moment, "Brother, isn't your cat only 4 days old?" Hearing this, Zhou Lei and Jiang Minglang were both stunned, then looked at the kitten. "Only 4 days old, and it can crawl and has grown teeth? And now it even ate raw meat. Brother, you should put your cat in a cage and stop holding it." Although his brother looked rough and tough, he was a real cat lover. The mother of this tiny kitten was a cat he had raised for 5 years. Since he was alone, after work every day, he either went for a run or cuddled his cats. He treated his cats like his own children, very carefully. After the apocalypse, he traveled back from the northeast with great effort, bringing his cats along, and later moved to Yunxi village. White was one of the kittens born to his mother cat. He was touched by how adorable the kitten was, but he never expected that it could scare someone with just its mouth.
Why? It's so small. How can it stay inside there?
Zhou Lei didn't want to give up. He hadn't let go of White all day, and especially not now that it was just born. "Why what?" Zhou Hui glared at him. "Are you stupid? Don't you know if your cat is normal? This mutated bat, it actually ate her meat. Do you think that's normal? Could the meat be dangerous? Will it go crazy after eating it? Do you understand all this? Brother, now is not the time to be sentimental about the cat. You need to be cautious. Furthermore, it is not surprising that it can walk so quickly, grow teeth so fast, or that these things happen to a kitten only 4 days old. None of these should happen to such a young kitten. Don't you agree?" Jiang Minglang also nodded and said, "There is definitely a problem. Otherwise, you should put it in a cage for a while. If it's fine later, you can let it out again. Put the mother cat in there too. By the way, how many kittens did she have? If there are many, I might ask my son for one. He has many dogs but no cats. Just one. My big white cat used to have 2 kittens each time, but this time only one, and it looks just like it, completely white. Zhou Lei sighed after speaking and turned to look for a cage. It's here. Zhou's father came out from the east room, carrying a large iron cage. He glared at Zhou Lei as he handed it over, saying, "You're not doing your proper work. What are you doing raising a cat now?" The old couple was very unhappy with their son not getting married, but only keeping a cat. Their nephew was even a year younger, yet he was already in elementary school and had both a son and a daughter. Even Minglang's child was already 8 years old. Unlike this troublemaker, he really owed him. Zhou Lei didn't dare argue with his father. He took the cage and lined it with straw and old cloth. Before long, the bottom of the cage looked soft and comfortable. Then he put the big white and small white cats inside. When Zhou's father turned back into the house, Jiang Minglang nudged Zhou Lei with his toe and asked seriously, "Before the end of the world, I called you once. You said your colleague helped introduce someone, and you had been dating for half a year, even talking about marriage. Why didn't you tell your uncle?" Even if they weren't married, the fact that he was dating someone made the older couple happy. They just worried he was used to being alone and wouldn't talk to anyone. Jiang Minglang hadn't asked before, but today he was curious to see if his friend was ready to accept someone. It did get to the final stage. She even said my house was too small, and I was planning to sell it and buy a bigger one. Actually, Zhou Lei wasn't very interested in marriage, but he had no choice. He was getting older, an only child, and wanted to ease his parents' worries. So he accepted his colleague's suggestion. If things felt right, marriage wasn't impossible. He tried to meet her demands for a bigger house, a car, and even jewelry, and he didn't think she was too materialistic. Who isn't realistic? In today's society, being realistic is normal. Perhaps it's because he nodded too many times, giving the woman the false impression that he was being taken advantage of. In the end, she even asked for 50,000 yuan in bride price and wanted him to buy her brother a 20,000 yuan car. He laughed when he heard this. He understood what a bride price was, but buying her brother a 20,000 yuan car, what was that about? Sigh, getting married is really difficult. Thinking back, when Jiang Mingling got married, he simply handed over his salary card, and that was it. It was so simple, almost unbelievable. Even when they came back here, the new house was prepared by Bai Li's father and her second uncle and aunt. He just arrived, and it was done. It was so happy it made people jealous. If there was any downside, it might be that the place was a bit close to Fengqiao village, giving Zhang's family a chance to cause trouble. But that wasn't a big deal. They could handle it. Ignoring them was enough. After hearing Zhou Lei's story, Jiang Minglang sighed in relief. As long as he was talking to someone, it didn't matter if it worked out or not. Just being in a relationship with a girl was enough. He was really worried he wouldn't be able to get away from their high school classmate. But Jiang Minglang didn't notice that Zhou Hui next to him was looking at his brother with a strange expression. Soon after, Bai Li came over from the next room and called him to go home. The animals in the south seem to have mostly mutated, but those in the north haven't. I don't know what's going on. The couple walked and talked about the mutated animals. On Yunshi village's side, after the two guards, Zhou Lei's little kitten was definitely abnormal, but they didn't know what kind of mutation it had. There were also the birds called by Feng Bao. Currently, only crows had been identified. They didn't know about the others yet. Back at Bai's yard, as soon as they entered, they noticed something dark on the west wall. Jiang Minglang looked carefully. Wow, isn't that the crow they just mentioned? They were lined up, sitting on the wall. Jiang Minglang wanted to take a closer look at these crows, which could fight mutated bats, but as he moved a few steps closer to the wall, the crows suddenly all flew away in a flurry. Jiang Minglang. He felt like he was the one who scared them off, but didn't want to admit it. Bai Li guessed this. Animals are usually very sensitive. They stay alert or keep their distance from things that are stronger than themselves. For example, Feng Bao, whether before or after the apocalypse, is always very obedient in front of Jiang Minglang. He never dares to call him or step on his head. When changing its water and food, it acts very obedient, like a quail. So, when the crow flies away, it's probably because it's afraid of Jiang Minglang. The corpse at the door has been cleaned up. Because of the rain, The work at Xiaomin's house was temporarily halted, but now the workers are back at their stations and busy again. Not long after, Xue Deng came to find Bai Xiongtian. This time, 28 people died from a mutated bat bite during the heavy rain, all residents of Yunxi village. Outsiders are usually more cautious and obedient, doing what they're told, so there were no casualties among them. 28 people dead. Bai Xiongtian told Xue Deng, "You and Bai Wei, gather a few people and carry these 28 bodies to the southern pit, just put them inside. I'll handle it later, you don't need to worry about anything else." Xue Deng agreed immediately, without asking why. Anyway, he trusted Uncle Xiongtian. Whatever he said, he would do. The weather is getting hotter, and if the bodies aren't burned completely, it will cause unease. Only Xiao Wu can burn the bodies to ash without leaving any residue. Chi is still not awake, so Bai Li took Xiao Wu and her father to the southern pit of the village. They thought it would be a simple matter of burning the bodies, not taking much time. 28 people don't seem like a lot, but when the bodies are stacked together, especially since some faces are familiar, it feels uncomfortable to look at.
Sigh.
Bai Li sighed and decided to finish quickly. Xiao Wu. She hugged the dog and squatted down, pointing ahead.
You.
She only managed to say one word, then suddenly pulled back her hand and widened her eyes. Bai Xiongtian immediately noticed his daughter's unusual behavior and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Bai Li didn't speak. Instead, she responded with 2 grunts. The two of them looked toward the source of the sound and saw an arm being pulled vigorously by 2 bodies, its head buried inside, making it impossible to see, only hearing the grunts. The 2 men exchanged a serious look. Being bitten by a mutated bat could turn someone into a zombie. Or more generally, any mutated animal bite could cause it. No wonder Musong's wound turned black and felt hot after being bitten before. He once thought he was infected, but luckily, he was fine later. Today, Ningen said he suddenly fainted, and he wasn't sure if it was related to the wound. If it was caused by a bat bite, could the incubation period be so long? Little Five, burn it. Little Five opened his mouth and spat out 2 big fireballs. The corpse in front of him, piled like a small hill, turned into ashes in no time. The wind blew, and everything dispersed. What they didn't know was that 28 people dying in Yunxi village was already very few. In other villages or survivor areas, it was a scene of widespread grief, with many dead and injured. For example, Zhoujia village, only 2 families and fewer than 10 people remained alive. Fengqiao village also suffered heavy losses, with fewer than 100 people left. In the city, the main streets were full of zombies, and under the eaves, shadows hung unnoticed.
Bang.
After burning the bodies, Bai Li and Little Five just arrived at Zhou Lei's house, planning to check on the small kitten that ate bat meat. Suddenly, a muffled loud sound came, very heavy and loud, but because of the distance, it sounded like distant thunder. Zhou Lei and the others' hearing wasn't as good as Bai Li's, so they thought it was real thunder and that it might rain again. But Bai Li could tell it was the sound of a heavy object collapsing, not thunder. She looked toward the source of the sound, Pingjiang Bridge. Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda had already gone to check, and also to patrol the area for any unusual signs. Because Yunxi village and the fields were surrounded by walls, and there were regular cleanups around, this area was still relatively clean. Besides the mutated bats flying past, outside the Yunxi village road, there were no zombies. It was too clean, which was both good and bad. Wow, when the car reached under Pingjiang Bridge, Zhang Xiaoda scowled and cursed loudly, then called Jiang Minglang, "Brother, look quickly. I see it." They parked the car under the bridge and looked at the giant black snake in the middle of Pingjiang Bridge. It seemed injured, with a streak of red on the tip of its sharp head. It was probably in great pain, frantically smashing against the bridge's walls and earthen walls. The loud boom-boom sounds came from cars crashing into the bridge after being hit. Compared to that, the collapse of the earthen wall was silent. Should we kill this thing? When the 2 of them returned from Sioux City, they saw fewer mutated animals than Bai Li. Bai Li usually followed Chi-Chi's directions on the roads, as he liked visiting zoos. When they traveled with their parents before, the first place they visited in each city was always the zoo. So even though they had a map, they chose routes that passed by those places. Since the giant python did not attack them, Bai Li forgot to tell Jiang Mingling about it. When they saw such a huge, strange worm, their first thought was to quickly kill it. But before they could act, the black python suddenly twisted and slithered down Pingjiang Bridge into the wide river. Did it run away? They got out of the car and looked down at the river. The muddy water was swirling, and they could only see a black tail dipping into the water before disappearing. Pingjiang stretches east and west, so no one knew where the black python might go next. Brother Jiang, Xiaozhang, Ningen heard the noise and hurried over with his companions, but he arrived too late and didn't see the giant python. After hearing their description, Ning En's normally pale face turned very serious. He asked, could it be a normal little snake that mutated? If so, there must be many giant pythons. Now, besides guarding against zombies and mutated bats, they also had to watch out for mutated giant pythons. Survival was getting even harder. Thinking about this, the four of them felt a bit heavy-hearted and left Pingjiang Bridge with their own thoughts. What they didn't know was that less than half an hour after they left, 6 off-road vehicles passed over Pingjiang Bridge and slowly entered Pring City. At 8 p.m., an hour after dinner, Chi-Chi still hadn't woken up. Why isn't he waking up? Could something be wrong? Old Bai had run to the eldest son's bedroom almost 800 times that night, but the little great-grandson still lay peacefully in bed, deep in sleep. No matter how much they called, he wouldn't wake. At first, they didn't think much of it, assuming he was just a sleepy child, but now everyone couldn't help feeling worried. Bai Li asked Jiang Mingling, "What did you two do this afternoon?" "We practiced a new skill," Jiang Mingling replied. They had planned to wait until the boy woke up so he could demonstrate it to his mother, so Jiang Mingling hadn't told them that the little one had learned to control water. But unexpectedly, after practicing water control, he just kept sleeping. Hearing this, Bai Li felt relieved. She thought her son probably had water control like her, which meant his water element had advanced. She had previously advanced and slept for 3 whole days. It's okay, let him sleep. When it's time to wake up, he will. But unexpectedly, the little guy slept for 5 days before waking. If Bai Li hadn't been there comforting him, and if Chi-Chi's temperature and breathing had not been normal, the old man and woman would probably have been very frightened. They are still alive, and the only great-grandchild must stay safe. "Show me how to control the water," Bai Li asked. After waking up, Chi-Chi ate a big bowl of noodles. His once thin face immediately puffed up again, round and chubby. Bai Li couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. His black eyes moved around, and Chi-Chi chuckled, pointing quietly at Bai Yang, who was washing his face by the water well. "Mom, look at Uncle," he said. Bai Yang scooped water to splash on his face, but only managed 2 splashes. When he reached for a third, the water was gone.
Huh?
Bai Yang opened his eyes and saw that the basin, which was half full of water, was now completely empty. No water at all. He straightened up and looked around, then suddenly turned his head, alert and wary, at the mischievous little boy. Seeing Uncle looking over, Chi-Chi grinned mischievously. Then with a splash, Bai Yang was soaked from head to toe. "I knew it." He closed his eyes, wiped the water from his face, and when he opened them again, he glared at Chi-Chi and gritted his teeth, shouting, "Jiang Chi-Chi, great-grandpa, help! Help!" Cheng Siyun, wearing a black t-shirt and looking dusty and tired, walked in from outside, her hands covered in mud. It was obvious she had gone back to the construction site to help again. Bai Li handed her a basin of water for her to wash her face. After she finished, she asked, "Are you going to the city?" After the heavy rain, they weren't sure if there were other mutated animals. No one had gone out. They kept searching around Bai Gua Garden and Yunqi Village to prevent missing anything. Fortunately, everything was normal. They didn't find any other mutated animals, not even bats. The little kitten belonging to Zhou Lei was also fine, still as small as a palm. "Yes, let's go. Besides the supermarket, we should check the courier station too."
Call Xiamen.
The 3 women were restless. They either went to the fields to search or to the city supermarkets to look for bargains. They believe that the more supplies they stock up on, the better, especially things women need every month and other daily necessities. They set out immediately. 40 minutes later, Bai Li and her friends arrived at the first courier station. In places like this, I don't know if everyone didn't think about it or just didn't want to waste time unpacking deliveries. Anyway, so far, every package in each delivery station is full, and no one has touched them. It's like opening blind boxes, which makes them very excited. No matter what they get, they're happy. When they're almost finished, the strong Chung Seon carries a plastic bag to the car. Bailey sits on a small stool, unpacking the last few boxes, when suddenly her hand freezes. Then, a vine swiftly shoots from the car roof toward Chung Seon behind her.
Ah!
A scream echoes as the vine whiplashes the man, causing him to fall to the ground. He quickly covers his hurt arm and shouts angrily, "Chung Seon, are you crazy?" Hearing the shout, Bai Li is momentarily stunned. While she is distracted, Xiaomin quickly rushes out of the house, pulls out a knife, and presses it against the man's neck, coldly saying, "One more bad word." She is sure this person knows Sister Seon, but he started insulting her right away, so he must be an enemy. In this post-apocalyptic world, if you don't kill your enemies, what are you saving them for? Chung Seon turns to look at the man. The eye covered with a red mole always gives the impression that the eyeball is also red. Maybe she hasn't noticed, but the red mole on her face is even redder than before, which makes her other skin look even whiter and smoother. Yes, although Chung Seon has some flaws on her face, her skin has always been very good, especially after the apocalypse. Should we cut him? Xiaomin looks at the skinny man with disdain. He also smells bad, as if he hasn't showered in a long time. In fact, after the apocalypse, most people don't have the chance to bathe. As long as they have enough to eat and drink, that's good enough. They don't have endless water like her. Wang Yunliang, hearing that this woman wants to cut him, is so scared he quickly explains, No, I am Chung Seon's husband.
Tisage.
Chung Seon laughs angrily and can't help but curse. Wang Yunliang, do you have no shame? Whose husband are you? Do I have any relation to you? Normally, if someone said that to you, you'd feel embarrassed, but Wang Yunliang is not an ordinary person. He looks straight at Chung Seon and says confidently, a husband and wife share a bond for 100 days, and more than that, we've been together for 6 years. 6 years of marriage. Plus, you haven't remarried, so of course, I am still your wife. White Li, who just walked over. She said to Xiaomin, cut it. No, I can't cut it. I still have a son. Chung Seon, our son. Wang Yunliang saw White Li, and the woman holding a knife to her own neck didn't seem to be joking. He was so anxious he broke out in sweat, ignoring the pain from his arm earlier. He backed away on the cement ground, rubbing his. My son is still waiting for me. If you kill me, it's the same as killing my son. Bai Li, you can't do this. That's Chung Seon's biological child. Can you bear to see him die? Xiaomin turned to look at White Li. Seeing she didn't respond, she put the knife away. No matter what kind of person this man was, it seemed that Sister Seon's son really existed. If a scumbag is killed, so be it. But what about the child? Chung Seon looked coldly at Wang Yunliang and softly said, Get lost. What a bad luck. Why did I meet him? Although after the divorce, they both lived in Pingcheng, they hadn't seen each other for years. If he hadn't come rushing over today, she might have forgotten what he looked like. As for that son who despised her for being ugly and shameful, whenever she thought of him, Chung Seon's heart hurt like being pricked by needles. She carried him for 10 months, endured a day and night of pain giving birth, and raised him for 5 hard years. But in the end, he turned into a knife stabbing her in the chest. Even so, she still hoped he was alive and well. Chung Seon, your son is still hungry. You need to bring me some food to take back. Wang Yunliang didn't expect to run into Chung Seon this time, nor did he expect her to be so clean and tidy, looking no different from before the apocalypse. No, her mental state seemed even better than before. Her shiny black hair was casually tied at the back of her head, revealing a full but ugly forehead and a red birthmark covering her right eye. Besides that, her skin was glowing white. She wore a neat black sports outfit. Though still thin, her tall stature and long, strong legs under her sports pants were impressive. Her slim waist, firm hips, and full upper body made her look astonishingly good. And it made others jealous. Wang Yunliang knew how good Cheng Xian's figure was, but at the same time, she had a face that was hard to stomach. Why should I? How can an unwanted, ugly person live so well after the end of the world? Wang Yunliang was very upset and wanted to scold Cheng Xian loudly. Since you didn't die and you have food and drink, why not think about sending something to your son? Or even just take him away? But because Bai Li was nearby and knew this woman was quick to fight and quite skilled, he held back his words to avoid getting hit again by Bai Li. Instead, he focused on getting food. Forget it. I'll get some supplies first. Wang Yunliang glanced at the house they came out of and felt annoyed. The delivery station was so close to his home. Why didn't he think of coming here to look for things? These women are really clever. When the divorce was finalized, that kid was awarded to you. Does it matter to me whether he has food or not? Cheng Xian looked at Wang Yunliang as if he were a fool, feeling that her good mood today was ruined by him. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. She turned to Bai Li and said, Li, you watch here. I'll go inside to move things. Once I'm done, we'll leave. All the items taken out of the delivery box were packed into the snakeskin bags they brought. She and Xiaomin made several trips back and forth, quickly loading everything into the car. As for her unlucky ex-husband, although she really wanted to give him supplies because Bai Li was there, she didn't dare to confront him directly. In the end, he had to leave reluctantly. They finished packing quickly. Once everything was in the car, the three of them left. Bai Li held the steering wheel, thought for a moment, and said to Cheng Xian, looking at Wang Yunliang, he probably hasn't eaten well lately. Xian, if he wants to take Wang Yu. Hey, stop right there. Before Bai Li could finish, Cheng Xian interrupted, there's no if. The divorce agreement clearly states that the child and I are no longer mother and son. He doesn't want me as his mother and I don't want a son like that. So he's only Wang Yunliang's son. If he doesn't want to raise him, he can abandon him, but I won't. Her face was as cold as ice when she said this, especially the last two sentences, which sounded like they were covered in ice shards. Bai Li glanced at her from the corner of her eye, but didn't say anything more. In the back seat, Xiaomin was shocked and widened her eyes. She thought to herself, there are still children who refuse to acknowledge their mother? It's no wonder she was surprised. Since they had been together for a while, everyone could see that Cheng Xian's personality was clear, bold, and honest. She spent her days working in the orchard and vegetable fields or helping at the construction site. Everyone who knew her liked her very much. It's hard to believe her son wouldn't want her as his mother, especially since Chi-Chi called her godmother so affectionately every day. Curious, but Summerman wouldn't ask around easily. Half an hour later, Wang Yunliang hurried over, panting, with a boy about 10 years old who had messy hair that looked like it had been chewed by a dog. But unexpectedly, the off-road vehicle they saw earlier was gone. The spot was empty, and nearby, the delivery station was filled with torn-open boxes. Wang Yunliang looked around angrily, ruffled his messy hair, and kicked a discarded cardboard box by the roadside. Mom? Did she say she was coming? Did she come here? The boy looked around and didn't see anyone. He quietly let out a breath of relief. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. He wasn't sure if he wanted to see her or not. He hadn't seen that woman in a long time, but he knew that even after many years, he would recognize her at first glance. It wasn't about blood ties. She had a special birthmark on her face that made her unforgettable, even ugly enough to be hard to forget. She was just here a moment ago. Wang Yunliang, annoyed, grabbed his hair again. She saw me but didn't ask about you, and then she left so quickly. The little bit of hope in Wang Yu's eyes disappeared. He looked serious and muttered, if she wants to leave, fine. I don't want to see her anyway. Wang Yunliang was stunned. He felt a bit regretful for what he had just said. But he was used to criticizing Cheng Xian in front of Wang Yu. Just now, instinctively, he spoke as he did before the end of the world. His real intention wasn't like that. Now, with the family struggling to get enough to eat, old and young, everyone relied on him to find food every day. It was very hard. Wang Yu was his only son. Besides him, he had a 9-year-old daughter. Before the end of the world, he wouldn't have given his son to Ching Xiyun. But things were different now. Ching Xiyun was well off with Bai Li, eating and drinking without worry. If Wang Yu stayed with her, it would be better than staying with him. Dad, let's go home. I'm afraid of bats. He's also afraid of zombies. He didn't want to go outside, but his dad kept saying his mom had food and told him to come along. Result: the 10-year-old boy looked around at the dark, gloomy street and couldn't help but lean closer to his father, whispering, "Let's go, Dad. We should head back quickly." Back to do what? Drink the northwest wind? Wang Yunliang lowered his head, his eyes dark as he looked at Wang Yu. Then you take me home first, and you can go find her later. Wang Yu didn't want to stay outside even for a moment. He was very scared. Wang Yunliang thought to himself that today he probably wouldn't find Ching Xiyun, but he could guess where she was. She was with Bai Li, most likely in the white fruit orchard in Yunqi village. He had been there before. It's not far from the city, so even without a car now, walking there should be possible. Xiao Yu, Dad will take you to see your mom. This wasn't a question, but a statement. Ching Xiyun had food and drink, so there was no reason to make her son suffer. Besides, even if Ching Xiyun was raising him, wasn't he still her son?
Dad, what are you talking about?
Wang Yu widened his eyes, looking at his father with disbelief. You and Grandma kept saying she's cold and heartless, and that her red mole on her face is contagious. You wouldn't let me see her, and now you're telling me to find her? Wang Yunliang's face stiffened. Then he awkwardly said, "Your mom's mole on her face has been there since she was born, and it's not contagious. Your grandma said that to make you stay with us. Actually, your mom isn't cold-hearted. She likes you very much. It's just that Dad and Grandma were afraid she'd fight for custody. So, anyway, Wang Yu, your mom is probably doing better than us now. If you go to her, you wouldn't have to fight your sister over food and drinks every day." "It's her fighting with me," Wang Yu pouted unhappily. "Grandma said I'm the older brother, so I should eat more, but your daughter still tries to take my food. Is that my fault?" After saying this, he seemed to remember the main point of his dad's earlier words, to go find that ugly woman.
How could he do that?
She was so ugly, with that big red mole on her face. He didn't want to live with her at all. It would be terrible. Thinking of this, Wang Yu looked at his dad with suspicion. "Dad, you're not serious about wanting me to go to her, are you?" "No, I won't go. Grandpa and Grandma wouldn't agree either." "Not going? Even if your mom has endless clean water and whatever she wants to eat, you still wouldn't go?" "Endless clean water? What do you want to eat? Is that possible?" Wang Yu didn't believe it, but he also felt a little unsure. What if it's true? His father just said that the woman came by car to look for something. Although cars aren't rare now, gasoline is scarce, so not many people drive these days. Still, he hesitated. He remembered when he was 5, his parents divorced, and that woman cried and hugged him, trying to take him away. What a joke. After waiting so long for his parents to divorce, how could he go with her? So he refused and said he didn't want to see her again. Maybe because he wanted to keep his promise. That woman never came to see him in these 5 years. His grandmother was right. She was indeed cold and heartless, not caring for her own son, and she never visited him. Only someone as mean as her could do that. It annoyed him. Why did it have to be her son? But now things were different. She had plenty of water and food, so Wang Yu wavered, but he still looked at his father firmly say, "Grandma won't agree. She said I am her lifeline, so she won't let me go. Your dad will talk to her. It's not that he's heartless. The world is tough. For you to have a better life in the future, he has no choice but to send you away. But son, remember, no matter where you are, you'll always be Dad's good son." At the end, Wang Yunyang opened his arms and hugged Wang Yu, choking up a little. "Dad can't help it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to let you go to your mom. But don't worry, your mom has always wanted you. After a few years apart, she'll surely treat you even better to make up for it." 3 days later, at noon, Yanju ran from Yunshi Village's road into Baigua Orchard to call Ching Siyun. They're a father and son outside the village. They say they're your husband and son. Chi-Chi tilted his head in surprise. Godmother's son? No, wait. I am Godmother's son. I'm right here. How can there be someone else outside? Chung Siyun laughed happily, stretching out an arm to pick up Chi-Chi. You're right. My only son is right here. The one outside must be a fake. Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. Godmother, let's go see. Let's catch the imposter. Chung Siyun smiled as she kissed Chi-Chi on the face, her eyelids drooping to hide her contempt and disdain. She didn't really want to see those two people, but since they had come, she knew Wang Yunliang wouldn't give up if she didn't go out. She was aware of how thick-skinned that person was. Sure enough, Li Ji guessed right. He actually brought Wang Yu here. Because they needed to verify the situation, Chi-Chi followed Chung Siyun and Yanju to walk outside the village. Wang Yunliang rode his bicycle with Wang Yu, trembling as they found Yunshi village. As soon as they arrived, he was stunned, and a greedy look flashed in his eyes. They had surrounded the entire village with a wall, especially on the side of the pear orchard. The wall was so tall that it looked very safe, not to mention the orchards and vegetable gardens inside. Wang Yunliang was tempted, his heart was racing. He originally said those things about not worrying about food and drink just to fool his son, but he didn't expect Chung Siyun not only had enough to eat and drink, but also lived safely. There was no better place than this. So, maybe their family could move in too? Not only Wang Yunliang was shocked, but Wang Yu was also surprised. He hadn't expected his father to be serious. That woman really lived inside that wall. Thinking that he might also live behind such a high, safe wall in the future, even though he didn't know what was inside, he was sure it was much better than their current house, where they couldn't even flush the toilet. If that was the case, he could reluctantly forgive that woman and live with her. While the father and son were each secretly making plans, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared at the end of the road in the distance, followed by a dog. They strolled leisurely, walking at a relaxed pace, showing no signs of urgency. As they got closer, Wang Yu recognized his mother, whom he hadn't seen in 5 years.
But
she seemed different from his memories. He remembered her always pulling a face, with a simple braid, a red mole covering one eye, looking very ugly. In kindergarten, some kids would ask him, Wang Yu, why does your mom's face look different from others? Wang Yu, is your mom not washing her face? That red spot won't come off? Wang Yu, your mom is scary. He didn't want her to pick him up anymore after that, and when his parents divorced, he chose to stay with his father, without hesitation.
But now,
Wang Yu stared wide-eyed at the figure getting closer. The red mole on her face was still there, looking strange as always, but her gaze towards him was unfamiliar, cold and distant, unlike before when she was joyful and eager to please. Suddenly, Wang Yu felt a strange sense of panic. He couldn't help but look away, then fixed his gaze somewhere else and stayed still. About a minute later, anger started to roar in Wang Yu's mind. He stared tightly at the two hands holding each other, one big, one small, so naturally and affectionately clasped. He suddenly looked up at Chung Siyun, eyes red, pointing at Chi-Chi, and asked, Why are you holding his hand? Who is he? An answer was about to come to his mind, but it also scared him, more than having another daughter for his father. It's fake, all fake. They are not related, not at all. In Wang Yu's heart, whether he accepted Chung Siyun as his mother or not, and regardless of how he felt about her, she could only have him as her son. He must always put him first. Not holding another child's hand in front of him. That's too much. Wang Yu glared at the two hands clasped together, about to rush over and separate them, but his father held him back. Wang Yunliang whispered sternly, Stop talking nonsense. That's your godmother's child. His son was truly spoiled by his mother. He was already 10 but still lacked awareness and understanding. When he and Chung Siyun divorced, Bai Li's son was 3 years old. Although Wang Yunliang had never seen him, he had seen Bai Li's husband. The boy in front of him looked about 8 or 9, with bright black eyes like Bai Li. His nose and mouth resembled his father, and his face shape and expressions were similar too. a very handsome child. Wang Yunliang could tell at a glance that this was Bai Li's son.
Godmother, what does this person mean?
Does my mom have a godson? I didn't know. Chi-Chi blinked his big, shiny eyes and looked at Chung Si-yoon in surprise. No, your mom doesn't have a godson. Don't listen to him nonsense. Chung Si-yoon looked calmly at the father and son, thinking that Wang Yunliang's face was as thick as ever. Before Wang Yu was born, Li Ji visited her, touching her belly and saying the baby inside was her godson or goddaughter. When Wang Yu was born, Li Ji often called him son whenever she visited. But what was going on? She loved him deeply because she cared for him, and she loved her children because of her good relationship with him. But if this child didn't acknowledge her, how could Li Ji still treat him as a treasure? Does Wang Yunliang think they are all fools? That's good enough. Chi-Chi sighed in relief. I knew my mom wouldn't be so blind. Even if she recognized him, she wouldn't accept such an ugly kid. Ugly? Wang Yu was stunned, then furious. He glared at Chi-Chi and shouted, Who are you calling ugly? Chi-Chi rolled her eyes. Anyone who talks back.
You.
Shut up. It was Chung Si-yoon who coldly scolded Wang Yu. Just two simple words, but they made the father and son on the other side look shocked. Wang Yunliang was not surprised that Chung Si-yoon yelled at him. They had already torn each other apart during the divorce. It wasn't strange if she cursed him. But she was yelling at Wang Yu. Even when they divorced, Wang Yu loudly refused to be with her, and she never said a harsh word to him. She just cried sadly. Wang Yu was not only shocked but also couldn't believe it. This woman, she dared to yell at him.
How dare she?
Chung Si-yoon looked at Wang Yu with disappointment. She really didn't want to admit that this was her own child. 5 years ago, although Wang Yu had spoken harshly to her and chosen to stay with his father, she didn't blame him because he was young and influenced by the Wang family. She even proposed cutting ties with him, but she still secretly visited his school sometimes. There was a stepmother and a stepfather. Although Wang Yunliang's mistress had 2 daughters and his parents favored boys, she worried that her son might be mistreated or encouraged to be hurt by that woman. She thought that if Wang Yunliang treated him badly, she could file a lawsuit and take him back. Since he was young, she could put in more effort to teach him again. Her child, she didn't want to give up on him just because everyone else did. Until one day, she saw that woman pick up Wang Yu, and he happily called her mom repeatedly. The woman looked calm and even showed signs of impatience. At that moment, Chung Si-yoon felt her blood run cold. It was like a hole had opened in her chest, and she felt a gust of wind inside her, just like when he called her ugly before their divorce. Chung Si-yoon chuckled bitterly at herself. She was so forgetful. With such a heartless person, why was she worried about him being mistreated? Since then, she hasn't seen Wang Yu again. After calculating, it's been about 3 years. 3 years ago, Wang Yu was still a child. Now he has grown into a young boy, tall and slender. If you look closely, you might see her reflection in his features. If possible, Chung Si-yoon would even want to erase the parts of his face that resemble her. So annoying. Go wherever you want to go, just don't bother me here. After saying this, Chung Si-yoon turned and left with Chi-Chi, not even glancing at the father and son. Wait, Wang Yunli recovered from his shock. He really didn't expect Chung Si-yoon to react this way when she saw her son. He quickly pushed Wang Yu forward. Chung Si-yoon, didn't you really want custody of your son? Now I give him to you. From now on, Wang Yu will be with you. Chung Si-yoon suddenly turned around. Her eyes, one black and one red, startled Wang Yu, who was about to approach her. He stopped in surprise and took 2 steps back. At this moment, Wang Yu was both nervous and confused. Especially when he saw his mother's eyes, he could feel that she looked at him without any warmth. He had never seen this kind of mother before. He was scared. Thinking of this, Wang Yu took 2 more steps back. But when he tried to retreat further, his father stopped him. Wang Yu, call mom. Wang Yunli was very annoyed by his son's reaction. He had already told him before they arrived that when he saw his mother, he should rush to her and cry loudly. He told him that his mom was soft-hearted. If he cried, she would definitely keep him, and he could ask for anything to eat or drink afterward. But this plan was completely ruined by Li's son. When he saw his mom holding another child, he suddenly lost his temper without knowing the full story. Really? So stupid. Who are you calling mom? I heard him calling you little/third mom very sweetly. I'm so ugly, I don't deserve to have such a son. Chung Si-yoon's lips curled slightly, with a tone of mockery. Wang Yunli, if you have any shame, take him away now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Yunli frowned. Chung Si-yoon, Xiao Yu is your son. My son is right here, right, Chi-Chi? Little Chi-Chi nodded seriously. Yes, I only have one son, my godson, no one else. Nonsense, you're not her son. If you keep saying that, I'll believe I'll have to teach you a lesson. Being rejected by her own mother, Wang Yu already felt embarrassed. Now, hearing a little kid openly try to take this woman away made him even more angry. Are you hitting me? Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. He let go of Chung Si-yoon's hand and rushed toward Wang Yu like a small cannonball. Just before reaching him, he jumped and kicked him in the stomach. With a loud bang, Wang Yu, who was much taller than Chi-Chi, was knocked backward and fell to the ground 5 or 6 meters away, lying still for a long time. Chi-Chi was surprised. He first opened his mouth, then raised one leg to look at his shoe sole carefully. He looked back at Wang Yu, still lying motionless on the ground, then turned to Chung Si-yoon and said awkwardly, Godmother, I didn't use much strength. Really, I didn't know he couldn't handle being hit. It's not his fault. He's just a kid, only 7.5 years old, less than 8. How strong could he be? No matter what, he shouldn't have been knocked out with one kick, right? He was pretending. He must be pretending. Angrily, he took 2 steps forward, about to scold Wang Yu to get up quickly, but saw Wang Yunliang, with a fierce face, rushing toward him. Little brat.
Bang!
Another loud crash as Wang Yunliang fell onto the cement ground, even louder than before. Wang Yunliang cried out in pain, feeling as if his tailbone was cracking and hurting to the bone. He propped himself up with one arm, gritted his teeth, and stared angrily at the ugly woman who had just stepped down. He said word by word, Chung Si-yoon. Chung Si-yoon glanced indifferently at her father and son lying on the ground. Chi-Chi's kick had knocked Wang Yu out cold. She wasn't sure if Chi-Chi was too powerful or if Wang Yu really couldn't handle being hit. If it's the former, she should have Jiang Mingling check him carefully to see if his strength was too much. If it's the latter, then it doesn't matter. At that moment, Chung Si-yoon realized that perhaps her disappointment had accumulated too much. She truly let go of Wang Yu from her heart. Seeing him beaten and unconscious, she felt no emotional disturbance. She was as calm as she was with a stranger. In fact, she even felt a faint sense of relief. I'll say it again. I don't want to see you and your son anymore. Don't come near me in the future. After speaking, Chung Si-yoon called Chi-Chi. Let's go. Chi-Chi. Bai Wei, with a knife tucked into his waist, stepped out of the village, followed by 4 others. They were on patrol.
Who's that?
Seeing Chung Si-yoon and Chi-Chi, Bai Wei cast a curious glance and asked, Captain Bai, please ask these 2 to leave and not let them enter the village. Actually, Wang Yunliang and his son were a bit away from Yunchi village, near the boundary of Zhang Xiaodao's land. There was a tall iron gate here, and the ditches on both sides had been leveled. 3 sides of earthen walls enclosed by Gua Garden, Yunchi village, and all the land inside, providing the greatest protection while everyone was working. Of course, dangers from the sky were still a threat. So, after discussing with Xue Deng and Bai Xiongtian, 2 patrol teams were set up. One team, led by Bai Wei, had 10 people divided into day and night shifts. The other team, consisting of 5 girls including Yan Zhu, mainly patrolled during the day. When Yan Zhu went to call Chung Si-yoon, she encountered Wang Yunliang and his son while on patrol outside the gate. Their village strictly forbade accepting outsiders, especially now. But the other party was looking for Chung Si-yoon, Bai Li's friend. So Yan Zhu personally went to call her. Now that the shifts had changed, Bai Wei happened to come over at this time. Chung Si-yoon warned him, this person is a troublemaker. Don't let him stay with the child. Chung Si-yoon, he's your son. Wang Yunliang trembled with anger, possibly from pain. Are you still human? Watching your son get knocked out and doing nothing? Hearing this, Bai Wei's eyes suddenly brightened. It sounded like there was some secret involved.
So this man
Was Chung Siyun's husband? No. Ex-husband. He looked at the man sitting up, leaning on his waist, and quietly asked Chung Siyun, "What's going on? Did your ex-husband bring the kid here to find you?
Come on, tell me.
I'm bored every day, and there's no gossip at all." Chung Siyun clenched her fists with a cold smile. "Want to hear?" Bai Wei quickly took a step back and waved his hand. "No, I don't want to hear. I really don't. I just want to ask, if they refuse to leave, can I do anything to make them go?" "Yes, do whatever it takes. Just don't let them stay here." Bai Wei waved his hand cheerfully. "All right, I got it. You go now. I promise I'll handle it properly." Recently, Chi-Chi had started to like Bai Wei a little. He rarely called him Big Uncle, and Bai Wei was so happy he almost offered him his ancient sword. But at the last moment, he remembered that it was a family heirloom and couldn't give it away. They returned to Baigua Garden and then stopped caring about what happened afterward. In the end, neither Wang Yunliang nor his son was left behind. Wang Yunliang's plan failed, and he and his son were hurt. On the way back to the city, he thought they would face many difficulties or encounter accidents that might prevent them from returning. But unexpectedly, they met kind people who offered to give them a ride. "Are you from Pengcheng?" Wang Yunliang quickly nodded. "Yes, I am a native of Pengcheng. My surname is Wang.
Just call me Old Wang."
The person sitting in the front passenger seat looked to be about 30, with a strong and commanding presence. He was someone Wang Yunliang had only seen once before, his wife Bai Li's husband, Jiang Minglang. When Jiang Minglang divorced Chung Siyun, he successfully took away 2/3 of her family property. Wang Yunliang was very unhappy about this. He wanted to cause trouble for Chung Siyun or find a way to transfer the house to his son's name. Later, Jiang Minglang came to see him once. The man sat across from him and didn't say a word, but his presence was very intimidating. After that, Wang Yunliang gave up and accepted it. The man in front of him now gave him a similar feeling, like Jiang Minglang. Thinking of Jiang Minglang, Wang Yunliang, holding his son, casually glanced outside. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he quickly lowered his body into the space between the back seat and the driver's seat. The man who was about to ask him about Pengcheng turned his head and raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong?" He then turned back and looked ahead. Not far in front, he saw a car stopped. A tall man was pouring fuel into a vehicle with a barrel. Soon, he reached the man and continued fueling, not even glancing at their car passing by. He seemed very indifferent. Of course, Wang Yunliang knew he wasn't indifferent. He was confident and capable. "Do you know him?" As their car passed, Wang Yunliang stood up awkwardly from the gap. There was a small conflict. "Do you know what's happening in Pengcheng now? Which survivor base was that person from? What's his name?" "I think I saw that Wang Yunliang." Bailey stepped out of the front passenger door, squinting at the distant car. "Could that be heading to our place?"
Who are you talking about?
Jiang Minglang tightened the lid on the fuel barrel, placed it in the trunk, then turned around and asked. "Chung Siyun's ex-husband. Don't you remember?" He really forgot. After all, he is just a coward. The total number of times they met was less than 10, so he didn't bother to remember such a person. As for finding Wang Yunliang and scaring him, honestly, he didn't care about that anymore. He had already forgotten it. However, no matter who Wang Yunliang is, the person just now in the car was not to be underestimated. The couple went out yesterday with Xia Yonghua and Ning En, and they built a new warehouse in Baiguan. Ning En and others wanted to imitate them by building a wall, so they crossed through Pengcheng City to a nearby county in the west to get cement and bricks. Since the city supplies were exhausted, they had to look around the outskirts for materials. Luckily, they found some. They left yesterday, and today loaded 5 trucks full of supplies, returning quite successfully. Jiang Minglang led the convoy from west to east, bypassing Pengcheng City. When they were about to reach Yunqi village, he told Ning En and others to let the convoy go ahead first. Because they still needed Xia Yonghua's team to help build the wall, Ningen would definitely ensure they safely reached Baigoyan. Jiang Minglang stopped the car partly to refuel and partly to check the city. He had guessed that the underground water in Pengcheng was different from elsewhere, and with the city's reputation as an agricultural hub, it might attract survivors from other places to settle here. He wanted to see if anyone was coming or how many had arrived. Just as he was about to refuel, he encountered someone he had never seen before. Could Wang Yunliang really have sent his son to Qingxian? Bai Li was not as sharp as Jiang Minglang and didn't notice how dangerous the people in the car were. She only thought that Wang Yunliang coming here meant he was probably in a bad mood. Wang Yao, that little, indeed deserved to die, but she couldn't really hurt him. After all, he came from Siyun's stomach. This also made it hard to do anything to Wang Yunliang. These father and son were really unlucky. After refueling and restarting the car, Jiang Mingling looked at the car ahead and said to Bai Li, "That car in front might be heading to us to check things out." Although he asked as a question, he was almost certain. Coming from the south road of Yunqi village, it was hard not to see the village surrounded by 3 walls. Especially compared to many silent villages, it was quite eye-catching. There were no outsiders before, and few local people in Pengcheng dared to go out. Plus, the countryside is now wide and sparsely populated. From a distance, only a few earthen walls in the field seem unremarkable. But that is from afar. When you get closer, you see the tall walls of Baigua Garden. Jiang Minglang knows that their place is hard to avoid attracting the envy of others. For example, the bald gang he encountered earlier at the city supermarket. At first, the conflict was just between 2 groups in the city. He and Dazi had taken out both gangs, so he didn't think much of them. Those people initially thought they were survivors hiding in some villa area, so even if they wanted revenge, they only searched within Pengcheng. It wasn't until last week, when they accidentally went to the suburbs and happened to see Zhou Lei and others picking watermelons near Zhoujia village. It seemed they just realized there was food in the fields. It's funny, can an agricultural city be called that just by chance? Pengcheng may not have many things, but it has plenty of farmland. The apocalypse broke out at the end of April, and at that time, almost no land was left fallow. All was cultivated. After the disaster, countless people died, which left about 70% of the land without owners. 70%? What does that mean? It's like you can easily harvest a lot from the fields. That's why, in June, Bai Li didn't go to the city, but instead took Xingxiyun and Xiamin to harvest as much as possible around Yunqi village. If they didn't, the crops would rot in the ground, which was very painful to see. Even so, many wheat and rice fields were left untended and ruined. But the bald gang didn't think that way. They had always been in the city. Who would go to the fields just for fun, with their brains turned off? It's so tiring. Isn't it better to just grab ready-made food from the supermarket in the city? Of course, having fresh watermelons is even better. That day, Bai Li also wanted to eat watermelon. Although their orchard also grew some, the varieties were different and not ripe yet. The ripe land in Zhoujia village was planted by Zhou Lei's parents. They used to sell the melons from that land for some money. Now, of course, they just pick and eat them. So, she took Chi-Chi and Xiaowu, along with Xiyun and Xiamin, and everyone happily went to pick watermelons in the fields. Then they ran into the bald gang robbing them. Of course, the bald man died early. Without him, they didn't realize they were working together. But whether they knew or not doesn't really matter. Anyway, I wouldn't give you the stolen goods if you try to take them. At that time, there were 6 adults, 3 children, and a dog. They were facing 15 strong men. Zhou Lei took the lead naturally, but Zhou Hui couldn't hold him back. It wasn't until one of the men pulled out a gun that Zhou Hui stopped in his tracks. Then, within 5 seconds of the gun appearing, somehow it was in his hand. Oh, I remember now. A vine had silently wrapped around the man's arm, and another vine took the gun away and threw it into his hand. Why did it throw the gun to him? Because among the 6 of them, only he knew how to handle a gun. But what does knowing how to handle a gun matter? What does it matter if he had the gun? He didn't even get to use it. Bai Li's vines caught the men off guard. By the time they reacted, Xiyun had already run over, punching one after another, 1 punch each time. These 2 women are really fierce. One vine can pierce through a person's neck, and one punch from her strong enough to knock someone flying. In less than 3 minutes, all 15 strong men had fallen to the ground, unable to move. Bai Li remembered the gun and thought of the bald man they had killed earlier. Later, after discussing with Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda, they decided that gangs surviving by mugging others were better gone. They found a so-called survivor gathering place in just one day, a high-end villa community in Pengcheng Development Zone. The leader was a powerful psychic, a former teacher at a youth martial arts school before the apocalypse, with some real skills. Zhang Xiaoda had been itching to fight for a long time, but he didn't dare spar with Jiang Minglang, fearing he'd get beaten. But fighting others was a different story. He thought this person had martial arts and was a psychic, so they would exchange blows a few times. But it only took 3 moves for him to be knocked down. It was very disappointing. Angry, Zhang Xiaoda beat him up badly, ready to kill him when a girl, about 18 or 19, ran over and stabbed him in the stomach. Not just this girl, 3 more came out from behind, but only the first dared to stab directly. The people were 12 in total, released by Bai Li from the basement of a villa. They confiscated all the guns from the gang and took some supplies. The rest were left for the 12 girls, whether they stayed at the villa or went home. They followed the car in front for a while, then Jiang Minglang casually turned at a nearby intersection. Now, with hardly any cars on the road, he couldn't be so obvious about following. Meanwhile, inside the car being followed, the man in the front passenger seat asked Wang Yunliang with a blank expression, "Is there still a wall around the village inside the earthen wall?" Wang Yunliang nodded quickly. "Not just a wall outside the village. There's also a pear orchard. You might not know about the pear orchard if you're not from here. It's a family named Bai that manages the orchard, planting all kinds of fruits, apples, peaches, pears, cherries. They grow many varieties. The key is the Bai family takes good care of the trees. When the time comes, the fruit on each tree is amazing. Their orchard is very popular around here. It's July now, so besides other fruits, there are definitely lots of peaches and watermelons." Hearing this, the man turned to glance at him with a calm face, showing no hint of what he was thinking. "Are there only fruit trees inside?" Wang Yunliang was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook his head. "No, there are also vegetable fields and rice paddies. When I went there today, I saw many people working in the fields. I've farmed before, so I could tell at a glance. They're harvesting crops. That means wheat and early rice have already been collected." Wheat and early rice. The man's face showed a slight change, a hint of concern. Flour and rice are staples. Wang Yunliang kept an eye on the man's expression. He hadn't shown much before, but now he saw a change and hurriedly added, "Yes, I was just standing at the village entrance, a bit away from the village, but I could smell steamed buns. That means the grain supply in Yunchi village is enough and no one is hungry. Plus, the village is surrounded by walls, so it's very safe." When he mentioned steamed buns, he couldn't help but swallow saliva. He hadn't actually smelled them earlier, but just thinking about buns made him drool. Soft, white buns, he almost forgot what they tasted like. The man glanced at Wang Yunliang, his face returning to normal. "You mean the person who was behind us just now, is he the leader of Yunchi village?" It should be said that he is his father-in-law, but I think at this time his father-in-law would also listen to him. "You say he was a soldier before? Which type?"
Huh.
"Which type?" Wang Yunliang really doesn't know which military branch Jiang Mingliang belonged to before, because Bai Li keeps it a secret and never tells Cheng Xian. But now, he can't say he doesn't know. Wang Yunliang's eyes flicked, and he casually said, "I heard he was in special forces, someone with some skills." He wasn't sure if this statement gained the man's trust, so he didn't speak again. Wang Yunliang felt nervous inside, unsure what the man was thinking. Until they were close to the community where he lives, he couldn't help but speak again. "Brother, do you guys go to Yunchi village? If so, I can show you the way." The man didn't answer but asked another question. "Do you know about the underground water here?"
Huh.
"Underground water? What's wrong with underground water?" Wang Yunliang looked confused. Today was his first time returning to the countryside after the apocalypse, even though his hometown was also rural. He and his family moved to the city over 10 years ago, and the old house was sold long ago. He had nowhere to stay in the countryside. In the city, there are no artesian wells, so he naturally didn't know if the water from the village well was drinkable. Seeing his confusion, the man understood that he was a clueless fool. According to their previous plan, they would leave Wang Yunliang and his son at the community entrance and then quickly drive away, giving him no chance to ask questions. Brother June, the Yunxi village you mentioned, should we go see it again? About 100 meters after they drove out, the small crew-cut man driving asked. Yes, we should see it, but there's no need to fight over it. Why not? The man glanced at the small platform and snorted. Do you think our 10 or so people can beat that guy from before? Is he really that strong? He's definitely stronger than you and me. The crew-cut man thought for a moment and asked, if Xiao Fei comes over, do you think Brother June, he wouldn't be his match? Hearing this, the man immediately got angry. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten what Xiao Fei did before the apocalypse? Both of them are soldiers, maybe even acquaintances. Even if they don't know each other, do you think Xiao Fei would help us fight for land? He would be the first to pin you down and bury you. Xiao Pingtu awkwardly said, it's not that serious. The end of the world is here. Who still cares about joining the army? Besides, we helped Xiao Fei before. He probably wouldn't. Shut up. The man interrupted Xiao Pingtu. I warn you, when Xiao Fei and Du Qiuan come, don't say anything about stealing territory in front of them. You don't understand. For people like them, some things can be done, but others are off limits. If they find out you have these thoughts, they will never see you as one of them again. Do you understand? Although Xiao Pingtu didn't really agree, he obediently replied, Understood, Brother June. Don't worry, I won't say anything stupid. After the car passed the intersection, about 20 seconds later, a black Jeep parked by the roadside suddenly started. It then slowly turned, and just as the car ahead was about to disappear from view, it drove away. Half an hour later, Zhang Mingling parked the car in the most famous greenhouse area on the outskirts of West City. This place is opposite Yunxi Village, one to the west, the other to the east. Before the end, the agricultural products here were quite different. This area mainly grew winter greenhouse vegetables. So, from afar, greenhouses lined up one after another. In July, it's too hot for greenhouses? Of course not. But the end of the world came at the end of April, when the temperature was still below 10 degrees. Some greenhouses had their covers pulled back on the frames, and others only had openings, not fully uncovered. So now, everything looks white. After all, too many people died, and no one took care of the greenhouses anymore. These people found a good place. This place is closest to Pengcheng City. Although called the countryside, it's almost as developed as the city. But the houses and comfort are much better. Neat two-story small buildings, one per family, very pleasing to the eye. Bailey looked at the car following them stopping in front of a house and asked Jiang Mingling, if the land here is used well, wouldn't it be just as good as ours? Would they still target our orchard? There are no orchards in the greenhouse area, but fruit isn't essential. There's no need to fight over a few fruits, right? I won. On a small path by the fields, a figure dashed out like a residual shadow, coming closer from afar. Just as it was about to reach the bamboo pole in front of the Bai family's gate, it suddenly slammed on the brakes. It stopped abruptly, with an incredible movement. Then, turning around, Xiaomin confidently raised her chin and said, Are you looking for trouble? You lose every time and still aren't convinced? Let me tell you honestly, I actually didn't try my hardest. Before Bai Yang could finish speaking, he was unexpectedly stepped on by Xiaomin. The pain made him jump on one foot, and he grimaced and angrily shouted, Xiaomin, you. What are you? What do you mean you didn't try your best? Are you looking down on me? As he spoke, Xiaomin lifted her foot to kick again. Bai Yang was prepared this time and easily avoided her kick, then quickly moved behind her to grab her ponytail. But his hand was stopped halfway. He looked up at the person holding his wrist and was surprised. Brother Dazi, why are you grabbing me? Zhang Xiaoda looked expressionless. What are you doing? Bai Yang was confused. What was he doing? It was obvious, wasn't it? Why ask? Your second uncle asked you to help him carry potatoes. However, Zhang Xiaoda didn't seem interested in hearing his answer. He released his wrist and looked at him blankly. You spend all day just playing instead of working. Then he turned to Xiaomin and said, You wanted to eat candied sweet potatoes tonight, right? Come on, go wash the sweet potatoes. Xiaomin's eyes lit up, and a small dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth. Can you really cook? Seeing her smile, Zhang Xiaoda's earlier discomfort disappeared. His expression softened, but he still pretended to be unhappy and asked, Do you think I'm just bragging? After settling in the pear orchard, the Xia family couldn't always eat at the Bai family. Now they were living in Chendong's house, and their own house was almost finished. They had a fixed place to stay, and 3 meals a day were not a problem, but eating was a bit difficult. Neither the father nor daughter had much talent for cooking. They could make simple dishes like rice porridge or dumpling soup, and they could fry vegetables, but only to the point of being cooked. To make dishes that looked and tasted good, they could only dream. One day, Zhang Xiaoda went to find Xia Yonghua and saw the father and daughter eating a plate of slightly burnt potato sticks with steamed buns, too thick to be shredded, so they were just chunks. That was okay, but the taste was strange. It turned out Xiaomin wanted the potatoes to taste better when she ate them, so she added some condiments from the stove, including cooking wine. Zhang Xiaoda saw that the two were eating happily, which was surprising and frustrating at the same time. So he took 2 potatoes, quickly sliced them into strips, and added a green pepper. Soon, he cooked a real green pepper and potato stir-fry for the father and daughter. From then on, he was invited by Xia Yonghua to their home to cook meals with them, becoming a qualified cook. Knowing how to cook isn't a big achievement. He grew up with his grandmother in the countryside. To make things easier for her, he helped with household chores. Everyone's growth has a reason. He might also have a talent for cooking. He learned quickly and once cooked pineapple pork and chopped pepper fish head for Bai Li's family in Sioux City. Delicious. Bai Yang watched as the two turned to leave. Ignoring his earlier question, he grabbed Zhang Xiaoda's arm and asked eagerly, Daziga, are you making candied sweet potatoes tonight? Zhang Xiaoda didn't like this kid much and looked at him sideways, asking why. Because I want to be part of it. You said you don't like sweets, Zhang Xiaoda replied. Bai Yang was surprised. When did he say that? Daziga, you're probably mistaken, he said. No, I'm not, Zhang Xiaoda said, pulling away and calling Xiaomin to leave. Bai Yang watched their backs as they stood side by side. He scratched his head and muttered, Why does it seem like Dazigo has a problem with me? I don't think I've done anything wrong. Zhang Xiaoda, who was listening carefully, moved his ears slightly and silently glanced at Xiaomin, asking, Do you like racing with Bai Yang? Xiaomin shrugged, If I don't race, how can I improve? It's just us two with speed abilities here. Who else should I race with? Zhang Xiaoda had nothing to say, but still felt uncomfortable inside. They were about the same age, and standing together, they looked very compatible. Once, Xia Yonghua's worker's wife said this and even advised him to keep Bai Yang's daughter-in-law close. That made him angry. What daughter-in-law? Who is Xia uncle's son-in-law? Just because they're similar in age doesn't mean they're a good match. Isn't it true that older people know how to care? These people don't understand anything, they're just making random pairings. He thought for a moment and said to Xiaomin, If you want to improve your speed, it's not hard. Next time, I'll bring a stopwatch and time you. You mean you want to train me? If you want to get faster, I can help you make a training plan. Although she is still busy every day, she can find time when needed. Zhang Xiaoda thinks that instead of letting her compare herself to that young man and lose confidence, he should help her train. Yes, he will help her. He patiently explains to her, If you want to improve your speed and surpass Bai Yang, your basic skills must be solid. Do you know why Bai Yang is faster than you?
Why?
Every morning, my brother takes him for a run with us. Besides that, he does push-ups, sit-ups, and other exercises to build his strength. If you're willing, I can wake you up early and train together. What time in the morning? Since it used to be darker later, we started at 6 o'clock. Now that it's warmer, we've moved it up half an hour. So, it's 5:30 a.m. getting up at 5:30. Xiaomin hesitates, thinking she probably can't do it. Suddenly, she has an idea and asks Zhang Xiaoda, Can I run at night? Brother Da, can you train me in the evening? Training at night? Zhang Xiaoda wants to say that it would waste electricity, and Xiaomin also thinks about this. Although they have a generator, it's not unlimited, so it's better to save power. But she really might not be able to get up in the morning. After thinking, she suggests, what if I don't run, and you just help me train my strength? Training her strength at night?
Just the two of them.
Zhang Xiaoda feels that if he doesn't agree, he might get into trouble. He quickly agrees and sets a time to start training that evening. They return to Qindong's yard. Xiaomin happily rushes to wash sweet potatoes, while Zhang Xiaoda starts making hand-pulled noodles. Usually, eating hand-pulled noodles with spicy vegetarian dishes is best, but Xiaomin suddenly feels a bit regretful, saying she hasn't had caramelized sweet potatoes in a long time. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoda knows how to make them. If she wants to eat, he'll just make them. It doesn't matter what they go with, as long as they enjoy it. The small yard isn't very big, but the kitchen is clean and tidy. A man and a woman are busy with their tasks, occasionally exchanging soft words, creating a peaceful, cozy atmosphere. Zhang Xiaoda looks at Xiaomin and sighs quietly in his heart. It would be so nice if things could always be like this. He and his brother have always wanted to have their own home. His brother was lucky. 10 years ago, he took a vacation to Sioux City and met his future wife, who was studying at a university there and about to graduate. They were high school classmates, and she once helped him when he was in trouble. They didn't see each other for several years, and then unexpectedly met again in a different city. Is this really a reunion in a different place? Zhang Xiaoda once suspected that his brother intentionally went to Sioux City, but he didn't admit it and had no proof. During those few days in Sioux City, the two quickly became a couple. A year later, they got married, and another year later, they had Chi-Chi. The key point is that from the time they confirmed their relationship until now, 10 years have passed, and they're still as loving as ever, which makes people very jealous. Not only Zhang Xiaoda envies them, but the person who envies them the most is Deputy Captain Su Bo. His wife divorced him because of long-distance separation, and the divorce was very unpleasant, with a lot of fighting. According to his sister-in-law, on the way back, she met Su Bo, who found his daughter and took her with him. Since he brought his daughter along, what about his ex-wife? Did his ex-wife's family all die? Or did he abandon his daughter? How big should I cut it? Xiaomin interrupted Zhang Xiaoda's thoughts. He put down the kneaded dough and washed his hands, saying, I'll cut it. You wash the greens over there.
Okay.
Half an hour later, a sweet, rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, making the child at the door swallow hard. Chi-Chi suddenly ran to the door. Uncle Da, is the candied sweet potato ready? Is it ready? Bai Yang came over and peeked into the kitchen with Chi-Chi. It's not their fault they're craving it. This dish must be eaten hot, or it will turn hard. Xiaomin smiled and called out, almost ready.
Sit down first.
When Xia Yonghua returned home, the kitchen was lively. He heard his daughter and Uncle Da's voices and smiled slightly. But then he looked serious. What's wrong with this kid, Da? He took them to Bai's orchard voluntarily, yet he still hasn't made things clear with his daughter. At first glance, this kid seems clever, but after spending time with him, he doesn't seem as sharp as he looked. He's just chasing a girl. Why not be straightforward and clear quickly? Hesitating like this, even in the end times, does he plan to chase her for years before confirming the relationship? Thinking of this, Xia Yonghua felt worried. Since she's the girl, she shouldn't be the one to take the initiative and clarify things, right? That would be too unreserved. Dad? You're back. Seeing Xia Yonghua, Xiaomin happily ran over and looked him over from head to toe. Seeing that Dad was safe, he relaxed. Did everything go smoothly? Fortunately, when encountering zombies and bats, Mingliang and Liqi's couple could handle it. I didn't expect there to be more zombies in the county town than in the city. Talking about our trip to find building materials nearby, Xia Yonghua sighed. You don't realize how bad it is until you go out. I found that there are very few survivors in the surrounding counties and towns. For example, the western county we visited was completely silent on the outskirts, not a single person in sight. I don't know if it was like this from the start after the virus outbreak or if the rain made it worse. Anyway, it's not a good sight. Really? Is it that serious? Xiaomin remembered a classmate from high school who transferred from Western County to the city. That place used to be very lively, the most developed among the 4 counties around Pengcheng, with the largest population and most factories. But now, is it all gone? Xia Yonghua didn't know if everyone had died, but when they looked for cement and other factory materials, they didn't see a single living person. Moreover, because of the rising temperature, the streets in the county town were filled with the smell of decaying bodies, making it hard to breathe. Even if some survivors were there, they wouldn't last more than 2 months in such conditions. They worry that Western County might face a zombie plague, though they aren't sure if that's the right way to say it. After bodies decay and smell bad, it definitely causes problems. So Bailey used vines to wrap the bodies together, and they mostly burned them. If it weren't for dealing with those bodies, they wouldn't have delayed their return this long. It's not surprising that a county turns into a dead zone. Bai Yong thought about their school during the virus outbreak. Over 5,000 students in the new campus, and everywhere they went, it seemed like they only saw zombies. The place was full of zombies, and only a few people survived. Even in college, where most students are young adults, it was the same. This unexpected disaster must have taken many lives. At 8 p.m., after a busy day, all the workers went home to rest. Whether at the village entrance, Yunchi Village, or Baigua Garden, all the gates were locked. There were faint lights flickering in Baigua Garden, but Yunchi Village was already in darkness. Jiang Mingliang called everyone to a meeting in the Bai family hall, including little Jiang Qi. Today, Li Qi and I saw a car on our way back. I suspect they came here to investigate. From what I feel, these people are not locals from Pengcheng. They probably came from another city. Jiang Mingliang spoke seriously. There is something I haven't told everyone before. Ning, An, and the others came from Pengcheng. You all know that. But the underground water in Pengcheng is different from ours. Their water can't be drunk. Do you understand what I mean? Even though water-related abilities have appeared now, relying solely on water isn't enough. We can't depend only on water abilities to survive. We need to find safe, edible water sources. Besides Pengcheng, they don't know much about other places. If only the underground water in Pengcheng or a few cities is unsafe to drink, that's good news. But what if the opposite is true? What if only water in Pengcheng or a few cities is drinkable and other places water isn't? If it's the first case, there's no need to worry. Just stay inside and wait quietly for the country to restore order. But if it's the second, Jiang Mingliang fears the second scenario. The truth can't be hidden forever. Sooner or later, some groups will come to Pengcheng to take control. For example, Ning An and Mu Song and their group. Although they've been cooperating so far, Ning An and his group came because they took advantage of the situation, arriving early. Plus, Mu Song was bitten at the time, and after weighing the risks, they decided staying was safest. That's how they are, but what about the second group of newcomers? They didn't come close, but Jiang Mingliang is sure. They're from other cities, moving to Pengcheng. There's another problem I mentioned before. Dazi and I saw that big snake at Pingjiang Bridge. Did you see it again? Before Jiang Mingliang could finish, Chi, sitting in by Xiangtian's arms, couldn't help but interrupt his father excitedly. Where did you see it? Bai Yang reached up and patted his head. Where did I see it? What? Do you want to go see it? Is that okay? Chi asked stubbornly. Mom, and I also saw it before. It obediently moved aside for us. You saw it too? Bai Xiangtian was surprised. He looked at Bai Li. Why didn't you tell me before? Bai Li said, I mentioned that the animals in the south have all mutated, including that snake. She just didn't specify earlier. She frowned slightly and said, I used to wonder why some animals in the south turned into zombies while others mutated. Now I understand, it probably has to do with water. After all, humans will do anything to find drinkable water when they are thirsty. But animals? As soon as they are thirsty, they don't care if the water is safe or not, or what might happen after they drink it. As for why some animals turn into zombies while others mutate, it might be related to their physical traits. But those aren't the real problems. The real issue is... Jiang Minglang exchanged a look with Bai Li, both thinking of the same thing. The underground water in Pengcheng can attract people, But what about the mutated animals in the south? My pothos plant can sense within a limited range. It's fine to protect Baigua Garden, but beyond that, it can't reach. This means she can't watch over Yunshi village at night. If she can't, then so be it. Bai Xiangtian also doesn't want his daughter to worry about that side. From the start, it was clear walls were built around the village and fields, gates installed, and if danger comes, they would help appropriately. But not all the time, only when necessary. Jiang Mingling hesitated for a moment and said to Bai Xiangtian, "Dad, I think there's no need for patrols in Yunshi village at night. Everyone should lock their doors and windows, and no matter what happens outside, don't go out." Most people living in Yunshi village are ordinary folks, including his classmate Zhou Lei. People like that can't resist supernatural powers, and they're even more helpless against mutated animals. So, what's the point? Just sleep at night and stay honestly at home. Most of the dogs in the village are normal, except for the two guard dogs, Hung and Ha. Normal dogs will bark if there's an emergency. As soon as the village dogs bark, the alert guard dogs will notice and bark first, sometimes even before the village dogs do. So, nighttime patrols are really unnecessary. But since this plan was decided after discussions between Xue Deng and Bai Wei, Jiang Mingling didn't object. After all, he was appointed as deputy captain, so he shouldn't undermine their enthusiasm. He brought it up now because the situation has changed. Pengcheng might become unstable in the future. That night, both Baigua Garden and Yunshi village were very quiet, but the people lying in the darkness were restless, unable to sleep for a long time. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Mingling's biological clock woke him up on time. Getting up quietly and carefully, I went to the second floor and slapped Bai Yang awake. He still responded with the same cold words, 2 minutes. When I reached the first floor, Zhang Xiaoda and Bai Xiangtian came out of their rooms one after the other. 3 minutes later, 4 figures ran on the track outside the Bai family yard. The track was built over a large pit from before. When the wall was built, there were about a dozen large trucks parked here. After the wall was finished, the trucks left and were moved behind the mountain north of the Bai fruit orchard. That mountain was once leased for tea planting before the apocalypse, but after the disaster, the family who leased the tea mountain turned into zombies, so now the mountain has no owner. A few days ago, Old Master Bai wanted to drink tea. Bai Yang even took his parents to pick tea leaves. After collecting them, Old Master Bai happily roasted the tea himself. Since retiring, he has liked doing things himself, especially cooking and drinking. When he was young, he read many books and didn't have time to try things himself. Now he finally has the chance. The tea wasn't very good, just ordinary green tea. When Bai Xiangqian drank it, he couldn't help but glance at his niece. He was thinking the apples grown from lychee seeds are tastier than normal ones. What about tea leaves? If she could make tea trees grow faster, maybe the quality of the tea could improve too? He thought this was very possible. Yes, someday he wanted to dig up a few small tea trees and plant them in his orchard.
Bang! Bang! Ah!
After being kicked and falling 20 times, Bayang finally couldn't help but scream loudly. He was lying on the ground, unwilling to get up. "You're not a good person, brother-in-law." He was supposed to have speed abilities, but every time he fought his brother-in-law, he got hit. It seemed like his brother-in-law was the real speed ability user. Next to him, Zhang Xiaoda, doing sit-ups, looked on happily. "Don't you think you're pretty fast and cool?" "What's the matter? Not faster than a non-speed ability user?"
Ha!
"Get up, keep going." Jiang Mingling wanted to train Bai Yang as quickly as possible. There are too few of them, so each person needs to be able to handle things alone. If his father-in-law hadn't insisted that Chi-Chi was still too young and growing, not suitable for intense training, he would want to train his son too. Half an hour later, Bai Li and Cheng Xian also left the yard and jogged onto the track. Actually, Bai Li didn't like running much. Before the apocalypse, she occasionally ran, but not often. Her usual exercise was swimming. Currently, there is no way to go swimming, so to improve my health, I can only choose the most direct method, running. In the evening, Zhang Xiaoda begins training Xiaomin Bai Yang. Without thinking, runs over to join the fun but is pulled away by Jiang Mingling by the collar. They are not going out for now. They stay in the orchard and Yunxi village, working in the fields during the day, harvesting corn and tidying up the land, then going to bed early at night. Every other day, they visit Pingjiang Bridge. The place that was blocked earlier was broken open by a giant snake, and Zhang Xiaoda blocked it again. But a few days ago, that wall was broken again. Upon closer inspection, this time, it was a person who broke the wall. Jiang Mingling no longer checked the city or other places. He was indifferent. As long as they didn't bother him, they could live wherever they wanted. Soon, July passed, and time slowly moved into August. The house and small yard of the Xia family were finally built and decorated. Bai Li's new warehouse was also finished. The continuous noise from the pear orchard and vegetable fields for several months finally stopped. After cleaning up, the area was surrounded by orderly 4 houses and warehouses, enclosed by the orchard and vegetable fields. The Xia family moved back to their home and hosted a hot pot feast on August 5th. But before the meal even started, Zhou Lei hurriedly came to find Jiang Mingling. Mingling, something's wrong. Little White is missing. Little White is the kitten born to Zhou Lei's mother cat, Bai. It was the kitten that ate mutated bat meat 4 days after birth. For a while, Zhou Lei kept it in a cage, but when he saw it was normal and showed no signs of mutation, he released Bai and Little White. Now, Little White is less than 2 months old, but strangely, it has not grown at all, still the size of a palm. Sometimes, when Zhou Lei was working in the fields, he would put it in his pocket because it was very clingy. He'd pet it when he had free time, and it was quite comfortable. But this morning, Little White, which had always been very attached to him, was gone. I wouldn't let it out of the yard if I didn't take it with me. But now I've looked everywhere, even in the corners of the village, and I can't find it. Do you think it might have run out of the village? Zhou Lei looked anxious. Little White was still a baby, and the outside was so dangerous. What if it encountered a mutated bat or a snake? Brother, stop eating and help me look for it. Zhou Hui and the others had already been stirred up by him and almost ran themselves out in the village. Now they refused to look for him anymore. Zhou Lei had no choice but to ask his good friend for help. But he was so anxious that the guy was still eating slowly, really. Jiang Mingling. Even if it runs outside the village, it will come back eventually. Why are you so worried? Hearing this, Zhou Lei became even more anxious. It's not you. It might get lost outside and not come back. It's so small. What if some careless person eats it? Hey, Chi-Chi, take Xiao Wu and the Haha duo with you. Help Uncle find it, okay? Chi-Chi loved animals, which everyone in the village knew. He also liked his family's Little White, but Zhou Lei was reluctant to let him have it. This was Big White's only child. If he gave it away, he would be sad. Chi-Chi was chewing on a fried meatball, blinking as he asked Zhou Lei, Uncle Lei, if I find Little White, can I play with it for a few days? Zhou Lei wouldn't give it directly, so he said, you can borrow it. While borrowing, he could get familiar with Little White and make it depend on him. That way, even if Zhou Lei went to get it, Little White would still come back. He currently had 4 dogs and 1 bird, but he really needed a cat, especially a small one that could fit in a pocket. Okay, if you find Little White, I'll lend it to you. Giving it away was impossible, but borrowing was okay. All right, I'll help you find it. Chi-Chi put down his chopsticks, ran back home, and when he came out again, he was carrying a bird on his head. Zhou Lei was stunned and asked in surprise, weren't you taking your dog to find it? Why did you bring out this timid parrot? Before Chi-Chi could answer, Feng Bao chirped at Zhou Lei in dissatisfaction and opened his mouth as if he wanted to bite him. Uncle Lei, Feng Bao is unhappy. It's brave. Maybe it was just his feeling, but Zhou Lei always felt that this bird wanted to roll its eyes at him. Unfortunately, its black eyes were so dark that he couldn't see the whites. Okay, I was wrong. Sorry, Feng Bao. He apologized verbally, but was secretly thinking, it's not my fault that it's timid. Every time someone talks loudly in front of this bird, the old man immediately stops them, saying it's timid and might get scared. A bird that gets scared just from loud talking. How could it have courage? Zhou Lei shook his head and got back to the main point. If we're looking for Little White, do you think bringing it will help? Chi-Chi smiled and then stretched out a finger to take Feng Bao from his head. He gently brushed its fluffy hair and softly said, "Fongbao, you're good. Do you remember the little white cat I showed you before?"
Ah,
Remember?
good.
Call those crows and bring it back, okay?
Ah,
All right, go ahead. I'll watch here. When you find it, call out from the sky, and I'll bring Xiaowu over right away." After speaking, Fongbao let out another ah and then fluttered up into the sky. First, it hovered over the white fruit orchard and Yunqi village, circling twice. Then it spread its wings and flew west. What happened next surprised Zhou Lei greatly. Just as Fongbao was about to fly out of Yunqi village, several pitch-black birds suddenly appeared beside it. Because he had previously killed a mutated bat, seeing dark flying creatures made him tense up. Fortunately, it was daytime. Although the crows were all black, he could see they were different from bats. Zhou Lei snapped out of his shock and asked Chi-Chi, with a complicated look, "Are those crows?"
yes.
"Why are they following Fongbao?" "Because they are Fengbao's helpers." "Why are they Fengbao's helpers?" Chi-Chi looked up seriously and said to Zhou Lei, "Uncle Lei, there are no many whys in this world. If I say they are Fengbao's helpers, then they are." Zhou Lei. He suspected that the last part was a way Jiang Minglang was trying to distract his son. Otherwise, the little guy wouldn't speak so seriously.
Ah,
As Fongbao flew west and was almost in the sky, Chi-Chi heard a familiar call. He frowned. Little White really ran out. "Let's go over there." Zhou Lei looked at the black spot in the sky and roughly estimated the distance, about 3 miles from Yunqi village. Luckily, it wasn't too far, but they had already left the village. Finally, Zhou Lei rode his bike, with Chi-Chi, Xiaowu, and Henga and Erjiang following behind, rushing to the place where Fongbao was calling. It was a field of sweet potatoes, but the potatoes had already been dug up, leaving only rotten roots and leaves. The summer heat was intense, and the combination of heat and the rotten smell made people feel sick.
Xiaobai.
Zhou Lei immediately saw the small white on the gray-black ground. It was still the size of a palm, but in front of it lay a rat larger than a cat. The rat's body was already half gone, and Xiaobai was chewing and swallowing the remaining half eagerly. A tiny kitten, the size of a palm, was buried next to a rat bigger than an adult cat. Its small white head and face were covered in blood, looking very frightening. This scene made Zhou Lei think of the day Xiaobai ate bat meat. His little Xiaobai really is. Although cats are supposed to eat mice, Zhou Lei still felt a shiver run down his spine without reason. He really wanted to stop his pet from eating such a disgusting thing. Suddenly, he remembered something. Zhou Lei's pupils shrank, and he muttered to himself, "Oh no, the rat has mutated. How do I deal with such a big rat?" Not trusting the situation, Jiang Minglang, who had rushed over, also saw the large rat. His normally serious face looked even colder and harder now. When the owner approached, Xiaobai only looked up briefly before going back to eating as if nothing happened. The tiny kitten was tearing off big chunks of meat and swallowing them quickly. Chi-Chi's eyes widened in surprise and a little fear. He was starting to hesitate about keeping this little cat. Chi-Chi looked down at Xiaowu at his feet, then crouched down and picked up the dog. His little Wu was still the best. "Mingling, is this a mutated rat?" It was obvious. Normal rats don't get that big. Jiang Minglang looked around. The fields here were about 3 miles from Yunqi village. It wasn't far, but the weeds were thick and overgrown, a wasteland completely different from the cultivated fields of Yunqi village. Just a few months without care, the once good farmland had turned into a barren land. Farming has never been easy. Like Ning and his group of big men, who occupied a village but still came here to exchange rice and face, even begging for steamed buns. To get something to trade, they had to go to the city or nearby areas every day, searching for all kinds of things, even toys like dolls. It was truly indescribable. But recently, they had become more honest, led by Mu Song, sincerely learning farming skills. There are many elders in Yunqi village, some of whom are happy to teach them. Life would be quite good if things stayed like this, but unfortunately, go back and have everyone carefully check the village for any more of these mutated rats. I'll go see the Pingjiang Bridge. There was some noise earlier, and he was worried. It's best to check it out. Alright, be careful. Watching Jiang Minglang ride his bike toward Pingjiang Bridge, gasoline was scarce. Within a certain distance, there was no urgent matter, so it's better not to drive if possible. Zhou Lei looked away, crouched down, and looked at the little white cat still eating rat meat eagerly. He sighed, "Little white, can we not eat anymore? You're so small. Eating too much at once might upset your stomach." He really wanted to say that he had never given the cat rat meat in all the time he raised it. Now it had a kitten, and before it even grew up, it was out looking for wild meat to eat. No wonder it wasn't interested in rice soup and steamed buns. Turns out it's a meat-eating cat.
Huh.
Where's Foam Bao? After coming over and focusing on the little white cat eating rats, Chi-Chi forgot that little Foam hadn't come down. Now she looked up, confused, looking around. There wasn't a single bird in the sky. Maybe it went home. Zhou Lei didn't pay attention to that either. Right now, what's important is to go back quickly and have everyone look for more rats. He thought this was urgent. He couldn't let Little White waste more time here. He grabbed the kitten, roughly wiped its mouth, then stuffed it into his pocket. He was about to get on his bike to carry Chi-Chi. "Let's go, Bauer. We need to get back quickly." "Wait a moment, Xiao Wu. Burn it." As Chi-Chi finished speaking, Zhou Lei hadn't even reacted when the remaining half of a big rat suddenly turned into ashes in an instant. He stared with wide eyes, mouth slightly open. This. Chi-Chi calmly climbed onto Xiaoheng's back and said, "Uncle A, your bike is too bumpy. I think I'll let Xiaoheng take me back." By the time Zhou Lei reacted, the one child and 3 dogs had already run far away. Watching Chi-Chi riding steadily on the big dog's back, he sighed with envy. Sigh, why didn't I think of raising a dog before? And Big White. Why didn't it mutate? Imagine if Big White could grow as big as a tiger, and you could ride it out. No, Big White is for petting, not riding. Meanwhile, Jiang Minglang quickly arrived near Pingjiang Bridge by bike. He didn't move closer but rested one foot on the ground, frowning quietly as he watched the cars passing one after another on the bridge heading to Pingcheng. The number of cars was more than he expected. 2 days ago, he and Dazi checked the bridge. The barriers and dirt walls they set up were still there. Now, they were definitely cleared away. It seems that cities south of Pingcheng are likely having problems and are no longer livable. Or maybe someone found it better to head north. The south has a lot of rain, and the current heavy rain is definitely a problem. Like bats, they seem to only come out to attack humans during rain, usually hiding away at other times. He couldn't understand why. From the cars coming down the bridge, Jiang Minglang suddenly recognized a familiar face through the open window. Qiao Fei?
He had also come here.
Jiang Minglang felt a slight movement inside and thought, since Qiao Fei came to Pingcheng, what about Su Bo and the others? Qiao Fei and he belonged to different teams, had interacted and worked together before. They knew each other but weren't very close. Compared to them, he naturally hoped his subordinates would come. Yunshi village has many houses, so it would be easier to settle them, not to mention having extra strength. Thinking this way, Jiang Minglang gave up the idea of leaving immediately. He still sat in the shadows, quietly watching the cars one after another leaving. Because of the hot weather, all the cars had their windows down. But until the last car left, Jiang Minglang didn't see any familiar faces again. He wasn't disappointed, just hoped his brothers were safe, protecting themselves and their families. When he was leaving, Jiang Minglang turned his head to look at the rippling Pingjiang River. A gentle breeze caused the water to ripple, spreading layer upon layer into the distance, carrying a leaf into the middle of the river. This river is alive, but he didn't know where that giant snake had gone. When Jiang Minglang returned to Baigua Garden, news came from Yunshi village that they found a large mouse about the size of a white duck in an abandoned house and killed it on the spot. Apart from that, no second one was found. No mice were found in Baigua Garden, probably because of the dogs they kept. After dealing with this, Chi-Chi suddenly realized that Feng Bao had gone out, but hadn't come back. Brother Fei, we've found a place with water. We're just waiting for you and Brother Du to come over. Xiao Fei and Du Qian left the Pingjiang Bridge and didn't go far before meeting the small crew cut who was waiting for him. The other person smiled brightly. Luckily, brother Nan had a good sense of foresight and guessed you'd be here these days. So, I come here every day to wait. Thanks for your effort. Lead the way. Xiao Fei glanced at the small crew cut with a very calm expression, showing no sign of happiness. How could he be happy? He and Du Qian passed through Sioux City, picked up an old comrade's son, and headed back to their hometown. Along the way, they passed by Lin Zhi's grandmother's house. Because the child wanted to stay with her, they couldn't refuse and tried to find a place for him. However, his grandmother and uncle's family didn't want him to stay. It was more painful than turning into zombies or losing people. But Xiao Fei completely understood. In this world, even supporting his own family was hard, so how could they afford to raise another child? They couldn't support him, and he was just a burden. He understood, but he felt helpless. Since leaving his grandmother's house, Gigi hadn't spoken much and was losing weight visibly. It pained him and old dude deeply, but they had no way to help. When they returned to their hometown, even worse problems awaited him. Xiao Fei's parents had died before the end of the world, and only his sister remained related to him by blood. His fiancée was someone his sister had helped him meet. At first, he felt nothing, but as they talked, he gradually developed feelings, and he started to look forward to his small future family. If the end of the world hadn't come, his wedding would have been on May 1st. Even though the wedding was disrupted by the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, he didn't want to give up on his fiancée. Instead, he was more eager to go back and find her. Whether it was the end of the world or not, he wanted to be with her. But unexpectedly, he found out she was already with another man. She was a colleague of hers. During the apocalypse, he protected her all the time, and eventually they slept together. When he found her, she told him not to blame her. She said it was his fault for not being with her and not protecting her. He could only blame himself for being useless and not arriving earlier. At that moment, for some reason, Xiao Fei's mind suddenly saw a woman holding a long knife. She had once calmly told him to give a knife to Gigi. And then, Xiao Fei felt a great sense of relief and smiled. Then, heavy rain started in the city, and zombies went wild. Countless mutated animals began attacking humans. Zhou Fei had no choice but to lead his sister's family northward. Along the way, he happened to rescue Li Nan and Xiao Pingtu once. They heard from someone that there seemed to be no mutated animals going crazy in Pengcheng, so it might be safer there. So they all decided to go to Pengcheng. Actually, there was no suitable place in the south, and they had to go anyway, since heading north would pass through this area. Because his sister's mother-in-law was in poor health and they needed to find gasoline, they temporarily separated from Li Nan and Xiao Pingtu to meet up in Pengcheng. That's why Xiao Pingtu came to pick him up. 40 minutes later, Zhou Fei and Du Qian stopped at a large shed area on the west side of Pengcheng. After getting out of the car, they curiously looked at the greenhouses in the fields. Suddenly, a loud "ah" was heard from the sky. Lin Zhi, who had been quiet all along, looked up suddenly, his eyes widening. He shouted excitedly, "Xiao Feng."
Ah.
In the sky, a long-tailed, light yellow phoenix parrot hovered instead of falling after Lin Zhi called its name. It circled twice before soaring into the sky and flying away. Lin Zhi looked up until he could no longer see the phoenix, then turned around with the first smile he had shown all day, happily saying to Zhou Fei, "Uncle Zhou, that was Xiao Feng, a phoenix parrot." Huh, who doesn't recognize a phoenix parrot? Why show off about it? Before Zhou Fei could reply, a young boy who looked about the same age as Lin Zhi sneered disdainfully.
Anzirui.
Zhou Fei scowled and scolded the boy. "Mom, look. Uncle is scolding me again," the boy said sadly, holding the woman's hand with tears in his eyes. "Uncle is so mean. I'm his nephew, but he's always nicer to strangers than to me." The woman frowned. "Don't cry. You were rude to Gigi first. Apologize to Gigi."
Mom.
The boy protested loudly. Behind him, an elderly woman saw her grandson almost crying and quickly pulled him into her arms, comforting him. All right. If you don't want to apologize, then don't. Kids will fight and play around, no need to take it so seriously. Don't cry, Zirue." While comforting her grandson, The elderly woman cast a dissatisfied glance at her daughter-in-law. After all the hard traveling, you're still yelling at the child. Remember, this is your own son. The phrase beloved son was emphasized clearly, and she also glanced at Xiao Fei. It was a reminder that this was your own nephew. Shouldn't he matter more than the child you found? But because she had been relying on her brother-in-law and daughter-in-law all along, she didn't dare to speak harshly to Xiao Fei. She didn't say it directly, but a gentle reminder was okay. Xiao Fei's face darkened further. He coldly glanced at his nephew, then turned away from his sister's family and gently patted Linja's head. He asked softly, Gigi, what do you want to say? Come here, Gigi. Tell Uncle Do you recognize that white parrot? Du Qian seemed not to hear the little boy's words. He smiled and asked Linja, did it just awe at you? Was that a sign of agreement? Linja, who looked upset because of the teasing, suddenly snapped out of his gloom when he heard Uncle Do. He finally remembered what he wanted to say. He nodded hard. Yes, it was agreeing with me. That parrot belongs to Chi-Chi. Its name is Little Feng. Because he played well with Chi-Chi, he had been to his house many times and even took Little Feng outside to enjoy the sun together.
Chi-Chi?
Xiao Fei was surprised when he heard the name. Then, an image of a figure with a long knife appeared uncontrollably in his mind. He asked, is that the one we met at the supermarket entrance with his mother, the friend from your neighborhood? Yes, that's him. Xiao Fei hesitated and asked again. They all look alike, and the white parrots do too. Are you sure this one is his? Yes, it's him. I didn't mistake him. Lin just said firmly. Little Feng sounds different from other parrots. He's quite lively and always calls. His tone is consistent, never changing. He couldn't describe it in more detail, but he knew that sound definitely belonged to Little Feng. He trusted his ears and wouldn't mistake it. He tugged at Xiao Fei's sleeve, wanting to tell him something. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Nzirwei glaring at him from the corner of his eye. He quickly let go and turned to hold Du Qian's sleeve, whispering, Uncle Du, since Chi-Chi's Little Feng is here, maybe he's here too. Could you help me find him when you have time? He really missed his older brother and Aunt Bai. Of course, no problem. But first, we need to go see the house. Once we're settled, Uncle Du will take you around the neighborhood, okay? Does going for a walk mean looking for the boss? Linja nodded seriously. Meanwhile, until evening when it was almost dark, Chi-Chi and Old White finally waited for their bird back home. The two of them simultaneously let out a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi poked at the fluffy hair on its head and scolded, You still know how to come back. Where did you go wild?
Tell me.
Because of the appearance of mutated mice, Bai Li was very busy all day today. The wall around Bai Gua Garden was no longer just a simple green vine. From both sides of the gate, from top to bottom, and from left to right, the entire wall was covered densely with branches and large green leaves. At a glance, people unfamiliar might think there was no wall at all, just thick green plants. Bai Gua Garden is quite large, and covering all four sides with green vines took a lot of effort from Bai Li. After exhausting her abilities in the middle, she was so tired she ate something, then slept for an hour before continuing to induce the remaining growth. Once everything was covered, she didn't even want to eat anymore and closed her eyes to sleep again. The family was very worried, but luckily, Jiang Mingling checked her and found no other problems. She was still groggy and remembered to comfort everyone, saying, I'm fine. Just a nap and I'll be okay. Mice reproduce very quickly. Although they only found 2 or 3 today, who can guarantee there won't be more tomorrow? They had no better solution, so Bai Li thought that using green vine walls might help prevent problems. Although she wasn't sure how effective it would be, she decided to give it a try. With many green vines climbing on the walls for inducing growth, she could sleep peacefully at night. In the evening, Mu Song and Ning came to find Jiang Mingling. They heard about the mutated mice and checked their own place thoroughly before coming, but found no mice and felt relieved. On the other hand, their people had also gone to Pingjiang Bridge in the afternoon and saw many people crossing into Peng City. If they were just passing through, it would be fine, but if they decided to settle down. Currently, their area was on the outskirts of Peng City, more like the countryside, but not far from the city center. Compared to deeper rural areas, This location was not bad at all. The fields were also well maintained. When they arrived, it was the time when wheat and rice were ripe. After harvesting, they exchanged seeds with Uncle Bai under the guidance of some elders in Yunshi village and replanted vegetables and winter wheat. If everything went smoothly, they wouldn't have to worry about food this year. But because of this, they were also worried. After all, many people want to get something for nothing. In the past, they weren't worried because Pengcheng had little influence. Not only were there only a few survivors in the city, but the surrounding countryside was either completely wiped out or banded together for safety. Ning Anjing couldn't settle down to farm. Usually, he traveled around the city and nearby areas, knowing exactly where people were and where they weren't, where crowds gathered and where it was quiet. Honestly, there aren't many survivors left in Pengcheng now. Not to mention far away, even around Yunshi village, there are hardly any living people. If outsiders behaved themselves, they could settle safely in any uninhabited village. But the problem is, do they really behave? Brother Jiang, what do you think? Mu Song, the leader of Ning An's group, was bitten by a mutant bat before. He didn't turn into a zombie, but gained a special ability, fire. It's a powerful and enviable ability. Jiang Mingling had been to the city with him to clear out zombies. He threw fireballs that were big and powerful, very different from the red light Little Five initially emitted. However, his fire was slower to burn than Little Five's. Little Five could turn a zombie into ashes very quickly, fast and clean. Musong's fire took a while to burn a corpse, though in the end, it also turned to ashes. His power was much weaker compared to Little Five's. Jiang Mingling didn't know why this was. He couldn't say people were worse than dogs, could he? But anyway, after spending some time together, he still thought highly of this neighbor. Brother Jiang, why are there green vines on your wall? Before Jiang Mingling could answer, Ningen couldn't help but point at the surrounding walls and ask curiously, do they have a purpose? He was also a wood type, and he knew how much effort it took to grow such a large amount of vines. That's why he was surprised. It couldn't be just for looks, right? He didn't think Bai Jie was that bored. After all, compared to his peonies, green vines weren't as beautiful. He even offered to give Bai Jie some, but she didn't want them. Jiang Mingling looked at the greenery around him, paused briefly, and then told Ningen the truth, for protection.
What?
Ningen stared wide-eyed at Jiang Mingling, feeling she must have heard him wrong. Both are wood element users, yet Bai Jie can not only promote the growth of pothoes, but also various other plants. Most importantly, the pothoes in her hands can be used as a weapon. The gap between them is already huge. What is Jiang Ge telling him now? Protection? Is it the kind of protection he understands? That after promoting, even if she's not nearby, she can resist external attacks on her own? No, people are not that different from each other, are they? Seeing his expression, Jiang Mingling knew what he was thinking. He raised an eyebrow and asked a question that hit straight to the soul. Ningen, is your peony really only for viewing? Ning An's face changed. She glared at Jiang Mingling and said, Jiang Ge, you've gone too far. How can he use this question to hurt her feelings? Does he only want to promote peonies? Does he think peonies are useless and only for looking at? Besides, what's wrong with just looking? Isn't it nice to enjoy the view? Ningen felt angry inside. After returning from the white fruit orchard, she was so upset that she planted a row of peonies outside the village wall, with red, white, and pink flowers, bright and beautiful. Forget whether they are useful or not. In this bleak end of world, they are a rare and lovely sight. What Ningen didn't know was that night, a mosquito buzzed past a particularly bright white peony. In an instant, the buzzing disappeared. The mosquito was gone. Bai Li slept until 10 o'clock the next morning. When she opened her eyes, her fatigue was gone, and she got up feeling energetic and went downstairs. Feng Bao. Where are you going? Come back. Cheeky's voice came from the yard. Bai Li went outside and looked up at the sky. Feng Bao called twice, then spread its wings and flew high into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. Cheeky stomped his foot in worry. Stinky Feng Bao, you ran out yesterday and got wild, and you're still running around. This had never happened before. Since returning to her hometown, Feng Bao had been staying with the old man, being fed sunflower seeds, fruits, and bird food in turn. Its yellow body was plump, almost like a ground chicken. Bailey had worried before that it might get too fat to fly. Too fat to fly? She looked at the small black, fading into the sky, and smiled. Although she didn't quite understand how her bird could be so capable, it was clear she didn't need to worry much about it. Mom, you're awake. Grandma Tainai left some food in the pot for you. Hurry and eat it. The old man and woman haven't been idle lately. The green beans and soybeans in the field are ripe, and they helped harvest them together. Mom, I want to tell you, Feng Bao came back last night when it was almost dark. Now she's gone out again. The outside is so messy. What if she encounters a mutant bat? That creature isn't a bird, so it doesn't listen to it. The little one kept talking, unhappy that the bird that didn't follow him had run outside. Bailey took out warm sweet potato porridge from the pot, along with 2 scallion pancakes filled with Grandma's pickled peppers. She ate while patiently listening to her son's chatter. Where's Dad? After finally tiring of his talking and taking a breath, she asked quickly. He's with Grandpa and the others in the field. But Dad told Uncle Dazi to go to Pingjiang Bridge. I heard him say he saw 2 people he knows there yesterday. He's worried that Uncle Sue and others might come over, so he asked Dazi to wait there. People he knows? Bailey asked, did your dad say who they are? No, he said they just know each other, not very close. Bailey didn't ask further. After breakfast, she told Chi-Chi to go with her to the big gate of the Yunchi village fields. Today, the 2 guardian gods were assigned to guard this gate. They sat on either side, motionless, with indifferent eyes staring ahead. When Chi-Chi's footsteps were heard, the 2 dogs suddenly stood up and trotted over happily, wagging their big tails behind them. When their necks were raised, they were taller than Chi-Chi, but their eyes looked at him with affection. Little HNG, little Ha, good boys, the big brother is here to see you. Chi-Chi reached out and petted each of the dogs' heads, praising them. Whose dog is so amazing, it can even guard the door? Oh, so these are my family's guardian gods. Whether the dogs understood or not, they opened their mouths in big grins, rubbing their faces against him, clearly showing they liked what he said. Bai Li threw a piece of green ivy onto the wall on the right, then started to tend the plants. This wall faces the road leading to the city. Although it's a bit far from the Gua orchard, and she might not always feel it when something happens, she feels more at ease with her green ivy growing on the wall. Additionally, she plans to cover the wall with lush green vines and also let some weeds grow on the ground in front of the wall. From the road, it will look like there is no wall at all, just wild green plants growing naturally. Of course, the large iron gate will also be covered with vines to completely hide this side. This will probably fool most people, but sharp-eyed individuals might notice the flaws at a glance. Still, that's enough. They don't want to deal with too many people, and while having some special abilities is good, the number of such people will definitely be small. This way, facing them won't be too difficult. Uncle Du. Early in the morning, Linja woke up and went to exercise with Du Qian and Xiao Fei. After breakfast, he saw Uncle Qiao being called away by the people who had picked them up yesterday. They had also called Du Qian, but he didn't want to leave Linja alone. Although Xiao Fei's family was in the yard, he felt uneasy because they were there. So, he let Xiao Fei go alone and stayed behind with Linja. Gigi, let's go out and look around to see what's nearby. As soon as Xiao Fei left, his nephew openly snorted at Linja and crossed his arms, glaring fiercely at him. Du Qian glanced at the mischievous kid, feeling annoyed. But because he was Xiao Fei's son, he couldn't say anything. Actually, yesterday after arriving here, he wanted to let Linja, Xiao Fei, and himself stay in one yard, while his sister's family stayed in another. Not staying together would avoid unnecessary trouble and conflicts. But Xiao Fei's brother-in-law and the old lady disagreed. They were worried about bats or strange animals attacking again, or even a sudden horde of zombies. So, they insisted everyone stay together, thinking it would be safer in case of emergencies. Safer in case of emergencies? Du Qian sneered inwardly, thinking they just wanted him and Xiao Fei to take care of their family. After all, they had been like this all along. If it weren't for Xiao Fei's sister, he really wouldn't want to get involved with their family. He glanced at the mischievous kid, patted Lin's head, and led him toward the door. Hey, where are you guys going? And Zirue saw that Lin ignored him, and his uncle's comrade looked at him with disdain, which made him angry. Next to him was a small round flower bed decorated with a ring of pebbles. And Zirue casually picked up a small, grayish-white pebble about the size of a palm and threw it forcefully at Lin's back. Suddenly, instead of hitting Linja as he expected, the pebble was caught by a hand just an inch above his head. Du Qian turned around. Although he wore glasses, the cold sharpness in his eyes still shot like a blade toward Nzirue. The mischievous child, no matter how naughty, was still a kid. Under Du Qian's stern gaze, he felt his whole body freeze with fear, his face turning pale, and he couldn't help but shiver. Zirue, what's wrong? At this moment, Grandma came out of the main room. She immediately saw Du Qian glaring at her grandson with a harsh look. She was unhappy and quickly stepped forward to hold her grandson in her arms. When she noticed him trembling, her face changed, and she scolded, "Xiaodu, what are you doing? How can an adult look at a child like that? You're scaring him." "Oh, Zirue, be good. Grandma's here. We're not afraid, not afraid." Hearing the noise in the yard, Qiao Wei and her husband, who had been tidying up in the kitchen, also hurried out. Du Qian ignored the old lady. Seeing Qiao Wei come out, he opened his palm to reveal the pebble inside and said coldly, "If I hadn't caught it in time, this stone would have hit Gigi's head." In this time of limited medical supplies, injuries are almost as deadly as death. They had traveled all the way from their original city, and they understood this truth well. But now, what was Nzirue doing? Qiao Wei's face darkened. Without caring that her hands were still wet, she stepped forward, grabbed her son from her grandmother's arms, and slapped him across the face with a loud smack. The sharp sound shocked the entire family, especially the old lady, who, after reacting, shouted angrily and tried to push Qiao Wei, but she dodged it. Then she yelled loudly, "Everyone shut up!" Just as Nzirue was about to cry out loud, he froze. He looked blankly at his mother, tears gathering in his eyes, then spilling down quickly. Always protecting him. All you do is protect him. One day, you'll end up hurting him. Qiao Wei glared fiercely at her mother-in-law. "From now on, I will take care of my son. You are not to interfere anymore."
And you.
She then turned to glare at her husband. "If you're just like your mom, then both of you can get out of here." No matter how Qiao Wei scolds her son, or how her mother-in-law and husband try to discipline him, Du Qian still packed his simple belongings with Linja and moved to the house next door. Some habits are hard to change. Why would a mischievous child become better just after a slap or a scolding? Maybe he would blame today's punishment on Gigi. Today, Qiao Wei lost her temper in front of everyone, but strangely, he didn't feel relieved. In fact, he felt uncomfortable. For Gigi's safety, it's better for everyone to live separately. Gigi, if Nzira hits you again next time, don't hold back, just fight back. Watching Gigi carry his backpack and pull his suitcase into the new house, Du Qian felt uneasy. Old Lin entrusted his son to them before he died, trusting them. But he had let that trust down.
But
Lin bit his lip and hesitated. He's Uncle Qiao's nephew. Who he is doesn't matter. If he bullies you, you fight back. As long as you haven't done anything wrong, your uncle will support you. Uncle Qiao will support you too, understand? To help Linja protect himself, they had been busy since leaving Sioux City. Because of that, in just over 3 months, Linja had grown quite a bit taller. Thinking of this, Du Qian looked at Linja's pants, which barely covered his ankles, and awkwardly touched his nose. Real men taking care of kids is rough. They rush around without even thinking of buying him proper clothes. There's a bicycle here. Uncle will take you for a ride around the neighborhood. Maybe they could find a children's clothing store. The young boy with a crew cut was very polite to them. The yard had been cleaned up beforehand. On the west side, against the wall, there was a shed with some items stored inside, including a nearly new blue mountain bike. It was probably used by a student in the family for riding. He checked the tires and brakes, found everything in good condition, cleaned it, then locked the door and took Gigi out. Meanwhile, Du Qian and Lin Jia had been gone about half an hour when Xiao Fei, who had gone out to discuss something, returned. As soon as he entered the yard, he sensed something was off. He looked around and saw that his brother-in-law and the old lady didn't look happy, and his sister had a serious expression. Most surprising was that the usually spoiled and unruly nephew of the old lady was standing straight against the wall, tears on his face. Clearly, he was made to stand in punishment. Xiao Fei didn't ask why his nephew was punished, but looked up toward the second floor and noticed that Du Qian and Lin Jia were not there. He looked at his sister and asked, "Did they go out?" When he asked this, he noticed that the elderly lady and his brother-in-law both turned their heads away at the same time, looking uncomfortable. Xiao Fei, Ziru caused trouble. Huh. When doesn't he cause trouble? Even though he was his younger brother, these words made Xiao Wei feel ashamed, but she knew she couldn't hide it. Even if she didn't say anything, when Xiao Du returned, her brother would find out. Ziru threw a pebble at Lin Jia.
Xiao Du Tendri.
He took Lin Jia and moved to the next door. Xiao Fei's face changed. He turned to look at Nziru, his sharp gaze scaring the mischievous boy so much that he shivered again, and even opened his mouth to cry out, "Wow." "Shut up." As soon as he said this, Nziru's crying paused. Because he stopped suddenly, he even hiccuped, but he clenched his lips tightly, tears streaming down his face. He looked fair and delicate, enduring silent tears, looking both pitiful and wronged. Seeing his beloved grandson crying like this, Grandma and could no longer hold back. Did he hit him? If he didn't hit him, that kid is fine. But our Ziru is the one getting scolded and punished. Xiao Wei, Xiao Fei, you two need to understand. This is your own son and nephew. For an outsider, you're treating him like this. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
Ha.
Xiao Fei didn't want to say another word and turned to leave the yard.
Xiao Fei.
Xiao Wei felt anxious and chased after him outside, her face looking worried. Sorry, I made things difficult for you. Aren't you troubled too? Xiao Fei turned his head to look at his sister and then glanced at his brother-in-law, who was crouched in the yard without moving, feeling helpless. The apocalypse really tests human nature. I'll go look for them. Leaving these words behind, Xiao Fei borrowed a bicycle from Xiaoping too and went to check the surroundings. He didn't leave only to find them, partly because he didn't want to stay in the yard and partly because he wanted to carefully observe the area. He didn't fully agree with Li Nan's words and wanted to consider the environment before making his own judgment. Uncle Du, Pengcheng is so clean here. Du Qian was unfamiliar with this area. To find a children's clothing store, he kept searching and walking, gradually riding into the city center. To his surprise, Pengcheng was unexpectedly peaceful. There were no zombies, not even any bodies. Like Gigi said, without bodies or the smell of decay, the city was already very clean. As for the deserted streets and messy shops on both sides, what does that matter? He was curious about how Pengcheng had been cleaned so thoroughly. Who did it? Actually, yesterday, when he passed over Pingjiang Bridge, he had a faint feeling that compared to other cities, Pengcheng felt safer. He was sure it had nothing to do with Li Nan and the others. Of course, it wasn't them. It was Jiang Minglang and Mu Song's group who cleaned it up together. Now it was August, not as hot as previous years, but even so, bodies left for a long time would cause problems. To prevent trouble and to live peacefully, Jiang Minglang definitely wanted to suppress this hidden danger. Since they needed to search for supplies in the city anyway, they cleaned as they looked. Gradually, they had almost finished cleaning Pengcheng. Why do I say almost? Not completely? Because there were still many zombies locked inside homes. These had to be cleared door to door, which was very troublesome. Though troublesome, Jiang Minglang had a plan. After the busy farming season, he planned to call Mu Song and Ning and to clear each neighborhood one by one. Zombies are a threat. If they could clear all of Pengcheng, he would be very happy. But what was annoying was that Pingjiang Bridge was a hidden danger. Sometimes, zombies would chase people across it. Fortunately, Musong was a fire user and often used fire to burn them. Otherwise, Jiang Mingling wouldn't be satisfied with this neighbor. Without him, Pengcheng wouldn't be so clean now. But it wasn't just the streets that were clean. Shops and malls were also tidy. Du Qian rode a bicycle with Lin Jia for over an hour. Finally, he put one foot on the ground and looked around blankly. I've never seen a cleaner city than Pengcheng. Not only can I not find clothes, I can't find a single hair. No, who is this? They took everything, leaving nothing behind. So thorough? Just moments ago, he admired how the city was cleaned, and now all he wanted was to curse. All the food and supplies have been taken, but there should still be some leftover somewhere. No, really, there is nothing left. Du Qian, not believing in superstitions, even checked a nearby pet store, but it was completely cleaned out, nothing left, cleaner than his face.
Who is that?
Has someone no shame? Even eating pet food? The two of them searched several streets. As they were considering whether to check the neighborhood across the street, they suddenly heard a bird call from the sky. Lin Jia looked up quickly, his eyes brightening as he raised his arm and waved at the sky. After the apocalypse, he had gotten used to following his two uncles around, and now he rarely shouted loudly. Even yesterday, when he suddenly saw Xiao Feng, he didn't shout. Now he was doing the same, waving vigorously and whispering softly, Feng Bao. Du Qian looked up at the yellow and white parrot and found it strange. Could this bird be a spirit? Yesterday, when Gigi called out, it responded. Today, it was the same. He didn't believe it was a coincidence. Maybe because he was a stranger, the enchanted bird was just hovering in the air and hadn't come down. Uncle Du, my boss must be in Pengcheng.
He's really there.
Lin Jia grinned happily at the hovering parrot. This genuine smile was something he hadn't shown in months. Uncle Du, look, Feng Bao flew that way. Do you think my boss is over there? He looked at Du Qian with hope, begging, can we go see? Pengcheng was so clean and safe. Even if Uncle Du rode a bike with him, he felt secure. Besides, he really didn't want to go back. He wanted to find his boss. He had to find him. Du Qian agreed immediately. Sure, since we're just wandering around anyway, let's go check that side. Maybe because they were following behind, the parrot flew a bit, then hovered for a while until they left the city and reached a road heading toward the suburbs. Only then did it spread its wings and fly away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But its direction was still east. To avoid disappointing Gigi, Du Qian didn't stop and continued along the road heading east. By the way, Gigi, do you know where your friend's hometown is? Is it Pengcheng? Upon Du Qian's reminder, Lin Jia suddenly remembered that his boss had mentioned before that his grandfather's family was in Pengcheng. There was also a large orchard. What was it called? Was it the 100 Herbs Garden? No, that couldn't be right. It was definitely an orchard. How could it be called a grass garden? Maybe. The Jiang Orchard? Oh, I can't remember. While alertly watching the barren land on both sides, Du Qian continued to ask, last time, you said his family name is Jiang, right? Yes, his name is Jiang Qi. I already knew this information last time. At that time, Qiao Fei was very sure that Jiang Qi was the son of Jiang Mingling. The woman who dared to go out with a long knife to the supermarket was Jiang Mingling's wife. If Jiang Mingling really is here, Du Qian narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. It seemed he knew who had cleaned up the zombies in Pengcheng so thoroughly. After riding for about 40 minutes, Du Qian suddenly grabbed the brake and stopped the bike. He pushed up his glasses and looked thoughtfully at the field about 300 meters ahead, where two abrupt green walls stood out strangely. What's wrong, Uncle Du? Du Qian deliberately tested Lin Jia, pointing at the green area ahead. Gigi, look in front. Lin Jia followed Du Qian's finger and looked toward the large field overgrown with weeds. The green wall was eye-catching and oddly out of place with the surroundings. Because the leaves were lush and bright green, seemingly untouched by dust, clean and strange. Unbelievably so. This was something Bai Li had just newly grown today. It was hard to believe it wasn't clean. Lin Jia was surprised and opened his mouth, then looked at Du Qian. Uncle Du, that wall wasn't naturally grown, right? Du Qian rubbed his head and waved his right hand. Suddenly, a flash of silver lightning shot toward the green wall. With a loud bang, the silver exploded on the wall, water splashing everywhere. A patch of earth yellow appeared faintly behind the green. Du Qian was stunned. Then a smile spread across his face. So that's why it looked strange, now I get it. But in the next second, his smile froze because, where the water splashed, several vines, like living green snakes, suddenly raised their bodies and lunged toward the water-stained area. Both he and Linja were stunned. Are these vines alive? In a flash, Linja drew his knife from his waist. This is a knife about the same length as Chi-Chi's short blade. It was specially found for him by Qiao Fei and Du Qian, who also carefully taught him how to use it. Linja held the knife, standing alert against the green wall, thinking that if those vines dared to come over, he would cut them off. It looked like the pothos his mom used to grow, so cutting it shouldn't be hard. Du Qian comforted him, it's okay. If we don't move it, it probably won't attack. Even so, Linja still felt this place was unsafe. He looked up into the air, checked all around, front, back, left, and right, but didn't see Xiaofeng. Although he felt disappointed, he was still sensible and said to Du Qian, Uncle Du, let's go back. Since it was just the two of them, he was worried about danger, as Uncle Du might not handle it alone. Since we're already here, it would be a shame not to take a look inside. Du Qian understood the boy's thoughts and ruffled his hair. Don't you trust Uncle Du? Don't worry, I can handle anything, and will protect you well. After saying that, he pushed off the pedal and continued eastward. Crossing the green wall, he stopped at the fork in the road and looked at the green door in the middle of the path. It wasn't very well hidden. It was clearly a large iron gate. He wondered if the house inside was a bit far from the gate. Beyond it, he couldn't see anything. Du Qian thought, could this be the base built by Jiang Mingling? He didn't rush to knock on the door, but continued riding east along the road. Linja also saw the gate. He really wanted Uncle Du to stop and knock, to see if the old man was here. But since Uncle Du didn't go, there must be a reason, so he stayed silent and sat quietly in the back seat. They rode about 500 meters further before Du Qian stopped again. He looked strangely at the small village ahead, surrounded by walls on all sides. But because most of the houses inside were two-story small buildings, it was easy to see that this was a well-organized little village. But what did those peony plants at the base of the wall mean? Du Qian didn't think these bright peonies were planted just for decoration, like the green wall they passed earlier. He raised his hand. A silver light shot out, and water splashed above the peonies, falling softly. The peony flowers were sprinkled with water, gently shaking, their bright petals shining beautifully. Then everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened.
Huh?
Why is there no response? Du Qian raised his hand and pushed his glasses on his nose, looking quite puzzled. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a head appeared over the wall. A young man in his 20s held a knife, looking at him cautiously, but his words were polite. Someone's already here. You should find another place to look. Everyone knew that recently many people had come to Pengcheng. They secretly observed and found that only a few were traveling further north, while most stayed behind. 3 groups of people moved into 3 different villa communities. These communities were not empty. Each had some survivors living there. There are many empty communities, but those people chose to stay in the ones with residents, probably for safety or other reasons. Since the young man saw that Du Qian was with a child, he relaxed a little and didn't shout to chase them away. Sorry, I want to ask if there's a fruit orchard nearby. Du Qian thought that since Gigi said the child's grandfather's house had a fruit orchard, their home was probably close to that orchard. The parrot was flying toward the side again, so it was likely nearby. But when the young man heard orchard, his face suddenly changed. An orchard? A white fruit orchard? What does this person mean? Why ask about the white fruit orchard? His previously relaxed expression turned into suspicion. Without thinking, he quickly denied it. What orchard? I haven't heard of it. Hurry up and leave, or we'll be rude. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. Suddenly, from inside the wall, a series of dog barks sounded. The young man turned his head to look, then glared back at Du Qian and said fiercely, If you don't leave now, I'll let the dogs bite you. They had 3 puppies, which they had long begged to get from Yunchi village. Because the 2 mutated big dogs, Haha and Urjung, were so rare in Yunchi village now, everyone hoped one day they could become like lion dogs. Not just for guarding the house, but even just lying quietly at home, it made people feel safe. As for food, is life really that important? If you lose your life, how useful is having a stockpile of food at home? So now everyone has come to terms with it and sees clearly that, whether mutated or not, the dogs they raise will protect them no matter what. Therefore, Yunchi village no longer has starving or abandoned stray dogs. Last month, 2 villagers' female dogs had puppies. Ningen, with some nerve, bargained all day and finally traded 3 puppies for seasonings. Hearing the clearly young puppy cries, Du Qian couldn't help but smile slightly. He turned his car around and drove away from Muduan village. The wall was surrounded by peonies, so it should be called that. But based on years of experience, Du Qian knew the young man was lying. He had already checked around and confirmed that, besides the green walls surrounding one area, the other nearby villages looked deserted and lifeless. The green wall. The 2 villages were very close. In just a few minutes, Du Qian and Lin Jie returned to the large iron gate covered with climbing vines. However, unlike before, there was someone standing behind the gate. Du Qian's foot was on the ground, and he looked at the gate, thinking whether to go over and ask. His intuition told him that Giji's grandfather's orchard should be nearby, or perhaps right behind the iron gate. Although he couldn't see a single branch beyond the wall. No, he could see branches, but they were from poplar trees, not fruit trees. The main reason was that the 3 green walls enclosed a very large area. Du Qian was curious about who came up with this idea. They actually enclosed all the farmland, with land and a home. As long as they farmed steadily, unless hit by a natural disaster, it could be a peaceful place in troubled times, a safe haven to live peacefully. He felt envious.
Creak.
While Du Qian was parking and pondering, a small door on one side of the large gate suddenly opened, and a woman dressed in a white t-shirt came out.
Du Qian was momentarily stunt.
Before he could react, Gigi in the back seat suddenly jumped down, excitedly trotting forward a few steps. He thought Gigi would rush into the woman's arms, but instead, he stopped about 3 meters away.
Mom.
Perhaps having experienced being repeatedly ignored, Lin Jie's expression quickly calmed down after initial excitement, moving at a speed not typical for his age. White Li's eyes showed surprise. She first nodded to Du Qian, then approached Lin Jie, gently touched his head, and smiled softly, saying, "Gigi, long time no see." Lin Jie looked up at White Li, who hadn't changed at all. He tried hard to hold back his tears, blinked, and softly asked, "Auntie, I saw Feng Bao, so I begged Uncle Du to bring me to see the boss. Can I see the boss?" The lively, talkative child now spoke with a cautious tone. Thinking of his parents and grandmother, White Li sighed silently with some helplessness and nodded. "Of course. Chi-Chi has been thinking about you ever since he returned. Let's go, follow me inside." She reached out her hand to Gigi, then turned to smile at Du Qian, saying, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." "Indeed, who would have thought?" Du Qian smiled and exchanged a few words with White Li, then pushed his bicycle into the gate. Inside, Du Qian glanced at the neat fields and the village behind them, thinking that it was just as he guessed. But who cultivated those vines on the wall that could be used for attack? He was very curious about this, but didn't speak up, since they were not close enough and there was no need to inquire about someone else's defenses. White Li came over because she had not yet returned to the Baigua garden after nurturing the green vine. Within a certain distance, she sensed something falling onto the vine, but found it was just some water, which was quite strange. Since she was nearby, she decided to come back and check. At the gate, she saw Du Qian and Lin Jie. They were still riding bicycles. Thinking of Jiang Minglang's earlier words about many people coming to Pengcheng recently, she immediately guessed they had just arrived not long ago. Walking further inside, she reached the Baigua Garden's entrance and saw 2 majestic black dogs. Although Du Qian's face remained calm, he was internally amazed and sincerely admired. These defenses were clearly built after the apocalypse. It wasn't just the difficulty of manpower and resources, but the fact that someone could think ahead and plan so carefully was truly impressive. So, was it Jiang Mingling? Soon, Du Qian found the answer. A person stepped out from the open gate of the orchard. He was tall and strong, with a rugged face and steady steps. As he stood in front of them, he appeared very calm. Although Du Qian has served in the army for many years and is experienced, he is well known as the cleverest person in their group. However, he still feels a bit nervous when facing Jiang Mingling. It's understandable because Jiang Mingling is the stern enforcer of the rival team. Xiao Fei is their team leader, but he always loses to Jiang Mingling. Jiang has almost become his nightmare. Captain Jiang, Du Qian automatically saluted Jiang Mingling. Bai Li turned her head in surprise, looked at him, then at Jiang Mingling, and asked, "Do you know each other?" Out of habit, Jiang Mingling also nodded in greeting. After the greeting, he realized it wasn't necessary. He introduced Bai Li. "This is Instructor Du from Team 94. Sorry, sister-in-law, I didn't introduce myself earlier. My name is Du Qian. The person with me earlier is our team leader, Xiao Fei. Lin's father transferred to the army 5 years ago. He is our comrade." After Jiang Mingling finished speaking, Du Qian quickly introduced himself to Bai Li and also mentioned Lin's father. When he finished, Jiang Mingling looked down at Linja, who politely greeted him, "Uncle, hello." Jiang Mingling knew Lin's good friends in the neighborhood, so he patted his little head and smiled. "Go with Annie. Chi-Chi is inside. Then I'll take Gigi over. You two chat." The two men stayed behind. After Bai Li and Linja walked away, Jiang Mingling turned to Du Qian and asked directly, "Are you and Xiao Fei planning to stay in Pengcheng?" From the way the young man introduced himself earlier, Jiang Mingling could tell why Bai Li knew Du Qian. It was clearly because of Gigi. "Honestly, I haven't decided yet." "Haven't decided?"
Yes.
Earlier, Xiao Fei and I rescued 2 people on the road. They arrived in Pengcheng first and found a place in the Greenhouse District in the west of the city. The Greenhouse District? Jiang Mingling raised an eyebrow. That area is a developing zone for greenhouses, with richer land than here. If you could settle there, it would be a good idea. Du Qian sighed. "It might be good, but I don't think the people with us would be willing to settle down and farm." This morning, he didn't follow Xiao Fei to Li Nan's place mainly because he didn't believe he was wrong about people. Li Nan boasted about his abilities and was ambitious. He would definitely try to stir up some trouble. He didn't want to work with someone like that. Jiang Mingling squinted and asked, "Not feeling confident about farming?"
So, Du Qian replied, "I'm just goosning."
"I need to ask Xiao Fei when I get back. But don't worry, he probably wouldn't do something like steal someone else's land. Not farming steadily, not robbing." Suddenly, Jiang Mingling thought of a possibility and asked suspiciously, could he be trying to establish a new government in Pengcheng? Upon hearing this, Du Qian's eyes widened sharply. "Captain Jiang, you really dare to think that?" Jiang Mingling was stunned. Did he think too much? He asked, "So, is that also unlikely?" Du Qian suddenly remembered Li Nan's background before the apocalypse. It was said he was a rich second-generation kid at first, but his family went bankrupt while studying abroad. After returning, he took over a broken company and, through his efforts, not only got the company back on track quickly but also managed to relist it after 12 years. People in the business world call him a business genius. However, this guy was also quite unlucky. The day his company went public, the apocalypse arrived. All his hard work was lost in an instant, but he was truly talented. On the run, he showed no signs of despair and was skilled himself. He even admitted that he had studied with a mercenary for several years while abroad. With such a person, if you say he has no ambition to establish a government in chaotic times, Du Qian found that hard to believe. Seeing Du Qian's expression, Jiang Mingling immediately understood. He asked, "How many people does Li Nan have?" "About a dozen. When we first met him, he was leading around 50 people, but unfortunately, they all died. It was pouring rain, and the sky was filled with mutated bats. Li Nan's girlfriend was trapped by zombies. Li Nan went to rescue her. A dozen bats attacked him. If it weren't for him and Xiao Fei, he would have been bitten by the bats. In the end, they saved him, but his girlfriend was lost. Have you heard any news from the north? Jiang Mingling changed the subject, no longer talking about Li Nan. The situation was still unstable. It wasn't easy to build a new government, let alone establish a base. Meanwhile, Bai Li and Lin Jia had not yet entered their yard when they heard a loud shout from inside. Jiang Qiqi, are you feeling restless? Watch me today not to hit you.
Grandpa.
If you have the courage, don't call me Grandpa. Second Grandpa. If you dare, don't call me Second Grandpa. Soon, the sound of running footsteps approached from afar. A small figure quickly dashed out from inside. Seeing Bai Li, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Mom, help me. Uncle is going to hurt me. Jiang Qiqi, don't lie and twist the truth. Bai Yang, with wet hair, chased out angrily. Big sister, don't stop me. If I don't teach him a lesson today, he might really do something bad to me. Uncle, you don't recognize kindness. It's so hot today, I just want to help you cool down. Thanks for the cooling, but come here. I'll take you to cool down too.
Huh.
Who's this kid? Bai Yang stopped and looked curiously at the little boy his sister was holding. Jiang Qiqi, who was fussing with his uncle, didn't notice that his mother was standing nearby with someone. When he heard Bai Yang's words, he turned his head in surprise. His big eyes widened instantly, and he blurted out, Gigi, what are you doing here?
Wow.
Before Jiang Qiqi could finish his sentence, Lin Jia rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying loudly. He wanted to hold back his tears, greet the older brother normally, and talk to him with a smile. But somehow, as soon as he saw the older brother, the tension in his mind snapped like a string, and his body uncontrollably hugged him. The words he wanted to say turned into loud crying. Gigi's loud crying stunned both Jiang Qiqi and Bai Yang, and also drew Du Qian and Jiang Mingling over. Seeing the little guy hugging his childhood friend and crying uncontrollably, Du Qian felt uneasy inside. Jiang Mingling, who didn't know that Lin Jia's family was gone, looked at the child hugging his son and crying, and started to suspect something. Sure enough, he heard Du Qian whisper, on the day the apocalypse broke out, Gigi's grandma was in the hospital. His mother went to take care of her. Later, zombies appeared in the hospital. Old Lin led a team to suppress them but couldn't save his wife and mother-in-law. When Xiao Fei and I arrived, Old Lin had blown up the hospital. He was still breathing, and he asked us to take care of Gigi. Later, the child wanted to visit his grandmother. Since it was on the way, we decided to take him to see her. Fortunately, we found his grandmother's family easily, but his uncle and aunt refused to let him stay. Thinking back, that family coldly told Gigi, "We can't even support ourselves. How can we support you? Just go back where you came from." Although life is indeed hard now, I understand why they didn't want to keep Gigi, but they didn't have to be so cold. With the rejection from his grandmother's family and being teased by Nzirwei along the way, Gigi, who used to be very talkative, has become unusually silent recently. I tried to comfort the little boy, knowing that as a teacher, this was something I often did in the army.
But
After opening my mouth, I realized that since I am not married and have no children, I am not good at comforting kids. Watching Gigi become more and more silent made me feel uncomfortable inside. Now, even though he looked sad and a bit messy from crying, releasing his feelings was better than holding them inside. Du Qian secretly let out a sigh of relief.
Gigi?
After the initial shock, Qiqi looked down at his crying friend, who had soaked his shoulder, feeling a bit helpless. He called out, but Gigi cried even louder. Qiqi looked up at Bai Li, silently asking, "What's wrong with Gigi?" Bai Li sighed silently. He had been holding this in for a long time. She softly comforted her son. "It's okay, let Gigi cry it out." Half an hour later, exhausted from crying, Gigi finally stopped with a hiccup. Old Mrs. Bai, attracted by his crying, quickly handed him a glass of water and gently said, "Good child, drink some water and calm down." She already knew this was Qiqi's friend from Sioux City, though she didn't understand why the child was crying, but seeing how distressed he looked, she thought it couldn't be anything good. Gigi's shoulder was stiff and wet from crying. When Linja finally stopped, he quickly turned his body awkwardly and pulled him over, introducing, "This is my great-grandmother. Drink some water first, then I'll take you to my house." He had been so caught up in crying that he didn't notice there were people all around. Gigi took the water cup shyly and whispered, thank you, great-grandmother. Such a polite child." Old Mrs. Bai looked at Gigi with even gentler eyes. "Good child. We have watermelon at home. Chi-Chi will take you to eat some." Then she asked, "Have you eaten lunch?" Du Qian finished breakfast and took Linja out the door. It was about 8 a.m. at that time. Since they wanted to find a children's clothing store, they rode around the market area toward the city. Because they rode slowly, by the time they reached the city and met Feng Bao, it was almost noon. Although they brought cookies and chocolates, honestly, they had been eating these for months. If they weren't really hungry, just looking at them would make them feel sick. They chased Feng Bao here, and now it was already 2:15 p.m. So Bai Li and the others had already eaten lunch. Gigi was about to say they had already eaten, but Chi-Chi's great-grandmother spoke first. "Be good, you go eat watermelon with Chi-Chi. Great-grandmother will give you noodles with sauce." Noodles with sauce? Gigi wanted to refuse, but he swallowed his words along with his saliva. He turned to look at Du Qian. Uncle Du Qian smiled at him. "Go inside with Chi-Chi." Let's go. You know what? Tai Dan is at my house. I'll take you to see him." When Gigi heard Tai Dan, he was distracted and asked in surprise, "How can Tai Dan be at your house? Isn't he from Building 3? He was abandoned. My mom and I picked him up." The two children entered the yard, their voices growing distant. Half an hour later, the noodles with sauce were ready. The old lady asked Bai Li to call Linja to eat and also called Du Qian. "Captain Jiang." Du Qian felt a bit embarrassed. He had brought Linja here to fulfill his wish of meeting friends, but ended up eating at someone else's house. Jiang Mingling said, "We're comrades too. No need to be so polite." Exactly, Zhang Xiaoda, who had come over after hearing the noise, also chatted with Du Qian for a while. Although they weren't very close, they knew each other. Zhang Xiaoda casually said, "Instructor Du, I'm not saying this to you, but every time the big competition comes, you and our leader always keep a distance. It's always the same. Why bother?"
Does he?
Jiang Mingling shot him a sidelong glance and said to Du Qian, "That's just how he is. He's not good at keeping his words. Don't take it to heart." Du Qian pushed up his glasses and smiled. "Xiaoda is right. No one in Team Qiao dares to challenge us. Only Jiang team. So, during the big competition, he feels it's boring to compare with other teams. Only competing with you can truly show his skills. Without Jiang team, he might not even participate in the competition." Jiang Mingling smiled at Xiao Fei, who was very competitive, but said nothing. After a while, seeing Du Qian finish his noodles, he said, "Don't call me Team Jiang anymore. I'm older than you, so call me Big Brother." "Okay, Big Brother Jiang." Du Qian went along happily and glanced at Gigi, who had just finished a big bowl of noodles and was happily burping. Sitting nearby, Chi-Chi asked, "Gigi, why don't you stay and play at my house today?"
Huh.
Lin Zhou was surprised, then instinctively turned to look at Du Qian, with a look of longing and curiosity. Chi-Chi also looked at Du Qian, curious. Since Gigi lost his parents, does staying with Uncle Du mean he is now his foster father? He asked sincerely, "Can I, Uncle Du? Let Gigi stay and play at my house for a few days before going back. You don't need to ask my dad. I can make decisions at home." Jiang Mingling gave his son a funny look and said to Du Qian, "If you and Xiao Fei decide to stay in Pengcheng, you can let Gigi stay here first." Deep down, before deciding whether to stay or leave, Du Qian really wanted Gigi to stay. But he couldn't show it too obviously to avoid the child misunderstanding that he didn't want him. Hearing Jiang Mingling say this, he nodded at Gigi. "All right, then you can play with Chi-Chi for 2 days. After 2 days, Uncle will come to pick you up, okay?" "Yes, okay." With Du Qian's permission, Gigi answered very loudly. "Yay, great. Gigi, let's go. I'll show you the sheep." "See what?"
Sheep.
"Mountain goats. I take care of them, feeding and watching over them. They're my soldiers and they have to listen to me. Also chickens." My great-grandmother had a hen hatch a bunch of chicks, and they're almost ready to lay eggs. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up with envy. As the two kids ran out happily, Du Qian also stood up to say goodbye. Before leaving, he asked Jiang Mingling, Team Jiang, Brother Jiang, if one day the higher-ups call us back, will you go? Jiang Mingling shook his head without hesitation. No, I won't go.
Du Qian was surprised.
He hadn't expected the famous Jiang team leader to answer so decisively. That's fine. He paused for a moment and then asked, what if one day I come to stay with you? Jiang Mingling looked steadily at Du Qian. After a while, he smiled and extended a hand toward Du Qian. You're very welcome. Everyone knew that the instructor of Team 94 was their group's smart star. He was recruited with a master's degree and considered a civilian in their eyes, but he was also physically strong. Compared to the competitive Xiao Fei, Jiang Mingling admired Du Qian more. For some reason, it seemed Du Qian wanted to part ways with Xiao Fei.
Good.
If Du Qian could stay in Yunqi village when everyone else arrived in Pengcheng, it would be helpful. Both of them were smart enough not to probe each other's special abilities. As evening fell, Du Qian rode his bike back to the small yard in the greenhouse area. Xiao Fei was already waiting at the door. Seeing he was alone, his face changed.
Where's Gigi?
He found his friend's place. He wants to stay there for a couple of days.
Friend?
Which friend? Du Qian didn't want to hide anything. He replied directly, do you remember the mother and son we moved things with at the supermarket when we left Sioux City? Xiao Fei definitely remembered. Even yesterday, when Gigi called the parrot in the sky, he had already guessed. He let out a sigh of relief and asked, you actually found them? How did you find them? Du Qian didn't answer that question. Instead, he said, you're right. They are indeed Jiang Team's wife and child. I saw Jiang Team today. Jiang Mingling? Xiao Fei blurted out. Yes, go inside and talk. Du Qian took out the keys and opened the gate. As he turned to push the cart, he noticed Xiao Fei looking at him with a complicated expression. Du Qian, being very smart and having worked with Xiao Fei for many years, could tell what he was thinking just from his expression. He pushed up his glasses and said calmly, if I don't lock the gate, I can't guarantee your nephew won't do something. In frustration, he stormed into the house and threw all of Gigi's luggage outside or stepped on it to dirty it. That mischievous kid was capable of doing such things. For example, on the road, he had eaten enough cookies himself and, seeing there was nothing else to eat, angrily snatched Gigi's cookies and stomped on them. Honestly, at that moment, he was holding back from slapping him. Hearing Du Qian's words, Xiao Fei looked a bit embarrassed and awkward. Sorry, that kid was really spoiled by his family. You're not the one who should be apologizing. Du Qian pushed his bike into the yard, then walked to the water well. He used a water scoop to draw water into the well and started pumping water with a clicking sound. Soon, a clear, thin stream of water flowed out of the well. Xiao Fei watched as his old comrade scooped up a basin, rinsed it clean, then poured half a basin of water to wash his hands and face. He looked at him in surprise. Du Qian, being a water element, actually used water from the well? He looked at him with complicated eyes and said seriously, when Gigi comes back, I will ask Nziru to apologize to him. Hearing this, Du Qian stopped splashing water on his face and sighed disappointedly. Ask Nziru to apologize to Gigi? Xiao Wei had said that many times along the way, but had it ever been done? Or would that mischievous kid really sincerely apologize? In the past, Du Qian wouldn't have bothered with a little kid, but thinking of Gigi crying bitterly while hugging Chi-Chi today, he felt uncomfortable inside. Honestly, this isn't his own child, so a simple apology for being bullied wouldn't be enough. He pulled a stool from the kitchen door and sat down, then handed another to Xiao Fei. When the other sat beside him, he said, Old Xiao, we've known each other for over 10 years. I won't hide it from you. I don't think much of Li Nan, so I don't plan to get involved in his affairs. Xiao Fei was relieved that Du Qian changed the subject from Gigi and Nziru, and he let out a breath of relief. Then he asked seriously, did you guess what he's planning to do? Du Qian didn't answer but looked at him, waiting for him to continue. He has big ambitions. He wants to form a team, take advantage of the chaos in Pengcheng, and create new rules and regulations. New rules?
Du Qian sneered.
You mean controlling Pengcheng and establishing a new government?
Exactly.
Do you know what they went to do today? They went to take over other forces in Pengcheng, gather capable survivors, and also repair the government building. Du Qian narrowed his eyes. He clearly had ambitions. He asked Xiao Fei, "What are your plans?" I also think it's unlikely, so I didn't give him a definite answer today. I just said I wanted to discuss it with you. Not cooperating with Li Nan, or not being under his control, meant it would be hard to stay here anymore. Although the owners of these houses are no longer here and no longer belong to Li Nan, someone found them first. We can stay because of the life-saving kindness, but we can't be sure they won't harm us. Those people are not so considerate. Du Qian looked at him deeply and said plainly, "I plan to go to Zhang's team." Xiao Fei. He looked at Du Qian, frowned tightly, and asked, "What did you say?" They had been partners for over 10 years, and even after the end of the world, they stayed together. Honestly, he never thought that old Du would part from him. Yes, he admitted Zhang Minglang was very strong, and he admired him. But that didn't mean he wanted to join him or be under him.
Du Qian.
Du Qian interrupted him calmly and explained, "Old Xiao, I know you can't leave your sister, but if we stay together, have you thought about what will happen to Gigi in the future? Don't forget, we promised old Lin to take good care of him. So my idea is to take Gigi to join Zhang's team. He and Zhang's son are good friends, so they will have each other. Don't worry, I will raise Gigi well and will never give up on him." Even though Du Qian's reasons were solid and his words gentle, Xiao Fei still felt uncomfortable inside. His partner wanted to abandon him and join someone he always saw as a rival. Of course, he wouldn't feel good about it. But he couldn't find the words to persuade or stop him. He just looked at him steadily, and after a long while, he finally asked, "Are you sure about this?" After washing his face, Du Qian took his glasses from the side and pulled out a gray handkerchief from his pocket. He lowered his head and wiped his face while saying, "Gigi saw his little friend today and cried for half an hour holding him." Xiao Fei. He wasn't without feelings, but what could he do? His sister was his only family in this world. As old Du just said, he couldn't abandon her. And his spoiled little nephew was his sister's only son. Xiao Fei irritably scratched his head. Du Qian put on his glasses and turned to look at him. "I know you're having a hard time, so the best way now is for me to take Gigi away. I can be anywhere alone, but Gigi needs a relaxed and free environment to grow. Right now, Zhang's team is the best place for him. Not only is this place suitable for Gigi, but it is also perfect for him. In these chaotic times, having a safe place to settle down is important. No one likes to keep moving around." Zhou Fei saw that Du Qian had made up his mind and knew talking more wouldn't help, so he decided to part ways peacefully. That night, he took out 2 bottles of white wine from the car, opened 2 bags of peanuts and chicken feet, and they drank quietly into the late hours, eventually falling asleep a little tipsy. The next morning, Zhou Fei was going to see Du Qian off. "Even though we're parting, I need to know where you two are staying. It will be easier to find you if something happens. After all, a temporary separation doesn't mean cutting off all contact." Du Qian hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Okay." Their car belonged to Zhou Fei, so Du Qian planned to ride his bike there. But if Zhou Fei wanted to give him a ride, he wouldn't refuse. The place where Jiang team was located wasn't very hidden, so Li Nan might already know about it. There was no need to hide anything. When Zhou Fei drove Du Qian to the entrance of Yunxi village, Zhang Minglang invited him inside confidently. Bai Li stood nearby, greeted him with a smile and a nod when she saw Zhou Fei. They had met once before in Sucheng, and Zhou Fei and his friend had helped clear zombies from the neighborhood. She was grateful for that. Without their help, she wouldn't have had a chance to go to the supermarket to gather supplies. It was a coincidence that she knew Jiang Mingling. Zhou Fei entered Yunxi village with a mix of complicated feelings. His thoughts were hard to put into words. When he saw Gigi, he softly reminded him a few words, then quickly left. Gigi chased to the gate and only returned after he couldn't see Uncle Joe's car anymore. He happily hugged Du Qian and asked excitedly, Uncle Du, are we really going to live here in the future? Yes, from now on, we'll be living with Uncle Jiang and Chi-Chi.
Yay!
Gigi was so happy, he jumped 3 feet high. His good friend Chi-Chi did the same, and the two of them, holding hands and with their dog, ran off quickly. Du Qian smiled quietly, thinking that children's happiness was really simple. Let's go. I'll take you to your new home. Jiang Mingling personally took Du Qian to arrange everything. Here's the situation. There are 2 houses for you to choose from. If you want to live alone with Gigi in a courtyard, you can pick one in Yunxi village. If you live in Baiguan, you would be living with an uncle from our family. He doesn't speak. He used to work with my dad in the orchard. His house was built by my dad and is right next to our home, just that one building. Jiang Mingling pointed to an elegant brick and tile house not far from the Bai family villa. The yard is medium-sized, with a complete kitchen and storage room, looking warm and cozy. This house was originally for Qindong's retirement, but now, after the end of the world, because of some unexpected mutated animals that sometimes appear, Bai Xiangtian was worried about Qindong living alone. During the day, it's okay, but at night, if something suddenly appears, what then? So yesterday, when Jiang Mingling said Du Qian would come over, Bai Xiangtian immediately thought of this. If Du Qian was willing, it would be perfect for him and Gigi to stay with Qindong. Jiang Mingling explained, Uncle Dong had a sore throat when he was a child, which is why he can't speak now, but his hearing is fine. As for other aspects of life, he's no worse than you. Du Qian didn't hesitate at all and nodded directly. As long as Uncle Dong doesn't mind, the 2 of us will stay here. Entering the small yard, Du Qian was surprised to find that both the main hall and the yard were surprisingly clean and tidy. Even the wood stacked under the shed on the west side was neatly arranged. Jiang Mingling smiled and explained, Uncle Dong is very clean. Not only at home, but even the dog's nest in the orchard is spotless, with no strange smell at all. Du Qian chuckled. Looks like our 2 guys are going to take advantage of Uncle Dong. He was very satisfied with this place. Just then, Qindong was called back from the vegetable field by Yang. The man, in his 50s, had dark skin from years of farm work, but was tall and strong, looking quite powerful. He carried a large bamboo basket filled with bok choy and tomatoes. After Jiang Mingling introduced him, Qindong smiled kindly at Du Qian, then set down the basket, took out 2 bright red tomatoes, and washed them at the water well before handing them to Du Qian and Jiang Mingling. Both took the tomatoes. Du Qian opened his mouth and took a big bite, then froze. He wasn't sure if it was because he hadn't eaten tomatoes in a long time, or if the tomatoes here were different. They had a sandy pulp. Not to mention that even before the end of the world, sandy pulp tomatoes were rare, and they didn't taste good without sugar. Usually they had no flavor. He looked at Jiang Mingling, who was eating naturally, clearly used to it. Du Qian suddenly felt a bit upset. Over the past few months, he and Xiao Fei had enough to eat and drink, but he hadn't tasted fruit in a long time. Who would have thought that a simple tomato here could taste better than fruit? Not to mention the watermelon from yesterday. Oh, and the noodle soup made by Grandma Bai. Honestly, he wasn't full after that big bowl yesterday. After settling down here, Zhang Xiaoda went to Pingjiang Bridge again. He came to wait for his brothers, and when someone arrived, he would take them away. As a local, he had his own secret methods. He built a small, box-shaped hideout, sat on a little stool he brought, and made 2 small holes in the mud wall for eyes, sitting openly under the bridge and looking out. Unfortunately, not many people passed by Pingjiang Bridge today. Maybe the peak of the escape was over, so fewer people came this way. Zhang Xiaoda was getting sleepy, almost ready to pack up and leave when suddenly he heard a familiar conversation. Old Sheng, we've crossed the bridge. This should be Pingcheng, right? Yes, that's right. What if our boss doesn't come back? I think he will come back. The Su family is already empty. If not here, then where? That's true. He and his wife are so close. His father-in-law's family still has. What the heck? To save fuel, the car's air conditioning wasn't on, so the windows were open. The man sitting in the passenger seat was suddenly hit by a clump of dirt and immediately pulled out a gun alert. The driver, Lao Sheng, pressed the window button. He should have hit the brakes and left quickly, but he couldn't because there was someone ahead and they couldn't move.
Swish. Swish.
2 more dirt clumps flew toward the car, but this time, they were prepared. Even with limited space inside the car, they managed to dodge. Lao Sheng's sharp eyes stared toward the direction of the dirt, under the right side of Pingjiang Bridge, near a large willow tree. "Little man, there's something in the tree." His comrade, named Renbin, gritted his teeth and growled, "I saw it." "I'll say it again, don't call me little man." His name is Ren, and he was called Xiao Ren when they first joined the team because Jiang Mingling forgot his real name and just called him Xiao Ren. Since then, everyone called him little man. "Fine, I won't call you that. Can you handle this alone? Just wait. When we see the boss, we'll treat him to long feng soup." The car was still moving slowly, but Renbin had already opened the door and gotten out. Today, not many people crossed the bridge and even fewer were driving. In front of and behind their car, all the survivors walking looked exhausted and numb. As Renbin reached out toward the willow tree, Lao Sheng suddenly realized something was wrong. Could a big snake really throw dirt clods to attack people? Even if it could, why would it throw dirt at them through the window instead of at the other survivors outside? Something was off. It wasn't a big snake throwing dirt at them. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoda was sitting inside the rectangular box, confused. When did a neighbor appear in the big willow tree nearby? He hadn't noticed at all. Could it be that Lao Sheng and Renbin, these 2 clueless guys, had annoyed him so much that they made him lose his alertness?
Yeah, that must be it.
Zhang Xiaoda turned his head and made a small hole in the side, looked at the length and thickness of the snake, and thought, if Renbin can't even kill this thing, how will he deal with him later? But just as that thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly remembered something. Seeing Renbin approaching the willow tree and facing the snake, he blinked quickly. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Renbin's head hit the dirt wall. After crossing the bridge, Lao Sheng immediately found a spot to stop the car by the side. Then, just as he got out, he was confused. Is this big snake a ground type? No way. Lao Sheng looked puzzled, and even more confused was Renbin, whose head was a bit dizzy from the bump. Are you okay? Without hesitation, Lao Sheng quickly rushed to Renbin's side and pulled him back. Looking at his comrade's forehead, which was turning red from the bump, he disdainfully said, "Was your reaction too slow? When we see the boss, he'll probably make you carry a load for 5 kilometers as punishment. Get lost, you idiot." It's not that I reacted slow. That wall suddenly appeared out of nowhere. While they were talking, they were already back to back, observing their surroundings. Their movements were purely reflexes when faced with danger. Even so, Zhang Xiaoda still looked down on them. They had been apart for a few months, and these 2 fools must have been slacking off. Lao Sheng, look here. After scanning around, Renbin finally noticed something strange. He pointed to a mound about 10 meters from the big willow tree. No, it wasn't a mound. It was a square-shaped dirt wall, with 2 more.
Huh?
Am I seeing things? Earlier, I saw 2 holes, but now they are gone. What is this? Old Sheng carefully looked at the rectangular object in front of him, then at the Pingjiang Bridge, then at the rectangle again. He confidently said, "It's a boundary. The border between Ping City and Ping City." A boundary?
Yes.
Since the Pingjiang Bridge has the character Ping in its name, it belongs to Ping City. But once you cross the bridge, you enter Ping City. So, starting from this rectangle and going north, it's part of Ping City. Renbin nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Zhang Xiaoda inside the rectangle also nodded in agreement. Good analysis. But wait. That's all nonsense. No more hiding. I'll confront these 2 idiots. Are you sure it's a boundary? Of course. Why wouldn't it be? Old Sheng patted Renbin and said, "If it's not a boundary, then what is it?" But Renbin only stared blankly at him and said numbly, "That last sentence wasn't me."
Huh?
The 2 quickly backed to back, one holding a knife, the other a gun, scanning cautiously around. Zhang Xiaoda saw this and got very angry. These 2 kids still haven't realized someone is inside? Old Sheng still wanted to walk 5 more kilometers, dreaming of it. 10 kilometers isn't enough. Zhang Xiaoda is the squad leader. Coincidentally, both of them are under his command. Old Sheng and Renbin looked around but saw nothing unusual, then turned their eyes back to the rectangle. Suddenly, the wall of earth forming the rectangle silently disappeared. Right after, a young man with a dark face, sitting on a small stool with his long legs crossed, appeared. Renbin blinked and nudged Old Sheng with his elbow, whispering, "Old Sheng, am I seeing things? Why do I think I see our squad leader?" I saw him too. They both stared at Zhang Xiaoda without moving. Zhang Xiaoda looked at them and sneered. "Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you just talking excitedly?" "Squad leader." Zhang Xiaoda stood up, walked over, and slapped each of them on the head. "You didn't notice being attacked once or twice. And now you're blaming the snake? When did the snake start having earth powers?"
Huh.
"Where are your brains? Were they eaten by zombies?" The two men didn't dare to speak. After Zhang Xiaoda finished scolding, Renbin quickly forced an awkward smile and said, "It's just. We've been driving all day and are very tired. By the way, squad leader, why are you here?" "I know," Lao Sheng answered quickly. "It must be that he's waiting for us here. Our leader is so wise and brave. He guessed we would come, so he sent the squad leader to pick us up." "Right, squad leader?" Zhang Xiaoda sneered. "You have a big face." "No, squad leader," Lao Sheng blurted out. "Zhang Xiaoda." He raised his hand to wipe his face. "Sigh, after waiting for several days, I only get these two idiots to deal with." "Squad leader, are you good with earth magic? Isn't that obvious?" Just now, he saw him come out of a rectangular earth wall right in front of them. They saw it with their own eyes. Do they still have doubts? These two are really stupid. Zhang Xiaoda glanced at them sideways and turned to walk toward the big willow tree by the river. He was careless. A large snake, at least 3 meters long and about as thick as his waist, was near him, but he didn't notice. If the boss found out, he would definitely be in trouble. The earth wall blocking the front of the willow tree disappeared, revealing the lush, leafy big willow tree behind it. But at this moment, the main branch in the middle of the willow was empty. Nothing was there. Zhang Xiaoda looked around by the river, but he didn't see the yellow-green big snake. He thought to himself, it ran away pretty fast. Renbin moved closer and whispered, "That thing is really good at digging holes, and it might even go into the water. If you hadn't stopped me just now, we would have caught it already." Although he didn't really like eating snake meat, these past few months had been very plain, excluding things like ham sausage and luncheon meat. If only he could have some meat soup to drink. Renbin couldn't help swallowing and looked at Zhang Xiaoda with a resentful expression. "You're talking nonsense." Zhang Xiaoda raised his hand and slapped him again. "Snakes are used to deal with mice. You can't kill them randomly." Because of the appearance of mutated mice, they had been very cautious recently. Luckily, they only found a few on the first day and hadn't seen any since. This led Jiang Minglang to suspect that these mutated mice weren't local. They might have come from the south across Pingjiang Bridge. Bai Li also had a theory. The giant python they initially found in Pingjiang might not be the only one. There could be other mutated snakes near Pingjiang. As everyone knows, snakes are natural enemies of mice. So, Pingcheng hasn't seen many mice, which might be related to the mutated snakes. Maybe some of the mice were eaten by snakes when they crossed the river. Therefore, Bai Li suggested that as long as the number of snakes is manageable, they should not disturb them for now. August is usually the peak time for snake activity, but strangely, whether in Baigua Garden or Yunxi Village, they searched thoroughly for mice, but didn't find a single snake. This is clearly unusual. However, having too few snakes is not a good sign. That's why Zhang Xiaoda stopped Renbin from killing that snake. Next time you see a snake, if it doesn't attack you, just leave it alone. What if it attacks me? You're so silly. Old Sheng also slapped Renbin on the head and was about to say that if it attacks you, of course you should fight back. But before he could speak, their class monitor blurted out, "Can't you run away?" Old Sheng and Renbin. They suddenly remembered one winter when the class monitor found a frozen, stiff grass snake and kept it in his arms, not minding how cold it was. Later, the snake came back to life, and he even kept it in his dorm. It wasn't until winter passed and spring arrived that, under the command of the leader, they released the snake. They all joked that he was raising the snake as his wife. So, their leader still hasn't changed this habit? Old Sheng looked at Zhang Xiaoda with a complicated expression, wondering if he now disliked grass snakes and had shifted his affection to a giant python. He asked, "Does the boss know?" Zhang Xiaoda thought he was asking about not killing snakes and nodded, "Yes, I know." Old Sheng's eyes widened suddenly, then, "Does he agree?" Why wouldn't he? Old Sheng and Renbin both wondered what their leader had been through. How could he satisfy such a strange hobby for the class monitor? They couldn't find that big snake, and they'd been here long enough. It was time to go home for dinner. Zhang Xiaoda waved at them, "Let's go. I'll take you back to see the boss." 15 minutes later, Old Sheng and Renbin stood tall, excited, and tears in their eyes in front of Jiang Mingling. Reporting to the captain, Renbin is back on the team. Reporting to the captain, Sheng Xingyu is back on the team. Renbin didn't like to call Old Sheng by his full name. He's big and rough-looking, in his 20s but looks older than the captain, yet he has a very poetic name. At that time, he was probably born because they were afraid he would grow up looking so ugly, so they wanted to give him a more elegant name to hide it. Yes, that's probably the reason.
Sit down first.
Jiang Mingling looked at the two boys. They were under Zhang Xiaoda's care. He asked, "Tell me about your situation. Who wants to go first?" After the zombie virus outbreak in the first city, Yunzhou, everyone agreed to go home and protect their own families first. If there were any problems, they would deal with them later. Renbin spoke first, sounding a bit sad. "When I got home, I didn't see my grandparents. Most neighbors had been bitten or turned into zombies. Our village, not a single survivor was left. I looked for a month but couldn't find them. In the end, I had no choice but to come to Sioux City to meet with you. I met Lao Sheng outside your community. Because they couldn't contact each other after the end of the world, everyone wrote down their addresses when they parted so they could find each other if needed later. Jiang Mingling, as the team leader, wrote down 2 addresses, one in Sioux City and another in Peng City, where his family home was. Renbin's father had died of illness 10 years ago, and his mother had remarried. He was raised by his grandparents. Since he couldn't find them, staying there no longer made sense. Lao Sheng wiped his face and said gloomily, "My old man has a bad temper. He could have protected my mom and me, but he fought over some stolen stuff and got stabbed. When I got home, he was barely alive. He died not long after." This reminded Zhang Xiaoda of his grandmother. He hadn't avenged her yet. He looked at Lao Sheng and asked, "What happened after that?" Lao Sheng glanced at Jiang Mingling and whispered, "I took care of those people." Zhang Xiaoda kicked him lightly and scolded, "Just take care of them." "Why are you whispering?" Lao Sheng shrank back and didn't dare to speak. "All right, let's eat first. After we finish, we'll take them to settle in." Seeing that the team leader didn't object to him dealing with those people, Lao Sheng let out a breath and felt relieved. After lunch, Jiang Mingling arranged for the 2 boys to stay in a 2-story house in the southeast corner of Yunqi village. Most villagers now behaved well, and a few stubborn ones had been subdued by Bai Wei. Additionally, Xue Deng and Bai Xiangyuan had set up a series of reward measures for planting on unclaimed land. Bai Xiangtian thought this was a good idea and approved it. The main point is that the fenced fields need someone to farm them. Jiang Mingling thinks that within their abilities, they should protect the land as much as possible. After all, the village now has more than just the original residents. There are also many newcomers. Renbin and Sheng Xingyu have fire and speed powers, respectively. Both are quite strong, and living in the southeast corner suits them well. Bai Yang heard that Lao Sheng's power was the same as his, which made him very interested. Plus, he had been training with his brother-in-law every day and believed he was improving quickly. He was eager to compare himself with Lao Sheng to see how good he was.
But
he started full of confidence and ended in shock. When testing speed, he thought he was fast, but Lao Sheng easily overtook him in just 1 second. As for fighting, he didn't even get close to Lao Sheng. Zhang Xiaoda chuckled softly. "Yangzi, I told you, your brother-in-law didn't use even a tenth of his strength when training you. If you don't believe me, ask Lao Sheng to compare with your brother-in-law." Before Bai Yong could speak, Lao Xing shivered and ran away like the wind, calling out, "Class monitor, I need to go back and clean the house." Compare with the team leader? What a joke. He definitely didn't want to die. That day passed with Bai Yong feeling frustrated. The next day was sunny and peaceful. However, below Pingjiang Bridge, things started to become uneasy. Zombies in Pengcheng have all been cleared. No animals have mutated. Those who want to stay here, please come register over here. Besides food and drink, we will also provide safe shelter and farmland. Yes, register here. After registering, you can get a bottle of water. Ren Bin and Lao Sheng, who had just arrived to keep watch, looked at each other. Neither of them understood what these people were doing, so Ren Bin stayed to keep watch while Lao Sheng went back to report. Soon, Jiang Minglang and Du Qian arrived. On the west side of Pingjiang Bridge, a long table was set up. A scarred man held a loudspeaker, repeating the registration instructions. Behind the table sat a middle-aged man with a square face. Additionally, Du Qian saw a young man with a crew cut. He told Jiang Minglang, "It's the group I mentioned before. It looks like they're starting to take action." Last time, Qiao Fei said they plan to keep the houses in the greenhouse area for the survivors they rescue. They will send a team to protect them and help them make full use of the farmland there. In simple words, they are just looking for people to farm the land. So, that group shouldn't be called protectors, but rather watchers. As for Li Nan and the core group, they want to take over the government building and turn it into their office after fixing it up. Duo Qian is now curious. What have Li Nan and the others done to the government building? Is it usable now? And Xiao Fei, did he leave or is he still there? Today, it seems like there are quite a few people coming. Jiang Mingling looked at the survivors walking down the bridge one after another. Although they all looked blank and numb, once they heard there was food, drink, and a place to stay, their eyes lit up. Despite being exhausted from walking, they all hurried toward the long table. "I want to sign up." "Me too." "Are you guys serious? Is there really food, drink, and a place to stay? Can I get some water?" "Water, please." The middle-aged man with a round face, who was taking names, smiled gently. "Of course, as long as you sign up, you can get a bottle of water." When they heard they could really get water, everyone pushed even harder. "Line up properly. No line, no water." They thought this would stop people, but those who were thirsty and had waited for a long time still pushed forward regardless. Wow, are they all from the south? After Jiang Minglang and Duo Qian arrived, Xue Deng and Bai Wei also followed behind. Since the end of the world, this was the first time they left Yunqi village. Seeing those pale, thin, and exhausted people coming down from the bridge, they were stunned. They looked like refugees. Bai Wei didn't care if Jiang Minglang was cold to him. He quietly asked brother-in-law, "Who are those people giving out water and taking names? Are they sent by the government? Do you think there's still a government now?" Bai Wei honestly shook his head. "I don't know. I'm asking you." Jiang Minglang. This guy really is an outsider from the Bai family, or maybe he doesn't seem like a Bai family member at all. Is that so? Seeing Jiang Minglang not answer, he pressed further.
Jiang Minglang replied irritably, "No."
Then why are they so kind to give out water? Kind? Do you think they're kind? Aren't they? Everyone got a free bottle of water. Look at how thirsty those people are. I ask you, is it easy for us to drink water? Drinking water? That's simple. We have a water well. After saying this, Bai Wei only then realized that water wells are not only in Yunqi village, other places also have them. So, in Peng City, isn't water readily available? Thinking this way, he finally understood that those people were bringing free well water to do good deeds. But what's their goal? It's midday, aren't they tired? They're not government workers. Jiang Minglang truly feels exhausted just talking to Bai Wei, so he turns around and ignores him. But Bai Wei doesn't realize this. He pats Jiang Minglang's shoulder and keeps asking, "Do you think Bai Hua might come back?" His words sound carefree, but if you look closely, you'll see his eyes are red after he speaks. No matter what, she is his sister. Over the past few months, their father has been going to the crossroads every day, always disappointed when he returns. That stubborn girl really might not come back, right? Before Jiang Minglang can answer, the short-haired person who has been handing out water suddenly hands his work to others and walks quickly toward them. Brother Du, he greets Du Qian with a forced smile. Yesterday, I heard Brother Qiao say you left South, brother, and I thought you went north out of Pung City. Turns out, that's not the case. The short-haired man glances at Jiang Minglang and immediately remembers where he saw him before. It's not that the place was special, but South brother said this person gave him a dangerous feeling. So, does Du Qian know this person? Do I need to explain where I go? As soon as Du Qian speaks, the smile on the short-haired man's face stiffens. A hint of ruthlessness flashes in his eyes, but he keeps a calm face and says, "Of course, you don't need to. I was just worried about Brother Du after all. We've been through life and death together." What life and death together? Clearly, it was him and Xiao Fei who saved them. But this little troublemaker, Du Qian, is too lazy to bother with him. He calmly says, "Since you don't seem to have many people, go ahead and get busy." Feeling insulted in front of everyone, the short-haired man is very angry inside but says, "No problem, I can handle it." "Brother Du, are you here to take in these people too?" Without understanding their true purpose, he just runs over out of curiosity.
You are?
At that moment, Bai Wei suddenly shouted loudly and waved his hand at a thin young man who had just come down from the bridge. "Are you still alive, Brother Wei?" The young man, called Lu Er, saw Bai Wei and staggered over, then threw himself onto him and cried loudly. Du Qian spoke coldly, "We're here to pick someone up." The young man called Lu Er by Bai Wei was indeed from the Lu family in Yunqi village. Before the apocalypse, he worked in the big city of Jiangcheng. The day before the disaster, he took half a day off due to overtime, and that half day saved his life. He stayed at home for a month, waiting as the zombies in his neighborhood were gradually cleared. He thought the disaster was ending and that dawn was near. But instead, they faced a huge chaos of animals attacking everywhere. That night, Jiangcheng was almost covered in blood. When he stumbled out to escape, the screams never stopped. He didn't even know how he survived and returned to Pengcheng. He thought he might die on the way. He was so dizzy when he reached Pingjiang Bridge that he felt like his soul was walking, not his body. Before Bai Wei called him, he really thought that way, returning to his roots, his soul returning home. That was how he felt. It wasn't until Bai Wei woke him up and saw the bully from his village that he suddenly realized he was back. At that moment, he felt a strange warmth for the bully he used to avoid so much before. He found him so kind, so adorable, so... Before he could find more words to describe his feelings, his body, honest and trembling, collapsed onto the ground and hugged the other's leg, crying loudly, "Brother Wei, I missed you so much." Bai Wei. He looked confused, lowered his head to look at Lu Er, then turned to Xue Deng and muttered, "Xue Deng, is there something wrong with my memory? Actually, I get along pretty well with Lu Er, right?" Xue Deng was silent. If he remembered correctly, Lu Er was several years younger than Bai Wei, and Lu Er's older brother had even fought Bai Wei before. The Lu brothers used to see Bai Wei as dangerous as a snake or scorpion. But those small fights didn't matter anymore in the face of life and death. After experiencing so much and returning home, Xue Deng could fully understand Lu Er's feelings. No matter what he saw first, even if it was a village dog, he would be so excited, he would cry. He sighed, stepped forward to help the person up, and softly comforted him. "All right, Lu Er, let's go home. Your parents are still waiting for you at home." The elderly couple from the Lu family was still there, but his older brother and his wife were gone. He didn't know if they had been zombies from the start or if they were bitten later. Anyway, when he was cleaning up behind Uncle Bai, those two had already turned into zombies. Yes, we're going home right away. Don't cry anymore." Seeing how affectionately this guy behaved towards him, Bai Wei rarely showed any dislike for him wiping tears and snot on his pants. He and Xue Deng helped lift him up, one on each side. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted again, "Rat?" Jiang Minglang looked in the direction Bai Wei was staring, then his face darkened. He thought, when did Bai Wei's eyes become so sharp? So many people around, and he just saw Wen Haoyang immediately. Compared to the others who looked ragged and skinny, Wen Haoyang looked much better. He was carrying a backpack, and even though it was midsummer, he was wearing long sleeves and long pants, which was understandable. Anyone coming from the south wouldn't be wearing shorts and t-shirts. After all, safety first. Besides being neatly dressed, he looked in good spirits, not as skinny and worn out as others. Jiang Mingling wasn't surprised. This guy really had some skills. Bai Wei. Hearing his name, Wen Haoyang strode over. Actually, he had already noticed them before Bai Wei called out, mainly because Jiang was so tall and strong, like a tower standing there, making it hard not to notice him. Even in the apocalypse, how did this guy not get skinny from hunger? When he reached them, Wen Haoyang glanced sideways at Jiang Mingling and asked, "Did Lizzie and Chi-Chi also come back?" Jiang Mingling thought to himself, "Whether my wife and kids come back or not, what does that have to do with you?" He said aloud, "Of course. With me here, they've long since returned." Wen Haoyang was suspicious and asked, "When the apocalypse started, were you at home?" That couldn't be true, right? Jiang Mingling thought, "Does it matter whether I was home or not?" He replied impatiently, "Enough with the nonsense. Since they're back, go home and check on them quickly." He didn't care about his own father, but was more concerned about others' wives and children. What's wrong with that? But as soon as he finished speaking, even Bai Wei turned his head in surprise to look at him. Wen Haoyang remained calm and expressionless, with no waves in his face. Jiang Mingling looked at Bai Wei with a questioning gaze. Bai Wei whispered, "Brother-in-law, do you really not know?" "Know what?" "When Uncle had a heart attack at the end of March." Jiang Mingling. He truly didn't know. He hadn't heard his father-in-law mention it. Bai Xiangtian, Bai Wei's father, is a close brother and very good friends with Wen Haoyang's father. Because of this, Bai Li and Wen Haoyang grew up together as childhood sweethearts. The thought of these words made Jiang Mingling feel uneasy. After all, before he and his wife started dating, Wen Haoyang's father had already taken a liking to Bai Li, wanting her to be his daughter-in-law. If his wife had no feelings for Wen Haoyang, he was afraid that even confessing might ruin their sibling relationship.
Now.
Well, she is still his wife. Although the outcome wouldn't change, Jiang Mingling still didn't like Wen Haoyang. This guy is very good at pretending in front of his father-in-law, which is very annoying. Next to them, Xiao Pingtu felt relieved after the two groups recognized each other. It seemed they really came to pick someone up. As long as they weren't against them and could gather people, that was enough. "Let's go." Lao Du. Jiang Mingling turned around and signaled Du Qian with a look. He understood immediately, and the two of them rode away on bicycles quickly. Now, driving cars is loud and conspicuous, and it's not as convenient for spying or gathering information as bicycles. Last month, Jiang Mingling, Zhang Xiaoda, and Bai Yang almost emptied all the bicycle shops in Pengcheng. Of course, there were electric bikes too, but he still preferred bicycles. Seeing Jiang Mingling leave, Bai Wei became anxious. He reached out and tugged Xue Deng, whispering, "Let's go too." His brother-in-law wasn't here, and he felt insecure. What if something else happened? Looking at those refugees coming down from the bridge like ghosts, he thought such a thing was possible. Now that he was out, he realized how safe and happy life in the village was. Xue Deng nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's go." Then he looked at Lu Er and said, "I'll take you back to the village." Lu Er gratefully nodded. "Thanks, Brother Deng." Bai Wei then looked at Wen Haoyang and asked, "Mozi, are you coming back to our village with me, or going to the town?" Afterward, he added, "There's no one left in the town now." Wen Haoyang's home is right in the town, with shops in front and living quarters and a yard behind. After his father passed away, the shop naturally closed, and now no one lives there. When he was young, he played well with Bai Li, partly because their parents were divorced, so they shared a kind of mutual understanding. When Haoyang said calmly, "Take me to the town first. I need to go home and then find Uncle Bai later." "Okay." After they left, in a quiet shady spot, Run Bin and Old Sheng continued to sit silently. They waited until the sun set and the evening glow appeared in the sky. Old Sheng, who looked a bit dazed from waiting, suddenly shivered. By then, not many people were crossing the bridge, just a few helping each other. Compared to the strong men during the day, now most of the crowd were elderly, women, and children. About half an hour earlier, the young men with short hair had already noticed this situation, so they quickly packed up and left. The ones packing up were there to work, not to rest. Behind these women and children, a black car slowly followed, with the window half open, revealing a familiar face. Old Sheng slapped Renbin on the head and said, "Hey, kid, do you see who that is?" "I'm not blind," Renbin replied. It was a big car, so it was hard not to see it. Once all the elderly, women, and children crossed the bridge, the black car also stopped. The two people inside immediately stood up and rushed over, speaking in unison, "Deputy team." It was none other than Su Bo. After dinner, Su Bo sat on the sofa in the main hall of the Bai family, holding his sleeping daughter. Bai Li brought over a pot of tea, poured some for Su Bo and Jiang Mingling, and then handed the cups to them. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Su Bo said, his voice hoarse and tired. Bai Li looked at the little girl who was still asleep but seemed uneasy, sighing to herself. It seemed the child had been through a lot. Compared to Bai Li, Jiang Mingling was more casual. He stared at Su Bo and asked directly, "What's going on? Don't tell me you almost couldn't protect your daughter." During dinner, it was already clear that the child seemed to be having some mental issues. But Jiang Mingling had heard Bai Li mention that when she met Su Bo and his daughter by chance, the child was fine then. "It's my fault." Su Bo looked down at his daughter's thin face, full of regret. "I took you back to my parents' house. My brother and the others were there too. The whole family was eating and drinking a lot. So during the day, I usually went out to find things and I left you with my parents. She's their granddaughter, and I never thought there was a problem. But that day, after I left, it suddenly started to rain heavily. Then the animals in the city went crazy, and normal windows couldn't stop them. I hurried back home and found that everyone had run away. They all went into the basement." Su Bo paused here, as if the rest of his words were hard to say. Jiang Mingling was impatient and urged, "And then?" "Then they left Yu behind." The room fell silent. Bai Li was shocked, and a look of sympathy flashed in her eyes. Strictly speaking, this really wasn't Su Bo's fault. It was his parents. It was normal for him to trust them, just like she trusted her dad. She never doubted his love for Chi-Chi. If danger came, Bai Shengtian would definitely risk his life to protect Chi-Chi. So, how could Su Bo have expected this to happen? His daughter didn't grow up with his parents, but she was still his granddaughter. But thinking about her own strange parents-in-law, she felt that anything was possible. It just shows that in a big family, there are all kinds of people, including parents and grandparents. Idiot. Jiang Mingling couldn't help but curse. His words were harsh and unkind. Did your parents' actions have any signs before? If they didn't think of Yu when danger was near, then they didn't show any signs before? If you say they didn't, then you're even more stupid. He knew Su Bo's brother had a 10-year-old son. They took their grandson when they ran away, but they forgot their granddaughter? Such instinctive reactions would also show in daily life. For example, if there was good food or drink, they would give it to the grandson first. He didn't believe Su Bo didn't notice these small details. He did notice, but because he would always care for his daughter first and make sure she had enough to eat and drink, he didn't pay attention to their subconscious favoritism. Until that day, when they returned home in the heavy rain and later found his parents and brother's family in the basement, but his daughter was missing. At that moment, Su Bo's heart sank to the bottom. He went back inside to search carefully and finally found his trembling daughter hiding under the bed. Yu said that her grandparents passed away so quickly. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in the house. She didn't know there was a basement. Hearing the heavy rain outside and the sound of something hitting the window, she was so scared she crawled under the bed. At that moment, he felt an indescribable sadness. Anyway, they couldn't stay in the city anymore, so he decided to leave with his daughter directly. As for his parents and his brother's family, since they were alive when he last saw them, he believed he could take care of himself now. However, Yu had developed a psychological shadow from being abandoned, just like when her mother left her at school long ago. Although he didn't say anything, She understood everything. Heading north, he became more silent and afraid to sleep. Even when he did, he held onto his clothes with one hand, worried he might leave her behind. Since it's already happened, we should take our time to help her heal. You don't need to do much now, just stay with you and train a few little kids, he said. Chi-Chi and Linja, along with Zhou Hui's children, were the ones he planned to train physically. Old Su was here too, so while training the kids could also play with Yu. It was a good plan. But things didn't go as expected. The next day at noon, the clear sky suddenly turned dark and old Shengfeng, who had been watching under Pingjiang Bridge, returned to the village. Report to the captain, there's a situation at Pingjiang Bridge. Mutated animals are crossing, someone said. Jiang Minglang's face changed. He asked, what kind of animals? They're rats, about the size of cats, moving in a dark mass, came the reply. Mutated rats. Finally they arrived. Where's Renbin? He's holding them off on the bridge, someone answered. Just him?
Yes.
The others ran away when things looked bad. Go ahead first. I'll be there soon, Jiang Mingling said, then turned to Baiyang. Go call Mu Song and tell him to come too. There was no better way to deal with rats than fire. Bai Li heard the noise and hurried over. The couple exchanged a look. Jiang Mingling knew his wife's abilities well. He glanced at the green vines climbing the walls and warned, be cautious. Don't exhaust your powers again. Do you hear me? Although using powers until they're exhausted can lead to growth, the pain at that moment was real. Bai Li was afraid of pain and didn't want to hurt herself. Bai Li stood at the gate, watching Jiang Mingling walk away. It's not that she wasn't worried, but she didn't feel overly anxious, probably because she's used to it. After all, his job has never been stable. If every time he left home, she worried so much that she couldn't eat or sleep, life would be impossible. In Yunqi village, Du Qian was urgently calling for young men and women to gather. Everyone held knives and sticks, looking serious and ready for action. Yesterday, Bai Wei and Shuedeng saw some refugees crossing Pingjiang Bridge. Plus, Lu Er's description of the outside situation after returning to the village made most people feel uneasy. They thought our village is safe now. No matter what happens, we must protect it. After all, without a home, how could they survive? Today, when there was news of trouble, not only the young and strong but also the elders and women grabbed farming tools. When they gathered, their hands and feet trembled a little. Du Qian found it amusing, but felt reassured. It's one thing to want to help, but having the intention and taking action shows their commitment to protecting Yunqi village. The village belongs to everyone. If you want to protect the people you care about, who wouldn't be happy? He comforted the elders and told them to go home first, to protect themselves and their children. That was the most important thing. Besides, it wasn't yet the time for the weak and elderly to fight. Bai Li stayed at the gate. In the southwest corner was Zhang Xiaoda. Bai Yang, who ran fast, was mistaken for a messenger. He called Mu Song, told his sister, then quickly ran to Pingjiang Bridge. If the situation here became too dangerous, he needed to alert everyone to prepare. Today, many people crossed the bridge in the morning. At least half followed those troublemakers to their so-called base. By noon, screams echoed from the southern end of the bridge. Those already on the bridge panicked and ran desperately to the other side, while those still crossing hurried onto the bridge. Ren Bin and Lao Xing sensed something was wrong. They crossed the bridge to investigate and saw large groups of rats rushing toward the survivors. Anyone caught by them turned into skeletons in less than 3 minutes. Lao Xing shivered and, after exchanging a look with Ren Bin, hurried back to report. When Jiang Mingling arrived at the bridge, Renbin was standing at the south end of Pingjiang Bridge, setting fire to rats one by one. This was partly to buy time for the survivors on the bridge to escape and partly to stop the rats from crossing. After all, if they let the rats pass, Pingcheng would be in trouble. Yunqi village and Baiguoyan are not far from the bridge. Where could they go then?
Captain.
When Jiang Mingling arrived, Renbin was sweating all over. The fireballs he threw were getting smaller, and their power to burn rats was weakening. Meanwhile, Lao Sheng was blocking the other side, wielding two long knives, swinging them so fast they looked like afterimages. In front of him, there was a pile of broken bodies and severed arms. He put down Xiao Wu, who was in his arms. The little dog initially didn't want to follow him, but after a slap, it stopped struggling. Renbin stepped back and rested for a while. As Jiang Mingling finished speaking, there was a sudden loud bang. A car suddenly crashed into the rat swarm, splattering blood everywhere. The rats were crushed into meat patties. Seeing this, Renbin and Lao Xing's eyes widened in shock.
Wow.
They had suspected that the captain wasn't an ordinary person, and now it was confirmed. They were being played by their squad leader. That day, after reporting to the captain, neither of them dared to ask what supernatural ability he had, fearing they'd get a beating if they did. If the captain had no powers but they did, that would be awkward. They'd probably get beaten anyway.
So, they decided not to ask.
But later, when they asked the squad leader, he surprisingly said the captain was an ordinary person with no powers. At that moment, they felt relieved, thinking they were clever for not asking. Now, looking back, what a joke about being clever. Rule 5. After the car crushed a bunch of rats and temporarily stopped them, a group of rats rushed over again. Woof!
Puffed, puffed, puffed.
As Xiao Wu spat out 3 clusters of red light, the rats in front instantly turned into invisible ashes and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Renbin. He opened his mouth wide, staring at the tiny Shiba Inu in front of the captain. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. I am actually not as good as a dog. No wonder that day, when he said he was a fire type, the captain showed no expression. It made him, who was feeling proud, instantly become very calm. Luckily, he stayed calm. Otherwise, today his face would be swollen. The supernatural energy was almost exhausted, but his physical strength was fine. After all, people like them naturally had much stronger bodies than ordinary people. Thinking about how a fire-type dog seemed more powerful than himself as a fire-type person, he felt a bit dissatisfied. Should we take a break? No need. Jiang Mingling stood with Xiao Wu in the middle, Lao Xing on the right, and he moved to the left to catch the remaining enemies. He wasn't worse than Lao Xing when it came to fighting with knives. Seeing him go, Jiang Mingling turned his head and gave a calm glance. Renbin chuckled, Captain, I'm not tired. After saying that, his gaze shifted downward, watching Xiao Wu, the little Shiba Inu, shoot out red light at the mouse swarm. It's shooting with its mouth, so cool. Wait, hold on. Why was the fire from that broken dog initially red? It was in clusters, and at first, it looked like light coming out of its mouth. Only when it left its mouth did it suddenly turn into a big fireball. Renbin looked more carefully at the fireball. Besides the bright red center, the rest looked no different from his own fire. So, the reason Xiao Wu's fire could quickly turn mice into ashes was because of that red cluster in the middle? Renbin extended a finger, and suddenly, a small flame flickered on it. It was yellow, warm, but not red. A shadow suddenly rushed toward him. His eyes were still on his finger, but his other hand had already raised his knife and cut a mouse in half with a loud swoosh.
Brother-in-law, Yang Yi.
At this moment, Bai Yang and Mu Song hurried over one after the other. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they saw the countless black mice the size of cats flooding from the opposite side. Mice are the most disgusting and annoying creatures. Even if they mutate, their reproduction ability remains unchanged, or perhaps even stronger. Otherwise, how could so many appear just a few months after the apocalypse began? Jiang Mingling threw one wrecked car after another into the mouse swarm. With loud crashes, it felt like the Pingjiang Bridge beneath his feet was shaking. Bai Yang, go call Z over.
Got it, brother-in-law.
With Mu Song joining, the 3 of them felt much more relaxed. Jiang, isn't that the dog Chi-Chi always carries around? Mu Song was seeing Xiao Wu shoot fireballs for the first time. To be precise, he just realized that this dog was actually a fire type. He was very surprised, and as he threw his fireball along with Xiao Wu's, he was even more shocked and opened his mouth wide. Next to him, Renbin saw his expression and looked at the fireball he was throwing, which made him feel more balanced. It turned out he wasn't the only one who was not like a dog. Because Xiaowu had been specially scolded by Jiang Mingling before, now it could spit out up to 40 fireballs. Plus, its firepower was impressive. Each could burn down a large area instantly. Even though there were many mice, they were temporarily trapped on this side.
But
Jiang Mingling looked up at the direction where the mice were rushing in a large group. If he wasn't mistaken, that should be the wild animal park in Pingcheng. He had taken Chi-Chi there before, and his wife had mentioned seeing many snakes there when she returned. There used to be a sign for the zoo by the roadside after crossing the bridge, but now it was bare. Nothing was there. Jiang Mingling, a former, was very sensitive to environmental changes, so it wasn't hard for him to notice that all the advertising signs for local landmarks in Pingcheng had disappeared. If he wasn't mistaken, the 5 large characters at the entrance of the zoo were also gone. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he looked at the white-domed building at the top of the zoo, where a white-necked, large white tiger was standing. This tiger had just jumped up there. Its size and fur color looked very much like the one he saw with his son last year. It seemed no bigger. But when Jiang Mingling looked from afar, it seemed like the tiger was also watching him. No, it wasn't just like that, it was definitely watching him. He even suspected that because he was observing the zoo, this white tiger had jumped up there to stare at him, as if saying, "This is my territory, don't mess with me." His territory? Roar howl with a tiger roar and a wolf howl. The mutant mice became even more ferocious, and the source of the chaos was clearer. Not inside the zoo, but outside, in the parking lot next to it.
woof.
Woof woof. Xiao Wu's barking drew Jiang Minglang's attention back. He thought the tiger's roar and wolf howl had scared it, but when he looked down, he saw the little dog snarling and barking furiously at the zoo. Not only that, it also raised its right front paw and pounded the ground fiercely, unprecedentedly fierce.
Huh.
I never paid much attention to the family dog and bird, but suddenly I had a realization. It seemed I understood why Xiao Wu was so angry and shouting. These mice were driven here by the zoo's tigers and wolves. I felt I was right. After all, these disgusting creatures reproduce too quickly. With this many, a parking lot isn't enough space, or even if it were, the big tiger probably wouldn't want to live next to such creatures. Since they don't want them nearby and killing them all is impossible because there are too many, what should I do? Drive them away. Where to? Obviously, to Pingcheng, where there's food and shelter nearby. So this white tiger is smart, an animal that can communicate with just a look, maybe even smarter than Rinbin. I blinked, and a black dagger suddenly flashed through the air, flying swiftly toward the zoo. Thud! As the dagger pierced flesh with a sound, a huge wolf hidden in the shadows collapsed to the ground. With the wolf down, 3 gray wolves of different sizes jumped out from both sides where the mutant mice were rushing. They bared their teeth, looking alert and cautious at Jiang Mingling.
Woof.
Woof woof. Seeing the 3 wolves, Xiao Wu's teeth showed even more fiercely. But because of its small size and round belly, its behavior looked cute and funny. Are there still wolves? This was Mu Song asking. As for Runbin and Old Sheng, they were thinking, oh no, for wolves are hiding, and they didn't notice. At this moment, the captain said calmly, these mice were driven here by these wolves.
What?
Mu Song didn't understand. He looked at Renbin and Old Sheng, who both looked serious and identical, with no sign of confusion about his question or Jiang Minglang's answer. He awkwardly touched his nose, thinking, am I the only one who doesn't understand what Brother Jiang said? What he didn't know was that Renbin was already despising him deeply in his mind. Who is this guy? How can the captain tolerate someone so stupid? How can he ask questions during a fight? Especially questions he doesn't understand. He thought to himself, he's so smart, he doesn't ask anything, just follows orders and does the work. After all, there's no point asking if he won't understand. Jiang Mingling truly had no mood or time to explain at this moment. He did not look at the 3 wolves again and focused his gaze on the white forehead tiger, calm but threatening. You don't want mice as neighbors, but you can't drive them away here. Even if the tiger is a mutated one, Jiang Mingling is not afraid. If everyone keeps to their own territory, he wouldn't bother them. But if anything bothers him and rushes into Pingcheng, he wouldn't hesitate to kill it now. It seemed the white-forehead tiger saw the threat in Jiang Minglang's eyes and suddenly roared loudly. The three wolves, who had been on alert, froze for a moment. Then two of them on the same side started pounding the ground fiercely, while the third turned and left. Next, the mouse swarm heading towards Pingjiang Bridge suddenly changed direction and rushed south at about 20 meters from Jiang Minglang and his group. Those who couldn't change direction in time were quickly turned to ash by the fiery explosions. How did they change direction? Musong looked surprised and paused his fire. Nearby, Rin Bin, holding a long knife, cast a disdainful glance at him again. This person is useless. If he had gone on a mission with them before, he wouldn't have lasted more than 3 seconds. Thinking about the fire Musong had set, Rin Bin shook his head again. Fire isn't good either. When Bai Yang and Zhang Xiaoda hurried over, exhausted, they saw the mouse swarm, which had changed direction, rushing south wildly. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Rin Bin also looked at the team leader. Now that the danger was over, he wanted answers. The white-forehead tiger still stood on the roof, but no longer looked at Jiang Minglang. Instead, it looked elsewhere. Can you see the tiger on the roof over there? Except for Musong, everyone else could see a vague shadow. When they heard it was a tiger, they all prepared themselves again. Jiang Minglang explained his previous guesses and the confrontation with the tiger. Then, looking at Pingcheng with a complex expression, he said, "These animals in the zoo are probably used to being inside, so even after mutating, they don't want to leave. Instead, they take over the land and claim the zoo as their own. And Pingcheng, there's no one left. Dazi built a high wall under this bridge first." Jiang Mingliang pointed to the lane where he had moved many cars. Originally, that was the road from Pingcheng to Pingcheng, but on the first day of the apocalypse, a serious chain of rear-end collisions occurred. Later, some drivers turned into zombies after getting out of their cars and bit many other drivers who had come out to look out of curiosity. Over time, that lane became completely blocked and congested. To clear a path, they moved some of the remaining cars to that side, turning it into a scrapyard. The scrapyard was impassable for people, but could still be crossed by rats. Therefore, Jiang Mingliang decided to block this car-filled passage completely. At the same time, he planned to take a walk around Pingcheng. Whether it was a dead city or not would be clear after he checked. "Big sister? Why are you here?" As Bai Yang spoke, Jiang Mingliang turned to look at the bridge and saw his wife riding a small electric scooter, humming as she quickly approached. Earlier, Bai Yang had gone back to call Zhang Xiaoda. When Bai Li heard about the mutant rats changing direction and no longer heading toward Pingjiang Bridge, she relaxed and became curious. She thought for a moment and decided to come see for herself. Unlike her current situation in Sioux City, where she was alone with her son, with Jiang Mingliang present, she didn't need to be overly cautious. When Xiao Wu saw Bai Li, his eyes lit up. He wagged his tail and ran over, then hummed a few times before jumping onto the footrest of the electric scooter. He snuggled at Bai Li's feet and nudged her leg with his head. Bai Li gently stroked Xiao Wu's head and looked at the rapidly disappearing mutant rat, asking Jiang Mingliang, "What's going on?" At this moment, the two wolves that had been chasing the rats had disappeared. However, they hadn't gone far and were still hiding, probably waiting for them to leave before returning. Jiang Mingliang glanced briefly at the two places, then softly told Bai Li what had happened earlier. He then said, "I want to go into Pingcheng to check it out. Are you coming?" "Yes," she replied. He knew his wife would go. Jiang Mingliang smiled and turned to ask Lao Xing to start the car. Musong remembered that when they were in Pingcheng before, they hadn't looted the city as thoroughly as in Pingcheng. If Jiang Ge went, he could also look around. He left Zhang Xiaoda and a few others to guard under the bridge, while Jiang Mingliang took Bai Li and Lao Xing to go. As the car slowly entered Pingcheng, the white tiger still resting on the roof suddenly sat up abruptly. At the same time, the two wolves hiding behind the trees also moved, but before they could run far, two vines suddenly shot out towards them without warning. One wolf reacted quickly and dodged, but the other was hit solidly on the head, yelping in pain. Bai Li raised an eyebrow, thinking that these wolves, being zoo animals, were only slightly mutated, if at all. Or perhaps they hadn't mutated, but were simply following the white tiger's commands to watch over them. Luckily, they were all zoo animals, otherwise more people might have been hurt. In the blink of an eye, the struck gray wolf was wrapped up by several vines, turning it into a sort of bundle, while the other wolf was so scared it froze in place. As the car gradually drove away, the unbound gray wolf looked at the car, then at its companion, then at the car again, and finally at its friend. The brief look of confusion on its face almost made Bai Li laugh. How silly. This wolf isn't even as clever as Xiao Wu. In the end, the gray wolf tried to bite the green vine on its companion, but it almost bit through its own teeth and only managed to tear off a mouthful of leaves. The gray wolf couldn't help but howl to the sky. It only managed one cry before the second got stuck in its throat. Bai Li opened her mouth in surprise, then turned seriously to Jiang Minglang and said, "That white tiger has speed mutation." The car had already turned a corner, and the two gray wolves following behind were no longer visible, nor could they see the white tiger that appeared beside the wolves. Just a moment ago, it was on the roof of the wildlife park. Not exactly the next second, but definitely within a minute, it appeared at least 5 kilometers away in front of the wolves. A beast with extreme speed. Truly dangerous. If it wasn't necessary, Jiang Minglang didn't want to provoke this beast. Fortunately, it wasn't wild, so as long as they didn't bother it, it wouldn't bother them easily. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let the survivors cross the bridge so easily earlier. In the end, Jiang Minglang's plan to drive around Pingcheng didn't work because the city had already turned into a hellish place. Today was overcast, with a heavy, stagnant air filled with the strong smell of decay. They hadn't entered the city yet. They only stopped briefly at a turn in the road and didn't see any bodies ahead. The strong smell of decay made their faces change color, and they felt like vomiting everything inside.
Captain.
Old Sheng stopped the car and turned to Bai Li, who was covering her nose and mouth. He whispered, "There are probably many bodies. Should we go further?" He and the captain didn't mind, but he was worried about his wife. Jiang Minglang looked ahead where the air seemed to have gone bad. He frowned and quickly told Old Sheng, "Turn around and go back. Summer is the easiest time for viruses to spread, and zombies carry viruses themselves. Plus, there are animals and birds that like to eat rotten flesh. There are too many unknown dangers, so it's not worth risking." At this moment, Jiang Minglang also made a firm decision. The Pingjiang Bridge must be blocked. The danger in Pingcheng is too great now. He couldn't worry about everything. Moreover, survivors from the south who want to reach Pingcheng don't necessarily have to go through Pingcheng. They can go east or west instead. On returning to the highway from the city and heading back to Pingjiang Bridge, Jiang Minglang saw that the white tiger had returned to the zoo's roof. It was lazily lying there, looking at him with a faint, almost mocking expression. He actually saw mockery in a tiger's eyes. He wanted to tell himself he was mistaken, but his excellent eyesight told him otherwise. He was sure he was being looked down on by a tiger. Jiang Minglang suspected that, given how bad things were in Pingcheng, this white tiger probably knew more than he let on. Luckily, the wildlife park wasn't in the city center, separated by a highway, so it was more like east and west. Therefore, the white tiger claimed the east side as its own, and it didn't care what the west looked like. Jiang Minglang looked at the white tiger deeply and told Zhang Xiaoda, "Build the wall as high and as thick as possible. Once it's done here, we'll go to the other side." Besides the connection via Pingjiang Bridge, Pingcheng and Pengcheng are linked by a wide stone bridge. Other than that, the entire area is separated by the Pingjiang River. Having the river wide enough to block entry was a bit of luck. As long as nothing comes out of the river. After Zhang Xiaoda finished building the wall, Bai Li thought for a moment and threw 2 vines onto it. They quickly grew to about 10 or 20 meters long, climbing firmly onto the high wall, adding a splash of color to the dull earthen structure. "Nice, it looks good." A few people turned back, but before crossing the bridge back to Pengcheng, they saw a group blocking the other end, coldly watching them. Jiang Minglang immediately recognized Bai Yang, who had driven ahead, and saw him and his car surrounded by several people. A sharp look appeared in his eyes as he coldly looked at the leader on the opposite side, Li Nan, and asked, "What does this mean? What does it mean?" "That's a question for you. You blocked the bridge. What are you trying to do? People want to go north or go home, and you're stopping them, right?" The first to speak was a young man with a small haircut. He had long disliked Jiang Minglang, mainly because he was curious and jealous about the Yunqi village and White Fruit Garden, which were surrounded by walls. Li Nan said this person was not easy to deal with, and Xiao Fei also didn't want to cause trouble with Jiang Minglang. Trouble? How much trouble? They were only a few people, and even if they included Du Qian, a weakling, how powerful could they be? But they were different. When they first entered Pengcheng, there were only 18 people. Over time, the number of mutants grew to 32, and with skills ready for battle, there could be up to 100. With that many, what could they not attack? He was not afraid at all. "I heard you were a soldier before the apocalypse, but I don't see how." Bang. Before the young man finished speaking, he was lifted off the ground. A flash of green suddenly shot past everyone's eyes. When they reacted and looked up, their faces all changed. They saw the young man with the small haircut was entangled by 2 vines around his ankles, hanging upside down from the bridge. Additionally, one side of his face was visibly swollen, with blood dripping from his mouth and nose. To their shock, the young man, who had been punched and hung up, finally reacted, trying to call for help or curse, but as he opened his mouth, teeth fell out one by one. Terrified, his companions quickly moved aside. Except for Li Nan. Although he looked calm and composed, his heart was already in turmoil. Even he couldn't stop the sneak attack punch on the young man. Most people, besides Jiang Minglang and a few others, didn't know that Li Nan had made a move. The person attacking the young man with a cruel cut was Lao Sheng. Immediately following him was Bai Li. Li Nan acted just as Lao Sheng moved in front of the young man. At the same moment, a small dagger struck his fist. All of this happened in an instant. Even the dagger passing through his palm and quickly disappearing happened in a flash. Li Nan's right arm hung down, blood dripping steadily. "Brother Nan." His teammates finally noticed Li Nan's unusual condition. They exclaimed and hurried forward, pulling out a handkerchief to cover his hand. A trusted aide was helping him bandage his right hand. While pressing on the wound to stop the bleeding, he nervously glanced at the others across from him. He thought to himself that Xiao Fei was right. These people were really not someone they could mess with. With Brother Nan's skills, he hadn't even seen how he got hurt. His hand was pierced, but Li Nan didn't even frown. The young man with the cruel cut had all his teeth on the ground, some right by his feet. He didn't look at them and only stared deeply at Jiang Minglang, thinking to himself, "I was careless." He was actually here today just to check the situation. He had no intention of fighting Jiang Minglang and the others. But his mistake was not stopping the young man from provoking Jiang Minglang. Or perhaps, secretly, he wanted to see how Jiang Minglang would respond to their challenge, whether he had a limit. But he never expected that after just saying 2 words, the other person would suddenly attack without a sound. Jiang Minglang didn't know what was in Li Nan's mind. If he did, he might ask, "What? Do you need a warning before you act? So you're prepared?" What Li Nan didn't realize was that, when the young man with the cruel cut challenged him boldly, Li Nan already had several ways to die. At the moment Lao Sheng attacked, Renbin wanted to burn him alive. Zhang Xiaodao wanted to bury him. Bai Li, maybe dying outright would be too easy. She wanted to hang him upside down and let him slowly die. Then Li Nan spoke, "Captain Zhang, my brother tends to speak without thinking. I apologize on his behalf. There's no need." Jiang Minglang waved to stop Li Nan sneering. "I don't like accepting apologies from others. I prefer to settle things directly." Run Bin. As Jiang Minglang finished speaking, there was a sudden sound, and a burst of fire hit overhead. Immediately, the small bald man let out a pitiful cry. "Aw." Brother Nan. Li Nan and the people behind him changed their expressions. At this moment, he finally couldn't stay calm anymore. He quickly stepped back a few paces with his trusted followers to avoid any sparks falling on them. His face looked angry and ashamed as he glared at Jiang Minglang. "Captain Jiang, isn't this too cruel and harsh?" "Oh." You think it's too harsh? And then, Jiang Mingling smiled slightly as he looked at him, clearly saying, if you disagree, then fight. This. Li Nen cursed inwardly with hatred. He looked up at the small bald man, who had turned into a fireball and no longer even moaned. Unable to bear it, he turned and walked away. The others followed closely behind, leaving in a rush. Crackling sounds echoed, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Runbin looked up at his masterpiece. Suddenly, he thought of something and lowered his gaze to Xiao Wu, who was at his sister-in-law's feet. Coincidentally, that dog also looked at him and rolled its eyes at him.
Renbin.
No, a dog rolling its eyes at me politely? What does that mean? Are you saying if you had come earlier, there wouldn't be a single piece left of the remains? Thinking this, Runbin's eyes widened in anger. He looked at Xiao Wu with a furious face, feeling he had figured it out. The dog's attitude was clear. It was mocking him. After the bodies burned completely, everyone got into the car and left. They drove away, and the once peaceful Pingjiang suddenly saw a dark shadow flash from the bottom of the river under the bridge. But because Pingjiang was deep and wide enough, the shadow disappeared quickly after appearing. Back in Yunxi village, everyone heard that the disaster caused by the mutated rats had been resolved, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Li had just returned home and poured a glass of warm water when a man and a small girl entered the gate. When she recognized who they were, Bai Li, holding her cup, forgot to drink her water. She looked at her good friend, then at the little girl holding her hand, and then at her friend again. Without thinking, she blurted out, "Why are you taking someone else's child?" Even during meals, she would hold her father's sleeve with one hand, and she would fall asleep like that too. Even today, when Chi-Chi and Ji-Ji brought the Zhou siblings to visit her, she didn't make a sound. When they tried to coax her to see the little lamb and chick, she still followed her father closely. Others wouldn't even look at her. Now, after a morning has passed, unexpectedly, she has grown closer to Cheng Xiyun. Bai Li looked at her friend with confusion. What did you do? Cheng Xiyun was even more puzzled, but didn't want to say much in front of the little girl. She just said, maybe I am more friendly, so Yu likes me.
Bai Li, ugh.
She decided not to rush and wait until the evening when she had more free time to ask. Meanwhile, Li Nen led his people back to the government building they had cleaned and taken control of. Right now, only the water and electricity hadn't been fixed. Everything else had been tidied up. At first glance, it didn't look much different from before the disaster. Yesterday, Jiang Minglang and Du Qian had quietly come here to check things out. They found it amusing, just an empty building. They thought controlling this place would help rebuild the government and started to see themselves as important figures. They had ambitions, but more importantly, they needed the ability to match those ambitions. Without that, they would be risking their lives. Li Nan, with a stern face, wasn't thinking about whether he was risking himself. He believed he had been careless and underestimated Jiang Minglang. When he first arrived in Prung City, he explored the area thoroughly. The survivors elsewhere were not a concern, but Yunxi village, surrounded by high walls, made him wary. However, after some time exploring, he found that Jiang Minglang didn't seem to care much about the outside world. His focus appeared to be only on his own territory. Jiang Minglang had tried to win him over before. As a founder of a company before the disaster, he was good at finding and recruiting talented people. But Jiang Minglang was different. Although they had only met twice, each time he gave a feeling of being deep and unfathomable. For someone he couldn't fully control, he wouldn't trust him. Moreover, at that time, he had a better candidate in mind, Qiao Fei. Although Qiao Fei hadn't agreed to his invitation yet, he believed that as long as his sister's family was willing to stay in safe, peaceful Peng City, he wouldn't refuse. He didn't expect his partner, Du Qian, to choose to split from him and join Jiang Minglang. To Li Nan, this was truly a surprise. After all, these soldiers value camaraderie the most. Moreover, the two of them have been comrades through life and death for over 10 years, sharing a bond that is inseparable like rice and beans. Who would have thought that just the next day after arriving here, they would be separated quickly? It really caught him off guard. But right now, that doesn't matter. What's important is that today he faced Jiang Minglang and was completely suppressed, with no chance to resist. Are they so strong? Or is he not as powerful as he thought? He only stayed a little while in the government building, took the things he genuinely ate over these days, and then led people back to the greenhouse area in the west of the city. He had a question he wanted to ask Xiao Fei. The woman he with vines today, the one with wood-type abilities, was she Jiang Minglang's wife or someone else? Most importantly, why is her wood-type ability different from the others under their command? Although this supernatural power is quite popular now, he is trying his best to find wood-type abilities. The ones he found are mainly for farming, and he never considered other uses. But today, that woman gave him a completely different feeling. Xiao Fei now lives alone in the house left by Du Qian, not moving back to the yard next to his sister's house. No matter what others say, he just wants to live alone. After seeing Du Qian off, he wasn't in a hurry to find another place to stay. Since he owes Li Nan his life, he didn't agree to work with him, but they didn't fall out either. There is a house and land here, which is very suitable for settling down in the long run. Li Nan initially wanted to develop this place into a farm. His sister's family are ordinary people and farming peacefully is good. So these past 2 days, he has been wandering around the greenhouse area, trying to decide which piece of land to take so his sister's family can start working soon. They confirmed the land, but trouble came before they could start. Did you say what? You guys clashed with Jiang Mingling? Xiao Fei frowned and looked at Li Nan, incredulous. Didn't I tell you not to provoke him? Li Nan's face also looked bad. He said seriously, actually, it's not really a clash. They blocked Pingjiang Bridge. Xiao Hai couldn't stand it, so he said a few words to them. No, he didn't even say a few words before he finished, they killed him. The meaning was that Jiang Minglang and his group are selfish. Blocking the bridge is like cutting off the survivors' route to the south. Why did they block it? Did anything happen today? Because the greenhouse is located in the northwest and is far from Pingjiang Bridge, he was unaware that a wave of mutated mice had erupted at noon. However, relying on his sharp instincts, he knew Jiang Minglang wouldn't act without reason. Something must have happened to force him to block the bridge. That it's just some mice. When we arrived, we saw they had already been fully controlled. There was nothing under the bridge connecting Peace City. If that's the case, why block the bridge? Just some mice? Probably mutated mice. Zhou Fei squinted at Li Nan and asked instinctively, so, when the mutated mice appeared, Jiang Minglang and his people were stopping them, and none of your team was involved? Li Nan's face stiffened. He had said so much, but Zhou Fei focused on this point. He felt a bit annoyed but kept his expression calm and said, at that time, Xiao Hai took 2 people under the bridge. Lao Wu, you've seen him. He's good at organizing but not fighting, just an ordinary person. Xiao Hai thought to send Lao Wu back first, and also notify me. I didn't delay, and immediately took people over. Immediately? Zhou Fei sneered inwardly. Was that the immediately, 2 hours after the mutated mice appeared? He was too lazy to argue about words but couldn't help but sigh internally. Lao Du really has good judgment. He saw long ago that Li Nan was all show, with abilities that couldn't match his ambitions, so he simply avoided dealing with him. Zhou Fei understood. He couldn't stay here any longer. No matter why Li Nan offended Jiang Minglang, he didn't want to be involved anymore. Seeing Zhou Fei silent, Li Nan felt a bit annoyed but showed no sign of it. Instead, he shifted the topic to what he wanted to ask. Old Zhou, you and Jiang Minglang are comrades. Have you met his wife? Zhou Fei shook his head without hesitation. No, I haven't.
Why?
One of the people who killed Xiao Hai today was a young woman, a wood type. She looks under 30, very fair and beautiful, with eyes tall and slim, short hair. Do you remember her? Zhou Fei immediately knew he was talking about Bailey, but he still shook his head and calmly asked, No, I haven't. But how do you know she's a wood type? Could she casually summon a rice plant right in front of her opponent during a confrontation? Of course. Zhou Fei didn't think Bailey would do that, but knowing she had special abilities made him quite happy inside. Since the end of the world, she has been the calmest, most self-controlled, and strongest woman he has ever met. Jiang Minglang is really lucky. This woman's wood element is different from what we've seen before. She can control vines from a distance, tie up Xiao Hai, and hang him up. You understand what I mean, right? Her wood element is combat-oriented. Oh, I see. Xiao Fei shook his head. I've never seen it. I can't imagine. I understand. Before this, I couldn't imagine it either. Seeing that Xiao Fei knew nothing about that woman, Li Nan lost interest in talking and casually said a few more words before leaving. After Li Nan left, Xiao Fei stood at the door for over 10 minutes, then turned and went to his sister's house. Xiao Bai. After dealing with the mutated rat and blocking the Pingjiang Bridge, not long after they returned to the village, Jiang Minglang heard Zhou Lei calling for Xiao Bai. His face darkened. He waved to call his son over. Go, help Uncle Lei find Xiao Bai and tell him to shut up. Last time, after seeing Xiao Bai eat a large rat, Chi-Chi temporarily gave up on wanting Xiao Bai, but he forgot within a few days. Now, hearing Uncle Lei looking for Xiao Bai, he was eager to bring that tiny kitten over again. He happily agreed to his dad and took Gigi and Xiao Wu to Yunqi village. Just as Chi-Chi left, Du Qian suddenly excitedly carried a pot of peonies back to Baiguo Orchard. Hey, Du Laoshi, I didn't expect you to have such a romantic side. Did you steal these or buy them? Ren Bin, holding a slice of watermelon and happily munching, looked up and saw Du Qian holding those bright, colorful peonies. He smirked inwardly. Although he and Lao Sheng had only been here a few days, they quickly explored the surroundings and naturally met that friendly neighbor Ningen, who, like his sister-in-law, also had a wood element. But his wood element was very different from his sister-in-law's. What kind of thing only helps grow peonies? It made him laugh so hard he almost cried.
Stop eating.
I told Ming and I wanted a few pots of peonies, and he said I could take as many as I wanted. Hurry, call Lao Sheng and Izzy. Let's go with the electric tricycle and move everything outside their wall. Move everything? How much would that be? Ning and mimicked Bai Li, but he had filled the area around their village wall with peonies. At first glance, it looked like a peony kingdom. Oh, now everyone has renamed their village Peony Village. No, teacher Do, brother Do, this thing isn't for eating or drinking. Why are we moving all of it here? Is it for eye candy? I think the rice fields are quite pleasing to look at. We don't need this, really. You could just move a couple of pots to look at, but why bring everything? Jiang Minglang came out from the backyard, pointing at the peony flower and asking Du Qian, did you find something? He didn't think old Du was just showing off the peony for fun. Du Qian placed the flower on the ground, pushed up his glasses, and smiled. It's for mosquito prevention. Then he added, come over, I'll show you something. Behind the Bai family villa, there is a vegetable patch with tomatoes and bok choy. Since they just fertilized in the morning, there are many small flying insects buzzing around and quite a few mosquitoes too. Du Qian put the peony in the middle of the bok choy and then walked back to the edge of the field, pointing at it quietly and saying, look carefully. The peony that Ningen grew was a bit larger than usual flowers. This one was different from the white peony Bai Li saw before. It was pink with a hint of white, looking delicate and vibrant, almost like it could drip water. Everyone crouched in a row at the edge of the field, all curious about the flower. Mosquito prevention? How does it work? Soon, a few tiny flying insects buzzed past the peony blindly. In just a moment, the petals suddenly trembled, and then a few insects disappeared. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared at the flower in shock, until Du Qian calmly pushed his glasses, cleared his throat, and drew everyone's attention back. Ningen doesn't know his flower has this effect. When I said I wanted 2 pots, he generously said to just move them. Since he said it was okay, we shouldn't be too polite, or it might seem awkward. Exactly. Let's go. I'll go get the tricycle. Old Sheng drove the tricycle used for carrying fruit over, and happily took Ren Bin and Zhang Xiaoda to the neighbor's house. After a few trips, all the peonies outside Peony Village were gone. In the evening, Ningen opened the small door next to the iron gate and went out to pick a few small bok choy from the vegetable patch. When he finished and turned to go back, One foot had already crossed the threshold, but suddenly he stopped, pulled his foot back, then stepped back a few steps. He looked left, then right, then left again, then right again. Suddenly, he put down his vegetable basket and strode toward the west wall. He looked along the base of his own wall and froze in surprise. Wow, where are my flowers? The flower pots were gone. The ones he planted in the soil were also missing, leaving only holes to remind him that this was not a dream. His flowers had really been stolen. Flowers aren't edible or drinkable, so why would anyone steal them? Are they crazy? Xiao Mao! Xiao Mao! Hearing Ning and shout, a young man in his early 20s, tall and thin, quickly ran out from inside the iron gate and asked, "What's wrong, Nge? What's wrong? Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Ningen pointed at the wall base and asked angrily, "Are you slacking off on duty today? Don't you notice so many flowers have been taken?"
Huh?
Xiao Mao blinked, looking confused. It was Zhang Ge and the others from next door who took them. "Didn't you promise to give them to Du Ge?" "I promised." Before Ning could finish, he suddenly remembered that there was such a thing. At that time, the new neighbor, Du Ge, came over and admired the peony flowers he had grown, saying they looked much better than before the apocalypse. He was happy to hear that and waved his hand, saying he could take whichever pots he liked, no problem.
But
Wasn't that just polite talk? Why did he take it seriously? By the way, Lizzie, when Haoyang is back. After a tense day, Bai Wei was about to go home for dinner when he suddenly saw Lizzie coming over to help Zhou's family find a kitten. That reminded him of meeting when Haoyang yesterday at Pingjiang Bridge. Now he was busy with work every day and his cousin no longer gave him trouble so they could talk normally when they met. Hearing the name Wen Haoyang, Bai Li paused and asked, "When did he come back?" "Yesterday. Asked him to come to our village, but he said he wanted to go home first and would come later." After speaking, Bai Wei rubbed his hungry stomach and said, "I'm going home to eat now. Tell the uncle." Bai Li looked toward the small town. It was getting late, and besides the gradually lit lamps here, everything outside was hazy and soon would be dark. Thinking about how the town, although free of zombies and with all the bodies burned, was now quiet and deserted, no living people, her brows furrowed slightly. When Haoyang wanted to go home and take a look, but shouldn't he come over afterward? "Why have you been staying at home since yesterday? Nothing serious happened, right?" Bai Li wasn't in the mood to look for the cat, so she turned and went back home. "Dad," Bai Wei said when Haoyang returned to the town yesterday. "I know. Mingling told me yesterday Bai Xiangtian was washing wild vegetables, rubbing them as he spoke. Haoyang has a close relationship with his father. If he wants to stay for a few days, let him. When he's ready, he'll come back naturally." He knew when Haoyang would come back eventually, so they kept a room for him at home. Bai Li didn't say anything more. After washing up at night and getting into bed, Zhang Minglang's big hand reached over to cover her waist. Suddenly, he let out a hiss and gasped, "Wife." Bai Li looked at him with a half-smile. "When Haoyang came back yesterday, why didn't you tell me?" Zhang Minglang pretended to be innocent. "I told Dad. I thought he would tell you."
what?
"He didn't say anything?" Bai Li pinched the soft flesh on his waist and turned him around, grinding her teeth. "Our son is already 8 years old. Are you being childish?" "Yes, our son is 8. He's 3 months older than you. What are you thinking? Why aren't you married yet? Even if he's not married, you still have to mind your own business?" That night, Bai Li kicked Zhang Minglang onto the floor to sleep. The next morning after breakfast, Bai Xiangtian said to Bai Li, "I'm going to town. Do you want to go? That kid has been back for 3 days. Even if he doesn't come here, I need to see how things are to feel at ease." Bai Li glanced at Zhang Minglang, who was helping to clear the dishes, and nodded. "I'll go." Grandma Bai kindly advised the father and daughter try to persuade Haoyang to come back. "There's no one in town, and he's there alone. It's not safe." Zhang Minglang muttered to himself.
What's there to worry about? He's a grown man.
"Grandpa, Mom, I want to go too," said Chi-Chi just as he finished speaking. Zhang Minglang turned to look at his son.
Have you let the sheep out?
"Fed the chickens? You haven't done anything. Where are you rushing off to?" "Take Gigi and go let the sheep out." Gigi can go alone. Gigi Chi Chi, this is your own business. Don't push it onto others. Just once. Not even once. Little Chi Chi was unhappy. He rolled his eyes at his dad and mumbled softly, "Bad dad." Bailey chuckled as she watched the father and son. She got up gracefully and left. The elders also wisely went to do their own things. One good thing about the Bai family is that when parents discipline their children, others usually don't interfere. Even if they think the parents are wrong, they don't speak up at the moment but wait until later to discuss it. In the end, young Jiang Qi had to face his father's scolding and was sent out to herd sheep with a sad face. The town is only 3 kilometers from Yunqi village. The father and daughter each ride a small electric scooter and arrive in just a few minutes.
Ugh.
You ungrateful little rascal. I am still your mother. Now I have nowhere to stay, and you are really willing to kick me out. I may not have raised you, but I carried you for 10 months. Without me, where would you be? Before they even knock on the door of Wen Haoyang's shop behind his house, they hear a woman's faint crying and complaints from inside. When they hear her words clearly, both their faces change at the same time. They immediately know who the woman is. It's quite funny. How can someone who abandoned their child suddenly be so confident in talking about it? Is it considered honorable? And calling her a white-eyed wolf, is she talking about Wen Haoyang? This makes Bai Li think of a woman she hasn't seen in over 20 years. Honestly, she has forgotten what she looks like now. Wen Haoyang's situation is similar to hers. The difference is his mother remarried after divorce and moved to a nearby county town, while that woman left with a man from another place. But whether she married nearby or far away, neither woman has been seen since they remarried. I'll say it again. This is my family and my dad's home. I don't welcome you. Please leave. Wen Haoyang's voice carries restrained anger. Hearing this, Bai Xiangtian's face darkens. He finally understands why the boy hasn't come to see him in 3 days after returning. Perhaps when he came back, the house was already taken.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Bai Xiangtian raises his hand and knocks on the iron door. Before anyone inside responds, he speaks, "Haoyang, it's me." Wen Haoyang quickly walks to the door, opens it and calls out, "Uncle." Bai Xiangtian glances at him and walks in confidently. Bai Li leans over and whispers, "What's going on? When you returned, was that woman already here?" Wen Haoyang nods, looking very unhappy. Not just her, she brought her man and son too. Bai Li, people can be so shameless. Does she not find it disgusting? There are so many empty houses in town, but she goes to her ex-husband's place, and they can't even chase her away. She must be crazy.
Who says she's not?
When Haoyang glances coldly at the main hall and says, "Even if I burn this house down, she still won't live here." Bai Li rolls her eyes at him. "Look at you, so useless. You can't even take control of your own house, and now you want to burn it. If my uncle knew how capable you are, he'd probably be furious." When Haoyang, Bai Li pats him on the back. "Loser, let's go inside." They walk into the yard, one after the other, and immediately see 2 men sitting on the steps at the entrance of the main hall, one old, about 50, and the other young, around 25 or 6, very thin. Their faces look numb and expressionless. Even when Bai Li enters, they don't pay much attention. They just stare blankly at the cement ground. Bai Li glances at them lightly, then walks toward the main hall. "Old Bai, I advise you not to interfere."
The woman knows Bai Xiangtian.
To be precise, the 4 of them were middle school classmates, and she is also friends with Bai Li's mother. What's more, even their divorce happened one after the other. "If you had any shame, you wouldn't step into this house again," Bai Xiangtian says, not looking at the woman but at the portrait of his old friend in the middle of the hall, and he says calmly, "You disturbed Lao Wen. Just leave now." Bai Xiangtian, "If you don't leave, I will hurt those 2 people. You can try me if you don't believe it." The woman steps back in fear. She has no doubt about Bai Xiangtian's strength. Her fierce attitude is clear. She once divorced and brought her brother from her family to cause trouble. Lao Wen refused to share the property and was beaten by her brother. Coincidentally, Bai Xiangtian came back to visit family and was also divorcing his wife. After he finished his own affairs, her brother's leg was broken the next day, and she still doesn't know who did it. Though she has no proof, she is sure it was by Xiangtian. After all, Lao Wen isn't capable of that, but his good friend is. Back then, he dared to break people's legs easily, and now, it's even more so. The woman suspects that after the apocalypse, Bai Xiangtian might have killed many people. He's a devil, a madman. She knows she can't stay here anymore. She turns to call her man and son to leave, just as she runs into Bai Li coming out of the house.
Lizzie.
Even after many years, the woman recognized Bai Li at first glance. She looked as beautiful as a childhood doll. Did she resemble her friend? Not quite. Bai Li only slightly resembled her mother, maybe a little like Bai Xiangtian, but mostly she had features from both parents, blending their strengths. When she was young, she liked this girl very much.
But now,
the woman saw the teasing and dislike in Bai Li's eyes. She paused, then grew angry. Who does she dislike? A girl who was abandoned by her mother. What right does she have to mock her? The woman sneered. Li Ji, have you ever thought about your mother all these years? Oh, I forgot. She left when you were only 3. You were so young, you probably don't remember her. And you haven't been in contact for so long, so you must have forgotten what she looks like. Plus, she later had 2 children, twins, making your stepfather very happy. Shut up. When Haoyang couldn't take it anymore, he stepped past Bai Li, went to the woman, grabbed her arm, and pulled her outside. Get out of here, you beast. When Haoyang suddenly turned around, eyes red and fierce, glaring at the woman, stopping her from speaking. Then he released her arm, grabbed her collar, and roughly dragged her outside the door. Interestingly, when Haoyang treated the woman this way, the 2 men nearby stayed still, as if the woman being mistreated had nothing to do with them. But after she was dragged out, they also got up and left. Their expressions were still numb, just like before. When Haoyang, if you treat your own mother like this, you won't have a good ending.
Ah!
A scream rang out. The woman was pressed down by her son. The young man, in his 20s, had a normally blank face, but suddenly opened his mouth and let out a loud cry. Then he rolled to the side, clutching his right leg and shouting, Son, what's wrong? The woman, panicked, quickly got up and tried to check her son's leg. But she tripped over as she rolled around and fell again. Brat, what did you do to your brother? When Haoyang frowned with disgust. I'll say it again, I don't have a brother. If you don't want to die, get out of here now. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Seeing that when Haoyang was really angry, the woman didn't dare to speak further. She and the man helped their son leave, one on each side.
Lizzie, I'm sorry.
When Haoyang returned to the main room, he looked upset. Sorry, I didn't know she would say such things when she saw you. It's not exactly lying, Bai Li said calmly. That year I was probably 7 years old. I don't remember clearly, but at that time, no one was home. I answered a phone call, and the woman told me she had given birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, and asked if I wanted to go to her place.
What?
Bai Xiangtian turned to look at his daughter, frowning.
I didn't know about this.
Didn't you tell Grandpa and Grandma? When Bai Li was 7, Bai Xiangtian was still in the army and hadn't returned home yet. I told Uncle Air, Bai Li said softly, smiling faintly. It's been so many years. Do you really think I care? She only called when I was 3, after 4 years. I don't remember her? I've completely forgotten. Actually, she hadn't forgotten. Having a mother and not having one made her think about it often, especially at such a young age. But she still remembered what Uncle Air told her back then, and it made her feel warm inside even now. Li Ji wants a brother and sister? That I don't know, she replied. You don't even know if you want them, but she's trying to force them on you. That's not right. We won't go along with bad people. Whatever you want to do, wherever you want to go, Uncle Air will take you. Here at home, you're the boss. You're the treasure of Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, and Uncle. Why should someone else get to take that treasure? Right? Since then, she never received another call from that woman, nor did she think about why I don't have a mother. She understood clearly. She wasn't a treasure to her mother. If it hadn't been for this woman bringing it up today, she would have forgotten about that phone call altogether. Despite that, Bai Xiangtian's face looked unhappy. The divorce had happened because the woman had been unfaithful. When they separated, it was agreed that Li Ji would stay with him. But he hadn't expected her to secretly call, trying to take Li Ji away. Although that call was meaningless, it still made him uncomfortable. "All right, Dad, stop thinking about it. When Haoyang, are you going to stay here or come with us?" Besides the family of 3 who left the town, Wen Haoyang was the only living person left. The weather in August was cool. Even though they had entered the town, the breeze made it feel chilly, and the wind made him think of the word eerie. It's not surprising people think like that. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, so many people died in the town. During the market, there didn't need to be many zombies. Just 1 or 2 could threaten an entire street. In fact, when Bai Xiangtian went to the high school to save his younger brother and his wife, the town was already in chaos. Later, they cleared the streets, burning countless bodies. "Let's go. There's no point in wasting time with them," Bai Xiangtian said, patting Wen Haoyang on the shoulder. "We've kept a room for you. Grandpa and Grandma really miss you. Go home first. If you're worried, you can come back tomorrow to check on us." The words "go home first" made Wen Haoyang's eyes turn red. He lowered his head to calm his emotions and then nodded. "Okay, Uncle. I'll go home with you." Although Pingjiang Bridge was blocked, the situation in Pingcheng still kept people alert. Jiang Minglang and Mu Song discussed and decided to send 1 person each day on patrols along Pingjiang. They had no choice because their area was very close to Pingjiang. If they couldn't keep track of what was happening across the river, who knew what might happen in the future? Li Nan talked with Qiao Fei, but didn't learn much, and felt even more frustrated. However, he was adaptable. After some thought, he came to see Jiang Minglang 2 days later. Recently, he had gathered most of the forces in Pengcheng and the western part of the city, though there weren't many, mostly groups of survivors sticking together. He hadn't yet interfered in the eastern part because of Jiang Minglang. Besides Yunchi village and Musong's group, he had already learned about the other villages, who was there, and how many. After thoroughly investigating all of Pingcheng, he concluded that only Jiang Minglang's group was difficult to deal with and hard to control. Since he couldn't control or eliminate them, he decided to make peace. At least for now, that was the only option. Jiang Minglang was impatient with Li Nan but didn't oppose his proposal. Pengcheng was large, and it was unrealistic to manage everything with so few people. He didn't plan to do so. Li Nan suggested dividing the city along Pingjiang Bridge and the city center, with the west side belonging to him and the east side to Jiang Minglang. Especially the long stretch of Pingjiang, which was hard to see across, would be patrolled by Li Nan's people. "Don't worry, Jiang team. I won't let any reckless kids bother you in the future," Li Nan said. Jiang Minglang didn't care much about the small troublemakers, but Zhang Xiaoda and others wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of them. Before leaving, Li Shun turned to look deeply at the green vines on the high walls on both sides. He smiled and said, "Sister-in-law's wood type. It's quite unique." Jiang Minglang didn't say anything. Li Nan immediately understood by Li's identity. It seemed his guess was right. That woman was indeed Jiang Minglang's wife, from the Bai family in Yunchi village. "Chi-Chi, your water is cold enough to freeze instantly. Look, like this." As August ended and September arrived, the weather grew hotter. Although they had brought many solar panels, the recent cloudy days meant no sunlight. Because of limited diesel, they didn't dare to overuse the generator. Recently, Du Qian became very popular. Every day, someone would bring a basin to ask him for ice. Finally, when Comrade Du saw Chi-Chi playing with water, he took the little troublemaker to learn how to make ice, thinking he was idle. Honestly, Chi-Chi was very interested in making water freeze, but he had tried several times without success. His mother said there was no need to force it. Everyone's special ability depends on their body type. His water tasted quite sweet. It might not have any special effect on people, but the birds and dogs clearly loved drinking it. For example, Xiaowu and Fengbao had already gotten used to drinking Chi-Chi's water back in Sucheng, and when they returned home, they wouldn't even touch well water. Xiao followed Chi-Chi all day. Whenever he was thirsty, he would nuzzle him and ask him to pour water into his mouth. But Fongbao mostly stayed with the old master at home, and sometimes the old master would change the water in their basin. So, near the bird cage at the pet house, the water basin often tipped over. After it fell, a bird-shaped pendant would appear on Chi-Chi's head until a bird's claw scratched his scalp, reminding him to give water to the little bird. Besides them, there were Tai-Dan and the Huhai duo. To save trouble, the chickens and sheep also started drinking the water, and everything seemed normal so far, without any accidents like the Huhai duo. So the little guy was actually quite busy every day. Early in the morning, he would change the water for the birds, let the chickens out to graze on the grass outside, and lead the sheep to another patch of grass. After finishing these tasks, he would go for a run with Gigi, then visit Yu daily to chat. Although she never paid attention to them, his mother said it was because she was sick. A sick child is very pitiful. So, he decided not to bother her and wait until she got better. After finishing all these tasks, he and Gigi still went around the village to observe the cats and dogs, to prevent any of them from developing strange abilities without their knowledge. For example, Tai-Dan suddenly grew a strange horn on his forehead. So far, they still didn't know what this horn could do. But the little guy's injury had already healed. He was like Fongbao, following the old master every day. Little Jiangqi was busy from morning till night, especially with the calligraphy and memorization that Grandpa had set for him. So, he really didn't have time to make ice. Chi-Chi tried to comfort Uncle Du, saying, "My mom said everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and everyone's abilities are different." "No, they are the same," Du Qian interrupted him with a serious face. "Your mom is right, but it depends on the situation. We both have water abilities, and Uncle Du can do it, so you definitely can too. Be good, try again. Big brother, you can do it. Keep trying. Look, Gigi believes you can do it. Why shouldn't you believe in yourself? Is that true?" Little Jiangqi scratched his head, thinking about how his dad encouraged him to learn water control before. Otherwise, he wouldn't know he had this ability. Teaching him to make ice with Uncle Du was similar. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt more energetic and started practicing again and again, following Uncle Du's instructions, turning water into solid, and making sure the water temperature was low enough. "Gigi, do these 2 pages of calculations."
Huh?
"What are you doing? Can't you see that Chi-Chi is seriously practicing ice making? Are you embarrassed just watching?" Linja blinked, wondering why he should be embarrassed. Big brother was working his abilities and he was cheering him on. Wasn't that appropriate? "Gigi, you didn't practice calligraphy today. Grandpa said you need to make it up." A serious little ice maker still took a moment to focus on Linja and even teased his good friend. An hour. Du Qian pushed up his glasses and looked down at Linja. "Did you practice calligraphy today?" He strongly agreed with Grandpa's idea. No matter the time or situation, if conditions and abilities allowed, children's studies shouldn't be neglected. Especially since these 2 little guys hadn't even finished first grade and couldn't recognize all the characters yet. They needed to learn more. Fortunately, Bai Li had previously collected a lot of stationery from various stores, including pens, notebooks, and workbooks, enough for these children to use for over 10 years. Old Master Bai used to be a primary school principal, so teaching them until they finished elementary school was no problem. The education system could also connect smoothly because they still had a high school physics teacher. That day, Chi-Chi was forced to make ice, and Linja was busy doing problems with a sad face. The next morning, at dawn, Chung Si-yoon was awakened by the urge to urinate. When she opened her eyes and thought about going to the bathroom, she suddenly froze. She stared steadily at the little girl standing by the bed, watching her intently, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. Oh my goodness, why did this child come into her bedroom again? It was still before dawn, and the girl was standing at the bedside, motionless, staring at her. Was she trying to scare her to death? Chung Si-yoon forced a smile, wanting to say something friendly but couldn't, so she just dryly asked, "You, when did you come in?" No matter when she came in, could she not be so frightening? Although she knew the child was sick still. Being sick shouldn't mean tormenting her like this, right? She wondered what she had done to deserve this. She didn't know the girl and her father before. Honestly, even Li Ji found it hard to believe. She hadn't done anything wrong, yet the child suddenly started clinging to her for no reason. To be honest, at first, Cheng Siyun was a bit flattered. After all, she looked different from normal people. Usually, whether adults or children, most would keep their distance or avoid her. Being ignored was already a sign of good manners. This was the first time a child suddenly got so close to her. But even though they were close, she couldn't handle it when the closeness became like this. You, come over and talk to Annie. Does your dad know you're here? Although she knew the child wouldn't answer, Cheng Xian kept talking to her. How about this? You go back and tell your dad, then come find Annie, okay? She couldn't hold it in anymore. She needed to go to the bathroom. But based on past experience, once the child was here, she would cling to her, yes, even when she needed to go to the bathroom. Others might be constipated, but she was almost about to have an accident. After all, the child was still young, and she didn't know her well. Being stared at so intently while going to the bathroom by a stranger was enough to make her lose control. Chung Xian couldn't stay still anymore. She sat up, put on her pajamas, and went to the bathroom, with the little girl following closely behind. After struggling to urinate, Chung Xian quickly changed into sports shorts and a long-sleeved shirt in front of the young girl. She then went downstairs to the living room and poured 2 cups of warm water. When she picked them up, the little girl, just like before, also picked up another cup. After drinking the water, Chung Xian headed outside. She knew that Jiang Minglang and Su Bo were already outside running. To avoid falling behind in the future, she now runs with them. She's not as early as they are, so when she arrives, they've usually already been running for half an hour. But by the time she stops, exhausted, they're still running. People like them, even without special abilities, are much stronger than ordinary ability users. When Su Bo got up, Yu was still sleeping. Yesterday, after running, he went back to find the girl awake. He thought today would be the same. But within less than an hour, he saw his daughter following behind Cheng Xian. Su Bo ran over and smiled awkwardly at Cheng Xian, saying, "Is this child looking for you again? Did she come to find her?" "No, she scared her." He thought this but didn't want to say it out loud. The girl was already very pitiful. If he told others, they might look at her strangely. Honestly, compared to the trouble she caused, he didn't want others to see her with strange eyes. If she wasn't scared, then so be it. You run your way, I'll take her back for breakfast after a while. Thanks for the trouble. No trouble at all. This girl is very easy to take care of, except for being a bit frightening. Su Bo didn't realize that his daughter had scared Cheng Xian, but he was very grateful for her care. Yu was willing to follow her, and she was happy to help take care of the girl. This gave Su Bo a little break, which he badly needed. It also made him believe that since Yu was willing to get close to Cheng Xian, maybe she would also be willing to talk to others in the future. Seeing Cheng Xian run farther away with his daughter, Su Bo finally relaxed. His sister-in-law's friend was really nice, patient, and good at parenting. She must be very experienced. Ming Lang. Meanwhile, the run wasn't over yet. Zhou Lei hurried through the small gate between Yunqi Village and Baigua Garden. I remember you said someone from the medical college was a student? That makes her almost a doctor, he asked anxiously before reaching them. Who is she? Can you call her over to help look at Little White? Little White? As they got closer, Jiang Mingling finally saw that Zhou Lei was holding a bloodied lump. He looked at Zhou Lei's hand in surprise. Is this Little White? When did it come back? Where is it hurt? Since Little White disappeared last time, it hadn't shown up until today. My mom found it early this morning in the yard. Its belly has a big hole, probably bitten by something. Don't talk so much, just call someone to help it quickly. Zhou Lei was both anxious and upset. He was a strong man, but his eyes were red. It seemed that if Little White stopped breathing, he would cry right now. Jiang Mingling turned to look at Zhang Xiaoda. This guy had moved to live with the Xia family's daughter and was just recently confessing to a girl. Now he was grinning foolishly every day, looking like he wanted to be hit. Go call Xiaomin? But Zhang Xiaoda didn't move. He looked at the blood lump in Zhou Lei's hand and felt very unsure. With so much blood, it probably can't be saved, he said. Most importantly, his wife wasn't a veterinarian. At best, she was a midwife. How can it not be saved? It's still breathing. Come on, hurry and go, please. Zhou Lei was so worried he wanted to kick Zhang Xiaoda. Why was he so slow? Just go call someone already. But Xiaomin isn't a vet. Even now, you're still splitting hairs. What's the difference between humans and animals? Was he losing his mind over his injured cat? Everyone stayed silent. At this moment, Cheng Xian said, "Let me take a look." Zhou Lei and Cheng Xian knew each other well. He hesitated. "You know how to look? I didn't know you studied veterinary medicine." Cheng Xian rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. "You just said humans and animals are the same, and now you want a professional vet? That's not what I meant. Do you really understand?" Zhou Lei wasn't sure if Cheng Xian was capable, but he had no better options right now. He urged Zhang Xiaoda again. "Keep calling your medical student friend. The more help, the better. Hurry, please." When Zhang Xiaoda heard your friend, he was overjoyed. He didn't care whether Xiaomin was a vet or a midwife. He turned around quickly to call her. "Let's go home first. Wash the blood off Little White and see how big the wound is." Cheng Xian wasn't bragging. During the 2 years after her divorce, she worked at a pet shop and was an assistant to a pet doctor for over a year. "What did you say? Giving the cat a checkup?" Xiaomin stared at Zhang Xiaoda. "Say that again?" Zhang Xiaoda sheepishly rubbed his nose and whispered, "I can't help it. After all, you're the only one who is a doctor." "Zhang Xiaoda, do you want to die? How many times have I told you not to tell people I'm a medical student? Don't say anything. Now you're practically shouting it to the whole world. I can't even look at people and you want me to check on a cat? She's just an unfinished medical student, still studying obstetrics and gynecology. Who would understand? It's been over 4 months since the apocalypse, and she's almost forgotten all her professional knowledge." Angrily, Xiaomin jumped up to hit Zhang Xiaoda, but he quickly held her and kissed her on the lips. "It's my fault, my fault. I won't say anything anymore. If you don't want to go, then don't. I'll go tell Zhou Lei." He didn't expect that the guy's cat, injured, would come to find Xiaomin, that's rushing to seek help in a panic. Xiaomin glared at him. "I've already said I'll go too." But even if she went, she couldn't do much. She was just curious about how that small, seemingly never-growing kitten got hurt. When they arrived at Bai's yard, Zhou Lei was carefully washing the blood off Xiao Bai under Cheng Xian's arrangement. He turned over, revealing the blood hole on his belly and another cut he hadn't noticed before. Xiao Bai. Seeing the exposed intestines through the wound, Zhou Lei's face turned pale instantly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He looked up blankly at Cheng Xian, his lips trembling as he wanted to ask if there was any hope of saving him, but couldn't say a word. He looked down at Xiao Bai, lying on the mat with his eyes closed. He could clearly feel the breath weakening, and the body seemed to be slowly stiffening. This situation was unexpected for Cheng Xian. She didn't expect Xiao Bai to be so badly injured. The key was that the cat was so small. Even though the 2 wounds on his belly weren't large, they could still take his life. Sighing helplessly, she shook her head at Zhou Lei. Xiaomin stood beside Zhang Xiaoda, her eyes full of sympathy for the kitten. "What's wrong?" Bailey yawned and came out of the house. Seeing everyone gathered around the water well's platform, she asked casually, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Minglang was about to answer his wife when suddenly Feng Bao flew out of the pet room. After opening his mouth to call, he landed on Bai Li's head. Jiang Minglang squinted at the small bird, thinking, why does this thing always like to stand on people's heads? Usually, if Jiang Minglang stared at it like this, the small bird would have flown away long ago. But today, it didn't move and kept staring intently at the little white cat on the stage. Feng Bao called out again. Bai Li reached out and gently took the bird off her head, tapping its tiny head with her finger. "Be quiet." As she finished speaking, she saw a brown little ball run out of the pet room. Tai Dan ran to Bai Li's feet, opened his mouth, and bit her pant leg, tugging at it. Bai Li looked down. The small teddy bear puppy released her pants and looked up at her with pure, water-like eyes, as clear as glass. So beautiful. Tai Dan's eyes seemed to look better than before. And then, Bailey suddenly remembered that since the little teddy came to her hometown, she hadn't heard it bark once. Was it because she hadn't noticed, or had it really not barked? She decided to ask her son later. After all the dogs at home are under his care. Tai-Dan, what are you trying to do?
Ah.
Bailey looked at the bird in her hand, then at the teddy by her feet, and placed the bird on her shoulder. She bent down and picked up Tai-Dan. Since rescuing this little teddy, it had been very quiet, never bothering her or Chi-Chi. But today, it suddenly ran over and tugged her pant leg. What does it want? Bailey instinctively thought it was related to her bird. She turned her head to look at Feng Bao, then looked down at Tai-Dan in her arms. She noticed that the little dog was twisting its body to face the little white cat on the stage. The little white cat was lying on a mat with its eyes closed. Its belly fur was stained red with blood. Although it had been cleaned, blood still oozed from the wound, and a piece of pink intestines was exposed through a torn opening, making people's hearts race with fear. Is the little white cat dead? What could have bitten it to death? A mutated animal? Bailey looked serious, feeling it was necessary to investigate. Although the little white cat was only palm-sized, it was not an ordinary cat. It was much bigger than a rat, and even rats several times its size could be bitten to death by it. Could any ordinary animal be its match? Bailey didn't believe it, so she wanted to check. Her gaze stayed on the white cat's wound. Suddenly, a bright white light fell abruptly on it, leaving everyone stunned. When they finally understood, they looked at the small teddy in Bailey's arms. Everyone was surprised to see that the white light was actually coming from the single horn on Teddy's head. Whitely, Zhou opened his mouth in shock. He didn't know what this white light was for, nor why the dog was glowing. Of course, if you glow, fine, but why are you shining at his cat? He was worried that this light might destroy his cat. No, it might shoot it away. Although Xiao Bai was beyond saving, at least it left a whole body for him to see.
Huh?
Is the wound healing? Before Zhou Lei could finish his messy thoughts, he suddenly heard Zhang Xiaoda say this. He quickly turned his head and then widened his eyes.
This.
He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again at Xiao Bai's belly. Only then did he realize he hadn't seen it wrong. Under the white light from the horn on the small teddy's head, the hole in Xiao Bai's belly was still visible, with the intestines exposed. Yet it was healing at a visible speed, slow but clear. After about 3 minutes, the white light disappeared, and both wounds on Xiao Bai's belly had fully healed. It seemed that the small teddy had used up all its energy. Its head rested on Bailey's arm, and it closed its eyes. The scene was silent. Everyone looked at Xiao Bai, then at the small teddy, then back at Xiao Bai.
Meow.
With a cat's cry, Xiao Bai suddenly rolled over, stood up from the mat, shook its fur, then jumped into Zhou Lei's arms and skillfully slipped into his pocket.
Zhou blinked.
He looked down into his pocket, reached in with his right hand, and felt a soft, warm lump, not the small, cold, hard body he had just held. Bailey, you're a dog. No, I mean your dog. Zhou Lei stammered, pointing at the small teddy, almost jumping with excitement. Finally, he managed to say a complete sentence. This dog is really amazing. Who would say otherwise? Everyone looked at Bailey with admiration and curiosity. Xiaomin said straightforwardly, Sister, you're so impressive. Not only are your powers strong, but your pets are also getting more and more amazing. Everyone nodded in agreement, including Jiang Mingling. Bailey twitched her mouth and admitted honestly, I really didn't know it had this ability. So, is Iron Egg's horn used to heal wounds? What should we call this? Healing corner? That little thing looks pretty tired. What is it like to eat? I'll go back and prepare something for it. Zhou Lei shook off his earlier disappointment, grinning gratefully at the little teddy. Jiang Mingling said, Since Xiao Bai is okay now, figure out where it was hurt and what bit it. Zhou Lei put away his smile and nodded, Okay, after breakfast, come find me. Xiao Bai just came back from outside, and I don't know where it was before. Zhou Lei has no special abilities, and even though he's physically strong, he wouldn't take risks with the unknown. So, to find out about Xiao Bai, it's best if Jiang Mingling helps. After Zhou Lei left, everyone eagerly went over to pet Iron Egg's little head, almost straightening its curly hair. Because he just helped Xiaobai heal, the puppy was lying quietly with its eyes closed, not moving at all. Bai Li put it back in the doghouse and turned around to see Jiang Mingling standing still in front of Feng Bao's stand, watching it. The little bird shrank its head on the wooden perch, silent.
Don't scare it, Bai Li said.
She knew Feng Bao was afraid of Jiang Mingling, so she pushed him away from the pet room. Our bird isn't ordinary. Although today's main hero was Iron Egg, Jiang Mingling realized that without Feng Bao, Iron Egg might not have come out to heal Xiaobai. So not only can the little bird command other birds, but it can also command dogs?
Why is that?
They aren't the same species. Bai Li thought for a moment and said it might not be that it can command dogs, just that they are together, so it can command. She believed this because she hadn't seen the two generals listen to it. By now, the sky was bright, smoke curled up from the chimneys, and the sweet smell of sweet potato porridge wafted from the kitchen. In the backyard by the pond, Chung Siyun was brushing her teeth, Yu standing beside her, also diligently brushing. Su Bo looked at Chung Siyun gratefully. His daughter refused to brush her teeth properly, just washing her face reluctantly every day. But with Chung Siyun, she obediently took baths, washed her face, and brushed her teeth. Yes, she was really good at taking care of kids. Chung Siyun didn't realize Su Bo thought this way. If she knew, she'd probably roll her eyes. She's good at taking care of kids? She didn't even want to take care of them properly. She was just following what the little girl did. Honestly, she felt quite helpless. Finally, at noon, when she could be alone with Bai Li, Chung Siyun couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Bai Li smiled and asked, "What? Can't take it anymore?" Chung Siyun sighed. "It's not that I can't handle it. After all, she's just a child. I can tolerate her no matter what.
But
I just find it so strange." She raised her hand and pointed at her face. "Tell me, how does this girl even fall for me?" Her face has always been looked down upon by her own son. A few years ago, she even scared a young child to tears. So she really doesn't understand what the little girl sees in her. Or maybe children with autism have different tastes. It's really confusing. Don't always focus on your face. Bai Li was used to this, so she never thought her friend's mole on her face was ugly. Aside from that mole, Chung Siyun is actually very beautiful, big eyes, a straight nose, and fair skin. Her ungrateful son actually looks a lot like her. Before the apocalypse, whether in kindergarten or elementary school, he was recognized as a handsome boy in his class. She thought carefully and said to Chung Siyun, "Yo-Yo isn't a normal child, so she might judge people by feeling, not appearance. Remember, your adopted son once said being with you made him feel very comfortable. You're saying that because he's my adopted son." "Yo-Yo can't be the same," replied Chung Siyun. They discussed for a while, but couldn't reach a conclusion. In the end, Chung Siyun decided that, to avoid frightening herself, she would let Yo-Yo sleep with her from tonight. That way, she wouldn't wake up early to find someone standing at her bed. Is it the other side? Did Xiaobai go to the other side? After being healed by Taidan, Xiaobai looked just as lively as when it was uninjured, even more energetic. It took Zhou Lei and Jiang Mingling to Pingjiang Bridge, then quickly ran to the middle of the bridge and called out twice towards Pingcheng on the other side. "Bring it back." Jiang Mingling warned Zhou Lei. Among the mutated animals on the other side, the white tiger from the zoo is the most dominant. You can imagine what else might be there. So if Xiaobai went over, it could be harmed. Watch it carefully, and don't let it run over again. Thinking about the rotting, foul-smelling corpses in Pingcheng, she wondered what terrifying things might have spawned there. Although they had blocked Pingjiang Bridge, they still patrolled the wall of the bridge every day. So far, they hadn't found any survivors coming from the south. There were no survivors from the south, but soon survivors came from the north. The incoming group is not survivors, but soldiers. Pengcheng was divided into east and west parts by Li Nan, who thought his division was fair. However, Jiang Mingling didn't want to argue with him. Anyway, for now, Pengcheng remains peaceful. Of course, some mutated animals or birds tried to enter Pengcheng's territory, but the people on both sides kept patrolling and quickly stopped them. Overall, Pengcheng is a good place for ordinary survivors to live. After planting in August and September, they started harvesting late rice and potatoes in November, which helped everyone forget the hardships of the end of the world for a while. At this time, a military jeep arrived in Yunxi village. Two men in camouflage uniforms got out and politely asked at the gate, "Hello, is Jiang Mingling here?" Chun Feng, who was patrolling with Bai Wei at the gate, was about to speak, but was pulled back by Bai Wei. Bai Wei looked serious and asked, "Who are you?" Nowadays, not everyone in military uniform is a soldier. Even if they are, their attitude suggests they might be here to take someone. What if they take his brother-in-law? Most importantly, if Jiang Mingling leaves, Zhang Xiaoda and his men would have to go too. That can't happen. We are in the same team as him. Please call him out, or we can go inside to find him, they said. He's not here. Bai Wei pointed south to Pingjiang and lied. He's patrolling over there. If you want to find him, you can go check that area. After saying that, he slammed the small door next to the iron gate with a loud bang. As the iron gate slammed shut, Chen Feng was startled. He looked at Bai Wei in surprise and whispered, "What are you doing? They're soldiers. Aren't you afraid of offending them?" His last words were almost a whisper, since people were still outside the gate. "Offend?" Bai Wei rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "I told the truth. How am I offending them? You stay here, I'll go get some water." After saying that, Bai Wei turned and ran away. Lizzie. Late rice was almost ripe. Bai Li and Bai Xingtian were standing by the field, watching the rice. Compared to other rice fields, this one looks especially tall and yellow. The rice grains are heavy and bend the stalks down. Nice. After harvest, I'll save some seeds to plant again. The rice in this field was grown with white lychee fertilizer. It was planted later than others, but matured earlier. Since the high temperatures in September, the weather hasn't cooled down, so even in November, people still wear short sleeves and often sweat. Fortunately, the crops haven't been affected much, especially the rice, which is now ready half a month earlier than usual. However, her apple orchard is different from previous years. The apples are small and not ripe, looking green and unripe, and no one knows when they'll be ready. Luckily, apples are not a staple food, so it doesn't matter much. In recent months, some young trees that hadn't yet borne fruit were dug up by Xiangtian and moved to the back tea mountain. The cleared land was planted with potatoes and sweet potatoes. Bai Xiangtian is always bold and decisive when farming. Normally, it's too late to plant rice at this time of year, but since the end of the world, the weather has been unusual, hot when it should be cold, and cold when it should be hot. After a big heat wave, a cold snap usually follows, and it could turn cold suddenly. At that time, the crops in the fields might freeze. So after this harvest, Bai Xiangtian plans to plant another crop, but only 2 acres. This way, when the weather suddenly turns cold, his daughter can quickly ripen these crops. He can't plant too much. Hearing Bai Wei call out, father and daughter both turned to look. Lychee. Someone is looking for brother-in-law. Bai Wei ran breathlessly into the fig orchard, seeing the father and daughter at the edge of the field, and said, panting, "It's a soldier." "A soldier?" They exchanged a look. Bai Xiangtian asked, "Is he still at the gate?" "Yes, he was there when I arrived. I told them brother-in-law isn't here, so he might leave soon." Jiang Minglang was indeed not at home, but Bai Wei didn't know that. He thought he was inside. "I'll go check." Bai Xiangtian turned to leave, and Bai Li quickly said, "I want to go too." She didn't really want to go to the main gate. She wanted to go to Pingjiang to take a look.
Huh? Why?
Lychee, where's brother-in-law? Bai Wei thought he had passed the message along, expecting Uncle and Lychee to immediately tell Jiang Minglang, but neither of them went to the gate. "He's not here." Jiang Minglang was indeed not at home. Early in the morning, before dawn, he was called away by Li Nan's people, along with Zhang Xiaoda. In Li Nan's mind, he divided Pengcheng into east and west parts. Over the past few months, both sides had kept peace and not interfered with each other. He didn't expect this balance to be broken so soon. For the ambitious Li Nan, he certainly wasn't willing to accept this. Yesterday afternoon, Two groups of people came, one from the west and another from. Li Nan paused here, giving Jiang Minglang a meaningful look. Do you know where the other group came from? Stop beating around the bush. From the capital city, the army. Jiang Minglang's calm expression finally changed slightly. Even Zhang Xiaoda couldn't help but ask, really?
Do you know they are?
His words were swallowed back in Jiang Minglang's eyes. He almost forgot that their boss was always cautious around Li Nan. Some things couldn't be revealed to him. Li Nan looked at Zhang Xiaoda and then at Jiang Minglang, who had regained his composure, and smiled. Team Jiang, did you expect they would come? Isn't that obvious? Actually, they arrived much later than Jiang Minglang had anticipated. Although the end of the world happened suddenly, it wasn't entirely uncontrollable or unpredictable. It's people's hearts. It's like the first city affected, Yinzhou. When those so-called leaders discovered zombies in the hospital, instead of thinking about killing them and warning the citizens, they kept the zombie-controlling personnel, the uninfected medical staff, and patients inside. When the city was no longer manageable, they simply left. At that time, Yu Qingping, the vice mayor of Yinzhou, issued the orders. Jiang Minglang didn't forget this person. He was waiting to take revenge on his brothers. Their team also belonged to the Kyoto Marine Corps. They thought the northern area was relatively safer, expecting Kyoto to conduct inspections city by city, and that help would arrive soon. But they didn't expect it would take over half a year to get here. It seems there is a problem with the leaders in Kyoto. To choose new ones, they have to hold meetings one after another or face confrontations from different sides supporting their own candidates. Thinking of this, Jiang Minglang couldn't help but show a sarcastic smile. He has no expectations about returning. However, for his wife and children and their family, he still needs to gather some information and handle some social obligations. Especially since he wants to find Yu Qingping, he must rely on his old brothers and team friends for help. Tell me everything you know without hiding anything. Jiang Minglang tapped Li Nan. You know I have little patience, so it's best not to hide anything from me. Team Jiang were friends after all. Not really. Just get to the point. Li Nan sighed. He's a proud person, but over the past few months, he's lost his temper in front of Jiang Minglang. There's nothing he can do but accept it. The group coming from the west. Start with Kyoto. All right. I don't know much about the people from Kyoto. I only know they're from a regiment sent by the former Army Field Command. The regimental commander's last name is Wei, called Wei Lichuan. Do you know him, Team Jiang? Of course Jiang Minglang knows him. Before the apocalypse, Jiang was a full colonel, and Wei Lichuan had just been promoted to deputy regimental commander less than half a year ago. He's the deputy of the 936th Regiment of the Kyoto Field Team. Unlike Jiang Minglang, who graduated from military school as a regular officer, Wei Lichuan was promoted step by step from a conscript. So, although he's a deputy regimental commander, he's a bit older than Jiang Minglang. I know him, just like I know Qiao Fei. To be precise, Jiang Minglang isn't very familiar with Qiao Fei yet. They're not in the same team, and their ranks are different. Usually they just nod when they meet. But since Wei Lichuan is leading the team, Jiang Minglang has a rough idea of who they are. Team Jiang, since you know him, why not find out more? Ask them why they came to Pengcheng. Was it just a short patrol, or are they planning to stay permanently? The fields in the large shed area have been tidied up by their people. The wheat and rice seeds were exchanged through Jiang Minglang's father-in-law, along with some vegetable seeds. Now, the greenhouse area is lush and green, with golden yellow crops. Although Jiang Minglang has big ambitions to do bigger and better things, he understands that food is the foundation of stability. Without enough to eat and drink, nothing else can be done. So, he's quite satisfied controlling half the city. There's no need to ask around. They will tell you themselves. All right, let's go back. Jiang Minglang thought for a moment and then said to Li Nandu, my father-in-law said that after a hot spell, there might be a cold snap. It would be good for you to prepare your greenhouse frames. When the weather gets cold and stays cold for a while, we might need to exchange vegetables with you again. Li Nandu's eyes lit up. Really? Uncle Bai said that? He affectionately called Bai Shushu, even though he had never seen Bai Shengtian's face. But that didn't matter. He was friendly and familiar. Yes, that's what he said. When the weather turns cold, just make good use of your greenhouse. That way, you control the lifeline of Pengcheng. So, everyone should organize themselves well and farm diligently. Don't panic at every little thing. Keep your own land safe. If you are capable, no one can harm you. However, just after he finished speaking, that very night, Li Nandu and others clashed with a force coming from the west. Nearly 100 people died or were injured, and 20 bags of rice and flour were stolen. Li Nandu was furious. It was his own carelessness. In the past half-year, everyone had been busy planting crops and vegetables. Although tiring, they had enough to eat and drink, and there was no zombie threat. Some mutated animals hadn't caused much damage because Jiang Minglang and others could control them quickly, which also made things easier for everyone. Gradually, people got used to this peaceful life and became less alert. Even when 2 groups of people arrived in the past 2 days, it was just more patrols, and they were a bit more cautious but not overly alert. After all, one of the groups included soldiers, which was meant to intimidate the other. But unexpectedly, not only did they not scare them off, they carried out a robbery the very next night. Couldn't they observe for a few days first? Li Nandu took people to chase after them. There was a force led by Wei Lichuan from Jingdu, coming from the north of Pengcheng. They probably knew what was happening, so after stealing the goods, they immediately fled eastward. Originally, they had come from the west and were heading east, aiming for Anqing on the east side of Pengcheng.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Seeing the group almost escape to the Baigua garden where Jiang Minglang and others were, Li Nandu drew his gun and fired 3 shots into the air. The shots were too far to hit, but Jiang Minglang just needed to hear them. He fired to wake him up. Even if they weren't friends yet, helping out his neighbors was fine, right? In the middle of the night, everything was silent, and the sky was dark without a single star. 3 gunshots sounded like thunder, startling the people in Yunshi village and Baigua garden from their sleep. What's going on? What was that sound just now? Was it thunder? It was so loud. What is that? It sounds like something exploded. Similar sounds echoed throughout Yunshi village, but everyone held back their curiosity, remembering Bai Xiangtian's previous warning to keep doors and windows shut and stay calm. A dark figure suddenly darted out from the southeast corner of the village, quickly reaching the big iron gate at the village entrance, then leaping over the wall and outside. Soon, Jiang Minglang and Zhang Xiaoda arrived outside the gate. On the 3rd-floor balcony of the Bai family house, Bai Li and Cheng Xian stood. From their position, they could see a line of cars approaching gradually on the road outside Yunshi village. Cheng Xian looked serious. Li, who do you think they are? Bai Li shook her head. I don't know. In the middle of the night, gunfire and many cars. It's all very strange. It couldn't be that they came to attack the village, right? And they fired guns before the attack to wake everyone up? Only very reckless people would do such a thing. Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded. Before Cheng Xian could react, a small figure suddenly threw itself into her arms. Cheng Xian was stunned. Noticing the trembling small body in her arms, she quickly hugged it back and gently patted the child's head, softly comforting her. Don't be afraid, Yu. Don't be scared. Auntie just came to check, and will go back to sleep soon. The little girl wasn't awakened by the gunfire earlier, so she must have been frightened when she realized no one was beside her. Bai Li looked at her friend with complicated eyes. Since this child had inexplicably clung to her, her friend's words had become gentler than before. Although she sometimes complained about not wanting to take care of the child, whenever the little girl followed her closely, she never refused and never showed impatience. Gradually, she seemed to get used to it. Yes, Cheng Xian had now become accustomed to Yu's dependence, especially at night. If the child didn't sleep with her, she couldn't fall asleep either. All right, you can take Yu back now. I think those cars aren't coming for us. Maybe they are 2 different groups. At the gate, Jiang Minglang arrived to find old Sheng, who had gone to check the situation earlier, had already returned. Report, Captain. The 5 cars coming soon, and the 4 behind are not from the same group. The one who just fired is probably from the back. There are 2 groups, and they are in conflict, approaching from this side. They openly started shooting just as they were about to get close. Jiang Minglang quickly guessed who the people behind were. Stop the front car. Don't let any of them go. As long as Li Nan stays honest, he is willing to give him this face and help. So, one of the speeding cars in front suddenly seemed to be frozen in place, as if under a spell, stopping without even braking as it approached a strange green wall. The first car stopped without reason, and its brake lights didn't come on. Inevitably, the second car crashed into the back of the first. Then the third hit the second, and so on, until the fifth collided with the fourth.
Bang, 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 bang.
After 4 expected loud crashes, the 5 cars stopped on the road, either side by side or crossing. Li Nan, in the first car behind, saw this and smirked, cursing, I let you run. When their cars finally slowed and stopped, they saw a few people walking out slowly from the darkness. Li Nan waved to Jiang Minglang at the front. Team Jiang, thanks. Li Nan's men got out of the cars and quickly surrounded the 5 cars involved in the chain collision. Without waiting for them to come out, they started smashing the cars with sticks. The broken glass shattered everywhere, clattering loudly. The people in the back 3 cars curled up inside, not daring to make a sound or come out. But in the front 2 cars, just as Li Nan's men were about to strike, the passenger and rear doors suddenly swung open. One person, before even getting out, kicked someone nearby away. When that person stepped out of the car, Li Nan was already in front, fighting him. He was furious and couldn't wait for his men to join. But he didn't expect this person to be his equal in strength, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Li Nan's anger grew even more. No wonder he could hurt over 100 of his men. The leaders of both sides started fighting, and the others stopped to watch. Of course, mainly because the others are hiding in the car and haven't come out, making Li Nan's subordinates unsure of what to do. After all, smashing the car makes a lot of noise, and they worry it might interfere with the boss's plans. What's really going on? Zhang Xiaoda waved to call over someone who looked familiar and asked about the cause of tonight's chase. This group came from the west, sneaking up on us in the middle of the night while we weren't prepared, and attacked us to steal things. Robbery?
Exactly.
They broke into our warehouse and stole quite a bit of rice and flour. The worst part is, nearly 100 of our people were injured or killed. Just arrived in Prung City and already killing people? While Zhang Xiaoda was still asking questions, suddenly a dagger flew out from the car, aiming straight at Li Nan's back. Brother Nan, watch out. With a shout, Li Nan hadn't had time to dodge before the dagger stopped midair, as if frozen in place. Because Li Nan was distracted, the attacker seized the moment and punched him on the shoulder. Li Nan grimaced in pain and staggered backward. The attacker moved forward to strike again, but suddenly, the dagger that had been frozen in midair shot toward his face. His pupils shrank, and he tilted his head aside just in time. The dagger brushed past his cheek, leaving a bloody cut. But it wasn't over. The dagger spun in the air and turned back, but when it was shot toward him again, it was stopped by suddenly appearing vines. Jiang Minglang was stunned. Not only him, but Zhang Xiaoda and Lao Sheng and others also froze in surprise. Their first thought upon seeing the vines was 2 words, sister-in-law. But within a second, they dismissed the idea. No, the sister-in-law wasn't here, and even if she was, she wouldn't do this. So it was obvious that among these people, there was someone with a plant-based, supernatural ability similar to the sister-in-law. After reaching this conclusion, the group couldn't help but think 2 more words about these people. Crazy. They want to steal even what they can produce themselves? Could it be that stolen goods taste better? Jiang Mingling glanced faintly at the first car, and in the next second, that car suddenly flipped over and crashed to the ground with a loud bang.
Ah!
Even though the car was hit, it didn't make a sound, but a short, sharp scream came from inside. It was a woman's voice. The fight is over. The man who had been fighting Li Nan was usually very calm, but now his face changed drastically. He turned his head and looked sharply at Jiang Minglang and the others, angry, and said, "Do you really have to interfere?" Originally, only these few people could run away. He wasn't sure which one had the metal-based powers, but his instinct told him the tall guy in the middle was their leader. After asking, he glared fiercely at Jiang Minglang and then turned to walk toward the overturned car, intending to open the door and pull out the people inside. But at that moment, his forehead was pressed against cold metal. Mind your own business? You come into our territory to steal, and now you're stopping us? That's considered meddling? Li Nan said with a grim face, then kicked him hard. The man clutching his stomach stepped back 2 paces, glaring at Li Nan but saying nothing. Glaring?
Who are you glaring at?
With a click, Li Nan pulled out his gun, ready to shoot. Suddenly, 2 vines shot out from the open car window, striking directly at Li Nan. This time, he was prepared and dodged backward. A loud bang sounded as the gunshot went off, but the vines blocked the shot, allowing the man to escape. Big brother. A female voice came from inside the overturned car, filled with worry and concern.
I'm Fine.
The man, having dodged Li Nan's shot without appearing too awkward, comforted his sister and then said to Li Nan, "Today's events were led by me, and my sister has nothing to do with it. She's a girl. Let her go, and we'll return what we took. It's up to you how to handle it." Since they had relentlessly tracked all the way here, it was clear they didn't just want their belongings back. He wasn't afraid of anything, but he had to let his sister go. You say it's nothing to do with her? Then it's nothing, Li Nan sneered. What right do you have to negotiate with me now? Thinking about nearly 100 casualties, he didn't care if the people inside the car were women or children. He wouldn't leave anyone alive. A cruel glint flashed in Li Nan's eyes as he coldly said, "Kunzi, kill them all. Don't leave anyone alive."
Bang!
As soon as he finished speaking, the back door of the overturned car was kicked open, and 2 people crawled out. A man and a woman. The man was not tall but very sturdy. He had kicked the door open. The woman's long hair was messy and draped over her forehead, hiding most of her face. Since it was nighttime, it was even harder to see her clearly. She seemed injured, and rather than crawling out of the car, it looked more like she was being half carried out by the shorter man. "Ba Tong, take Cherry and go." Seeing his sister come out, the man quickly stepped in front of the 2, blocking them behind himself while Li Nan was distracted.
Go.
I wonder which of you can still walk away. While Li Nan was speaking, his men had already surrounded the 3 men. Meanwhile, screams came from other cars, and some people tried to open the doors and rush out of the encirclement, but one by one, they were shot down by Li Nan's gun.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The gunfire kept going, causing panic in Yunxi village. It also drew Mu Song and Ning En from Yuden village over. "Dzi, what's going on?" After Zhang Xiaodao finished explaining, Ning En, who liked to watch the chaos, called Mu Song, "Brother, turn on the lights for them." The car lights could only illuminate a limited area. The front of the first car was a bit dark, mainly because Ning En heard that the woman was also a wood type, similar to Bai Jia. He wanted to see what she looked like. After all, it was his first time seeing a female bandit with a wood element. Renbin rolled his eyes when he heard Ning En, but seeing that his leader didn't stop him, he had an idea. He waved his hand, and a wall of fire suddenly appeared about 5 meters behind the 3 men, instantly lighting up the area like daytime. The men turned around quickly, their faces changing drastically.
You.
They were furious, grinding their teeth. Li Nan, on the other hand, laughed loudly. Most of their people had already been killed, and now only the 3 of them remained. Jiang Mingling glanced at the young woman leaning on the short man and couldn't help but repeat her name in his mind. Cherry? His wife's nickname was Lychee, and she was also a wood type. This woman's name was Cherry, also a wood type. Both are fruit names, coincidence? Maybe it's just a habit of their profession. When he suspects something, he can't help but think about it repeatedly.
Now, it was the same.
Although he couldn't see her face clearly because of her long hair, he could tell she was in her 20s. The man calling her sister looked at most 27 or 28. Jiang Minglang was sure he had never seen this man before. As for his wife, she probably didn't know him either. Then what about this woman named Cherry? He thought for a moment and turned to White Yang, who was also watching the scene, and whispered, "Call your sister over." White Yang nodded and ran off. On the 3rd-floor balcony of the White family villa nearby, Bai Li was gently tapping the railing with her finger, her face full of curiosity as she watched the bright light in that direction. It's starting to fight. What exactly is happening? Not long after, she heard a series of gunshots ringing out. Along with the sounds, she saw figures falling to the ground. Many people had died. She let out a soft sigh. Since the end of the world, it seems that human lives have become less valuable. As the last gunshot faded, Bai Li casually looked around. Suddenly, her pupils shrank, and she froze completely. Was it because the night was too dark? Or was she seeing things? Why did it seem like there was a dark shadow standing tall over Pingjiang? She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but whenever she looked at the shadow, she felt like it was also watching her. Bai Li broke out in a cold sweat. She instinctively opened her mouth and softly called out 2 words, Feng Bao. The little bird didn't respond. She was on the 3rd floor, and her voice was quiet. It was unlikely she would get a response. Big sister. Bai Yang just arrived home and called out to Bai Li. Bai Xiangtian and his brother came out of the house, catching him to ask about what was happening outside. Bai Yang quickly explained, it's Li Nan and the others. Some outsiders stole their warehouse, and they chased all the way here. Sister, you need to come down quickly. Your brother-in-law is calling for you. Bai Li nodded in response, then turned to look at Pingjiang. She realized the black shadow had disappeared again. Could she have seen it wrong? She shook her head and went downstairs. Sister, I have to tell you, among the people who robbed Li Nan, there was a woman. She has the same special ability as you. Bai Yang didn't pay attention to the woman's name. He thought Jiang Minglang called her sister because of her special ability. But Bai Li didn't think so. Having the same ability wasn't strange enough to make her come running just because of that. Based on her understanding of Jiang Minglang, there must be something else going on. The brother and sister quickly reached their destination. Since their approach was from a dark direction and the noise ahead was loud, hardly anyone noticed them coming. Jiang Minglang held Bai Li in front of him and whispered into her ear, Do you recognize her? The woman had already pulled her hair behind her ears, revealing a delicate, fair face. Her forehead, which had been hit earlier, was cut and bleeding, making her complexion look pale. Bai Li's gaze lingered on her beautiful, phoenix-shaped eyes for a moment. Then she looked away and shook her head gently. I've never seen her before. After saying that, she shot Jiang Minglang a sidelong glance and asked, Why do you think I know her? Just now, I heard her brother, the tall man standing in front of her, call her Cherry. Cherry?
Bai Li frowned.
She didn't say anything else but looked again at the man and woman. Are they siblings? They do look quite alike. But it doesn't matter to her. She doesn't know either of them. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the woman turned her head and looked toward Bai Li, then slightly frowned. Those shameless sneak attackers. What's the point of hiding in the dark instead of standing out? From her position, she could only see dark shadows. It was impossible to see their faces clearly. So, the woman quickly turned back and stared at Li Nan with a cold look. Bai Li asked Jiang Minglang, Is Li Nan going to kill them? At this moment, almost everyone except the 3 of them had been killed. Judging by Li Nan's attitude, he didn't seem to plan to let them go. In just a short time, more than 20 people had died. Is that tragic? Yes, but they brought it on themselves. If it were Jiang Minglang and Mu Song, they would do the same, leave no one alive. However, Jiang Minglang knew that Li Nan didn't intend to kill these 3 people today. Sure enough, when Li Nan aimed his gun at them, a large stone suddenly fell from nowhere. Li Nan stepped back just in time to avoid it, then looked at the 3 people. They had disappeared. Team Jiang. Li Nan's first reaction was to look at Jiang Minglang. Zhang Xiaoda nearly lost his temper and cursed, We've already stopped them from escaping. Now they run away. Why aren't you chasing them? Are they still supposed to help clean up afterward? Why did we bother stopping them in the first place? Just kill the small fry and be done with it. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoda and the others felt very helpless about Li Nan's group. First, their captain tried to block the car. Then Rinbin's firewall held for 15 minutes. Capturing the thief first. Why not just take out the 3 most dangerous ones first instead of wasting bullets on minor enemies? It's just plain stupid. Honestly, they weren't very familiar with each other, and helping to block the enemies was already a moral duty. There was no real need to go further. Run over there. Jiang Minglang helplessly pointed in a direction and kindly reminded, Earth-type powers can tunnel underground. Good luck, Mr. Li. We're leaving now. After saying that, he grabbed Bai Li, turned around, and headed back to the village with Zhang Xiaoda and the others. Mu Song and Ning and a few others also quickly left. In the blink of an eye, only Li Nan and his group, along with a pile of dead bodies, remained on the road. Let's go, we chased them. Li Nan was stunned for a moment, but immediately led his people in the direction Jiang Minglang pointed. It was his mistake, and his confusion. He didn't think Jiang Minglang and the others would help him kill those people, but he didn't expect that, despite being surrounded by so many, the three of them could still escape. These three were clearly the main force of their team. Tonight, they couldn't let them run away. They had to find them. However, after searching for over 2 hours, they found nothing. The farmland south of the road had been neglected for many months, and now the wild grass had grown to waist height, turning into wasteland. The three people had just used Earth-type powers to hide in the wasteland, along with a Wood-type, avoiding Li Nan's search, making their escape easy. Li Nan was furious as he returned to the road, but then he heard his subordinate report, Brother Nan, there's nothing in the trunk. When Jiang Minglang and Bai Li entered the village, 2 large shadows silently moved to the gate, one on each side, and crouched down. Despite the loud noises outside, Yunxi village remained dark and silent. No lights were on, and no one came out to join the fun. Bai Li nodded secretly, realizing that these people were still obedient. Just because her name is also a fruit, you think she has something to do with me? Back in the bedroom, Bai Li felt a strange frustration when talking about the brother and sister. I just think it's too much of a coincidence. What's wrong? Seeing Bai Li frown, Jiang Minglang quickly asked, Are you feeling unwell? Bai Li pushed away his hand that reached out. No, it's you. Since you helped Li Nan stop those people, why did you let them go? Isn't that like releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Maybe they'll come back to trouble us someday. Jiang Minglang sighed. It's not that we let them go, but we're checking where the others are. Do you think those few could really cause nearly 100 casualties for Li Nan? If I had to guess, their trunk is probably empty. Bai Li was stunned and suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Bai Yang when he just returned. Don't worry, Lao Xing has him. It's a good learning opportunity. Although the brother and sister, along with the short man, didn't look simple, no matter how capable they seemed, it would be easy for him to deal with them. They didn't move against them for 2 reasons. First, they wanted to find their accomplices. As soon as those people arrived in Pengcheng, they started robbing and killing. Although they weren't the ones doing the robbing and killing, they didn't want outsiders to think Pengcheng was easy to bully. So, they aimed to recover what was stolen and catch everyone involved. Second, they were training Bai Yang and Zhou Lei, along with 4 young men chosen from the village. 3 of these 4 are about the same age as Bai Yang. They are the children of the workers they originally hired. 2 of them showed special powers. One can manipulate a small amount of earth, which is a ground element power. Once a person has a special power, their physical strength is much better than normal people. Since these 3 developed their powers, they have been training with Zhang Xiaoda for 2 months, hoping to form a new team. The 4th person is Lu Er, who returned from Jiangcheng at the end of August. He stumbled back to Pengcheng without killing a single zombie or attacking any crazy mutant animals. He thought he was lucky because he avoided zombies and mutants every time he encountered them. But was it really luck? Even if he was fast, could he run faster than 4-legged animals? If he truly was faster, it was because his speed improved. Still, he was very foolish and timid. He never realized his own abnormality until one day he ran into Xiaoheng. He was so scared he turned and ran away, running so fast that the others with him were stunned. White Wei scolded him several times, saying, "Dumb people sometimes have good luck." They had no special powers, but he, who was very timid, somehow gained one. The 4 of them were taken aside for training. Now, with a real combat opportunity, they naturally wanted to take them out for practice. Plus, Bai Yang and the Zhou brothers, These 7 people are expected to be the main force apart from others in the future. After the 3 escaped, Lao Sheng immediately followed by Yang, even though Li Nan led a dozen people to chase them but couldn't find them. When Li Nan returned disappointed, the 3 of them came out from underground and took a small path heading east. An hour later, Renbin, along with the Zhou brothers and Lu Er, followed the special marks left by Lao Sheng. At dawn, the dark night sky finally showed a faint light. Zhang Xiaoda and the remaining 3 people set out. When the sun rose, Li Nan knocked on the door of Yunxi village again. Team Jiang, do you have any news about them? He didn't sleep all night and even got into a fight with someone. At this moment, Li Nan's spirit is clearly not in good shape, but he can't sleep until he deals with this matter. Coming to find Jiang Mingling wasn't because of any previous disagreement between them, but because after returning, he replayed last night's events in his mind several times. He also asked his subordinates questions and finally figured out a few clues. He realized he had been led around like a puppet. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Li Nan's mouth. Everyone says he's a business genius. After his family's company went bankrupt, he revived it and managed to get it listed again in just over 10 years. If it weren't for this apocalypse, he would still be the CEO of a listed company. But in this world, being a CEO doesn't matter much. He has plenty of tricks, but now, in this world, those complicated schemes are unnecessary. Strength and ability are what matter most. When someone robbed his warehouse, he didn't use any special tactics, just split into 2 groups. One took the goods and left, and the other stayed behind. The 2 groups didn't take the same route, and he didn't even notice. Basically, he lacks practical combat experience. He doesn't have it, but he knows Jiang Mingling does. So, last night, he was sure that the other group's plan wouldn't fool Jiang Mingling. That's why Li Nan came to see him now. Jiang Mingling glanced at him, thinking that although this kid is arrogant, he's not stupid.
I'll have Su Bo take you there.
This time, he entrusted Zhang Xiaodao with the matter, giving him full authority to handle it and return once it's settled. So, he doesn't know what the situation is over there right now.
Thank you.
Li Nan's gratitude this time was more sincere than usual, making Jiang Mingling raise an eyebrow. Just a small matter could upset him so much? That seems unlikely. Watching them walk away, Jiang Mingling didn't head back to Baigua Garden. Instead, he looked back at the path leading to the village and then walked to the side, took out a cigarette and lit it. His wife didn't like the smell of smoke, but she didn't strictly control him either. Previously, in Pengcheng, he had found some cigarettes, but while he was away, she shared them with others. In the end, she only left him 2 boxes, not 2 packs. She said there were many people, and she couldn't favor one over the others, so everyone had to share. So, being able to keep 2 boxes was already good. If she hadn't found 3 packs at Zhang Xiaoda's place, he might have believed her. Life is tough. After smoking for a while and feeling satisfied, he just threw away the cigarette when suddenly his ears twitched. He looked up toward the end of the highway. A military jeep approached from a distance and soon stopped in front of him. Jiang Mingling raised an eyebrow and looked at the tall, thin man who got out from the back seat of the jeep, smiling faintly. The people who came yesterday didn't see him, so they guessed that Wei Lichuan would come today. Team Jiang. Although Wei Lichuan was a few years older than him, he had a lower rank, so he didn't feel superior in front of Jiang Mingling and didn't put on airs. He even respectfully saluted. Jiang Mingling returned the gesture naturally. Whether or not he planned to return, he knew well that he couldn't oppose the higher-ups openly. I didn't expect the person coming to Pengcheng to be Captain Wei. When Jiang Mingling called him Captain Wei, Wei Lichuan's smile froze for a moment. Then he sighed helplessly. Even if others don't know how I became the team leader, doesn't Jiang team know? Wei Lichuan was clearly telling Jiang Mingling that in the capital, because there weren't enough senior officials, he, who used to only be a deputy, was promoted to team leader. He was confident in his abilities and wasn't afraid of others saying he was a lame general among the soldiers, especially since Jiang Mingling and others were absent, which led to his promotion. Most of the leadership had been replaced recently, so what was he afraid of? Besides, he had gone from a small volunteer soldier step by step to the deputy regiment level. Apart from his skills, he relied on self-awareness and knowing when to act appropriately. Wei Lichuan directly stated his purpose. Team Jiang, before I left for the capital, Commander Shi gave me an order. If I encounter you here, I am to deliver the appointment notice to you. Commander Shi? Jiang Minglang didn't pay attention to the appointment notice he mentioned but asked, Who is Commander Shi? Shi Zhengwei. Hearing these 3 words, Jiang Minglang secretly relaxed. Shi, Commander Shi, was originally his old superior. Not only did he promote him, but they also had a good personal relationship. Since the end of the world, he had been wondering how old Shi was doing. Although he wasn't too worried about his safety, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious until he received definite news. Now that he heard old Shi was safe and even promoted to commander of the guards, he felt relieved. Team Jiang, this is the appointment notice from Commander Shi for you. Jiang Mingling looked at the paper in Wei Lichuan's hand and felt quite troubled. If it had been anyone else, not Old Stone, he would have refused without hesitation. But the person was Shi. Jiang Mingling turned his gaze to Wei Lichuan and decided to change the subject. Captain Wei. Team Jiang, the appointment notice clearly states that you are the leader of the Pengcheng garrison unit. I am just the deputy, here to assist you. Jiang Mingling's face darkened. How had he not noticed before that this guy was so straightforward? He hadn't even taken office yet. What kind of leader was he? Old Stone really knew how to give him a hard time. Keep this appointment for now, pretend you didn't see it. How can I do that? This is an order from the military. I can't disobey. I'm not asking you to disobey, just to hold on to it for now. Wei Lichuan found this strange and asked, Team Jiang, do you not want to return to the army? Jiang Mingling replied, I have something I need to resolve first. Once that's done, I'll decide whether to take the position. Wei Lichuan heard the firm tone in his voice and, although confused, he obediently kept the appointment. Then he asked seriously, Is your refusal related to the matter you need to handle? Knowing that Old Stone was still his leader, Jiang Mingling had no more worries. He nodded, Yes, it is. First, tell me who the current officials are in Kyoto. Wei Lichuan immediately listed several names and then detailed the current situation in Kyoto, including the orders and plans that followed, without missing a detail. This wasn't really secret information. Anyone who wanted to find out could do so easily. Jiang Mingling listened calmly, first to the arrangements for the Guard Army and the Defense Army, then to how many cities were now under military protection. He thought that from Pengcheng northward, at least every city in between would be protected. But he was surprised to learn that, besides Kyoto, only 5 cities had troops stationed. The reason Wei Lichuan's unit bypassed several cities and went straight to Pengcheng was mainly because Pengcheng had become a dead city, full of unknown dangers. Pengcheng, separated from Yi River, had to be protected at all costs. So today, Wei Lichuan came to find Jiang Mingling for another reason. They needed to garrison Pingjiang Bridge, where would be the best place to station their troops. Although he could make the decision himself, their main officer was right in front of him. As the deputy leader, wouldn't it be better to do his part and support him? Captain Jiang, you might not know, but south of Pengcheng, around Jiangcheng and nearby cities, everything is dead, no survivors, just ghost towns. North of Pengcheng isn't much better. Mutant animals aren't too many, but the zombie threat still isn't gone. The various survivor groups are fighting constantly, and every day, the number of dead people and zombies is about the same. Some people also die from infections caused by the rotten corpses. Overall, I've never seen a city as clean and stable as Pengcheng. The others are so chaotic that disorder doesn't even cover it. Wei Lichuan's words are not exaggerated. Kyoto is about 1,200 kilometers from Pengcheng. It took them 24 days of driving to get there. They had to clear the highway as they traveled, and they also faced resistance from survivors in different cities. But it's not exactly resistance, more like ordinary people relying on and seeking help from the soldiers in uniform. Because of their military clothes, these civilians couldn't ignore the plight of others. They traveled, rescued people, fought zombies, made arrangements, and finally, after dragging on for over 20 days, reached their destination. Of course, Wei Lichuan did all this because of orders from Commissar Shi. He guessed that Jiang Mingling was probably in Pengcheng. As long as Jiang was there, he believed Pingjiang would be safe. Also, since mutant animals south of Pingcheng hadn't moved north, neither zombies nor other threats, it seemed like the danger was cut off at Pengcheng. This led Shi to conclude that after the apocalypse, Jiang Mingling didn't head north to Kyoto, but probably stayed in his hometown with his wife and children. Wei Lichuan wasn't very familiar with Jiang Mingling before, but after arriving in Pengcheng, he wanted to get closer to him. In Pengcheng, he felt like he was finally reconnecting with humanity. Where are the officials? I mean the former mayors and vice mayors of the cities. Did they go to Kyoto or somewhere else? Has the higher-ups made arrangements for them? Jiang Mingling didn't ask Yu Qingping directly. Recently, he heard from Du Qian that Yu Qingping had powerful backing in Kyoto. Rumor had it that he was even related to his own cousin. Meanwhile, while Jiang Mingling was asking Wei Lichuan about Kyoto, Su Bo, with Li Nan, followed the signals left by Lao Sheng and unexpectedly returned to a small town just 3 kilometers from Yunqi village. This was Baiyun town where Bai Li and the others went to high school. Seeing Zhang Xiaoda confirmed for him that the people were really in town. Li Nan looked at the town and then turned to glance toward Yunqi village. He chuckled softly. They think the most dangerous place is actually the safest? They are hiding here. However, the earlier arrivals, Lao Sheng and others, did not agree with him. Su Bo looked at Bai Yang and asked, "What's the situation?" The reason he asked Bai Yang was because Su Bo felt that Bai Yang's face looked strange, as if he was thinking about something, but he wasn't sure. "This is my sister's maternal grandmother's house." Although Bai Yang had never seen anyone living in this house since he could remember, he clearly remembered that every time he passed through the town, his sister would stop at the door, look at the tightly closed door with pursed lips, and then walk away after a while. When he was young, he didn't know who owned this house. He only learned about it when he grew up and heard from his father. Sister-in-law's grandmother's house? Su Bo was surprised, and even Li Nan was stunned. What does this mean? Are these bandits related to Jiang Mingling's wife? This is not playing fair. No wonder Li Nan thought so. After all, there are many empty houses in the town. Why would they go to just one house? Is it because the house was newly renovated? Nonsense. Anyone with eyes can see that this house is the oldest and most rundown compared to the surrounding buildings. Even the roof tiles are missing a piece. So, choosing this place as their hideout can only mean they are connected to this house, or at least one of them is from this family. But unexpectedly, Bai Yang continued, "My sister's grandmother has been gone for over 20 years. It seems her uncle is also no longer around. Anyway, since I can remember, no one has lived in this house. It's been empty all along. In other words, the owners of this house are all dead?" Li Nan's eyes lit up. So, these people deliberately chose an abandoned house? That means they used it as a cover, not planning to stay long. After regrouping, they might rest briefly and then leave. In short, it has nothing to do with Jiang Mingling's wife. That's enough. He asked, "How many people are inside?" Plus those 3, there are 12 in total. Li Nan brought 8 people, and with Zhang Xiaoda and the others, 11 more. 20 against 12, there's definitely no problem with the numbers. In terms of strength, even less so. He looked at Zhang Xiaoda and asked, "When do we move in?" If it weren't for this kid saying that this was his sister-in-law's grandmother's house, they wouldn't have waited until now. They would have acted earlier. But the problem is that Bai Yang is unsure. Not only is he unsure, but he also doesn't want them to tell his sister-in-law. Because Bai Yang suspects that the middle-aged woman inside is probably his sister's biological mother. This woman left Baiyun town when his sister was 3 years old. Since then, the mother and daughter haven't seen each other, so there can't be any real feelings. But even without feelings, she is still his sister's real mother. It's so annoying. Why did that woman have to come back? Zhang Xiaoda saw Bai Yang's confusion and said straightforwardly, "In the end, this is Li Zong's business. It doesn't really concern us. So, Li Zong, why don't you handle it yourself? Whatever you decide is fine with us. We won't interfere. Sound good?" Li Nan really wanted to say it wouldn't work. After all, those 3 people had already escaped from him once. One was injured, and the other 2 weren't in great shape either. But what if others with similar strength showed up? Remember, he initially fought evenly with that young man, and the stocky, short man with wood powers was also quite strong. However, Li Nan is not blind. He could tell that there might be some connection between Jiang Minglang's wife and these people. If they attacked directly, it wouldn't be good. Instead of fighting, they could just watch from the sidelines and help a little if needed, like when they are overwhelmed. Li Nan understood Zhang Xiaoda's meaning and nodded. All right, we'll handle it ourselves. But I need you guys to watch out and make sure these scoundrels don't run away. After saying that, Li Nan waved his hand. 8 men spread out to both sides of the gate. One of them stepped forward and kicked open the old, rusty iron door. The others immediately rushed inside. Zhang Xiaoda and the others quickly jumped onto the walls on both sides and then crouched down.
Who are you?
Who are we? Stealing my stuff and still have the nerve to ask who we are? You guys. Stop wasting time. Hand over our things. As Li Nan finished speaking, a large fireball the size of a basketball shot toward his face. But it stopped half a meter away and was then wrapped in a clump of dirt, extinguishing with a pop. The fireball then crashed to the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, Li Nan quickly moved to attack the tall, thin man who was throwing fireballs at him. His speed was so fast that only an afterimage remained in place. The fire-type man didn't have time to prepare a second fireball, and Li Nan had already left his position, crashing into the wall behind him with a loud bang. Shaolin! A sharp cry suddenly rang out. The only middle-aged woman in the yard was terrified and ran recklessly toward the tall, thin man. Li Nan looked at the middle-aged woman, frowned, and was about to extend his fist, but he withdrew it instead. He then turned his gaze to the young man who had come out of the main house, the same one he had fought with at midnight. He sneered coldly, "Run, keep running." The young man's eyes darkened as he looked at Li Nan, then shifted to the walls on either side of the yard. There, a row of people was crouched, and his face immediately darkened. Shaolin? Shaolin, wake up. Don't scare Auntie. Xiao Su, come quickly and see your cousin. To the woman, the fight in the yard seemed like it didn't exist. Her eyes were only on the tall, thin man leaning awkwardly against the wall. His eyes were closed, and he was motionless. The young man called Xiao Su was the one confronting Li Nan. He turned his head to glance at the tall, thin man who had been knocked out, then quickly looked back and said to Li Nan, "Here's the stuff. Can you let us go?" They had robbed so many times before, and each time they managed to escape unscathed. But this time, they encountered someone who was like a persistent rash. Yes, he called Li Nan a persistent rash. Even though their warehouse had plenty of food, only a few dozen bags had been taken. Did they really have to chase them so relentlessly? If it was just this guy chasing them, he could handle it. But who knew they would run into a bunch of meddlesome people? Such bad luck. Let you go? What about my brothers who died? Why didn't you let them go last night? They had killed so many of his men. Now he was supposed to just let them go? Who had the face for that? He had spent months organizing and training his team. Was it easy? At this moment, a young woman came out of the house. She was the young man's sister, Cherry, a wood-type element user. Her forehead was wrapped in gauze, and her face was pale as snow. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly scolded, "Who told you to come out? Go back inside. Why are you letting her go in?" Before Cherry could speak, the middle-aged woman, who had been crying while holding the tall, thin man moments earlier, suddenly turned her head to look at the siblings. No, more precisely, she looked at Cherry. Her eyes flashed with anger and disgust as she said clearly, "We have already lost so many people because of her. How long are you going to protect her?" After speaking, she suddenly turned and pointed at Cherry, saying to Li Nan, "The idea to rob your warehouse was hers. If you want revenge, go find her. Take her away and leave this place quickly." "Mom?" The young man shouted in disbelief, his face full of shock. Standing next to him, Cherry's body shook. She reached out to steady herself on the doorframe, and her already pale face turned even whiter. Li Nan was stunned. Not only him, but Zhang Xiaoda and others on the wall also looked confused.
What
Does this mean? Is there internal fighting? No, that doesn't make sense. The man called the woman mom. So Cherry, the wood-type girl, is this woman's daughter? Could they not be biologically related? A group of grown men, at this rare moment, carefully examined the features of the old woman and the young girl, then all let out surprised sounds. The two looked at least 50% alike, especially their eyes. They were almost identical. If they weren't mother and daughter, that would be strange. But if they really were mother and daughter, that would also be strange. Who would treat their own daughter like this? Only Bai Yang's expression was different from everyone else's. He looked thoughtfully at the middle-aged woman, then shifted his gaze to the young woman called Cherry, then to the young man, and finally to the tall, thin person sitting on the ground. For a moment, his eyes flicked around quite busily.
Bang!
Suddenly, a loud crash sounded. Li Nan, stunned, snapped back to reality and quickly dodged to the side. A pile of broken stones fell where he had been standing. It turned out that the Earth-type attacker had tried to ambush him, but was stopped by Zhang Xiaoda. Another large stone flew toward him, but it shattered into small dirt pieces as soon as it got close to Li Nan. The short man's eyes flashed with fury. He looked up at the wall, unsure which of the others was blocking him, but it only made him more anxious and irritated.
Stop!
Everyone stop! Because of Zhang Xiaoda and others' interference, Li Nan's people didn't suffer much, but the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. For now, with just 9 of them, they didn't know when they could win. Although the enemies seemed fearless when fighting, they were actually very nervous inside. Mainly because they couldn't understand what the people crouching on the wall were doing. Should they attack together? Why were they just watching from there? What do they mean? Feeling nervous and tense, I kept my hands moving and stayed alert for any sneaky tricks from them. This made me hesitant and caused me to suffer some setbacks. When the woman shouted for everyone to stop, they quickly stepped back and gathered together. Li Nan's people also moved closer to him, waiting for the next move. The middle-aged woman looked down at her still unconscious nephew, then raised her head and looked at Li Nan coldly. She said, "Young man, be kind when you can. I told you, the idea to rob your warehouse was mine, and it was my daughter who led the others to do it. Most of your people were also hurt by her, so you can take her away. This matter is over. What do you say?" "No way." Before Li Nan could speak, the young man firmly said, "Don't even think about it. I will never give my sister to them."
Liu Su.
The middle-aged woman snapped angrily. "Didn't your father tell you what to do? He asked you to listen to me. How dare you ignore me now?" "Mom, Cherry is your daughter. I don't have a daughter like her. If it weren't for her always coming up with bad ideas, my cousin wouldn't have been hurt so many times. Look at him now, his old injuries aren't healed, and he's got new ones. If this keeps going, my cousin might even lose his life." Lu Su really wanted to say without these bad ideas. "What are you eating and drinking on this trip? Are you living well? Cousin, do you care about his siblings at all besides your cousin?" But he couldn't say these things openly in front of so many outsiders. Cherry didn't come up with bad ideas. We all discussed it together. Lu Su then reached out and pulled Cherry behind him, looking at Li Nan coldly. "No one can take my sister away." "Li Nan. Did he say he wanted to take her? Why does it seem like he's a bully coming to forcibly take a girl?" Li Nan was so angry, he almost laughed. If his bullets weren't running low, and he didn't want to waste the last few on them, he would have shot them all down already. "Lu Su, are you risking everyone just to protect her?" Lu Su looked at his mother, feeling like she was a stranger, like she had never been part of his life.
Why?
Is this really his biological mother who gave birth to and raised them? Not only he thought so, but also Cherry, standing behind him with her face so pale it was almost transparent, shared the same thought. Even the white poplar standing on the wall was puzzled, but his confusion was different from that of Lu Su and Lu Ying. His doubt carried a hint of realization and an understanding that others couldn't grasp. Why was she so cruel? To abandon her own daughter, So easily? It's nothing special. Once you've done it, you're used to it. At first, he was unsure, but now he was completely certain. This woman is his biological mother. Fortunately, his sister looks like their eldest uncle, and she doesn't resemble this woman at all. His legs went numb from squatting, so he decided to sit on the wall instead. Next to him, Zhang Xiaoda saw him sit and followed suit, since sitting while gossiping is more comfortable. He felt that this plan was probably not going to work. Sure enough, brother, how about this? I'll compensate you with everything we have. Can you let us go? Li Nan sneered. If we kill all of you, your belongings will still belong to us. But you won't find them. Lu Su looked at Li Nan calmly, then glanced at Zhang Xiaoda and Su Bo on the wall, and said before coming in, you probably checked the surroundings and didn't see any special vehicles, right? And there's nothing in the yard or the house.
Huh?
Lu Su's words piqued Li Nan's curiosity. He turned to Zhang Xiaoda, who shook his head slightly, meaning there was indeed nothing outside. As for the yard and house, if they were just for regrouping, there was no need to hide anything. So even if they hadn't checked, it was likely there was nothing here. So, was it hidden somewhere? But now, Li Nan no longer cared about the dozens of bags of grain and supplies. What mattered to him was that attitude. No, there's nothing. I don't want it anymore. Our things are much more valuable than your grain. Not just grain, but other supplies too, like gasoline and that cloth that can hide our vehicle.
Lu Su.
The middle-aged woman screamed again. Are you crazy? That was your dad's hard-earned stuff. But Lu Su didn't look at her this time. He stared directly at Li Nan and asked, Are you interested? If you are, I'll give you everything, but you have to let us go.
Deal?
Although Li Nan was curious inside, he showed no expression on his face, not even changing his gaze towards Lu Su. Lu Su frowned slightly, glancing at the wall, and then said calmly, You can keep one of these 2 pieces of canvas, and the other as a reward. Does he not realize that those people are not on his side? There are no free lunches in this world. They helped Li Nan, so they wouldn't do it for nothing. Those people looked tough, and they probably didn't care much for ordinary items. Lu Su was sure that if he showed them those things, they would be interested. Brother, if you kill us, you won't get anything. But if you let us go, I will give you everything I have. Think about it. Lu Su, are you crazy? Lu Su didn't look at his mother. One hand was behind his back, tightly holding Lu Ying's hand, while his eyes stared directly at Li Nan. Brother Nan, Kunzi, one of Li Nan's men, whispered, Our brothers are injured. We need to take some things to comfort them. If these people are killed, it's not a big deal, but if we get nothing, it's really a loss. Also, he was right. Although Jiang and the others helped voluntarily, they should show some gratitude. They weren't lacking food or vegetables, so giving something special would be better, right? And it's not really giving, it's war spoils, and they can share it. Li Nan thought about this, knowing that logically, he should take the items first, at least split the spoils with Jiang and the others, so their effort wouldn't be wasted. But he also really wanted to kill them all. Li Nan looked at Lu Su with a serious gaze. I hope what you're saying about your things is true. Lu Su secretly let out a breath of relief. Their usual luck had run out this time. Giving up the items would hurt, but exchanging them for safety was worth it. He turned and called the short man, 8 Tuan, pack up. Let's go. Then he looked at the others. Take the lady in another car. He led Lu Ying out first.
Lu Su.
Uncle. Hearing the call, the middle-aged woman turned around and exclaimed happily, Shaolin, you've woken up? Good boy, you scared Annie to death. As Lu Su approached the door, he paused and looked back at the tall, thin man being helped up by his mother, a mocking smile appearing on his face. Lu Ying saw this and quietly advised, Brother, don't blame Brother Lin. He didn't want it either. Hearing his sister's words, Lu Su didn't respond. Not because he had nothing to say, but because he felt it was pointless. He considered his nephew more important than his own children. Probably only his mother would do the same. But it didn't matter anymore. He's not a child anymore. Does he still care about these things? The brother and sister lowered their heads and walked outside. Ba Tong quickly packed his things and followed. Others either carried belongings or helped the injured. Soon, Only the two cousins remained standing at the door. In the main hall, two black and white photos were placed in the center. Due to the angle and lighting, Yang couldn't clearly see the faces, but he could tell they were memorial portraits. "Madam, it's time to go." A man who had already reached the door turned back when he saw the cousins standing still and softly urged them. A middle-aged woman turned her head and glared at the man, annoyed.
I know.
A tall, thin young man named Shaolin entered the hall, knelt down with a thud, and bowed 3 times to the memorial portraits. Then he stood up, closed the hall door tightly, and locked it. Outside, after Lu Su left the yard, he walked about 100 meters along the road in front of the gate and stopped in an open space in front of a shabby, dirty children's clothing store. Then he raised his hand, and without knowing where he pressed, suddenly a gray pickup truck appeared out of nowhere. Next, he circled around the pickup, performing the same action, and a beige RV appeared on the empty lot. Zhang Xiaoda and Su Bo, who had just come down from the wall, exchanged glances and then looked simultaneously at the canvas covering the top of the RV and pickup. It was called canvas because it looked like an ordinary waterproof, sunproof camouflage tarp. Camouflage and military grade. And it had a very vivid name, Nya-ing cloth. Interesting, these people actually had military-grade camouflage cloth, which only special forces could request, and they had 2 large pieces. Su Bo carefully examined everyone at the scene. He didn't see anyone who looked like they belonged to the same group, so these 2 pieces of cloth. Where did you get these 2 pieces of cloth? Su Bo walked to the corner of the pickup and lifted the tarp to look inside. Sure enough, he saw a series of numbers. Seeing his action, Lu Su paused briefly. Before he could speak, the man continued, "Pengcheng has now stationed troops. If you don't clarify where these cloths come from, taking them will only cause trouble for us." Li Nan, who was originally very interested in these 2 pieces of canvas, immediately withdrew his hand after touching the fabric. He looked at Su Bo and then at Lu Su, frowning as he pressed for answers. "Tell me, how did you get these 2 pieces of fabric? If taking them will cause trouble, we don't want them. If they don't want the fabric, then they must pay with their lives." Although Li Nan really wanted the fabric, he also trusted Jiang Minglang and the others. If what they said was true, that taking the fabric would cause trouble, then what was the point for him? He wasn't crazy enough to risk his life over it. Lu Su's eyes flicked with surprise when he looked at Su Bo. Then he said, "Don't worry, the origin of the fabric is legitimate. It wasn't stolen from others, nor was it taken from the army. To be precise, this batch of fabric hadn't even entered the military before the apocalypse happened. My father has some connections, so he was lucky enough to get these 2 pieces." Hearing that he said it hadn't entered the army, Su Bo believed him because one corner of the canvas had only a black number with no red. Officially registered military items usually have a red number below the black one. He nodded slightly at Li Nan. Li Nan understood and said to Lu Su, "All right, keep the items.
You can leave now."
He didn't even bother to check how much material was inside, because that wasn't important. The fabric was the key. As for how to use it, since it was military grade, he didn't need to ask Lu Su.
Thank you.
Lu Su waved his hand and led his people toward 2 off-road vehicles nearby. Driangxiang? Just as the middle-aged woman was about to reach the off-road vehicle, she suddenly let out a cry. Zhou Mingxiang paused with one leg raised, then lowered it and turned her head toward the source of the sound. "Oh my God, Mingxiang, Zhou Mingxiang, is that really you?" Zhou Mingxiang looked at the thin, shabby woman walking quickly toward her, and although she was a bit confused, the familiar voice quickly confirmed who she was. "Huang Lanfan?
It's me, Mingxiang. I didn't expect to meet you at this time."
Mingxiang, it's been so many years since we last saw each other. 20 years, right? Look at you, you haven't changed much. Still like a little girl." A little girl? Everyone who heard this couldn't help but twitch their mouths. It seemed this sudden old acquaintance was blind. Zhou Mingxiang was already quite old, so she naturally didn't believe this. Instead, she felt quite annoyed. She praised her for taking good care of herself, looking about 10 years younger than her actual age. She was even happier about this. Of course, because her family's camper and cherished canvas bag were given away by her rebellious son, No matter what anyone said, she couldn't feel happy. Because of this, she had no patience left for her old classmate she hadn't seen in 20 years. A look of annoyance flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, "Sorry, Lanfin. We have to go now. Maybe we'll see each other again someday." After saying this, Zhou Mingxiang turned to get into her car. Huang Lanfin was stunned for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Mingxiang, you're already in Baiyun town. Don't you want to see Lizzie? After all, she's your daughter and your first child. You haven't seen her in so many years. Don't you miss her? Oh, by the way, I saw her in town not long ago." Zhou Mingxiang froze, then sharply turned her head to look at Huang Lanfin, her eyes wide with surprise. The other woman grinned, showing a big set of yellow teeth, and said, "Hee, I not only saw Lizzie, but I also saw your ex-husband. Bai Xiangtian is quite capable. Whether before or after the end of the world, he always lives confidently and with dignity. Lizzie is the same. She doesn't look like you. She looks like her dad. You liked Bai Xiangtian because of his face, right? So you can imagine how beautiful Lizzie is now. Well, she's younger and prettier than you." "Shut up." "Oh, you're angry?"
Why?
"I said your daughter is prettier than you, and you get mad? You're really funny. You're already so old, but you still care so much about your face. What, can you only survive on looks?" "Huang Lanfin, why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. Anyway, I'll tell you, Lizzie and Bai Xiangtian are living happily and no one remembers someone like you. By the way, did you know Lizzie is married? I heard her son is already 8 years old. Her husband is a son-in-law who moved in, and they treat her, an old Bai, very well." Zhou Mingxiang angrily rolled up the window, her face turning pale with anger, and shouted at Lu Su, "What are you standing there for?
Drive."
But Lu Su and Luing looked at her with shock and disbelief, especially Luing. She whispered softly, "Lizzie."
Lizzie. Cherry.
"You named me that. I thought it was because you like cherries, but maybe that's not it, right? It's so funny that you named your 2 daughters after fruits, yet you can abandon them any time, without feeling sorry. Why did you give them such similar names? Is it to prove they are your children? You have another daughter. Why didn't you tell us before?" This was the first time Lu Su and Luing heard about it. Before, they didn't even know there was a half-sister from the same mother. Lu Su looked at his cousin Zhou Lin and saw him keep his head down and stay silent. He realized that what the woman outside said was true. He and his sister really had another sister. "All of you, shut up.
Bai Li is Bai Li.
You are you. You have nothing to do with her. Understand?" Zhou Mingxiang said angrily, then slapped the car seat and urged, "Let's go." Lu Su looked seriously at his mother, then turned to the driver, Ba Tong, and said, "Drive." 2 SUVs drove away one after the other, leaving behind Huang Lanfin, who was starting to act nervous. She muttered, "What's so great about this? You think you're so impressive. Fine, Zhou Mingxiang, I admit it. You're really lucky, marrying Bai Xiangtian when he was devoted to you, then divorcing and marrying a big boss.
Why?
You're so selfish." She whispered softly, then slowly cursed, tearing at her already faded clothes and walking into the alleyway. After the woman left, everything was quiet. Not only Zhang Xiaoda and Su Bo, but even Li Nan, who didn't know Jiang Minglang's wife's name, remembered Bai Xiangtian, the owner of the Bai orchard. He had dealt with him many times exchanging seeds and called him Uncle Bai. So, the woman just now was Uncle Bai's ex-wife, the biological mother of Zhang's sister-in-law, and the siblings he wanted to hurt. They were Zhang's sister-in-law's younger relatives. He quietly let out a breath, feeling a bit relieved that the young man had traded something. Even if they weren't worth much, what if his sister wanted to protect them? Don't think too much. Seeing everyone's faces look tense, Bai Yang was so angry he almost jumped. "My sister is my only sibling. Those 2 are nothing. They have nothing to do with her. I warn you all, after today, don't mention anything about this or those 3 people to my sister. If anyone does, I'll get mad."
Got it. Got it.
Everyone responded with a perfunctory reply. Who would want to deal with such complicated and annoying relationships? Zhang Xiaoda even regretted it and thought, "What a mess. I should have just killed everyone." He slapped Bai Yong and glared at him. It's all your fault. Why are you overthinking things for no reason? Because Bai Yong was so worried. He mistakenly thought the person was a relative from his sister-in-law's family. Since they were relatives, it was naturally difficult to take drastic action. Although there was indeed some connection, it was better if there wasn't. Cough. Deputy Su Dazi, which of these vehicles do you want? Li Nan generously let Su Bo and Zhang Xiaoda choose first, and he would take the remaining one. In the end, they drove away with the camper, and Li Nan kept the pickup truck and all the supplies inside. When they searched Peng City earlier, they didn't see the camper at the 4S shop, but now that they had one, it might be useful in the future. After returning to Baigua Garden, his sister-in-law and the little kids were very happy and excited. Bai Yong looked at his sister and tried to hold back, but finally couldn't. He blurted out everything he saw and heard in Baiyun town, telling her everything at once. Su Bo saw this and smiled helplessly, while Zhang Xiaoda clenched his fist, wanting to punch him. Does that mean he isn't allowed to tell his sister? Does that only apply to them? Unexpectedly, but also somewhat reasonable, Bai Li just glanced at Bai Yong after hearing everything and said nothing, as if what Bai Yong said was about someone else and had nothing to do with her. Taking a leave today is New Year's Eve, so I am taking a day off. I wish all readers and friends everything they hope for, everything they work for brings joy, and may every year be warm and everything go smoothly. Happy New Year! Jiang Minglang ultimately did not accept the official appointment from Wei Lichuan. It's not that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. If he accepted, he would still leave home involuntarily, just like before the apocalypse, and go to protect some unrelated people, but he wouldn't be able to take care of his wife and children. He didn't want to live like that anymore. He didn't need grand words like sacrifice, greatness, or immortality to describe himself. All he wanted was a home. Although he didn't accept the appointment, he promised Wei Lichuan that he would help within his ability. For example, he suggested placing the defense military base at Zhoujia village. This army coming from Kyoto was called the Defense Army because they needed to guard Peng City and Pingjiang Bridge. Zhoujia village is not far from Pingjiang Bridge. The village is now uninhabited, but the houses are still in good condition, making it a perfect base for them. They only need to do some minor repairs and build a wall around the village. There are about 10 workers from Yunxi village who can build the wall. As long as they have bricks and mud and pay them appropriately, the wall can be built easily. When the army moved in, Jiang Minglang and Mu Song felt much easier because they no longer needed to patrol along Pingjiang. Of course, they were not the only ones relieved. All the survivors in Pengcheng felt the same. When they saw the army entering the city, almost everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But this relief didn't last long. The weather in Pengcheng suddenly changed dramatically. It was no longer the long, hot summer, but the temperature suddenly rose by at least 10 degrees from around 30 degrees Celsius. After the human-caused disaster, a natural disaster followed. If the outbreak of the zombie virus was called a human mistake, then the current events could be considered a natural disaster, in a strict sense. On the first day of the heat wave, 10 people in Yunxi village fainted after going out to check on the crops. Nurse Jing Lan guessed it was heatstroke. She quickly helped 4 people, but 6 others stopped breathing that evening at 8 o'clock. On the second day of the heat wave, knowing what happened the day before, no one in Yunxi village went outside. They placed many basins of well water inside their homes to cool down. On the third day, the land was cracked, and the crops were turning yellow and withering visibly. If they didn't water the fields soon, the crops would die. Fortunately, the villagers had already harvested 2 rounds of crops and, following Bai Xiangtian's advice, stored the grain in underground cellars. Even if they gave up on the crops now and had no harvest, they wouldn't worry about food for 2 years. So, there was no need to risk their lives watering the fields. On the 4th day of the heatwave, the defense troops stationed at Pingjiang Bridge noticed black smoke rising suddenly from the nearby Pingcheng area across the river. Through binoculars, they saw a building in Pingcheng on fire, and something seemed to be spreading around it. Perhaps because the sun was too fierce and the temperature was too high, whatever it was didn't stay active for long under the heat and quickly disappeared without a trace. But Wei Lichuan didn't dare to be careless. He still arranged 2 patrol teams to monitor along the river. It is the 10th day of the heat wave. In the western greenhouse area where Li Nan is working, 2 water elemental abilities are watering the vegetable fields under the scorching sun. Suddenly, they hear a strange, familiar sound of hee-hee. Both look up quickly toward the source of the sound and see a group of zombies walking toward them across the road in the bright sunlight, moving with the heat waves. They are stunned for a moment, then turn and run away quickly. At the same time, 3 cars suddenly arrive at the highway entrance north of Pingcheng, followed by a line of thin but alert zombies. Hearing the familiar roar of engines, Xiao Fei quickly goes upstairs. From the balcony, he sees 3 black SUVs approaching from a distance. Behind them, a dark line of people makes his pupils shrink in surprise. It's zombies. Xiao Fei keenly notices that the zombies following the cars are different from those he saw before. Their running style shows they're more agile. His eyes flash with surprise. He quickly calls his brother-in-law to help. They move 2 large stones to block the iron gate and secure the canvas tent in the yard by hooking the corners with hooks. Then he tells his brother-in-law and his sister's family to go inside and lock the door. He himself grabs a knife and quickly climbs onto the wall. The yard they are in is not directly next to the road. It is a small village located to the north, where they moved after leaving Li Nan's greenhouse area. There are fewer than 100 households here, and only 5 survived after the zombie virus outbreak. At first, they were very cautious of Xiao Fei. But after spending some time together, and after he helped them deal with outside looters several times, these 5 families gradually accepted him. Though still wary, they have become accustomed to relying on each other in times of danger. For example, now, after blocking their own gate, Xiao Fei climbs over the wall into the neighboring house. The male owner hurried out of the main room and nervously asks, "What's wrong, Xiao Qiao?" "Zombies. Lock the door and block it." "Ah. Okay. Like his family, they move a large stone to block the iron gate. Xiao Fei advises the ordinary man, "Go inside and lock the doors and windows. Don't come out unless I tell you." The other 4 households do the same, blocking their doors and locking up. After giving instructions, Xiao Fei climbs back over the wall to his own house. The 6 families live close together in a row, so they can help each other in times of trouble. But it was also not at the edge of the village, positioned centrally with a circle of houses around it for cover. Although so, Xiao Fei still dared not relax. Locking and blocking the door seemed to take a long time, but it only took about 3 minutes. Cars moved faster. When he returned to the inside of his gate, the front 2 cars had already reached the village, roaring past and kicking up dust. Under the hot sun, people's throats felt dry and itchy. A canvas was set up above the yard, but even in the shade, people still sweated heavily. Xiao Fei waited for the 3rd car to pass. Unexpectedly, the engine suddenly stalled as if choked, and the roaring stopped abruptly, followed by 2 soft pops like a deflated balloon. Xiao Fei frowned. It was really bad luck. The car broke down on the road, right next to their village. He could clearly hear the driver trying to restart the engine, but after a few sputters, the car went silent and couldn't make another sound. Maybe it ran out of fuel, or the engine was damaged by the heat. Footsteps grew closer. Xiao Fei sighed helplessly. If the people in the car were smart, they should stay inside and not move. Maybe they could avoid danger. But the sun was too hot, and hiding inside the car wouldn't last long without risking being cooked alive. Xiao Fei went back inside and upstairs. Through the corner of the enclosed balcony, he looked at the road ahead. The broken-down car was surrounded by zombies, covering the top and front with dense layers, almost hiding the entire vehicle. Only 5 or 6 zombies still ran forward, chasing the 2 cars that were almost out of sight. Xiao Fei roughly estimated that at least 80 zombies surrounded the car, all with fierce faces and emaciated bodies, looking like dried-out fish that had been in the sun too long. It was chilling to see. Some zombies kept climbing onto the roof or smashing the doors, and Xiao Fei realized these zombies were different from the ones at the beginning. Fighting them would definitely be harder. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Xiao Fei saw a person kick open the left rear door of the car. No, the entire door was knocked off. A hand held the door to block in front. Another hand wielded a long knife to cut at nearby zombies. Then, the person behind the door pushed the zombies out to break through. Behind him, 2 men and 1 woman closely followed, each holding some objects to serve as shields. When Zhou Fei saw that one of them seemed to be holding a pillow, he twitched his mouth. Sure enough, in the next second, cotton fluff flew everywhere, and the pillow was instantly destroyed. However, the first person was probably a power user, and with the help of the car door, he managed to break through and find a way out. The 2 men and the woman behind him quickly followed. Even so, Zhou Fei saw one man bite his arm while trying to protect the woman. Run quickly. The bitten man knew he couldn't escape, so he turned around and blocked the 3 of them. He shouted loudly and charged at the zombie horde. Although his strength was limited alone, he still bought half a second for the 3 to break free from the encirclement and run toward the nearest house.
Bang!
Suddenly, there was another loud explosion. The head of the broken-down car suddenly blew up, flames rolling and heat waves igniting all the zombies still near the front of the car. The entire vehicle caught fire, and some zombies around the top and nearby were also set ablaze. Soon, a disgusting smell of burnt flesh filled Zhou Fei's nose. He reached up and touched his nose, thinking that the smell of a burnt zombie fish was different from the previous zombies. Thanks to the explosion of his companions and the car, the 3 gained a brief chance of survival. They successfully ran into the nearest yard and locked the gate. But what Zhou Fei didn't expect was that now, the zombie fish could climb walls. Fortunately, they didn't all rush in at once. 1 or 2 entered, and the man holding the car door managed to deal with them. However, it seemed he was running out of strength. After killing about 10 zombies, he hid in the main hall. Zhou Fei kept a close eye on the situation. Since the power user was able to push the zombies out of the way, his strength should be considerable. Yet, he rarely managed to cut off a zombie's head with 1 strike unless he was cutting the neck. So, are the zombie fish's heads very hard now? Zhou Fei stroked his chin, looked at the knife in his hand, and then at the number of zombies. Excluding those killed by the car explosion and by them, there were still at least 70 remaining. Under the blazing sun, Zhou Fei didn't rush out. The other 5 houses also stayed inside without his orders. For a moment, the small village was only filled with the sounds of zombies banging on doors and growling. At sunset in the western mountains, the hottest part of the day had passed. The zombies gathered at the door of the first house in the village no longer slammed loudly. Some looked around confused, some wandered onto the road, casually moving away from the village, while others seemed to sense something and slowly moved toward the village, gradually approaching Xiao Fei and the other 5 families. Xiao Fei jumped over the wall and out of the yard. He stood at the roadside wall corner, patiently waiting for the zombies to get closer.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A few heads fell to the ground one after another. Xiao Fei guessed that maybe the zombies, after being exposed to high heat, had become more sensitive and stronger. But no matter how tough they were, their necks remained weak points. As long as he aimed and cut properly, it wasn't too difficult. However, the zombies' heads really seemed to have become harder. Actually, their necks were also a bit harder than before, but with his strength and skills, he couldn't affect them. The zombies left in the village were quickly cleared out by him. Xiao Fei called his brother-in-law and 5 other men from nearby families to come out. He told them to burn the zombies they had killed before it got dark. Soon, the 3 people hiding in the village entrance yard noticed the noise outside and quickly came out of their houses. When they saw the pile of zombie bodies together, they were all surprised. Xiao Fei didn't have time to explain and simply told them to leave. But the 3 looked at the sky and at Xiao Fei and didn't move. His brother-in-law looked unhappy. "You brought so many zombies today and almost got us killed. Do you want to stay here? Hurry up and leave. We don't have enough food." The other 5 men also looked unhappy. Although they weren't affected and Xiao Fei had killed the zombies, they thought, what if he hadn't been there? They would have been dead today. Meanwhile, 2 other cars, along with the 3, drove aimlessly along the road toward the southeast. Gradually, they bypassed Pingcheng and reached the outskirts of the eastern city.
Look at that mountain.
Under the tallest tree halfway up, is that a child? They had been chased by zombies into Pengcheng. They hadn't seen a single person along the way, nor had they seen any zombies or even a single breath of air. No, they hadn't even seen a single person gasp for air. But Pengcheng felt different from other dead cities. It seemed strangely clean. Now, when I suddenly see a child, the strange feeling not only doesn't disappear but gets even stronger, making them feel a little uneasy. There are no zombies, yet there is a child. And on the mountain, is this child really a person? Wait, do you see that behind the child? Is there a dog following? The man who first noticed the child on the mountain suddenly said in surprise, "Yes, a Shiba Inu." The woman sitting in the back seat looked at the Shiba Inu silently for a moment and said, "I checked, and the Shiba Inu is real, so this child might also be a real kid. Then let's drive over and see what he's doing." The man in the front passenger seat frowned and said, "Shouldn't we find a safe place first to settle down? Why bother with a child now?" The woman in the back seat insisted, "Did you notice? The child is quite chubby. Not just chubby, he's pretty fair-skinned. And his clothes are new and clean. So, he's definitely not an ordinary kid. If we go up and catch him, we might get a surprise." "What kind of surprise?" "For example, his home must be a good place.